Star Wars: A New Dawn. Written by John Jackson Miller. Read by Michaela Birmingham, under Fair Use Policy. For 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights brought peace and order to the Galactic Republic, aided by their connection to the mystical energy field known as the Force. But they were betrayed, and the whole galaxy has to pay the price. It is the age of the Empire. Now Emperor Palpatine, once Chancellor of the Republic and secretly a Sith follower of the dark side of the Force, has brought his own peace and order to the galaxy. Peace through brutal repression, and order through increasing control of his subjects' lives. But even as the Emperor tightens his iron grip, others have begun to question his mean and motives, and still others, whose lives were destroyed by Palpatine's mechanisms, lay scattered about the galaxy like unexploded bombs, waiting to go off. Years earlier. "It's time for you to go home," Obi-Wan Kenobi said. The Jedi Master looked at the blinking lights on the panel to his right, and then at the students watching him. The aisle between the towering computer banks in the central security station was designed for a few Jedi doing maintenance, not a crowd. But the younglings fit right in, afraid to jostle one another in the presence of their teacher for the morning. "That's the meaning of this signal," the bearded man said, turning again to the interface. Rows of blue lights twinkled in a sea of green indicators. He toggled the switch. "You can't hear anything now, or see anything. Not here in the Jedi Temple, but away from Coruscant, on planets across the galaxy, those of our order would get the message: return home." Sitting on the floor with his classmates in the Central Security Station, young Caleb Doom listened, but not intently. His mind wandered, as it often did when he tried to imagine being out in the field. He was lean and wiry now, ruddy skin and blue eyes under a mop of black hair. He was just one of the crowd, and yet not yet apprenticed to a mentor. But one day he'd be out there, traveling to exotic worlds with his master. They'd provide peace and order for the citizens of the Galactic Republic, defeating evil wherever he found it. Then he saw himself later as a Jedi Knight, fighting alongside the Republic's clone warriors against the enemy's separatists. Sure, Republic Chancellor Palpatine had promised to resolve the war soon, but no one could be so rude as to end the war before Caleb got his chance. And then, finally, he dared to hope he would become a Jedi Master, like Obi-Wan, accepted while still young as one of the wise sages of the Order. Then he'd really do some great feats. He'd lead the valiant battle against the Sith, the legendary evil counterpart to the Jedi. Of course, the Sith hadn't been seen in 1,000 years, and he knew of no shadow of their return. But in his ambitions, Caleb was no different from the younglings around him. Whatever the gender, whatever the species, the adolescent imagination knew no bounds. The sandy-haired Jedi Master touched the panel again. "It's just in test mode now," Obi-Wan said. "No one will respond. But were there a true emergency, Jedi could receive the message in several ways." He glanced down at his listeners. "There is the basic alert signal, and then there are other components in which you might find more detailed text and holographic messages. No matter the format, the basic purpose should be clear." "Go home," the collected student shouted. Obi-Wan nodded. Then he saw a hand being raised. "The student in the back," he said, finished fishing for a name. "Caleb Doom, right?" "Yes, Master." Obi-Wan smiled. "I'm learning too." The students giggled. "You have a question, Caleb?" "Yes." The boy took a breath. "Where?" "Where what?" The other's pupils laughed again, a little louder this time. "Where's home? Where do we go?" Obi-Wan smiled. "To Coruscant, of course. Here to the Jedi Temple. The recall is exactly what it sounds like." The teacher started to turn back to the beacon when he spotted Caleb Doom jabbing his hand in the air again. Caleb wasn't one to sit in front for every lesson. No one respected a teacher's pet, but shyness had never been one of his afflictions. "Yes, Caleb?" "Why?" The boy's voice cracked. To mild chuckles from his companions, he glared at the others and started again. Why would you need all the Jedi here at once? A very good question. Looking at this place, one would think we had all the Jedi we need. Obi-Wan grinned at the students' masters, all standing outside in the more spacious control room, looking in. Out of the corner of his eye, Caleb could see Depa Balabi among them. Tan-skinned, dark-haired, she had shown interest in taking him on as her apprentice, and she studied him now from afar with her usual, mostly patient look. What are you up to now, Caleb? Caleb had wanted to shrink into the floor. Then, when Obi-Wan addressed him directly, why don't you tell me, Caleb? What reasons would you expect would cause us to recall every Jedi in the Order? Caleb's heart pounded as he realized everyone was watching him. In his daily life, the boy never worried about being hassled for sounding off. The kids he regularly trained with knew he would never back down. But there were students in the gathering he'd never seen before, including older ones, not to mention the Jedi Masters. And Caleb had just blundered into a chance to impress a member of the High Council in front of everyone. Or it was a chance to founder on the question and take their abuse. There were so many possibilities, including a trick question. I know the reason you called him back, Caleb finally said. Unexpected reasons. Righteous laughter erupted from the others, all semblance of respectful order disappearing at Caleb's words. But Obi-Wan raised his hand. That's as good an answer as I've ever heard, he said. The group settled down, and Obi-Wan continued. The truth, my young friends, is I simply don't know. I could tell you of the many times over the course of history of the Order when Jedi have been called back to Coruscant to deal with one threat or another, some perilous times which resulted in great heroics. There are truths and there are legends touched with truth, and all can teach you something. I am sure Jocasta, our librarian, would help you explore more. He clasped his hands together. But no two events are alike, and when the signal is given again, the event will be unique too. It is my hope it will never be needed, but knowing about it is part of your training, so the important thing is, when you get the signal, go home, the children said, Caleb included. Very good. Obi-Wan deactivated the signal and walked through the crowd to the exit. The students stood and filed back out into the control room, appreciating the wider space and chatting about their return to their other lessons. The field trip to this level of the Jedi Temple was over. Caleb stood too, but did not leave the aisle. The Jedi taught their students to look at all sides of things, and the thought occurred to him was another side to what they'd just been shown. Brow furrowed, he started again to raise his hand. Then he realized he was the only one left. No one was looking or listening, except Obi-Wan, standing in the doorway. What is it? The master called out over the din. Behind him, the others quieted, freezing in place. What is it, Caleb? Surprised to have been noticed, Caleb swallowed. He saw Master Falaba frowning a bit, no doubt wondering what her impulsive prospect was on about now. It was a good time to shut up. But standing alone in the aisle between the banks of light, he was committed. This beacon, it can send any message, right? Ah, Obi-Wan said. No, we wouldn't use it for regular administrative matters. As Jedi Knights, which I very much hope you all become, will receive such instructions individually, using less dramatic forms of, can you send people away? A gasp came from the group. Interrupted, but not visibly irritated, Obi-Wan stared. I'm sorry? Can you send people away? Caleb asked, pointing to the beacon. It can recall every Jedi at once. Could it warn all of them to stay away? The room behind Obi-Wan buzzed with whispered conversations. Master Balaba stepped into the computer room, apparently wanting to put an end to the awkward moment. I think that's enough, Caleb. Excuse us, Master Kenobi. We value your time. Obi-Wan wasn't looking at her. He was staring back at the beacon, too, contemplating. No, he finally said, gesturing to the crowd without turning. Please wait. He scratched the back of his head and turned back to the gathering. Yes, he said quietly. I suppose it could be used to warn Jedi away. The students fairly rumbled with discussions and reaction. Warn Jedi away? Jedi didn't run. Jedi rushed toward danger. Jedi stood. Jedi fought. The other masters stepped in, beckoning to Obi-Wan. "Students," said one elder, "there is no reason to." "No expected reason," Obi-Wan said, pointing his index finger to the air. He sought Caleb's gaze. "Only what our young friend said, unexpected reasons." A hush fell over the group. Caleb, reluctant to say anything else, let another student ask what he was thinking. What then? What if you send us all away? What then? Obi-Wan thought for a moment before turning toward the students and giving a warm and reassuring smile. "The same as any other time. You will obey the directive and await the next one." Raising his arms, he dismissed the assembly. "Thank you for your time." The students filed out of the control room quickly, still talking. Caleb remained, watching Obi-Wan disappear through another doorway, his eyes turned back to the beacon. He could sense Master Balaba watching him. He stood back to see her, alone, waiting in the doorway. The frown was gone. Her eyes were warm and caring. She gestured for him to follow her. He did. "My young strategist has been thinking again," she said as they stepped into the elevator. "Any other questions?" "Await orders." Caleb glanced at the floor and then up at her again. "What if orders never come? I won't know what to do." "Maybe you will. Maybe I won't." She watched him thoughtfully. "All right, maybe you won't, but anything is possible," she said, putting her arm on his shoulder as the doors opened. "Perhaps the answer will come to you in another form." Caleb didn't know what that meant, but then it was Master Balaba's way to speak in riddles, and, as always, he forgot about them as soon as he stepped out onto the floor where the young Jedi trained. On any given day, room after room would see the mightiest warriors in the galaxy teaching the next generation in lightsaber combat, aerobics, hand-to-hand fighting, and even starship piloting, using simulators. Every discipline imaginable, where a kinship with the mystical force, the energy field all Jedi drew upon for strength, could come in handy. And those he saw were just a tiny fraction of the Jedi Order, which had outposts and operatives throughout the known galaxy. True, the Galactic Republic was at war now with the Separatists, but the Jedi had thwarted threats for 1,000 generations. How could anyone or anything challenge them? Caleb arrived in front of a room where his classmates were already at work, sparring with wooden staffs. One of his regular dueling partners, a red-skinned humanoid boy, met him in the doorway, training weapon in hand. He had also attended the lecture. "Welcome, young Master Sirius," he said, smirking. "How was all that back there with Master Kenobi?" "Forget it," Caleb said, pushing past him into the room and reaching for his own training weapon. "It's nothing." "But wait!" The other boy's free hand shot up in the air, mimicking Caleb's question. Oh, calling me." "Yeah, you're going to want to focus, buddy, because I'm going to whip your tail." Caleb smiled and went to work. "This is Obi-Wan Kenobi. Republic forces have been turned against the Jedi. Avoid Coruscant. Avoid detection. Stay strong. May the Force be with you." Phase 1. Ignition. Emperor unveils ambitious plans for Imperial fleet expansion. Count Vidin contributes star power to new industrial inspection tour. Leftover unexploded ordnance from the Clone Wars remains a concern. Headlines: Imperial Holo News, Gorse Edition. Chapter 1. Sound collision. Only a moment earlier, the Star Destroyer had emerged from hyperspace. Now a cargo ship careened straight toward its bridge. Before ultimatum shields could be raised or cannons could be brought to bear, the approaching vessel abruptly veered upwards. Ray Sloane watched, incredulous, as the wayward freighter hurled above her bridge viewport and out of sight, but not out of hearing. A tiny scraping thump signaled it had just clipped the top of the giant hull. The new captain looked back at her first officer. "Damage?" None, Captain." No surprise, she thought. It was surely worse for the other guy. These yokes act as if they haven't seen a Star Destroyer before. "I'm sure they haven't," Commander Chasma said. "They'd better get used to it." Sloane observed the clouds of transports ahead of the ultimatum. Her enormous Imperial-class starship had arrived from hyperspace on the edge of the appointed safe approach lane, bringing it perilously close to what had been the biggest traffic jam in the Inner Rim. She addressed dozens of crew members at their stations. Stay alert. Ultimatums too new to bring back with a scratch finish. Thinking again, she narrowed her eyes. Send a message on the Mining Guild channel. The next moron that comes within a kilometer of us gets a turbolaser haircut. Aye, Captain. Of course, Sloane had never been to this system either, having just attained her captaincy in time for the ultimatum's shakedown cruise. Tall, muscular, dark skin, and black hair, Sloane had performed exceptionally from the start and ascend swiftly through the ranks. True, she was only substituting on ultimatum, whose intended captain was serving on assignment to the construction committee, but how many others had helmed capital ships at 30? She didn't know. The Imperial Navy had been in existence by that name for less than a decade, since Chancellor Palpatine put down the traitorous Jedi and transformed the Republic into the Galactic Empire. Sloane just knew the days ahead would decide whether she got a ship of her own. This system, she'd been briefed, was home to something rare, a true astronomical odd couple. Gorse, out the forward viewpoint, lived up to its reputation as perhaps the ugliest planet in the galaxy. Tidally locked to its parent star, the steaming mudball had one side that forever baked. Only the permanently dark side was habitable. Home to an enormous industrial city amid a landscape of strip mines. Sloane couldn't imagine living on a world that never saw a sunrise, if you could call sweating through an endless, muggy summer night living. Looking off to the right, she saw the real jewel, Sidna, Gorse's sole moon. Almost large enough to be counted in imperial record-keeping as a double planet with Gorse, Sidna had a glorious silver shine, as charming as its parent was bleak. But Sloane wasn't interested in the sights or the travails of all the losers on Gorse. She started to turn from the window. Make doubly sure the convoys are respecting our clearance zone. Then inform Count Vidan we have... Forget the old ways, snapped a low baritone voice. The harshly intoned words startled everyone on the bridge, for they had all heard them before, just seldom in this manner. It was their famous passenger's catchphrase, quoted on many a business program during the Republic days, and still used to introduce his successful series of management aids now that he had moved on to government service. Everywhere, the Republic's old ways of doing things were being replaced. Forget the old ways really was the slogan of the time. Sloane wasn't sure why she was hearing it now, however. Count Veden, she stated, her eyes searching from doorway to doorway. We were just setting up our safety perimeter. It's standard procedure. Dentris Vedan appeared in the entryway farthest from Sloane. And I told you to forget the old ways, he repeated, although there was no doubting everyone had heard him the first time. I heard you transmit the order for mining traffic to avoid you. It would be more efficient for you to back away from their transit lanes. Sloane straightened. The Imperial Navy does not back away from commercial traffic. Veden stamped his metal heel on the deck. Spare me your silly pride. If it weren't for those thrall-eyed this system produces, you'd only have a shuttle to captain. You are slowing production down. The old way is wrong. Sloane scowled, hating to be talked down to on her own bridge. This needed to seem like her decision. It's the Empire's thrall-eyed. Give them a wide berth, Chamis. Back us up a kilometer from the convoy lanes and monitor all traffic. Aye, Captain. I is right, Vidan said. Each syllable was crisply pronounced, mechanically modulated, and amplified so all could hear. But Sloane would never get over the strangest part, which she'd noticed when he boarded. The man's mouth never moved. Vidan's words came from a special vocal prosthetic, a computer attached to a speaker embedded in the silvery plating that ringed his neck. She'd once heard the voice of Darth Vader, the Emperor's principal emissary. While electronically amplified, the Dark Lord's much deeper voice still retained some natural trace of whatever was inside that black armor. In contrast, Count Vidan had reportedly chosen his artificial voice based on opinion research and a quest to own the most motivational voice in the business sector. And since he had boarded her ship with his aides a week earlier, Vidan had shown no qualms about speaking as loudly as he felt necessary about Ultimatum, her crew, and her. Vidan strode mechanically onto the bridge. It was the only way to describe it. He was as human as she was, but much of his body had been replaced. His arms and legs were armor-plated rather than synflesh prosthetics. Everyone knew because he made little effort to hide them. His regal burgundy tunic and knee-length black kilt were his only nods to normal attire for a 50-ish lord of industry. But it was Vidon's face that attracted the most awkward notice. His flesh lost to the same malady that had once consumed his limbs and vocal cords. Vidon covered his features with a skin coating. And then there were his eyes, artificial constructs, glowing yellow irises sitting in seas of red. The eyes appeared meant for some other species beside human. Vidon had chosen them solely for what they could do. She could tell that now as he walked, glancing outside from convoy to convoy, ship to ship, mentally analyzing the whole picture. "We've already met some of the locals," she said. "You probably heard the bump. The people here. Disorganized. It's why I'm here." He turned and walked along the line of terminal operators until he arrived at the tactical station depicting all the ships in the area. He pushed past Kali, the young human ensign, and tapped a command key. Then Vidon stepped back from the console and froze, seeming to stare blankly into space. "My lord?" Kali asked, unnerved. "I have fed the output from your screen to my optical implants," Vidon said. "You may return to your work while I read." The tactical officer did so, no doubt relieved. Sloane thought not to have the cyborg hanging over his shoulder. Vidon's ways were strange to be sure, but effective, and that's why he was on her ship. The one-time industrialist was now the Emperor's favorite efficiency expert. Boris's factories produced refined thorite, a rare strategic substance needed in massive quantities for a variety of imperial projects. But the raw material these days came from Sipna, its moon, hence the traffic jam of cargo ships crisscrossing the void between the two globes. The Emperor had dispatched Vidon to improve production, a job for which he was uniquely qualified. Vidon was known for squeezing the last erg of energy, the very last kilogram of raw material, the very last unit of factory production from one world after another. He was not in the Emperor's closest circle of advisors, not yet, but it was clear to Sloane he soon would be, provided there were no relapse of whatever ailment it was that had brought him low years earlier. Vidon's billions had bought him extra life, and he seemed determined that neither he nor anyone else wasted a moment of it. Since he boarded, she hadn't had a conversation with him where he hadn't interrupted at least a dozen times. "We've alerted the local mining guild to your arrival, Count. The thorite production totals are already coming in," Vidon said, and with that, he marched to another data terminal in the aft section of the bridge. Commander Chamis joined her far forward, many meters away from the Count. In his late 40s, Chamis had been leapfrogged in rank by several younger officers. The man loved gossip too much. "You know," Chamis said quietly, "I heard he bought his title." "Are you surprised? Everything else about him is artificial," Sloane whispered. "Ship's doctor even thinks some of his parts were voluntary." "You waste time wondering," Vidon said, not looking up from where he was studying. Sloane's dark eyes widened. "I'm sorry, my lord. Forget the formality and the apology. There's little point for either. But it's well for your crew to know someone is always listening, and may have better ears than yours. Even if he had to buy them in a store," Sloane thought. The ragged, fleshy lobes that had once been Vidon's ears held special hearing aids. They could obviously hear her words and more. She approached him. "This is exactly what I expected," Vidon said, staring at whatever unseen thing was before his eyes. "I told the Emperor it would be worth sending me here." A number of underproducing worlds that manufactured items critical to the security of the Empire had been removed from their local governor's jurisdictions and placed under Vidon's authority. Gorse was the latest. Messy work might have been good enough for the Republic, but the Empire is order from chaos. What we do here, and in thousands of systems just like this one, brings us closer to our ultimate goal. Sloane thought for a moment. Perfection? Whatever the Emperor wants. Sloane nodded. A tiny squawk came from Vidon's next speaker, an unnerving sound she learned to interpret as his equivalent of an angry sigh. "There's a laggard holding up the Moonway convoy," he said, staring into nothingness. Looking at her tactician's screen, Sloane saw it was the cargo vessel that had bumped them earlier. She ordered Ultimatum to turn to face it. A shower of sparks flew from the freighter's underside. Other vessels hung back, fearful it might explode. "Hail the freighter," she said. A quavering, non-human voice was piped onto the bridge. "This is Sidna dreaming. Sorry about the scrape earlier. We weren't expecting." Sloane cut to the point. "What's your payload?" "Nothing yet. We were heading to pick up a load of fluoride on the moon for refining at Caledon Chemworks down on Gorse." "Can you haul in your condition?" "We need to get the repair shop to know. I'm not sure how bad it is. Could be a couple of months." Vidon spoke up. "Captain, target that vessel on fire." It was almost idly stated, to the extent that Vidon's intermotions ever conveyed much genuine emotion. The directive nonetheless startled Chasmus. Standing before the gunnery crew, he turned to the captain for guidance. The freighter pilot, having heard the new voice, sounded no less surprised. "I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Did you just—" Sloane looked for an instant at Vidon, and then at her first officer. "Fire." The freighter captain sounded stunned. "What? You can't be." This time, Ultimatum's turbolasers provided the interruption. Orange energy ripped through space, turning Sidna dreaming into a confusion of fire and flake. Sloane watched as the other ships of the convoy quickly rerouted. Her gunners had done their jobs, targeting the ship in a way that resulted in minimal hazard for nearby ships. All the freighters were moving faster. "You understand," Vidon said, turning toward her. "Replacement time for one freighter and crew in this sector is 3 weeks, Sloane said, which is less than 2 months. "See, I've read your reports, too," she thought. This was the way to handle this assignment, she realized. So what if Vidon was strange? Figuring out what the Emperor, and those who spoke for him, wanted, and then providing it was a path to success. Debating his directives only wasted time and made her look bad. It was a secret of advancement in the service. Always be on the side of what is going to happen anyway. Sloane clasped her arm behind her back. "We'll see that the convoys make double time and challenge any ships that refuse." "It isn't just transit," Vidon said. "There are problems on the ground too, on planet and moon. Surveillance speaks of unruly labor, of safety and environmental protests, and there's always the unexpected." Sloane cast her arms behind her back. "Ultimatum stands at your service, my lord. The system will do what the Empire requires of it." "So it will," Vidon said, eyes glowing blood red. "So it will." Hera and Dula watched from afar as the scattered remains of the freighter burned silently in space. No recovery vehicles were in sight. As unlikely a prospect as survivors were, no one looked for any. There were only the shipping convoys quickly rerouting around the wreckage, obeying the master's whip. This was a mercy in the time of the Empire, she thought. The Imperials had none. Now, to all appearances, their lack of care was infecting the people. The green-skinned Twi'lek in her stealth-rigged starship didn't believe that was true. People were basically decent, and one day they would rise up against their unjust government. But it wouldn't happen now, and certainly not here. It was too soon, and Gorse was barely awake politically. This wasn't a recruitment trip. No, these days were for seeing what the Empire could do, a project that suited the ever-curious Hera perfectly. And Count Vidon, the Emperor's miracle man, practically begged investigation. In previous weeks, the Imperial Fixer had cut a swath through the sector, improving efficiency. On 3 previous worlds, like-minded acquaintances of Hera's on the HoloNet had reported misery levels skyrocketing under Vidon's electronic eyes. Then her associates had simply vanished. That had piqued Hera's interest, and learning of the Count's visit to the Gorse system brought her the rest of the way. She had another contact on Gorse, one who had promised much information on the regime. She wanted that information, but first she wanted to check out Vidon and the system's notoriously anarchic mining trade offered her a variety of chances to get close. Industrial confusion, the perfect lure for Vidon, would provide excellent cover for her to study his methods. Emperor Palpatine had too many minions with great power and influence. It was worth finding out whether the Count Vidon had real magic before he rose any higher. It was time to move. She picked out the identifying transponder signal of the ship and the convoy. One button pushed later, her ship was that vessel, as far as anyone trying to watch traffic was concerned. With practiced ease, she weaved her freighter into the chaotic flood of cargo ships heading to the moon. None of these guys can fly worth a flip, she thought. It was just as well it wasn't a recruiting trip. She probably wouldn't have found anyone worth her time. Chapter 2. Look out, you big idiot! Seeing the bulky Thoride hauler coming right at him, Kanan Jarrus forgot about talking and abruptly banked his freighter. He didn't waste time worrying whether the bigger vessel would veer in the same direction. He took his chance while the choice was still his. He was rewarded with survival and an alarmingly up-close look at the underbelly of the oncoming ship. "Sorry," crackled a voice over the comm system. "You sure are," Kanan said, his blue eyes glaring from beneath dark eyebrows. "I see that guy in the alley tonight. He'd better watch out." It was maddening. Sidna's elongated elliptical orbit meant that the distance between the moon and Gorse changed daily. Close approach days like today made the region between the worlds a congested demolition derby. But the appearance of the Star Destroyer and its destruction of the cargo ship had created a stampede in space. A race with 2 terrified groups bound in opposite directions, hurtling toward each other in the same transit lanes. Normally, Kanan would be the one pushing the limits to get where he was going. That was what kept him in drinking money, the main reason he had a job. But he also prided himself on keeping his cool when others were panicking, and that was surely happening now. Kanan had seen a Star Destroyer before, but he was pretty sure no one else around here had. Another freighter moved alongside. He didn't recognize this one, almost shaped like a gem, with a bubble-like cockpit forward and another for a gunner seated just above. It was a nice ride compared with anything else in the sky. Kanan goosed the throttle, trying to pull alongside and get a glimpse at her driver. The freighter responded by zipping ahead with surprising speed, claiming his vector and causing him to lay off the acceleration. He gawked as the other pilot hit the afterburners, soaring far ahead. It was the one time he touched the brakes all trip, and it was instantly noticed. His comm system chirped, followed by a female voice, sounding none too happy. "You there? What's your identifier?" "Who's asking?" "This is Captain Sloan of Star Destroyer Ultimatum." "I'm impressed," Kanan said, smoothing the black hairs on his pointed chin. "What are you wearing?" "What?" "I'm just trying to get a picture. Hard to meet people out here." "I repeat, what's your—" "This is Expedient, flying for Moonglow Polychemical, out of Gorse City." He rarely bothered to activate his ID transponder. No one ever managed space traffic here anyway. "Speed up, or else." Kanan sat lazily back in his pilot's seat and rolled his eyes. "You can shoot me if you want," he said in a slow, almost drawl. "But you need to know I'm hauling a load of explosives-grade Barodian bisulfate for the mines on Sidna. It's testy stuff. Now, you might be safe from the debris in your big ship over there, but I can't speak for the rest of the convoy. And some of these folks are hauling the same thing I am, so I'm not sure how smart that'd be." He chuckled lightly. "Be something to watch, though." Silence. Then, after a moment, "Move along." "Are you sure? I mean, you could probably record it and sell—" "Don't push it, grubber," came the icy response, "and try to go faster." He straightened one of his fingerless gloves and smiled. "Nice talking with you, too. Ultimatum out." Kanan switched off the receiver. He knew there wasn't any chance of his being targeted once anyone with a brain understood what he was carrying. For their own protection, miners only used Baby, the sardonic nickname for Bardian's bisulfate, by the gram down in the mines on Sidna. Any Imperial would think twice before targeting a baby carrier too close by, and the Star Destroyer captain in particular would be less apt to call on him again about anything after that conversation. That was also according to plan. He'd rather avoid that meeting, no matter what she might look like. He mouthed Sloane's words mockingly. Go faster. He was already flying the freighter at close to top speed. When fully loaded, Expedient wasn't going to give him even that much. The sarcastic name was his idea. The freighter was Moonglows, one of the dozens of identical vessels that the company operated. The ships met with disastrous ends often enough the firm didn't bother naming them. Suicide flyers didn't stay in the game long either, provided they survived, so Kanan had no idea how many people had flown a ship before him. Giving the baby carrier a name was just his attempt to give it even a single amenity. It'd be nice, he thought, if one of the planets he'd visited, he could fly something with some class, like that ship that had just raced past him. But then, whoever owned it probably wouldn't let him take the liberties he did with Expedient. Like now, seeing two mining haulers heading right for him, he banked the ship, corkscrewing between them. They slowed down. He kept going. Let them watch out for me. His carefully secured payload didn't react to the sudden motion, but the maneuver did produce a dull thump from the back in the cargo area. He turned his head, his short clump of tied-back hair brushing against the headrest. Through the corner of his eye, Kanan saw an old man on the deck, half swimming against the floor as he tried to get his bearings. "Morning, Okadai." The man coughed. Like Kanan, Okadai had a beard, but no mustache. But his hair was completely white. He'd been sleeping back with the Barodian bisulfate containers, one on the empty shelf. Okada preferred that to the acceleration couch in the main cabin. It was quieter. Figuring out which way was forward, the old man started to crawl. He addressed the air as he reached the co-pilot's seat. "I have determined I will not pay for your fare, and you shall receive no tip." "Best tip I ever got was to pick another line of work," Kanan said. "Humph." Actually, Okada Garrison had several lines of work, all of which made him the perfect friend to have in Kanan's eyes. Okada was foreman for one of the mining teams on Sidna, a 30-year veteran who knew his way around. And down on Gors, he ran the asteroid belt, a katina favored by many of his own mining employees. Kanan had met Okadai months earlier when he'd broken up a brawl at his bar. It was through Okadai that Kanan had gotten the freighter pilot job with Moonglow. Even now, Kanan lived in the flop house next door to the katina. A landlord with a liquor supply was a good deal indeed. Okadai claimed he only partook of his own ferments when someone got hurt in the mines. That was a handy conviction to have, considering it happened nearly every day. Yesterday's Kanan had been so bad it kept the party going all night long, causing Okudai to miss his shift's personal shuttle. Baby Carrier didn't get many passengers who had any other options for getting to work, and Kanan didn't take riders. But for Okudai, he made an exception. I dreamed I heard a woman's voice, the old man said, rubbing his eyes. Stern, regal, commanding. Starship captain? I like it, Okudai said. She's no good for you, of course, but I'm a man of means. Where do I meet this angel? Kanan simply jabbed a thumb out the window to his left. There, the old man beheld ultimatum, looming behind the frenetic rush of space traffic. Okudai's bloodshot eyes widened and then narrowed as he tried to determine exactly what it was he was looking at. He finally said. That wasn't there yesterday. It's a Star Destroyer. Oh dear, are we going to be destroyed? I didn't ask, Kanan said, grinning. He didn't know how an old miner on an armpit like Gore's had come by his genteel manner of speech, but it always amused him. Somebody got on the wrong side of her. Know anyone on Sidna dreaming? Okudai scratched his chin. Part of the Kaladin crew. Saw a fellow, skinny hammerhead. He's run up quite a tab at the asteroid belt. Well, you can forget about collecting. Oh, Okudai said, looking again out the window. There was still a bit of debris from the unlucky freighter about. Kanan, lad, you do have a way of sobering a person up. Good, we're almost there. Expedient rolled an angle downward toward the white surface of airless Sidna. An artificial crater had been hollowed out as a landing approach zone. Half a dozen red-lit landing bays had been gorged into its sides, connecting with the mining areas farther below. Bringing Expedient to hover over the crater, Kanan turned the ship toward his appointed entrance. Okudai turned his head forward and squinted. There's my transport now. Told you we'd catch up. They had caught up, but it wasn't purely from Kanan's efforts. The Empire's unreasonable directive had played a role. The personnel transport Okudai was supposed to have been on had attempted to enter the bay too quickly and had clipped the side of the doorway. Now it sat blocking the entrance, disabled and partially hanging over the edge. It was in no danger of falling, but the magnetic shield that would seal the cavern against the void could not be activated. Space-suited workers were visible in the bay, staring captiously at the wreck. Move it, Kanan said over the comm. Stay put, Moonglow 72, crackled the response from the control tower at the center of the crater. We'll get you in after we get the workers suited and offloaded. I'm on a schedule, Kanan said, shifting Expedient out to hover mode and moving towards the entrance. Objections came loudly over the communicator, getting Okudai's attention. He glanced at Kanan. You are aware we're carrying high explosives. I don't care, Kanan said. Do you? Not at all. Sorry to disturb. Carry on. Kanan did, expertly bringing Expedient's stubby nose toward the exposed side of the personnel carrier. He could see the miners inside its window, clamoring futilely at him as his ship made contact with a clang. Expedient's engine straining, Kanan gunned the ship forward, dislodging the personnel transport from the edge. The noisy scrape reverted through both vessels, and Okudai glimpsed nervously back into the cargo section. But in a moment, both ships were inside the landing area. The magnetic shield sealed the landing bay, and Kanan deactivated his engines. Okudai whistled. He regarded Kanan with mild wonderment for a moment, and then placed his hand on the dashboard before him. Well, that's that. He paused, seemingly confused. We drink after work, is that correct? That's correct. Entirely the wrong order, the old man said, wobbling slightly as he rose. Let's get to it, then. Chapter 3. The horn-headed Deveronian miner charged from the disabled personnel transport across the pressurized cavern floor. You punk kid, he yelled as Kanan exited Expedient. What were you trying to prove back there? Kanan was still in his early 20s, but he hadn't answered to kid ever, and certainly not when the name came from the dunderhead like Yelkin. whose job it was to drill holes for explosives. Kanan turned and walked alongside his ship, opening up cargo hatches as he went. The muscular miner stomped after him and grabbed at his shoulder. "I'm talking to you!" With quick reflexes, Kanan grabbed Yelkin's hand and spun around, twisting the other man's arm. Yelkin winced in pain and fell to his knees. Kanan didn't let go. He spoke in low, calm tones into his captive's pointed ear. "Your ship was in the way, pal. I have a deadline." "We all do," Yelkin said, struggling. "You saw them shoot the freighter. The Empire's come to check up." "Then go faster, but don't go stupid." Kanan released his hold, and Yelkin fell to the ground, gasping. Kanan brushed off his long-sleeved green tunic and turned back to Expedient. Several miners arrived at Yelkin's side. "Blasted suicide flyer," one of them said. "They're all cracked." "Someone needs to show you some manners," another one said to Kanan. "So I've heard." Unworried, Kanan looked around the landing bay. The loader droids that normally helped hadn't arrived, evidently unable to make sense out of the impromptu parking situation on the loading floor. It looked like it was going to be another one of those days when he had to do everything. Kanan unloaded a hovercart and parked it in front of the ship. Then he began the laborious process of hefting down metal crates. Sidna's lesser gravity made the cases somewhat lighter than they had been on Gore's, but no less bulky or hazardous to carry. Heaving the first crate, he carried it toward the milling miners. "You're in the way," he said, "for the moment." Okadai appeared on the far side of the spacecraft. "Gentlemen, I think a maxim is in order. Do not abrogate the man who carries high explosives." The miners parted, glowering at Kanan as he passed. Rubbing his arm, Kanan snarled at Okadai. "You've taken some real pieces of work, boss." "Like I did all of you, one time or another," the old man said. He pointed toward the south and a bank of elevators. "Let's get the shift started. If the Empire's inspecting today, Boss Lal will be here too. At least pretend to work." He smiled toothfully. "And let me add, in honor of that poor sap outside who got himself blown to smithereens, he'll be happy hour all night tonight at the asteroid belt. We'll even pick you up and drive you home." Momentarily assuaged, the miners turned and made for the elevators. Okadai watched Kanan set a case down on the hovercart. "Still wedding friends and influences." "Don't know why I'd do that," Kanan said. "Oh yeah, you're not staying, like you told me. You never stay." "Clothes on my back," Kanan said as he turned to grab another crate. "Travel light, and death will never find you." "I said that, didn't I?" Okadai nodded. "You'll work the bar tonight?" "If you can afford it." Okadai winked and ambled off after his co-workers. Kanan did keep the bar on occasion, but on some nights he was his own best customer. He'd also tried his hand as a bouncer, although again he'd wound up starting as many fights as he stopped. Still, the system had been closer to a home than any he'd known in years of wandering. It would be a hard place to leave. But he would. The day job was wearing on him. Giving up on the loader droids ever arriving to help, Kanan finished filling the first hovercart and pushed it into the freight elevator. As the door closed behind him, he thought on it. He might miss Okadai's place, yes, and he'd certainly miss Sidna. In all his travels, he'd never encountered a place quite like it. The landing bay didn't look like much, but he knew to watch out for the big show as soon as the elevator doors opened. They did, 1,000 meters below, and Kanan was bombarded with a coruscanti display of lights and colors. He was in one of the countless great caverns beneath the surface. Crystal stalagmites climbed and stalactites hung all around. Each one acted as a prism, refracting the lights of the work crew. To move was to see kaleidoscopic change. Better still, the crystals gave off warmth, making Sidna's many oxygenated caverns as bright and pleasant as parent planet Gorus was dark and sticky. Back before the Empire, the place had been a nature preserve. Sidna had been the literal bright spot in the lives of Gorse's residents. Tourism had been the Moon's and Gorse's #1 draw. And while the Republic scientists had learned early on that Sidna's interior contained massive amounts of thoriolite, no one had wanted to mine for it while the workable night side of Gorse still held any of the substance at all. As far as Kanan knew, no one even bothered looking for thorite on Gorse's dayside, where the heat was enough to melt any droid in manufacture. But then, almost exactly on the day that Chancellor Palpatine proclaimed the First Galactic Empire, a report had revealed that Gorse's mines were exhausted. The refineries went idle. The Empire wouldn't stand for it, and didn't need to. Sidna was right there, readily available to exploit. Kanan saw the result now, as he pushed the hover cart from the intact antechamber into the main work area. Pebble-sized crystal fragments littered the floor, and his boots crunched as he walked. Only the big industrial lights illuminated the cavity. The ceiling couldn't be seen at all in the smoky haze above. A sickly burnt stench hung on the air. The Empire had defiled the place, but it could hardly resist. Useful as thorite was in the processed form, in nature it had a fragile molecular structure. Efforts to free the substance from comets, already an insanely difficult process, often resulted in the collapse of the compound into its component elements. But Sidna was a mother lode in more ways than one, for its tough crystal columns managed to preserve thorite inside them, even when blasted from their bases. Given how the prismatic structures reacted to laser torches, blasting was the only way. The need for explosives had given Kanan a job, but it had also given Gorsians cause to object. Some were more vocal than others, and few were downright loud about it. Like that guy, Kanan thought, recognizing a voice coming from the far end of the work zone. "Oh, brother. Skelly." "You're not listening," the red-headed man declared, gray dust puffing in front of his protective vest as he waved his arms. "You're not listening." In the perfect echo chamber the cavern provided, no one could help but hear Skelly, and if there were any stalactites left intact, Kanan half expected Skelly's voice to bring them down. But Kanan saw that the target of Skelly's harassment wasn't paying much mind, and he couldn't blame her. A four-armed, green-skinned member of Gorse's Basilic sub-community, La Greylick, was the enterprising chief of Moonglow Polychemical. Running it kept Boss Lal jumping from planet to moon and back. Skelly was just one more nuisance to deal with. "I am listening, Skelly," she said. "I could probably hear you down on Gorse." I'm sure she wishes she were there now, Kanan thought. Short and compactly built, Skelly had one mode: intense. Kanan was vaguely aware of the 40-ish man's war record as a tunneler. The scars and pockmarks on his face read like a walk through recent military history. But while Kanan felt for anyone who'd gone through all that, he had little patience for the way Skelly always talked as if he were trying to yell over a barrage. The man could outshout a jet turbine. "I'm trying to save people's lives here," Skelly said, busy urban eyebrows lowered in all seriousness. "Your company, too." Sling Lal returned her attention to the electronic manifest in her four-fingered hand. Skelly turned around and shrugged. "No one listens." Kanan knew Skelly worked as a demolitions expert for Dalborg, one of the other mining concerns. Okadai had explained that Skelly had been fired by every major firm in the last 5 years. The only one Skelly hadn't yet landed was with Kanan's employer. It wasn't too small a firm, Okadai had said. Just lucky. Kanan agreed. Skelly knew what he was doing with a demolition charge, but a variety of neurosis came with the package. And he always looked as if he slept on the floor. Even when Kanan did that for real, he made sure he looked presentable. Skelly turned to face Moonglow Chief. Look, Lal, all you have to do is suspend blasting past Zone 42. You and the other firms, just for a while, long enough for me to test my... Lal looked at him in disbelief. I thought you said you were giving up. Skelly's small eyes narrowed. You like that, right? I forgot. All you gilted outfits are the same. Out for yourselves. Kanan tried to tune it out as he pushed his pallet past. Coming through. Lal, clearly pleased to have someone other than Skelly to talk to, looked down at the load Kanan was hauling and chucked it against her manifest. Glad you made it, Kanan. I heard there was some trouble out there. No concern of mine, Kanan said, parking the hover cart. Here's your bombs. This batch goes to Zone 42, Lal said, waving some workers over. She nodded to Skelly, who smoldered as he stared at the hover cart. Someone's favorite place, she whispered. Skelly leaned on the hover cart handle. I told you, we can't keep blasting down there. Not with these. Take them home then, Kanan said, walking around Skelly. Blow yourself up. He began to unload crates of explosives, one at a time for the workers to carry away. Wait, Skelly said, finally noticing the freighter pilot. He stepped beside Kanan and looked back at Lal. You'll listen to Kanan, right? He's one of your top explosive haulers, and one of my best friends. Right on one, wrong on the other, Kanan said, continuing his job. Kanan flies with the stuff, Skelly said. He knows what it can do. He'll tell you. Using microblast to cut crystal is one thing, but you shouldn't use it to crack open walls. He knows. I'll tell you what I know, Kanan said, turning and poking a finger in Skelly's sternum, knocking him back a step. I have a deadline. I've got more to unload. So long. He returned to the empty cart and turned it around. Lal stepped aside to take a call. Imperial Channel, she said, waving Skelly off. This is important. This is important too, Skelly muttered to no one. Seeing Kanan pushing the hover cart away, he started marching after him. Catching up, he tried to match the pilot's pace. Kanan, pal, why didn't you back me up over there? Get lost, will you? Lost is what we'll all be if this keeps up, Skelly said, huffing and puffing. I know what the Baradium family of explosives can do. Better than anyone. I've done the yield estimates. I've studied the seismology of this moon. Must have fun on holidays, Kanan said, pushing the cart back into the elevator. Right down to what they never consider, the core. Skelly kept talking as he pushed his way into the car with Kanan. It's sturdy up here, but way down deep, this moon could snap like a protein cracker. Ah, he's right. I knew it. You agree with me. No. Food reminds me, Kanan said, drawing a pouch from his jacket. I skipped breakfast. I'm serious, Skelly said, reaching into his own vest. He wore a single glove over a right hand that Kanan had never once seen him use, except as a pincher. There was something gripped in it now, not much larger than a coin. It's all on this holodisk. I've got my work right here. You know those ground quakes we got on Gorsh when the moon passes close by? The only reason it isn't worse on Sidna is because the crystal formations keep the tension in check, but we keep blowing them apart. If I can get just one person to read this. Why does it have to be me? I'm nobody. Everybody comes to Okadai's, Skelly said. You're there all the time. You can talk to people. Why can't you? Kanan knew why. Oh yeah, he banned you for aggregating people. Just have a look. Skelly waved the disc before Kanan. Get it out of my face, Skelly. I'm serious. Kanan threw his food pouch to the deck of the pallet, pushing back against the workers, for other firms always caused a hassle. Okadai had warned him against it, but Skelly was friendless, and for a good reason. Kanan was near his limits. Skelly's face twisted into a disdainful snarl. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. You're paid by the shipload, right? And now you're all going to be running like escrats because the Empire's dropped by. He got in the taller man's face. Well, the Empire had better watch out, or it's going to have a real disaster on its hands. Last warning. Skelly opened his mouth again, but before a syllable emerged, Kanan's fist slammed into Skelly's teeth. 5 seconds of violence later, The elevator doors opened to the landing bay, where waiting loader droids saw Kanan pushing the pallet with Skelly's crumpled body atop it. "Good, you're here," Kanan said. He shoved the cart at them. "Put this somewhere." As Kanan headed back to the expedient for another load, a dazed and flustered Skelly looked up at the puzzled droids. Nobody listens. Chapter 4. "I have a ping on Sidna, Cam 560, the operator in the second row said. "Threat to Empires," in spoken basic, elevator cam, 38 decibels, clearly intoned. Across the crowded data center, Zaula Miter didn't look up from tending to her plants. Who was listening? A transport driver. And us, Zaluna thought to herself as she turned back to business. Her gray hand swept at the air in front of her, and a new half-meter-tall hologram appeared on one of the display platforms surrounding her work dais. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers above Gorse, a couple of people were having a conversation in one of the lunar mining station's elevators. Or they had been having a conversation, until one person had decked the other. And it was all unfolding again, seconds later, in 3 static lace dimensions in front of Zaula's enormous black eyes. Focusing on the moving image, the Soulstone woman reached for this hour's mug of calf. Now in her 50s, Zaula spent an hour each day in the corporate gym, but she still knew it was past time to do without the artificial stimulant. On the other hand, her work had only gotten busier, and the calf was the only vice she ever had. She knew for certain that fact put her in the district minority of Gorse's residents, because in the last 30-plus years, Zaluna Miter had seen and heard everything. She had to. It was her job. And in the earpieces plugged into her giant shell-like ears, she heard the words that had caught the system's attention. The Empire had better watch out. She glanced down at the terminal operator in the second row. The listener was a transport driver, you say. Migrant, no record, he replied. Nobody we care about. Zaluna didn't need to ask whether the speaker was someone they cared about. His words alone were enough. The surveillance supercomputers had comprehended the statement, measured against mysterious metrics, and kicked the incident up to the Minox who'd taken it to her. Miter's Minox. That was what the shift on her floor was named, after she rose to supervise it. She had no children or grandchildren, but she hadn't needed any other family, ever. Standing here on her platform, she was queen, lending her guidance to the surveillance operators, and taking the occasional spare moments to tend her potted plants. She'd had the misfortune to be born onto a world where the sun never rose, but at least her office had full-spectrum lighting. Zaluna had been a fixture since her late teens here in the World Window Plaza, the Upside Down, and the translucent cone that was still the newest building on Gorse. Transmit Media Solutions had built the structure, which had no windows at all, as a local repository for marketing data about the planet's residents. There wasn't much commerce on Gorse unattended to the mining industry. But that didn't matter. When people did leave, they took their purchasing preferences with them. And thanks to the monitoring station it maintained, transepts would have their profiles when they arrived elsewhere. That information was surely worth something, although who'd want it or why was a subject Zaluna rarely considered. Few people apart from the poor transient laborers left Gorse anyway, but that wasn't a concern. First the Republic, and later the Empire, had become transit clients, and Zaluna had kept her dream job, watching and listening. That was what she had been born to do. Not because of her giant Solston eyes and ears, though they missed nothing, but because, as long as she could remember, she had loved to observe and absorb information. And neither did Zaluna forget anything. "Ah, our old friend," she said aloud, as her finger movement brought the holographic image to halt. Skeely, no surname, human, born Corellia, 40 standard years ago, demolitions expert, Zalborg Mining Sidna operation, last known address, Zipper's Commons on Gorse, Clone Wars veteran, injured hand replaced, 2 teeth missing. The operator in the second row looked back at her amused. That's him, Hiro said, but I haven't even pulled up the file yet. You did 8 days ago, Zaluna said, sipping from her mug. No need to tell me twice. You're scaring me, boss. Laughter came from along the lines of desks. You could use a good scare, Hito. Back to work, all of you. The operators hushed immediately, and Hito smiled, turned back to his terminal. Over 2 decades, she'd watched his youthful brashness turn into jaded irascibility, but he still relished getting a rise out of her. Zaluna had never expected to command a room of any kind. The diminutive sultans, at just over 1.5 meters, Zaluna was taller than most, were one of the least threatening people on Gorse, a world where folks did a lot of threatening. Heto had taken to walking her to and from her tough neighborhood. She appreciated the gesture, but in fact she faced danger gamely. Theft on Gorse was a constant, like the ground quakes that rocked the world. You might get knocked down now and again, but you simply had to get back up. It had started before the Empire, under the Republic. The Minox had been tasked with screening electronic communications in certain monitored public places for conversations suspected to pose a threat to the lives of Republic citizens. As the Clone Wars had dragged on, the lives of the Republic citizens had evolved into Republic security, and under the Empire, that phrase had morphed into public order. No matter, Zaluna had thought, they're just words. She'd never had a problem with listening to those of others for a good cause. The mining business attracted a lot of rowdies, yes, but worse things grew in darkness. It was smart for law enforcement authorities to use latest tools to keep tabs on miscreants. And there was no shortage of things to listen for. During the Clone Wars, Separatists had hatched many plots against the Republic. Watching out for them was just common sense. Even the Republic's supposed defenders, the Jedi, had turned traitors, if you believe the Emperor's account. She wasn't sure she did, but she was fairly certain that if there was a plot, then someone like Zaluna had probably first flagged it. Privacy. In her younger days, Zaluna had found it a silly concept. Either thoughts were in your head or you let them out. The only distinction between a whisper and an intergalactic broadcast was technical. A listener with means to hear had the absolute right to do so. Really, the obligation to do so. Else the act of communicating was a futile one. Zaluna didn't speak her mind nearly as often as Hedo, but she had something to say. She definitely wanted people to listen. But times had changed. Under the Empire, words had become causes with greater effect. People she monitored had disappeared, although she never found out why, and the job had ceased to be as much fun. Skelly's frozen image lingered there before her, his mouth stuck open mid-rant. It seemed a perfect pose, and she knew she'd see it again. Because Skelly, she knew, was red-stamped. Record digitally stamped with a red star indicating visits from Gorse's mental health authority. He gets any more stars, he can open up his own galaxy, she said. She took a deep breath, relieved. Red-stamped people tended to stay in the medical system, rarely escalating to anything else. They were freer with words than most, rarely intending action. And Skilly had been fun to listen to in the past, at least. She apostrophed. That's that, then I'll close out. Incoming message, Hedo said, speaking abruptly. The official channel. That doesn't happen every day, she thought. Put it through. A macabre form appeared holographically in space before the brown-clad supervisor. His mechanical voice spoke precisely and clearly. This is Count Vidan of Galactic Empire, speaking to all surveillance stations under my authority. I am launching expansions of mining operations both on Sidna and of the processors on Gorse. All such locations are now under Security Condition 1. No exceptions. Zaluna gawked at the life-size figure. Excuse me? All the mining operations? Are you aware of how many? Count Vidin did not wait for her to hear her finish. Their transmission ended. Hera spoke first, as always. What the hell? Yeah, Saluna said under her breath. Then she let out a whistle. The mining trade employed tens of thousands of people. Is he serious? Does he even know what he's asking for? Hedo threw up his hands. Maybe we need to get Red Stamp for that guy's file. I swear, some of these impies must be out of their mind. That or Hedo, Saluna snapped. Except for the low murmur of audio feeds coming through the monitors, the room fell silent. More quietly this time, she said. We do what we're told. Saluna traced her jowls with her fingertips as she tried to remember the last time Setcom 1 had been invoked. It hadn't happened since the Empire's first drafted transept into Imperial service to deal with the Jedi crisis. It meant escalating every case under watch to the highest level, and Zaluna had a sense of what that meant. It was nothing good. Her eyes returned to the live feed of Skelly on Sidna, the connection she had been about to close without action. Bump him up, Hedo. But he's red-stamped, which counts for nothing today. The supervisor straightened. Whatever his condition, Master Skelly's mouth is going to earn him some time with our friends in white. And good luck to him then, she thought. Chapter 5. Count Vidan, this is an honor, gushed the tall, cape-clad Neil Malden, waiting at the bottom of the Imperial Shuttle's landing ramp. Despite the short notice, every firm working the moon had sent someone to the party meeting Kajel, and the director's big red eyes practically beamed with pride. The Sidnan Mining Guild welcomes you, he said, a wide lip-lick smile on his noseless green face. I'm Director Palfa, we've all heard so much about. Spare me, Vidan snapped, and half the listeners on the cavern floor took a step back, unnerved. I have a schedule, and so do you. When do you bother to keep it? The director's throat went dry. Of course. The others averted their eyes, afraid to stare at the cyborg. Good, Vidan thought. In the waning days of the Republic, Vidan's management texts had become pop culture hits. Because of his reluctance to appear on the business holonets. He wasn't shy or ashamed of his appearance. He just didn't like wasting his time. But while the mystique added to his public reputation, in person, his physical presence was a large part of his managerial success. The turnaround expert, he had written, is a gem invading the body corporate. It will be opposed. Whenever someone sought to make over an organization, entrenched bureaucrats always tried to intimidate him. But two could play that game, and Vidan had been winning for 15 years. The legend of Dendrius, Vidan had started 5 years before that, on what doctors expected would be his deathbed. But he'd survived, spending his bedridden time turning his meager bank balance into a fortune through electronic trading. In time, he purchased expensive high-tech prosthetics, crafted to his own specifications. He did not look like other humans, but then humanity had abandoned him first, leaving him to rot in that hospice. So Vidan had optimized his physical features in keeping with his now famous trinity of management philosophies. Keep moving, destroy barriers, see everything. Simple rules, which he diligently applied at every opportunity. Including now, as the concierge made for the elevators. The tour you ordered will cover some distance, the director said. Would your lordship like to rest first? No, Vidan said, marching so quickly the others had trouble keeping up. He moved faster now than he ever had in his youth. Physical age no longer mattered. Some joked that Vidan was half droid, but he knew the comparison was inapt. Droid shut down. Vidan had spent too many years lying around already, so he had compounded his success by working 90% of every day. Keep moving. With an able body, the mind can achieve anything. Leading Vidan from the elevator onto a lower level, the director paused in his banther about Sidna's wonders. I'm sorry, he said, presenting his comlink. "Would you like to call your vessel to report your arrival?" "I just did, while you were prattling in the elevator," Vidon said. Pallifer seemed puzzled. He hadn't seen or heard Vidon do anything. The Count had installed a variety of comlink receivers into his earpiece. By routing his artificial voice through them, he regularly placed calls without ever appearing to open his mouth. Vidon hated getting information from Intimirs, who often distorted things for their own reasons. His communication capabilities were just one more way of cutting out the middle. Destroy barriers. Get information directly whenever possible. "This chamber leads to one of our mining levels," the director said, gesturing to the workers hurrying around. "What you're seeing is a typical day here." "A lie," Vidon said, continuing to walk. "I'm reading the live feed from your reports as I speak. You've doubled your pace, but will return to mediocrity when the Empire turns its eye way. Be assured, I will see it does not." A rumble came from the group of mining company representatives around them, but there was no point in their arguing. With a vocal command that made no external sound, Vidon cleared the daily production reports from his visual receptors. Years earlier, he realized how leaders, from floor managers to chief executives, were often blind to the basic circumstances around them. Vidon didn't want to miss a detail. His optical implants not only gave him exceptional eyesight, but also eliminated the need for vid monitors by projecting an external data feed onto his own retinas. See everything. He who has the data has the upper hand. Vidon looked back at the group of worried mining officials. Many were out of breath from trying to keep up with him, including a basaltic woman. There were several of the multi-armed humanoids working at Calcorian Depot, his administrative hub, members of a reasonably industrious but otherwise unremarkable species. Before he gave her a second thought, the freight elevators opened on either side of the chamber. Stormtroopers rushed from the cars. Right on time. Vidon pivoted and pointed to 5 different corridors leading from the chamber. Without a word in response, the squad lit up and headed into the tunnels. Director Palfa was startled. "What's going on?" "No more than I said." Vidon's tone was as casual as his meaning was ominous. "You are managers. We're helping you manage." Hera wasn't about to bring her ship into the Sidna mining complex for an unauthorized landing. Joining the convoy, however, had gotten her close, and once out of sight of the Star Destroyer, she parked in orbit. Her ship's small excursion vessel had taken her the rest of the way to a little maintenance outbuilding on the surface. She'd studied just enough about the mining trade to know what to pretend to be, a maintenance tech for bulk loader droids. The rest she'd thought up was on the spot. "This is the wrong entrance," the guy inside the airlock had said. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, it's my first day and I'm late." "And where's your badge?" "I forgot. Can you believe it? My first day." The man had believed it, letting her pass with a smile that said he hoped she'd keep making wrong turns in the future. People of several different species found Hera appealing to look at, and she was happy to put that to use for a good cause. But as she walked carefully through the mining complex, she increasingly realized how difficult the cause had become. Gorse and Sidna produced a strategic material for the Empire, yes, but they were well away from the galactic center. And yet Hera spied one surveillance cam after another, including several that the workers clearly weren't intended to see. If Coruscant-level security had made it out to the rim worlds, that would make any actions against the Empire all the more difficult. "Another good reason to visit my friend on Gorse after this," she thought, darting lithely beneath the viewing arc of another secret cam. A rendezvous with any mystery informant was dangerous. She'd learned that quickly enough in her short career as an activist. But her contact had proven knowledge of Imperial surveillance capabilities, and she'd need that to get to the important stuff later on. Finding out more about Count Vidon's methods, though, she'd have to do through old-fashioned skulking. He was on Sidna now, she knew. She'd seen him once already from afar, passing through the caverns with a tour group. It was tough to get closer. The transparent crystal columns were pretty to look at, but a lousy cover. Darting through an isolated side passage, she thought she found a shortcut to get ahead of him. Instead, she found something else. Halt! A stormtrooper appeared at the end of the corridor, his blaster raised. Hera stopped in her tracks. "I'm sorry," she said, putting her hands to her chest and exhaling. "You scared me." "Who are you?" "I work here," she said, approaching as if nothing was wrong. "I may be in the wrong place. It's my first day." She smiled. "Where's your badge?" "I forgot." Dark eyes looked down demurely, then back up. "Can you believe it? My first day." The stormtrooper studied her for a moment, and then saw the blaster she was wearing. She moved before he did, delivering a high kick that knocked the blaster from the startled stormtrooper's hands. Seeing his weapon clatter away, he lunged for it. She easily sidestepped him and pivoted, leaping onto the armored man's back. Losing purchase on the crystalline floor, he stumbled, her full weight driving his head into the side wall. His helmet cracked loudly against the surface, and he slumped motionless to the ground. "Sorry," Hera whispered over the fallen stormtrooper's shoulders. "Charm doesn't work on everyone." Chapter 6. Hurry up! Hurry up! Skelly looked back in annoyance as Taylor Chow rushed about the cavern, egging workers on. A tall, light-skinned fellow, Tarler was Dalborg's mining imbecile for Zone 39, not to be confused with all the other imbeciles managing their firm's efforts in this underground pocket. There were official imbeciles in all the other zones, too, Skelly knew, and not one of them had a whit of sense. All were currently in a tizzy. For hours, arriving workers had reported the Empire spurring them along, even circulating a tale of the Star Destroyer blowing up a freighter captain for slacking. Now word had come through Tarlor that the Empire's top efficiency expert, Count Vidon, would be inspecting. Skelly saw it as a deliverance. The top government inspector coming right at him. Well, not to him, of course, but this was close enough. And better still, it was Denturus Vidon, a business mongrel under the Republic, true, but perhaps the only one Skelly respected. Vidon fed on blundering corporations, profiting from fixing their mistakes. Vidon's famous treatise, Forget the Old Ways, was the only business Hollow Skelly owned. If Skelly could get his research to Vidon, the Empire would understand, and it surely had the power to stop what the mining companies were doing. Taylor loomed over him. "Skelly, get those charges set!" Skelly simply sighed, then returned his attention to the crystal columns he was kneeling beside. Having prepared a suspense of Boradian bisulfate and putty, he began caking a ring of the pasty substance all around the stagnant space. It was slow, painstaking work, and hard to do neatly when he was irritated at the universe and everyone in it. Kanan, of course. Skelly's mouth still hurt from the man's punch. Who did he think he was? Taylor plagued him too, along with the managerial kind, especially since Dalborg had recently busted him down from explosive supervisor to lowly demolitions placement tech. And most of all, he hated his right hand for being useless and forcing him to do the finely detailed work with his left. He could just bear to look at the big hand now. It had been curled into a claw most of the time since that terrible day back in the Clone Wars. The Clone Wars were yet another thing to be upset about. Everything about that conflict had been a lie. The Separatists had been this big enemy, and yet when the Empire was declared, they melted away as if at the push of a button. The big corporations had staged the whole thing. Skelly was sure. Wars sold more ships, more weapons, and more medical devices. And in the Clone Wars, even the soldiers on both sides were manufactured good. The Republic and the Confederacy had been partners in the same corrupt game. The Empire was probably just another iteration of all that, to Skelly's thinking, no more or less immoral. To corporate oligarchs, political alliances were just another change of clothes. This decade, central rule was in fashion. Something else would come along soon. The beast had to be fed, with lives and limbs on the battlefield, and with the sweat and blood of the workers. The problem was that blowing things up was the only thing Skelly had ever been taught to do. He didn't fault himself for that. He was the product of a system that built only to destroy, as he saw it. He learned from the best, and learned well. Everything always came down to that simple list, taught to him during his first day in military demolitions. Pair your ordnances with your initiator. Ignitions leads to reaction, leads to detonation. Whether applied to compounds of baradium or its tremendously more powerful isotope, baradium-357, those steps referred to a series of complex reactions that had the same simple result. Now 40, Skelly thought that list also applied to life. You started with a festering problem. Someone initiated a change. The system reacted to that pressure, and then bang, you had your solution. It had always been his method. He'd been the one to initiate changes, whenever possible, starting back on the battlefield. It's why he'd volunteered for everything. Whenever battlements were too dangerous to storm, Skelly risked his life to burrow beneath, planting the explosives that made the decisive opening. He did that and more. But then had come the Battle of Slodge Pit, a foolish charge on behalf of an idiot general hoping to use demolitions to buy separatist fortification cheaply. The ground wasn't firm. The explosives were the wrong kind, and Skelly had raised hell about it. No one had listened. No one ever listened. The general had rank. All Skelly could do was enter the breach himself, relying on his innate talent to save the day for his fellow soldiers. It hadn't been good enough. The Clone Wars had ended while he was in comatose. He'd later learned that none of his companies had been saved. His hand was another crushing blow. The medical droids assured the platoon they were carrying all the spare parts necessary for proper battlefield surgery. But they lied. They only had a Clatunian prosthetic hand left for Skelly, which had never worked right with his human neurology. Worse, their blubbering had damaged his arm to the point where a proper replacement would never work either. Skelly had just stuck a glove on the stupid thing and tried to go on. Poverty had followed. He had no choice but to return to demolitions work, and there he'd only found confirmation for all his beliefs about corporate malfeasance. They were just as careless as the military types. It would have been unbearable had his travels not taken him to Sidna. As someone who had spent much of his time underground, he'd been astonished by the beauty of the moon's caverns. Thoughts that moved too quickly through his head seemed to slow down here. He'd imagined his role as a responsible one, for a time. If the moon was going to be exploited anyway, he'd make sure it was done in a cautious manner, protective of the world and the people working in it. Sidna had countless caverns. It was unimaginable to think the corporations had ruined them all. But now, Skelly could imagine exactly that. Sidna would become one more ripped-up place to add to the pile of torn-up lives. The detonator armed, he replaced the applicator in his toolbox. One more stalagmite ready to be decapitated. Rote work, and boring, but nicely done. Someone had to care. "He's over there," Skelly heard the supervisor say. He stood up from his work on the stalagmite and turned around. There, being led by Taylor, was a group of 4 Imperial stormtroopers. Ah, Skelly thought, It seemed soon for the inspector's advance team to be here, but it didn't matter. "Hello," he shouted, toolbox still clutched in his good for little right hand. He saluted with his left, an impulse act. He wasn't part of any military organization, but their armor looked much like that of the clone troopers he'd once served with, and he was glad to see them in any event. "I'm Skelly. I've been writing to your oversight officers for months." "What?" Tyler blurted. "I'm glad to see someone's listening." Skelly looked past the stormtroopers, who continued to march toward him. Is Count Vidon here?" The lead troop stopped and raised his blaster rifle. His companions did the same. "Skelly, you're under arrest." Skelly laughed nervously. "You're joking." "Why?" "You're charged with speaking to the detriment of the Empire." Skelly's eyes widened, and his mind raced. "Wait, did Kanan report me?" Tyler shook his bald head. "He's all yours." Skelly's always been trouble, and Dalborg Mining doesn't want anyone around that will upset Count Vidon. "Please tell him we'll cooperate fully." He looked over at Skelly and spoke acidly. "Looks like I just won the pool. You're fired." Skelly sputtered. Wait, this is a mistake. And Taylor, you don't have the authority to." Before he could finish, the stormtroopers began to advance toward him. "Put that toolbox down," the lead trooper said, just steps away. With the blaster pointed at him and coming his way, Skelly made a decision. His left hand in the air, he crouched. "Okay, fine, I'm doing it. Just give me a sec here." He knelt and grabbed the remote control he'd left on the ground. He tumbled behind the crystal column he'd been working on and rolled up in a ball, covering his toolbox with his body. Before the stormtroopers could follow, Skelly pressed the button. The barium bisulfate affixed the column near Skelly detonated, and the massive diamond-hard cylinder fell forward, exactly the way he knew it would, away from him and toward the stormtroopers. One screamed loudly, crushed immediately by the base of the falling column. On the striking surface, the entire structure shattered into dagger-like fragments. Skelly didn't see what happened to the other stormtroopers because he was already up and running. He sprinted into an unlit passage leading from Zone 39 into a service shaft. He knew from memory that it led to the ventilation tunnels and other pathways that could take him all over Sidna's underworld. Wheezing as he ran in the dark, Skelly tried to comprehend what had just happened. So someone was listening to his words after all, but they hadn't gotten his meaning. Fine, he thought. He recognized the feeling of the toolbox full of explosives, still clutched in his immobilized right hand, bouncing against his leg as he ran. It gave him comfort, and he smiled. There's more than one way to send a message. Chapter 7. Vidon had never seen corporate hacks scatter so quickly. Since he'd declared Security Condition 1, the surveillance operators on Gorse had provided him with the name of 46 potential aggregator working in the Sidna mines. Vidon's news that the stormtroopers were making arrests had sent the executives off to alert their employees of the new scrutiny. Other organic beings, for their supposed sentience, were really no better than droids, Vidon thought. They could be made to act according to plan. With the right encouragement, of course. Flanked by a pair of stormtroopers, the Count glared at the guild chief, the only person left on the tour. "Palfa, your members will name a morale officer in each work crew to ensure Empire is supported in word and deed." The director cast his eyes to the ground. "My lord, I don't know how such a program will be received. It's the kind of laborers we attract. Rough character. It's hard to control what they think. When they think at all. Drunks and brawlers don't concern me, but they aren't harmless. Consider this report I just heard." Vidon paused to tune his earpiece. "An arrest attempt has been made on your level 39, and the suspect responded by assaulting the troopers." The director shook his large head. "That's terrible. I'm sure our security personnel have caught him." They haven't, but my troops will. Vidon switched off his audible communications long enough to give a command. There, he said, speaking aloud again. I've sent your office a copy of my remedial political program. Make sure your member firm adopts it immediately. Yes, my lord. Then we continue. The dejected director led Vidon into a work zone. Like everywhere else, this space was populated by inert laborers, being only slightly more effective than droids. Some passed through with explosives from four other chambers. Others stood hip-deep in mounds of shattered crystal, sweating profusely as they shoveled fluoride-containing chips into bins for shipment. Sidna's interior was naturally dry. The light haze on the air was entirely organic perspiration. Vidon was glad his sense of smell no longer existed. The rabble with the rumble, Vidon thought. Their kind had been present on countless other production worlds he'd been tasked to straighten out, and they were terrible clay to work with. Even with the troublemakers removed, few could be taught anything new, and their lifestyle outside only served to make them less effective on the job. But they were boundless in numbers, and that gave him something he could do. He walked into the worker's midst and slapped his metal hand on the back of one laborer after another. You, and you. Each looked up, startled by the cyborg's touch. Human, non-human, their only common trait was their advanced ages. Too old, too slow. Ignoring the mix of angry and insulted looks he was getting from the workers, Vidon called back to the guild chief. Palfa, another directive for your members. New aid caps on laborers, effective immediately. Palfa spluttered. But they're still productive. Vidon turned his soulless eyes toward Palfa. And you're being unproductive, he said, stalking toward him. Your guild is haven for traitors and loafers. My lord, perhaps I can suggest some way to... Vidon didn't wait to hear Palfa's suggestion. His arm lanced out and caught the director by the collar. Yanking downward, he pulled the screaming bureaucrat's cape over his head and forced him to the rocky surface. Stormtroopers watched, blasters down, as Vidon rained powerful blows on Palfa's body. The Count stepped back, satisfied, as the cloth-covered guildmaster's body stopped moving. Vidon looked admiringly at his hands. They still had their sterling shine. My lord, one of the stormtroopers said. Vidon looked at the soldier, and then back at the group of workers he'd been standing amidst. They were all staring at him. Industrial accident, he said. Get to work, unless I told you to get out. Your firms will find more suitable labor for you on Gorse. Unemployment is a strategic resource. In a strategic resource system is unlawful. The Empire does not tolerate layabouts. Seeing the wary workers complying, Vidon nodded with satisfaction. Management the Imperial way. It was so much more efficient than under the Republic, and it came to him easily. Firing a manager inspired only the ambitious who wanted to take his or her place, but murder motivated anyone. It belonged in every supervisor's toolkit. He changed his audio channel. Captain Sloan, are you listening? From Ultimatum, the captain's voice filled his ear. Affirmative. Inform Coruscant that there is an opening atop the Sidna Mining Guild. I'm sure the Emperor can send us someone appropriate. Done. Sloan out. Leaving the stormtrooper to mind the workers as they disposed of the body, Vidon continued his tour alone. In the next chamber, he found another work crew, and while he had no intention of personally going through and identifying every slacker, he couldn't resist when he saw a white-haired man kneeling as he cleaned his pig. You're definitely too old, Vidon said, grabbing at the man's collar. Yeah, or you're too ugly, the man responded before he even turned to see who had accosted him. When he did, he cried out in revulsion, What are you supposed to be? Vidon didn't react. He read the old man's badge. Okadai Garrison. Not one of the names on the dissident list, but it didn't matter. He was through here. Stop gawking at me like a fool. Sorry. Okudai pointed to a spot behind the cyborg's ear, where his skin didn't completely cover the scar tissue beneath. It's just, you missed a spot there. It's not for vanity. It's for the benefit of those who lose efficiency when confronted with the extraordinary. He tightened his grip on Okudai's collar and shook. I find this galaxy already has enough ordinary beings. Maybe you'd like to have your skin removed as well, to see what it's like. Maybe you should let him go, a voice said from behind. Vietnam looked back to see a dark-haired young man standing with a heavily laden hovercart in the opening to a tunnel. He held a blaster pointed straight at the Count. Well, well, Vidon said, not in the least concerned for his safety. We have a gunslinger, or perhaps we found our missing saboteur. In his travels, Kanan had seen a lot of people with prosthetics. Most were decent individuals, using technology to overcome misfortune. But the cyborg that had Okudai by the collar had really gone to town with it. He looked like a war droid playing a human at a masquerade party. I'm no saboteur, Kanan said, still holding his weapon. Heard a scream. Sounded like trouble. What's this about? I am Count Vidon, here for the Emperor, and I'm doing his work. Vidon, seemingly totally unconcerned by Kanan's blaster, started to lift the writhing old man by the neck. Kanan's finger found the trigger of his weapon. He had no desire whatsoever to tangle with the Empire, much less the top Imperial in the area. He was thankful when another way occurred to him. There's something you should know. He lowered his blaster as he trod cautiously onto the work floor. You're about to mangle a man who knows how to mine thoride better than anyone. Vidon paused. Doubtful. He can't have the strength to dig or haul much. He teaches those who do, Kanan said. Moon Glow's the most efficient producer for its size. Vidon shook Okudai for a short moment before abruptly dropping him to the cavern floor. At last, someone who understands what's important, he said. You're fortunate I've already beaten someone to death today, gunslinger. I have a schedule to keep. With that, the cyborg abruptly turned and exited with his guards. Kanan holstered his blaster and turned back to check on Okudai. Being tended to by his fellow miners, the old man rubbed his neck and looked at Kanan. You always have to poke the gun dark. Just following your lead, Kanan said. Yelkin, the miner he tangled with that morning, rolled his eyes at Kanan. I don't know why you didn't just shoot that creep. Someone said he killed the guild master. I pick who I party with, Kanan said. He walked back to the hovercart and activated it. I don't mess with the Empire, and it doesn't mess with me. Zone 42 awaits, gentlemen, Okudai said, and I want to be done with this today. Far across the wide chamber, Hera lowered her electro-binoculars. She'd had a bit of luck in the last hour, when all the stormtroopers had left her area. From what she'd been able to overhear, they were all after someone who had violently resisted arrest. She was interested to learn that story, but Vidon had to come first, and so she kept following along, trying to find a safe place in each cavern chamber from which to watch. She'd been unable to get within 100 meters, but she'd seen enough to know he was a vile thing, completely worthy of important station by the Emperor's side. She'd seen both his attack on the poor guild master and how his escort had reacted to it, as if managerial murder was the most normal thing in the galaxy. And she'd seen him harassing the old man moments earlier. It was good luck that the younger guy had come along. At least someone had a spine. Watching the dark-haired man leaving with his hovercart, Hera felt a moment's impulse to follow him. People with the will to stand up to the Empire were worth knowing. But then she remembered that this wasn't a recruiting trip. She needed to keep after her objective. Maybe next lifetime, pal, Hera thought as she slipped down from her perch and took off after Vidon. Chapter 8. More stormtroopers ran past as Kanan pushed the hovercart down the last tunnel to Zone 42. No doubt they were still looking for the idiot who had flipped out and attacked them in Zone 39. Lal Gralik had popped into the work area long enough to confirm the rumor that it was indeed Skelly on the loose. Kanan wasn't in the least surprised or upset. At least Skelly was out of his hair. It wasn't unusual to see stormtroopers in the Empire, but while he had hopped around some, Kanan's travel through the galaxy had tended toward a spiraling path, moving outward from the galactic center. Core worlds, colony worlds, and a rim. Each represented a new frontier for him, and each had turned out the same, with imperial presences starting at nil and gradually growing. Kanan sometimes wondered how the stormtrooper uniform suppliers kept up with the demand. When the Imperials reached the fringe of the galaxy, what would they be wearing? Not that the sight of the stormtroopers alarmed him. No, like the women who had spoken to him from the Death Star, they were all functioneers, organic droids, trained to react a certain way and seek out certain targets. Vidon was maybe the most literal expression that he'd seen. All their robotic efficiency and general nastiness bound up in a mass of metal with a little skin on top. The best way to avoid being hassled by them was simply to fit into a stereotype they were expecting to find. On worlds like Gorse, the Empire expected to find workers of the sort drawn to low-scale, high-risk jobs, rowdy and rambunctious character, not just not rebellious, threats to their own sobriety and to one another, but never to the Empire, not politically active or even conscious. It happened that those were the planets Kanan found the most fun. The role of roughneck suited him. He traveled the galaxy, looking at the sights, and sometimes the ceilings after the odd fight or drunken binge. He'd visited more places than he could remember, and beyond Okadai, he never learned the names of most of the people around him. Why bother when you were just going to leave? Kanan pushed the cart into Zone 42. Deep beneath Sidna's surface, it was the largest chamber yet opened, and more important, sensors had found large recesses hidden behind its walls, other areas sure to be thick with mineable thoride. For weeks, various teams had triggered controlled blasts, barely audible over Skelly's objections, trying to get the rich deposits. In the newly hollowed alcove, Moonglow's techs were working on their own attempt. Kanan parked his car outside the opening and pounded on the outside wall. "I'm thirsty, let's get this done." Yelkin appeared from inside the hole, now wearing a white safety vest. He frowned when he saw Kanan. "You again." "You bet." Abrogated, the Devorian surveyed the load of explosives. "We're measuring the length of the borehole for the charge. It should just be a—" "Wait," someone called from inside the carved-out area. "There's a problem." Kanan sighed as Yelkin hustled back inside. Kanan was about to start offloading the crates himself when he glanced back into the recess. Beside Yelkin, he saw another technician sticking a long prod into a hole drilled for explosives. Or trying to. "Something's already in there." Kanan's eyes widened, and for the first time, he looked down at the ground outside the short tunnel. There was something he'd seen before, small and brown, discarded nearby. Skelly's toolbox. Kanan yelled into the opening, "Get out! Get out!" He didn't have time to yell a third. The techs were moving. "Someone's wired something already," Yelkin said in a panic. "There's a timer, 30 seconds. "No disarming that." "Forget it," Kanan yelled. "Go." Moonglow's demolition techs kept the portable siren in the blast area. It was right in Kanan's path. He activated it. All across Zone 42, workers charged for the exit tunnels in the west. Ahead of him, Yelkin stumbled across the craggy surface and fell. Kanan, on a headlong run, slowed as he approached the miner, the only other soul left in the enormous crystal atrium. But Yelkin wasn't asking for help. He was pointing, instead, to something Kanan had forgotten about. "Kanan, your cart!" Kanan looked back at the hover cart, with its full load of bardium bisulfate, 100 times more material than Skelly would have been carrying in his kit, and remembered the demolitions guy's dodge. It's the secondary that does the damage. His cart would bring half the cave network down. Kanan bounded back toward the opening and its ticking bomb inside, and seized the hover cart. Turning with it, he ran, pushing it as fast as he could across a long clearing. Yelkin wasn't moving. He twisted his ankle. Kanan pointed the cart toward him as his boots pounded the surface. His voice echoed across the chamber. "Yelkin, grab for it." It wasn't easy to see or hear much after that. Light from the blast came first. Emanating into the work area from the blasting tunnel, it reflected dazzlingly off the crystal structures above and to either side of Kanan. The sound came next. A muted boom. Kanan had just reached Yelkin with the crate-topped hover cart when the shock wave hit him in mid-stride. The cart's repulsors were still working. Its front bumper caught Yelkin in the gut, and now both they and the hover cart were carried forward. Kanan's hand locked onto the handle for dear life. Searing cracks resounded across the atrium. Kanan, now a passenger, hanging on like Yelkin, knew what was next. Like icicles on a summer day, meter-wide stalactites across the chamber began falling across the ground they'd already covered. First, the crystal knives, and then the rock and stone suspended above them, all plummeting into the open space. Seeing the first shard strike nearby, Kanan hit the ground with his heels for the first time in seconds. Without thinking, he leapt. Leapt, as he hadn't in nearly a decade, farther than any mortal normally could. Leapt atop the crates filled with deadly explosives on the careening cart. Leapt to where he could reach out and grab the shoulder of the unaware Devarrian, clinging for dear life. The western opening, through which the other miners had evacuated, was just ahead. Pulling the hapless Yelkin fully onto the hover cart in one motion, Kanan hit the ground off the left side with his next. Guiding the airborne vehicle like a waiter moving a raft, he slung the cart toward the exit tunnel. He stumbled, a step shy of safety as he tried to follow. Twisting face up as he dropped, Kanan hit the ground. He looked into the uncrossing mass and stopped it with his mind. It was an odd feeling, like putting on an article of clothing. Like putting on an old article of clothing. It was like a leap, something he swore never to do, not in front of anyone, to be sure. But now he had done it. All light was gone, but he could sense the black mass of debris quivering a meter from his head, even as he heard the apocalyptic clamor all around. Instinctively, Kanan dug his heels into the tunnel floor and forced himself backward, the tail of his shirt grinding against the surface until he was fully inside the reinforced western tunnel. And then he let go with his mind, and listened as a mountain, denied, found the space where he had landed. Vidon was in the upper chamber addressing the droid master and his 3 terrified aides when the floor fell in. Everything went dark as Vidon, his audience members, and all their furnishings tumbled downward. The fall was brief, with the remnants of what had been the floor beneath their feet smashing to pieces on the tougher surface below. An immense jolt rocked Vidon. Up to his hip in stone, he took a moment to regain his bearings. His eyes switched to night vision mode, and he realized that a sinkhole had opened beneath the droid master's office. The walls of the room, as well as the hallway leading from it, were intact, several meters above. Disregarding the pained cries of the others struggling in the rubble, Vidon used his cybernetic arms to dig himself out. Then he began climbing for the aperture above. "We're trapped down here," a voice called behind him. "Help us." "Someone will arrive before you starve," Vidon said, reaching for the bottom of the doorway. "But there might be aftershocks." "Aftershocks? Impossible. This moon's crystal columns are supposed to prevent tremors," Vidon said. The event couldn't have been natural. Pulling himself up and into the intact hallway, he began to suspect what had happened. His anger returned anew. In the darkness, Hera felt the world crumble rumbling around her. She'd seen Vidon fall through the floor and disappear. She'd lingered for a few moments, hoping he was gone for good. No luck, she thought, hearing his voice from the recess up ahead. The moon had tasted him and spat him out. She heard voices in the hallways around her and spied portable lights flashing this way and that. There was too much activity now. Someone had kicked the insect nest. She needed to use the darkness while she could. Recon's over, the Twilight thought. She turned from Vidon's chamber and ran back up the hall. Kanan continued to force himself backward as debris struck the ground behind him. Finally, after what seemed like an eon, stillness came, and then the work lights. Okadai arrived at his side and knelt. "Lad, you all right?" Kanan coughed up dust and nodded. Blinking particles from his eyes, he vaguely saw his hover cart, its securely fastened crates of explosives still there. Yelkin lay face down atop it, wheezing. "What happened?" Okadai asked. "I didn't see," Yelkin said. He looked back at the rubble-block passage. "I guess we careened into the tunnel. I thought we were goners for sure." "A 1,000,000 to 1 shot," Okadai said, scratching his chin. He looked at Kanan. "My boy, you are the lucky one." Kanan knew he was anything but lucky. For Kanan Jarrus was Caleb Doom, the Jedi who never was. And now he knew it was time to go. Chapter 9. The Force was a mysterious energy field that sprang from life itself. That much every Jedi student knew. The Force could be used for many purposes: protection, persuasion, wisdom, even the manipulation of matter and the performance of great physical feats. Jedi taught younglings all of those things, but they never taught how to make the Force go away when it wasn't wanted. That was all Kanan had wanted from the Force for years. And the blasted thing had just shown up again on Sidna. It had saved his carcass, true, but if anyone had seen, Kanan's life wouldn't be worth a Confederacy credit. He had left a moon in chaos. Zone 42's ceiling had caved in, producing tremors that caused dangerous seams to open in some floors higher up. Thankfully, no chambers had vented to space. They were too far beneath Sidna's surface. It was a miracle no one had been killed. Kanan didn't know if Count Vidon was still there or not, or if the Empire suspected Skelly of planting the charges that caused the collapse. It was a safe bet they did. It was the mining in Zone 42 that Skelly had warned about. Perhaps he decided to bring the roof down before anyone else did. Sidna was laced with tunnels, but the Imperials had numbers. They'd find Skelly eventually, and he'd get what was coming to him. Kanan had used one of those back tunnels to slip away, leaving Okadai and his crew behind. Taking little-used elevators back to the expedient, he raised the ship before security knew any better. He could hear over the transceiver that departures had been grounded. He doubted it would be a problem. The Moonglow techs below would vouch for him having warned them. No one would suspect Kanan of having planted a bomb, at least. He was just returning his ship safely to home base, on Gorse, like he was scheduled to do. And that would be it. He'd never set foot on the moon again. And tomorrow, he'd find a way off Gorse. It was time to move on. He had been in motion since that dark day, years earlier, the darkest of days. The day when life as he knew it had fallen apart, had been blasted apart by something he hadn't then understood. He still didn't understand much of it. There he'd been, 14 years old, having relied for his entire life on the Jedi Order for everything: food, shelter, education, and security. Maybe not love, but at least stability, calm, sense. And then, all at once, the Republic and its clone soldiers had turned against the Jedi. Depa Billaba fought to protect him, and he fought to protect her. She died. He fled. She died so he could flee. But to what end? What did she hope for him? The young Caleb hadn't known. He'd known only that, in the end, the Force hadn't helped her, or any of the other Jedi he heard about. "It's not your friend," he told himself. It was one reason he refused to use it. even to make his life a little easier. He'd also refused to take up his lightsaber. He still had it. Besides the finicky Force, it was his last tie to the past. But what good were lightsabers? What good was the Force if it allowed its most devoted followers to be cut down by rank betrayal? A Jedi uses the Force for guidance, his first teacher had said. Yeah, guidance right into a freaking wall. The problem was that the Force couldn't be turned off like a switch. Many of the benefits it conveyed were subtle. They enhanced traits without his conscious effort. No act of will could make it stop. No lapse of belief could make it fully vanish. Kanan would always be better at some things, and that had been the problem of his life. He was still driven to take jobs that interested him, and to excel at them. That was just his way. But excelling by too much, or for too long, risked notice. And that was something he had been told to avoid. Obi-Wan had used the beacon to warn Jedi to avoid detection. It hadn't taken long for Kanan to understand why. For days and weeks after the Jedi generals had been cut down by their own clone troopers, the new Empire continued to hunt and kill Jedi. It wasn't just about hiding physically from the Empire. Avoid detection meant hiding from everyone the fact that he had a connection to the Force. The Force was a death mark. The early months had been a blur of terror for young Caleb. He lived constantly with nightmares of what could happen. The Empire had control of the Jedi headquarters. That surely included the database with whatever information the Jedi had on file for Caleb Doom. They would have learned his name for sure, and likely had images of him taken by the training center's security cams. What else did they have? He racked his brains many times, trying to remember what, if any, biometric information the Jedi had taken from him over the years. Did they have a sound print of his voice? A genetic sample? It bewildered Kanan now to think that the Empire might know more about his family history than he did. Whatever had happened to the other Jedi Knights and their Padawans, he had to assume the Emperor would have been thorough about it. They'd have found a list, or constructed one. They'd have marked off everyone who fell. And they would have known Caleb Doom did not fall when Deba Balaba did. So in the beginning, Caleb did everything right. When he took jobs to feed himself, he made sure not to excel too far beyond the expected norm. Personally distributing his own payloads on Sidna was a holdover from that. It kept his number of flights per day to a number that was merely exceptional, and not suspicious. He resisted friendships and long-term romantic connections, and he'd mostly restrained his chivalrous impulses. The teenager had done those things, for fear of the middle-of-the-night visit by stormtroopers. But weeks turned into months, and months to years, and no one came to his home, or cot, or tent, or patch of spacecraft floor to wake him and drag him away. And the young man, known as Kanan Jarrus, discovered that carousing eliminated those worries entirely. So he done more of the same. He drunk to forgot. He brawled to let off steam. He'd taken dangerous jobs to fund his lifestyle, and then began it all again. He wasn't some chivalrous nomad, sulking from planet to planet doing good deeds and leaving when things got too hot. No, he left when things got dull, when the drinking money ran out, or when the bar owner's daughter suddenly wanted to marry him. Kanan didn't leave because the Empire moved in. He stared down Imperials like Vidon before and lived. They knew he was something to ignore. No, he left because where the Empire went, fun usually died. And he also left whenever he got too comfortable. That was when the Force, tired of being suppressed, would sneak back like an ignored pet. He didn't want it complicating his world, making him feel like somebody's prey again. And he didn't like being reminded about what happened in that other life. Watching Ultimatum growing in his cockpit window as he headed for course, Kanan thought for the umpteenth time about the text portion of the message from Obi-Wan. Republic forces have been turned against the Jedi. There was something in that warning. Have been turned. It suggested that maybe the people themselves hadn't turned against the Jedi, despite the Emperor's claims to the contrary. That might have mattered years earlier, Kanan thought, but it hardly did now. He had always been aggravated by how little Obi-Wan had shared. It made sense that he'd been short of time, and perhaps he hadn't known much yet when he sent the warning. But why hadn't he sent another? If he didn't have access to the beacon on Coruscant any longer, wouldn't he have found another way to get the message out later on? Kanan knew the answer. Because there probably aren't any Jedi left to contact, and because Kenobi is probably dead himself. At one time, those had been hard thoughts to have. Now, they only produced a tired yawn. He couldn't see Obi-Wan willingly hunkering down on some remote world, waiting for things to blow over. He'd have had a mission, if he were alive, an important one. He'd want people to know about it, and all the missions Kanan could imagine would have put Obi-Wan into motion all around the galaxy. No, if Kenobi lived, Kanan would have heard something. But Kanan knew he wouldn't care even if the Jedi Master popped up in the seat right behind him. Caleb Dune hadn't been a Jedi Knight, and Kanan Jarrus wasn't one now. None of it affected him. Need ever affect him. He'd been dealt his hand, and that was what he would play. Play for as long as he could keep from stupid stunts like the one he'd pulled on Sidna. He just wouldn't play here any longer. He would return expedite to Moonglow. It would be a dumb starship thief indeed that would want it. He'd collect his back pay, gather his few goods before Okadai got home, and be on his way. The Star Destroyer was still out there, he saw, but it hadn't yet barred commercial flights from Gorse. He would pick a direction and be on his. Kanan took a second look at the Star Destroyer, now ahead and to his right. From Ultimatum's underside, 2 4-vehicle flights of TIE fighters emerged and headed in his direction. Snapped alert, Kanan leaned forward and grabbed the steering yoke. Which way? They were headed right for Expedient. The ship had a little rock shooter of a cannon, nothing more, and the vessel hadn't been refueled since that morning, 4 lunar flights earlier. Kanan switched the comm system from channel to channel, listening for Captain Sloane's voice. Something to tell him whether he needed to fly or fight. The voice he did hear came from the back seat, but it wasn't Obi-Wan Kenobi, or even kindly old Okadai. "They're not after you," it said. "They're looking for me." Kanan looked back. Skelly. Chapter 10. You! Kanan grabbed at Skelly's collar, yanking him violently forward and slamming him against the top of Expedient's dashboard. Kanan's first instinct was to deal with the stowaway, but the Imperials were still out there, still heading in his direction. "Look," Skelly said, gasping for breath, arms flailing. Kanan followed the upside-down man's gaze and saw, past the TIE squadrons, a Lambda-class shuttle departing. Ultimatum. As its transdial wings folded into flight position, another one followed, and then another, until 5 shuttles were heading in Kanan's direction. 2 TIEs from each group broke formation and moved to flank the shuttles as the others continued ahead, clearing the space lanes. Kanan watched, disbelieving, as the vessels passed over his head on the way to Sidna. "I told you, they're looking for me," Skelly said, "not you." "Congratulations," Kanan said dryly. He didn't let Skelly up. "There are about to be 100 more stormtroopers on Sidna, thanks to you, and I'm tempted to send you back to them." Skelly wrested free, and Kanan gave him a hard smack. Blood spurted from Skelly's nose. "You jerk! What did you do that for? You blew up Zone 42 and you tried to kill us." "I didn't," Skelly said, wrestling free. "You're lying." Kanan grabbed Skelly's left arm and twisted it behind his back. Turning, he started to shove the unwanted guest toward the airlock. "They're looking for you. I'm going to give you back to them." "Watch it! Not that arm! Not that arm!" Skelly said, putting his free hand, his mechanical hand before him. He grabbed onto the handle near the airlock door. After a few minutes scuffling, Kanan realized the hand was in a death's grip, and that Skelly wouldn't be going anywhere. Fine, Kanan said. He turned and grabbed his holster, which had been hanging on the back of his pilot's seat. Skelly looked back and sneered. What, you gonna shoot me now? Maybe. That's gratitude. I saved you. Kanan had the blaster fully out of the holster when he finally registered what Skelly had said. Wait, what? I saved you, Skelly said. You and your whole rotten corporate bunch. Saved? Kanan was flabbergasted. You brought a mountain down on my head. Skelly went silent. Abrogated, Kanan stood and turned back to the controls to direct Expedient onto a path well away from the other convoys, Imperial or otherwise. He glanced back to see Skelly slumped against the airlock door, massaging a hand that had finally come free from the handle. Kanan lowered his pistol, but didn't put it away. Suddenly exhausted, he dropped onto the acceleration couch facing the airlock. I need a drink, he said, rubbing his forehead. Now, tell me this again. You were saving us by blowing us up? I wasn't trying to blow you up. I was trying to show the Imperial inspectors we shouldn't use baradium to open new chambers. Sidna can't take it. You could have killed people, Kanan said. No, Skelly said. You Moonglobe guys weren't supposed to be working 42 until tomorrow. I saw Boss Law's schedule earlier. That was the schedule before the Empire got here. We were working double time. We weren't on today's schedule anymore. Oh, Skelly said in an awkward small voice. So did anyone die? Glad you care, Kanan said, reaching for his shoulder holster and putting it on. No, not that I know of. Good, Skelly said. I was just trying to prove a point. And it worked. He tugged at his collar. The joint caved in, just like I said. If they told Vidon I was right, he's probably looking for me now to thank me. He gestured with his left hand at the cockpit window. That's what all the ships are about. They think I'm down there still. Search and rescue. Uh-huh. Which is why you stowed away instead of staying there. I needed a place to wait while the Empire figured out what happened. I had no idea you'd come back so fast and take off. Kanan shook his head and holstered his blaster. He didn't know what to believe. But before he could say anything, Skelly got to his feet and walked forward like a man with a purpose. Kanan stood. What do you think you're doing? What do you think I'm doing? I'm hailing the Star Destroyer. Kanan did a double take. What? I told you, they're looking for me. Skelly reached for a button, only to be shoved into the passenger seat by Kanan. Reaching for the seat's restraint harness, Kanan snapped Skelly in, and then he pulled out his blaster again. Hey, don't shoot! Kanan didn't shoot. Instead, he activated the safety and turned the blaster over in his hand. Using the butt of the handle as a hammer, he pounded Skelly's harness buckle until it was bent out of shape. You broke it! I can't believe you did that! It's not my ship, Kanan said. Or it wouldn't be, after he landed. The harness would keep Skelly in place now. I'm not letting you hail that blasted Star Destroyer. Skelly shook his head. You still don't get it. With his left hand, he reached inside his vest and pulled out the hollow disc he'd shown Kanan earlier. I just need to take this information to Vidon. Vidon. Kanan sat down in the pilot seat, his head spinning. That weird guy the Empire sent? Don't you follow the news? Vidon's a fixer. He's like me. He sees what's wrong, and he takes care of it. He's probably suspending all work on Sidna right now for an investigation. All I have to do is get in touch with him, show him my facts. He'll whip those corporate hacks into shape. Kanan looked out at Ultimatum, shrinking in the starboard window, and then back at Skelly. You really think that's what will happen? Sure. Once they see that what I have to show them, they might even reward you for bringing me in. Kanan looked back to the controls, and then up. There, from the darkness of Gorse's permanent night side, he saw something familiar rising into space. There's your response, he said. What? Skelly turned his head. He saw dozens of ships, empty cargo vessels, personnel transports, and explosive haulers like Expedient. All were headed to Sidna. The next shift? Kanan laughed. So much for the Skelly Memorial holiday. He turned on the comm system. The Imperial traffic was all scrambled, but Boss Law was talking on Moonglow's dedicated channel. Work zones affected by the collapse were being cordoned off. But mining operations would continue in the other areas. Calvidon's order, she said, launching into a list of rerouted landing instructions. Listening, Skelly was dumbfounded, but only for a moment. They just seen what blasting in the wrong place can do, and they're keeping on? Shaking with rage, he spat 3 words Kanan could tell Skelly hated. Business as usual. Kanan snapped off the comm system and stretched back in his chair. Skelly, unable to move, stared at him. Well? Well, what? Well, what now? I'm going home, Kanan said. Home? Skelly asked. Where's home? I'm taking the expedient to Moonglow's shipyard, like always. I'm going to park the ship, and I'm going to turn you over to that security chief husband of Lawl's. Kanan turned his attention to flying the ship. Skelly shook his head and lowered his voice. Some friend you are. Kanan bolted upright in his seat and turned. Let's get something straight, he said, jabbing a finger in Skelly's direction. I'm not your friend. I'm not your accomplice. And I'm certainly not your co-conspirator. I didn't help you in this, and I'm not going to help you get out of it. I'm done. Skelly looked at Kanan for a few moments, and then turned his head away. Great, he growled. It's just like always. Nobody ever... In the window, Skelly caught the reflection of Kanan standing up. He turned his head to see Kanan walking into the back. Wait, where are you going now? Somewhere I can't hear you. Safely back aboard her ship, Hera sent the encrypted message to her contact on Gorse. She was more certain than ever that a meeting was necessary, that the Empire spied on workplaces in a system that produced a strategic material was no surprise, but it had no qualms about using such technologies elsewhere. And her contact would tell her a lot about the latest Imperial surveillance capabilities and how to defeat them. She had to risk the meeting, whether she got another chance to spy on Vidon or not. Hera studied the scene outside. Listening, she took everything in. The Empire was encrypting its own signals, but the mining companies weren't, and she'd gotten a pretty clear picture of the hours that had passed on Sidna. A miner tagged as a troublemaker or dissident had been identified by Imperial surveillance, but Skelly, the demolitions guy, had surprised his employers, the Empire, and everyone else by using explosives in order to escape arrest. And not long after that, the big explosion had occurred in the work area, unscheduled and evidently far more destructive than anything to be found in normal operations. The Empire had hustled them, sending more than half the Star Destroyer's complement of troop shuttles to Sidna. Since no medical ships were on the way from Gorse, the moon's clinic was limited. She had to assume there was no casualties. That meant stormtroopers, sure to be on that shuttle, weren't part of search and rescue. They were there to continue looking for the bomber. But in between the reports of the blast and the Imperial scramble, she noticed something else. An explosive hauler. Moonglow 72, by the call sign, had been the only ship besides her to depart Sidna before the grounding order came. She'd seen it jerk violently when the TIE formation approached, and while the sight of the Imperial fighters might have that effect on any simple trades being, the ship had flown unusually after that, as if no one was piloting. Finally, it had settled on an approach to Gorse that kept well away from the most traveled lanes. Skelly, Hera concluded, was on that transport. It was more than a guess, but it was hardly a scientific deduction. She didn't want to let it deter her from her real goals, her connection on Gorse. Now, she saw, had just responded to confirm their meeting for later. That was the important thing. But she was now going in Skelly's direction anyway. Hera decided it wouldn't hurt to find out what his story was. Chapter 11. Kanan had lived with secret stress every day for years without showing it. It was out of the necessity in his case, but it was also a choice. Gloom attracted gloom as he saw it. Acting like a victim only made things worse. Gorse and Sidna were a case study. The gravitational dance between the two worlds put both under constant stress, but Gorse wore it worse. Sidna, with his crystal lattice innards, kept it together. Foolish acts of sabotage notwithstanding. Gores, with mud on the surface and mush beneath, suffered incessant ground quakes as Sidna made her close approach. It didn't help residents' attitude that everyone was trapped in permanent night. But even a rattled loser could catch a break, and Gores got one every full moon. Sidna sat huge and glorious in the sky for standard days on end. Streetlights were doused, crime decreased marginally, and living on Gores didn't seem so bad. Sidna was a few days from full. Kanan saw as he stepped off Expedition's ramp onto the tarmac. He wouldn't stick around to see it. Looking toward the cluster of low buildings ahead, he spied an approaching burly figure with 4 arms and multiple holsters slung around his midsection. It was Gord Gralloch, Boss Law's security chief husband. Gord was a decent sort, Kanan thought, capable, if a bit doting on his wife. Kanan, heard about the collapse. Glad you're safe. I'm staying that way, Kanan said, reaching for his ID badge. Give my ship to someone else. I don't blame you, Gord said. He put 2 of his hands up, rejecting the badge. You just should talk to Law first. She'd hate to see you go. Not changing my mind. Go across to Cousin Draca's and get a meal. Law should be down here by the time you've finished. Gord looked up at the moon and shook his head. I'm sure she's worn out. Kanan's mind was still back on the mention of food. He'd have to see Law to get his final pay anyway. Remembering something else, he snapped his fingers. Oh, when I brought you a farewell gift. Gord followed Kanan up the ramp into the ship. There, in the front passenger seat, sat Skelly, still bound to his seat. He had a rug stacked in his mouth and hatred in his eyes. Rrf! Rrf! What in the... Gord put a hand over to cover his own mouth. There's your mad bomber, Kanan said. No bounty requested. Gord laughed heartily. Everyone around Moonglow knew about Skilly. The security chief examined the smashed restraint buckle. I'll have to cut him out of there. I suggest taking the seat out and him with it, Kanan said, patting Gord on the shoulder as he turned to leave. You don't want the rag to fall out of his mouth. He'll just start talking again. Count Vidon sat alone in the troop compartment of Caudel as it rose from Sidna. The newly arrived shuttles had landed behind him, and there was no more point in staying on the moon. The stormtroopers, including his escort, had remained to investigate. Whatever had happened down in Zone 42, it had left several areas unworkable. If it had been a deliberate act of sabotage, Vidon's forces would find out. And if the one responsible had lived, well, then he would find that out too. Either the stormtroopers would find the culprit on Sidna, or Transiep's surveillance assets would locate him on Gors. There was no third possibility. The Empire could not be resisted. No, it should not be resisted. The Empire was the only way. The Empire, Vidon understood, was the logical result of 1,000 years of galactic government. For centuries, the Republic had expanded not through force, but by quietly exerting a powerful magnet pull on bordering systems. The promise of trade with core world markets had great value, and the prospect inexorably lured non-member worlds into even tighter corporations with the body. But the Republic was often slow to invite new systems in. The addition of territories tended to diminish the political power of existing senators. New members had invariably aligned themselves with the blocs in their own galactic neighborhood. Yet most senators who controlled the invitations represented worlds near the core. The Republic repelled even as it attracted, and there were other constitutions that had slowed the expansion. Republic bureaucrats disliked the expense of expanding services and protection to the hinterlands. The result was that many useful star systems were left waiting, some for centuries, on the Republic's political doorstep, even though it came at the cost of the body's overall power. To Vidon's mind, Emperor Palpatine had brought sanity to the Republic's growth policies. In standing up to the Sonics as Chancellor, he'd signaled the Republic was no longer some social club that could be exited at will.
That move had attracted Vidon's attention and his financial support. Now, as Emperor Palpatine had shown an eagerness, no, a zeal when it came to expansion, the core worlds had always been the heart of the Republic, drawing nutrients from the periphery. The Empire had taken that biological model and refined it, improved it. The Empire was growing robustly, with the fat of bureaucracy no longer clogging its arteries and veins. A single brain was directing it, not an aggregation of minds with conflicting ideas. The Emperor had done everything right so far. Selecting the Count to represent his interests was his best decision yet. Surely no one could be more effective in advancing the Emperor's goals. Vidon was the perfect imperial man, seeing without sentiment, reshaping what he found, and moving on. But he had but one ritual he held to, and even it was purely practical. Seated in the low light, hearing only the normal pings from the cockpit and whirls from the lambda guns, Vidon commanded his lungs to let out a deep breath. His prosthetic eyes no longer had lids, nor a need for them, so he set them to display nothing. What Vidon did required as few distractions as possible. Vidon's mind was his most powerful asset, and yet he dealt every day with its limitations. His artificial eyeballs recorded the sights of his entire waking life, but their storage capacity was limited. The data had to be purged every sleep cycle. When Vidon had once dreamed in images, now, when he slept, he lost them. More invasive cybernetic technologies existed that might have given Vidon near total recall, allowing him to process all the information he had at his disposal. But he decided against upgrading, afraid to risk harming whatever brain chemistry gave him his extraordinary genius. An irrational fear, perhaps. But while he'd never believed in the Jedi's mystical force, he did allow that some things might defy logic where the mind was concerned. So every evening, Vidon sat as he did now, reviewing the day's events and deciding which images to commit to permanent storage. Cargo vessels en route to Sidna. Yes. The backs of others' heads in the countless corridors. No. He didn't preserve the images of the death of the Guildmaster. He knew no repercussions would come from it, and he didn't take undue joy from violence, apart from the satisfaction he always felt in setting a failing enterprise right. He saved the image of the old man he'd confronted to remind him to follow up on the new age restrictions, but he deleted the face of the foolish gunslinger. The old man rescuer was likely just another roastier, too brave for sense. There wasn't anything special there either. But the word the man had said, Moonglow, that gave Vidon pause. He'd seen the name of Moonglow Polychemical for the first time while doing his advanced research on Gorse. He paid it little mind. It was a small firm, probably a startup, or maybe a piece of a broken-up conglomerate, being run now by its old employees. That trick never worked, though, he thought. Why did people always insist on trying to reanimate the dead? Calling up the company file over the HoloNet, however, he was surprised by its numbers. The blaster-totaling fool was right about its efficiency. The firm-produced targets were lower relative to the other corporations, but it was the only one coming anywhere close to meeting them. Maybe there was something there, he thought, some idea to steal for the other manufacturers. Scraping ideas from the bottom of the bin, Vidon thought. It galled him that the state of things on Gorse was such that he'd have to resort to. Messages from Coruscant, my lord. At the sound of the captain's voice, Vidon's eyes flickered and reset themselves, and Cudgel's passenger area reappeared around him. Patch it through. A figure appeared before him in holographic form. Rugged and sharply dressed, the blond young man placed his hands together and bowed. Count Vidon, wonderful to see you. What is it, Baron? Vidon had pleasantries for a few, and none at all for Baron Leo, Dangleth of Krolag. The wealthy line of a droid-making dynasty had a sincere in the imperial administration, but was always angling to turn it into something more, usually at Vidon's expense. As now, the Emperor has embarked on several amazing new initiatives, Daffy said, beaming. We need more thoride. I already know the quotas. Those are old quotas. The Emperor desires more. Daffy's eyes widened with happy malice. 50% more per week. 50? I told the Emperor you were on the scene, and that if anyone could do it, you could. I'm sure. Vidon knew Daffy could never have said such a thing. It didn't involve stabbing the cyborg in the back. Of course, if my droid factories can help in any way, you have but to. Vidon out. He cut the transmission. He was still steaming a minute later when he felt the thump indicating the shuttle had arrived on the ultimatum's landing deck. There weren't any new initiatives, Vidon knew. It was all Daffy's doing, part of his continued pursuit of the Count's position in the Empire. Vidon had thwarted the upstart at every turn in the past, but this was something else. Given what Vidon had seen on Sidna, even 5% improvement would be a challenge. Holding a datapad, Captain Sloan met him at the foot of the landing ramp. You asked for updates every half hour on the chamber collapse, she said. We confirmed it was intentional. A blasting team located a device sent by the fugitive Skelly. Vidon wasn't surprised. The team survived. How did they escape? Someone played hero, she said. We're trying to figure out how. Forget it, Vidon said, looking through the magnetically screened landing bay entrance into space. After a long moment, he nodded. It's time for the next phase. Of the inspection, you mean? Vidon looked back at her. Of course, it's what we're here for. The thoride mines on the moon are only part of the problem. The refineries must be put in order. I must go to Gorse. Sloan blinked. I had thought you decided it was more efficient to meet with the planetary managers here by hologram. I know what I decided. Don't question me. A second passed, and he lowered his voice volume. My plans have changed. I'll need your assistance on the ground. I'm not sure what you mean, my lord. Planetary security should be able to coordinate your efforts. Captain, I have many more steps to take that will not be popular with the masses, he said, hitting the last word with particular disdain. As we've just seen, they need to know my moves have the full weight of Imperial might. He studied her and thought for a moment before continuing. You're helming ultimatum only while Captain Carlson is detached elsewhere. No? Sloane averted her gaze a little. Yes, my lord. There are more captains than postings. Then we must build Star Destroyers faster. Perhaps Carlson can return to one of those instead, while you keep ultimatum. She looked up at him. But he's more senior. I hold some sway in certain quarters. Serve me well, and you will find this a permanent position. Sloane gulped before straightening. Thank you, my lord. She saluted needlessly and departed. Vidon turned to look into space. Gorse was down there, in darkness as it always was. Only the light occasionally peeking through the clouds gave any indication that the black body wasn't just another part of the void. Gorse had been a disappointment to him before, in ways nobody knew about, and now it and its lazy workers threatened to do more than disappoint. But he would deal with it, efficiently as only he could. Chapter 12. It had been, bar none, the worst work shift in Zaluna's memory. The new security conditions had been executed earlier, quadrupling the surveillance workload on Miter's Minox. Imperial security officials, an occasional sight in the elevators of World Window Plaza, were crawling all over the place, and more startling to Zaluna was the presence of stormtroopers in the building. All were following leads generated by her office and others, preparing to round up troublemakers in advance of what she gathered was Count Vidon's impending visit to Gorse. There had been visits to Gorse factories by bigwigs before, but not on this scale. Vidon's role in the Emperor's administration was no secret. He'd been a wealthy entrepreneur before joining the Imperial cabinet. The poor planet and its moon of riches were recent additions to his portfolio. He'd never set foot on Gorse before, so far as she knew. So if the security steps were exceptional, they were at least explainable. Gorse needed to be put on a good show for the new boss. That the boss himself had ordered the measures was only added inducement. The SecCon 1 had created a frenzy, true, but Anne ordered one. While her Minox scanned Sidna's caverns for Skelly, Zaluna had looked for the dark-haired character she'd seen Skelly arguing with earlier in the elevator, in case he might know something. A transept file hadn't been started on him. It took a while for migrant workers to get one, but she knew she'd seen him several times via various cams in recent weeks. The rugged pilot, she called him, always steering his cart and minding his own business, except when he wasn't. She had just found the pilot's name in the Moonglow personnel record when she caught him on Sidna's cam, saving an old man from abuse by the frightening Count Vidon. Vidon, who had early done something to the guildmaster. The cam couldn't see what, but Palfa had immediately turned up dead, and Vidon had remotely ordered the records of their meeting purged. It was the sort of thing that happened far too frequently these days. So for staying up against Vidon, Zaluna had decided to reward Kanan Jarrus by leaving him alone. He'd already been intimidated enough for one day. Work had proceeded normally for a while. Then came the news of the explosion and collapse in Sidna's mine, and everything went berserk. Now the Imperials were on the work floor, quizzing Zaluna and going over records of events on the moon. They'd been at it for hours. While public reports from Sidna held that the collapse had been a natural phenomenon, the officers clearly thought a bomber was responsible and had already taken all the files on Skelly and a dozen other potential suspects known to have been on the moon. Making things worse for the Minox was the fact that few in the mining community seemed to believe the cover story, which just resulted in even more borderline seditious statements for her team to evaluate. It seemed as if every miner preparing to leave Sidna for the day had said something about it in monitored place, and the mere presence of the stormtroopers was rattling everyone. Intellectually, Zaluna knew the white-clad figures were on the side of peace and order, but there was no doubting how intimidating they looked. What must it be like to have them come to your home or workplace? She'd always wondered. They all found out. Hedo, normally a source for tiny treasons in the safety of the office or during the isolation of his walks with Zaluna, was clearly nervous. He'd said nothing since the Imperials entered the room, keeping his dark eyes fixed straight ahead on his work whenever the officers came near. And once, as she walked through his aisle, he'd reached out to tug at her sleeve. "Are they talking about me?" he whispered. Never mind. She thought she knew why he was worried. If Skelly had indeed done harm on the moon, her team would get the blame for not flagging him sooner. But the remedy to that was obvious. Vindication. And she knew she continued running her searches of Sidna's surveillance network, hoping to catch sight of Skelly. Then Zaluna had a flash of insight. Gorse. She paused her search on the lunar surveillance cam feeds and started a new scan of Gorse instead. The routine took less than a minute to find a vocal and retina match. "Got him," Zaluna announced. Down on the work floor, the visiting Imperials paused in their conversation. "Skelly's on Gorse. Moonglow Polychemical Office over in Shacktown." It was one of the covert feeds coming off the corporate security cams. "Here on Gorse?" The lead officer sounded alarmed. "How did you get to the planet?" The burly lieutenant stomped up the step to Zaluna's dais and unceremoniously pushed past her. "Let me see. Out of my way, creature." Zaluna thought to stomp on the rude officer's foot. Instead, she listened in on her earpiece. They had taken Skelly into custody. The factory managers contacting planetary security now. That was plainly the case from the images. She and the officer could clearly see Skelly secured to a chair and being watched by a basilisk guard. She'd seen the guard many times over the years. The lieutenant turned and barked an order, and 3 of the stormtroopers left the room. "Inform ultimatum," he said to one of his remaining aides as he brushed past and exited her platform. The boss saves the day again, Zaluna thought. She exhaled, hoping against hope that the uncomfortable moments for the staff had passed. It wasn't any easier on the watchers than the watched, and she'd never seen poor Hedo looking so rattled. She turned to face his workstation, hoping to find him relieved. She didn't find him at all. Zaluna looked around for a few moments before realizing he was behind her, peering up at her through the shelves of plans. He'd gone around to the opposite side of the platform, out of earshot of the Imperials. "You startled me," she said with a relieved grin. "Thinking of taking up gardening?" Hedda was trying and failing to be nonchalant, she thought, pawing through the soil of her yellow stasis. "They're not leaving," he said softly. Zaluna cast a quick glance over her shoulder. The gaggle of agents was still off to the side, talking furtively about something. She looked back at Hedda reassuringly. "Don't worry, we found Skelly again." "That's not it." He looked up at her. "Act like you dropped something." Hearing uncharacteristic seriousness in his voice, Zaluna lifted one of the plots from the upper surface and knelt, pretending to change the saucer beneath the plant. That brought her face to face with Hedo. He reached through the rails and took her hand. "Zaluna, I've gotten involved with something. There's someone I've been chatting with through the HoloNet about. Never mind. Was going to meet her tonight." "Wait, what are you?" He moved her hand onto the plot. "The address is on the note on the outside. Go alone. Please, Zal." Zaluna looked down at the pod. Something was half buried in the soil, she saw. It resembled a data cube, a high-density storage medium. Her eyes narrowed, and she shook her head. "Some woman on the HoloNet?" "Oh, Hedo, what have you gotten yourself into?" "Nothing you didn't know was coming." He tipped his head and spoke somberly, more seriously than she'd ever heard him speak before. "If my help's ever meant anything to you, you'll deliver this. And I'm sorry." With that, he released her hand and departed from the railing. Bewildered by the exchange, Zaluna picked up the pot and stood, looking to see which way Hedo had gone. He wasn't hard to find. The big Imperial was back again, having stopped Hedo in his tracks, and there were stormtroopers with him. "You're Hedo?" Hedo glared. "I am." "You're under arrest." "On what charge?" "Sedation. We have a record of your comments. Comments intended to disturb order." The lieutenant yanked at Hedo's shoulder. "All made while working here. Here. You have abused the trust of the Galactic Empire." Hedo's upper lips curled in defiance. "Galactic Empire? I think you're confused. Didn't you see the sign on the building? I work for the Transept Media Solutions." "Same difference. You work for us, and we won't have any traitors in our midst." The lieutenant's eyes narrowed beneath bushy red eyebrows, and he looked about suspiciously. "And what about the rest of you? Perhaps you people didn't overlook the bomber on Sidna. Perhaps you all looked the other way." A shocked rumble came from the other members of the surveillance team. Zaluna moved forward to defend her people. "Now wait a minute. This team has done everything the Empire has ever asked of it." "You better hope so," the lieutenant sneered. "Everything that happened here today will be reviewed. If there's anything to find, we'll find it." He gestured to Hedo. "We caught him, didn't we?" Hedo tried to move, but the stormtroopers grabbed his arms. His smirk disappeared. "Hear that, my Nox?" he announced. "You're all being watched, too." He glared at the lieutenant. "Watching us? Watching everyone. Well, go ahead and review all you want. Nobody here had anything to do with your stupid mind collapse. Not like you care." "Perhaps," the officer said. "But you know things you've said in the past about the Empire, Hedo. And so do we." Zaluna stepped down from her platform, almost ready to take on the stormtroopers herself if she had to. "Hedo, I swear, I didn't know anything about this." Hedo looked at her and nodded. "I know, Zal. This wasn't the only floor in this building. These days, everyone is watched. Everyone. I'm just an idiot." With that, the lieutenant pointed toward the door, and the stormtroopers pushed Hedo ahead of them. Sounds of shock and dismay came from the other employees. Hedo looked back from the doorway, not at Zaluna. His eyes were on the yellow plant on the top shelf, and then the captor and prisoner were gone. A hush fell over the work floor. Eyes glistening, a young woman looked up at Zaluna. Hedo's been with us for 10 years. 20. What will happen to him? You must know what goes on. Zaluna straightened, too uncomfortable to look at anyone directly. I try not to ask. All of us here, we are a tool that can stop bad things, like we could have done, with that event on Sidna today. She shook her head. I don't know about the rest. Imperial agents re-entered the room. Back to work, my Knox, Zaluna said, sounding resigned. But she only sounded that way, because after a moment's thought, she marched back up to her platform and pretended to water her plants. It was a data cube, all right, and buried with it a small note, quickly scrawled in Hedo's hand. It bore the name of a local Katina, and one word, Hera. Hera would have to work fast. It had taken her too long to find a place to park her starship. Gorse was a patchwork world, with one dead industry layered over another. The muddy ground wouldn't permit the towering sky towers of the city canyon worlds. That left a horizontal urban sprawl that seemed to go on forever. She'd finally found a spot between some abandoned buildings. Her route had taken her from one bad neighborhood to another. She arrived at Moonglow's headquarters only in time to see a basilic security guard and his helpers carrying someone bound to a starship acceleration seat out of the explosive hauler she tracked. They disappeared into the factory building after that. By then, Hera was sure the prisoner was Skelly. Hera wanted to find out more about the man, but she still didn't know whether it was worth any effort. Skelly had evidently driven the Imperials up the wall, and that was a good thing. He might know something useful, or he might be a waste of time. Her cause required a disciplined approach, not an impulsive act. Were people prone to them? A corporate shuttle landed, discharging a female basilic. The head of operations here, Hera figured. Time was running out. A choice had to be made, and soon. She could see shadowy figures beginning to gather outside the building behind her. Criminals, likely now watching her. They were talking and pointing. Whatever the idea for her was, it certainly wasn't good. But she got an idea for them first. Chapter 13. Never make a life-changing decision on an empty stomach. Good advice from Okadai. But the food over at the asteroid belt was only edible in theory. And while Kanan Jarrus wasn't going to change his mind about leaving Gorse, he wasn't going to have his last meal come from picked-over snack bowls atop a bar, especially not after the day he had. That meant the diner by Moonglow, just a few meters away from the broken boulevard. No one used the official name Bogon. The establishment had survived years of hard times in Shacktown neighborhood, not just on the quality of its food, but on the strength of its chef. Draka's volatile temper had made him notoriously unemployable at his cousin's law mining firm, but it, and his 4 almost comically muscular arms, had made him eminently capable of dispatching any troublemakers. He also made a mean bowl of stew. Thanks, Kanan said, taking another steaming serving. The cook didn't respond, keeping his bony beige head crest down over his work as 4 massive hands worked the pots and pans. I'll miss these great conversations, Kanan added. Draka looked up long enough to growl, a creepy sound made creepier by the way the fleshy sack beneath his mouth fluttered. Then he returned to his cooking. That was fine with Kanan. He prided himself on making it alone. Certainly, he talked to people every day, people he had to deal with in order to get his job done. Mostly, though, he talked to no more than absolutely needed. It wasn't because of the secrets of his past. It just suited him. People could be real pains. Okadai was the exception. The old man had been friendly from the start, offering a drifter a place to stay, and later a job. Thoride Mining had left Gorse for Sidna, but the quarries on the south side of town remained, making for a lot of cheap real estate. Okadai had opened his cantina there, in the neighborhood known as the Pits. He hired Kanan to drive his ancient hover bus, running miners back and forth between the Moonglow facility and the bar. Later, he recommended Kanan for the job of flying explosives for Moonglow. No one in Gorse was as kindly to newcomers. Even so, Kanan had kept the old man at arm's length. There had been someone like Okadai on all the planets he visited, the one person willing to help a stranger, no questions asked. And Kanan left all those worlds without saying goodbye to those people. It might have been ironic if Kanan bothered to think much about such things. The Jedi had always preached against forming connections. To prevent their acolytes from putting too much value in any one relationship. In doing so, they had unwittingly trained their students to be the perfect fugitive, able to cut and run at any moment. As long as they didn't stop to care, they could go on indefinitely. Even so, Kanan thought as he ate, Okadai was a little different. Kanan had never known his father. Prospective Padawans tended to get plucked from their families very young. Kanan had only known mentors, like Master Balaba, and while he didn't know from experience, he suspected parents were different. Parents taught too, but without all the judging. Good parents, anyway. And on that score, Okadai had probably been more father-like than any of the other patrons Kanan had found on his travels. Okadai didn't mind Kanan's prickly attitude, his drinking, or the hours he kept. The old man was right there with him, some of the time, and with dozens of workers on his mining detail, Okadai could always point to someone worse on all those scores. But for some reason, Okadai had never treated him like just another member of the crew. The old man had seen everything right. The old man had seen something in him, what Kanan didn't know, and he'd done everything right. Okadai had never tried to push his help on the drifter. He left it to Kanan to decide what assistance to take. It had worked, mostly. For while Kanan had never shared any secrets about his origin with the four men, he stayed on Gorse longer than he intended. The explosive holler, bad as it was, the home across the bar, and Okadai, his host, they all made Gorse more livable than some of the other places he tried. But he'd seen all the world had to offer, and there was plenty things he wouldn't miss. One was in the doorway behind him. Suicide flyer, you show your face here after the last time? Kanan looked up at the mirror behind the grill, already knowing the speaker's identity. Hello, Charco, he said. He felt for his shoulder holster, but other eyes didn't move. Charco, 2 meters of horned Targaryen meanness, wouldn't set foot in Draco's diner. The cook kept not one, but 4 big blasters behind the counter. Instead, Charco just yelled like an idiot from the open front door. We're waiting for you, pilot. Come out and play. The Basilik cook swore and moved toward his blasters. Charco didn't wait around. The door slammed shut. Unconcerned, Kanan finished his stew as Draco rounded the counter, 4 weapons in 4 hands. A fully armed Basilik defending his business was a great equalizer. Charco never went anywhere without at least half a dozen members of his gang, the Sarlaccs. A Sarlacc was a ravenous monster that was little more than a mouth. Kanan thought the name was properly descriptive. Charco's Sarlaccs had an endless appetite for credits of anyone fool enough to wander the streets of the industrial area. The gang activity had provided Okadai with a business opportunity, opening his cantina across town and busying miners safely past the trouble spots. 3 times Charco had tried and failed to separate Kanan from his hard-earned credits as he walked Broken Boulevard. The 3rd time, Kanan had broken off the horn on Charco's head. The Charjan had sworn revenge. Are they still out there? Kanan asked without looking up. They moved up the ways to talk to someone, Draco growled. But yeah, they're still there. Idiots. He shut the door and returned to his cooking. Well, no sense leaving unfinished business behind, Kanan thought as he wiped his face. He pushed back the bowl with one hand and drew his blaster with the other. Kanan walked cautiously to the entrance. Blaster in hand, he nudged the door open with the tip of his blaster. Hey, Ugly, he yelled. Where'd you go? Outside, he spotted Charco's unmistakable one-horned silhouette as part of a shadowy gathering up the street. There were about 8 or 9 of them, all members of Charcoal's band, but they were ignoring Kanan, talking to someone else. Before Kanan could see more, the group quickly dispersed, breaking up into groups of 3 and heading off into the alleys, while whoever they were talking to remained, 20 meters up the street from Kanan. Wearing a black cloak that gave no indication of the person beneath, the figure stood beneath the glare of the moon, watching not Kanan, but the Moonglow facility across the road. Clearly, this wasn't one of the Sarlaccs. Something told Kanan to holster his weapon. As he did, the Watcher turned toward him and called out, "Excuse me." He couldn't see the speaker's face, but the voice was female, almost melodic. "Where can I find the repulsor lift entrance to Moonglow?" The restless ground beneath Kanan's feet rumbled as she spoke, but he didn't hear it. He was still trying to process the voice. So warm and polite, it was totally out of place for Shaketown Street. It startled him so much that he could only manage, "Huh?" "Never mind," the figure said primly. "I'll find it myself." With a whirl of her cloak, she headed off in the opposite direction. Kanan, who had no mission in life now, found himself with one, seeing who it was that could be attached to a voice like that. Gorse had one last surprise in store for him after all. It didn't matter. She'd been chatting amiably with the street gang. His feet, developing a will of their own, started to follow. They didn't get far, neither did the rest of him. Cousin Draca appeared behind him, slapping 2 pairs of huge greased hands on Kanan's shoulders. He'd forgotten to pay his bill.
Chapter 14. I understand you've captured the suspect from Sidna, the shimmering holographic form of Count Vidon said. You will be receiving a squad of stormtroopers to take custody of him shortly. Skelly glowered. Looking through the back of the image, he could see Vidon, but Vidon could not see him. Or maybe he could. Lal had barely informed the authorities that Skelly was there when the efficiency expert had called. It would make sense, Skelly thought, for the Empire to keep an eye on all the producers of a strategic compound like Thoride. But he didn't mind their spying. He minded the fat, foul-armed fools in the room with him, who had yet to release him from the chair, who had decided to keep the gag on while Vidon called, despite his urgent muffled cries to be allowed to speak. Moonglow, your firm is a newer one? Vidon asked. Only under the name, my lord, Lal said. I have worked in this facility for more than 20 years. Skelly wondered if a hologram could catch how nervous she was to be speaking to the Emperor's man. She'd better be worried, Skelly thought. By the time the Empire learned what he knew, the whole mining guild might be well out of work. Lal continued, We're a smaller firm, but we've made many advances in efficiency. I assure you we knew nothing about. Never mind the saboteur, Vedon interrupted. I would see these efficiencies. I will begin my inspection here. Here? Skelly saw Lal's eyes widening. She clasped both sets of hands together prayerfully. My lord, we'd like some time to prepare for your arrival. It's the end of a very long workday. I know we don't have mornings around here, but it is possibly... Vedon waved his metallic hand dismissively. Diurnal cycles. So annoying. Fine. In 12 hours, then. Regard it the reward for your service. But I shall show no leniency in my review because of your help to me tonight. Is that understood? I would expect none, my lord. Moonglow will be ready. See that it is, came the cold response. An Imperial repulsor lift will arrive in 5 minutes. Had the prisoner ready. Vedon vanished. Lal sat, dumbfounded, looking at the space where the image had been. Off to the side, Skelly could see her security chief husband, Gord, scratching his head. I thought you said you didn't think the Empire would inspect here, Gord said. We're too small. I don't understand either, Lal cast a glance over at Skelly. I guess it's because of you. Skelly replied. Oh, Lal said flustered. Gord, get that out of his mouth. Gord grumbled. All right, he said, looming over the seated Skelly. But I think it's a bad idea.
The rag finally removed, Skelly coughed before turning his ire on the Basilics. That was Vidon. Why didn't you let me talk to him? Lal goggled at that. I'm already terrified of him. I definitely wasn't going to let you talk to him. Almost in a daze, she plopped down in her office chair. 12 hours to get this place looking good enough for Imperial inspection. Cord looked back at her. It's all right, Lal. You run a good place. I'll get the cousins in with some mops and it will be fine. Skelly rolled his eyes. The security chief was moon-eyed over his wife, and their mushiness was the capper to a horrid day. You'd better worry more about Vidon. What Vidon will say after he talks to me. You and every firm that's used baby to break open a wall up there. Forget this guy, Gord said. He snapped his fingers. Oh, Lal, I almost forgot. That Kanan fellow said he was quitting. Lal shook her head, disappointed. I was afraid of that. It was the worst day ever. He nearly got killed. I wanted to thank him. He wound up saving some of my people's lives. Maybe you can talk him out of it, Gord said. A buzzer sounded. There's somebody at the repulsor lift gate. That'd be the stormtroopers, his wife replied. She looked at Skelly, sadly. I am sorry. Yeah, sure, Skelly said. You guys be the sorry ones. Gord whistled. Two of his Basilic assistants entered and lifted Skelly, chair and all. They carried him into the moonlit stockyard at the side of the complex. Equipment lined the inner perimeter of the tall black fencing, with a path between large enough for a repulsor truck to arrive. Skelly knew what to expect. He'd seen the Imperial troop transports hovering through Gorse City now and again. He hoped this time they'd take him straight to Vidon. He watched as Gord, leaving Skelly with the other guards, stepped up to the gate and opened it. No one entered. Curious, Gord walked into the street. A second later, the burly Basilic looked back and shouted to his assistants, Guys, it's Charco! The Sarlocks are stealing our hover truck! Moving almost as one, Gord's fellow guards drew their blasters and ran out to join him. Alone, Skelly shook his head. In high-crime Shanktown, no supply delivery was safe, not even when Imperials were on the way. He heard blaster fire from the street. Maybe they'd all shoot one another. Then it occurred to Skelly that the Sarlaccs must have activated the entry buzzer. Why would they have done that? Before he could consider it, he became aware of someone behind him, and something pulling at the strap on his left shoulder. Are you Skelly? What? He looked to his left to see a cloaked figure crouching behind his chair. Yeah, who are you? Hera, the female voice said. A green hand inserted a vibro blade under one of the restraints. And you're leaving. No, wait, Skelly said. I can't go. I have a story to get out. For a moment, the woman stopped cutting as if puzzled. Well, only for a moment. I can help you get your story out, but you have to go. Wait, Skelly had no idea who she was or what she was talking about. Listen. I will listen, but you have to go, she said, severing the last bond. She ripped the straps free. I paid Charco for the distraction, but it won't last. Skelly looked through the gate at the street. It was empty, but he could hear Gord and his companions running somewhere and firing their blasters, and beyond that, the low whine of a repulsor craft. He didn't know what to do. The stormtroopers would take him to Vidon, who had the power to stop what was being done on Sidna. But then again, they might not, and the cloaked woman had said something he wasn't accustomed to hearing. I'll listen, she repeated. Go! Skelly looked back, only to see she was no longer at his side. Hearing footfalls heading for the gate, he forced his cramped muscles to stand. Walking painfully, he headed for the gate. Where can I find you? He yelled. The call came from over the fence, outside. I'll find you. She was already gone. Chapter 15. Kanan rushed around the corner of a building, only to be nearly run down by an Imperial troop transport. Seeing the boxy repulsor craft careening straight at him, Kanan dived to a muddy roadway. The long vehicle passed right over him, its metallic underside mere centimeters from the back of his skull. Now he lay in the mud at the corner of Shanktown intersection, and there was still no sign of the woman with the alluring voice. Picking himself up, Kanan wiped off his tunic and stood as more traffic came down the other street, this time on foot.
two of Charcoal's gang members barreling in his direction with big metal pry bars in their hands. The sound of blaster shots followed behind them. Kanan reached for his weapon, only to realize the Sarlaccs weren't coming after him, and that the blaster shots were meant for them. The hoodlums ran past without stopping, rushing to stay ahead of their pursuers, who turned out to be Gord and his fellow guards, firing blasters. "You better run, punks!" Gord yelled, firing blasters held in all four hands. Kanan looked down the streets after them, and then back up the route the Imperials had taken. He shook his head. "I'm too sober," he thought. "Nothing's making sense." He walked around the block. At the far end of one street, he could see the Moonglow service entrance. There was no sign of any caped woman there, just the stormtroopers from before, piling out of the repulsor craft. Kanan quickly turned away. This was no place to stay on a fool's errand, stormtroopers or not. This end of Shanktown, he recognized, had fared badly in a recent quake. Half of it was under renovation, and most of it was closed down. Resigned, Kanan decided to give up and head for Okadai's. "I'm just being silly," he thought. "Tomorrow's moving day. Time to get packing." Then he heard the voice again. "50 up front, 50 afterward," the woman said, "like we agreed." Kanan looked down the alley to see the hooded figure facing off against Charco, flanked by several members of his gang. It was like the scene Kanan had witnessed outside the diner, only not. This place was more enclosed. Construction scaffolds rose against buildings on either side of the passage. There was a new men's to how Charco's friends, a mix of tough-looking humans and other beings, stood, and Charco, clutching a bunch of credits in his hand, wasn't happy at all. "If you got 100 credits, maybe you got 100 more," the horned gang leader said. He took a step forward. Towering over the short woman, he gestured to her black cloak. "You've got room for a lot more cash under there, I bet." Kanan strode into view at the end of the street. "Hey, Charco, you were looking for me. Did you forget?" Charco and his companions looked back at Kanan. "Never," the Chargin said. "There's always time for you." Kanan saw blasters being raised. His was already drawn. 7 against 1. That's about right. But before he could fire, Kanan saw the woman suddenly twirl in place. With one swift movement, her cloak came off and became a weapon as she cast it in the air like a net. Charco turned back to get a faceful of fabric, dropping his credits in the process. The gang leader stumbled backwards, victim of a high kick from his assailant. His friends turned and gawked at what Kanan now saw, a beautiful, little, green-skinned Twi'lek, holding a pistol in one gloved hand. The Twi'lek shot one human, Sarlacc, point blank in a single motion, and then rushed forward in the next. As the burly man fell backward, the Twi'lek used his body as a makeshift staircase, giving her the altitude she needed to leap for a horizontal strut on one of the scaffolds. Catching the bar with her free hand, she used her momentum to help her gain a perch, clinging to one of the vertical supports. Turning, she fired her blaster down into the astonished crowd. "Get her!" yelled a female gang member, but blaster fire was coming from a second direction as Kanan, done with watching, charged into the alley. The Sarlacc scattered, uncertain who to target first. With an angry bellow, Charco leapt from the mud, heedless of the crossfire. Turning toward the Twi'lek's position, he slammed chest first into one of the scaffold supports. The structure shook, and the Twi'lek woman dropped her blaster. Her weapon hand freed, she scrambled like a sand monkey higher up the scaffold, even as it began to fall. Kanan knew he had to move. He rushed his nearest attacker and grabbed her blaster arm with his left hand. His motion directed her errant shot into the assailant approaching on his right. He followed with a headbutt beneath her chin that knocked her backwards. Now he could see raging Charco trying to upend the scaffold. He dived forward, even as the Twi'lek woman vaulted in the opposite direction, high above, to the scaffold on the other side of the alley. Seized from behind by Kanan, Charco lost hold of the scaffold support, and the whole thing started to come down. All 5 stories of it.
Kanan saw only one place to go, the large picture window of the building the scaffold was attached to. He launched himself and the charge in through the window, creating a shower of shards, even as an avalanche of scaffolding came down in the alleyway behind them. Dazed, his blaster lost in the dive, Kanan struggled to regain his feet inside the vacant building, which he recognized as an abandoned cantina. The charge had taken the brunt of the crash, and yet somehow the thugs still stood, ready to fight it out. "You're on my turf now," Kanan said, raising his fist. I do all my training in bars." Kanan Charco traded punches across the dark, quake-damaged room. Kanan grabbed a chair. Charco did the same with half a broken table. The two carried on a parry and thrust battle with their makeshift weapons. It was a kind of fighting the Jedi never taught, and it suited Kanan just fine. Blow by blow, he maneuvered Charco in front of the only remaining intact window. Winded from his exertions, the Charjan staggered. Kanan saw his opening. A roundhouse kick sent his opponent smashing through the pane behind him. "Are we done here?" Kanan asked, stepping up to the windowsill. Charco didn't get back up this time, but the others were still out there, Kanan remembered. He readied himself and carefully climbed out the shattered window. There wasn't anything to do. All Charco's companions were down. Some Kanan had taken out earlier, others the Twi'lek had. The rest had been crushed under the falling scaffold, and the Twi'lek herself was nowhere to be seen. Rubbing his bruised cheek, Kanan searched the wreckage for his blaster. He was in pain, the kind that would pass, but enough to make it tough to go another round with the Sarlaccs. By the time he found his weapon, however, it was clear to him no danger remained. But something was missing from the scene. The credits Charco had dropped had been plucked from the ground, and small footprints led away from the place where they had lain. He saw the Twi'lek's cloak nearby, pinned beneath a heavy girder. She did leave me a souvenir after all. With great effort, he pulled the metal aside. He took the garment into his hands and held it up. It was a good find, he thought, as he turned to stagger out of the alley, because he was beginning to believe she had never been there. He stopped thinking that when he stepped into the street and found himself looking into her eyes. "Ah," she said, seeing her cloak. "Ah," he repeated. Kanan stood frozen, studying her under the bright light of the moon. She was shorter than he was, with deep green skin, full lips, and a chin that came to a pleasing point. She wore a gray pilot's cap that allowed exit for two head tails that hung at a little more than shoulder length. She wore a brown vest, gold-colored slacks with utility pockets, and black gloves that matched the cloak in his hands. "I knew I forgot something," she said, removing the garment from his hand so deftly he barely noticed she'd done it. Then she looked at him with concern. "You okay there?" Kanan nodded. "You speak basic?" "Words fail me." She smiled. "So they do." It wasn't a dig, or if it was delivered so gently that Kanan chose not to notice it. He looked back. That was something back there. "Yes," she said, still talking in that wonderful voice, as she flicked mud from the cloak. "It's a good thing I was here to save you." Kanan's brow wrinkled, and he looked back. "Save me?" He pointed at the bodies. "You had a whole gang after you." The Twi'lek lifted the cloak to put it on. "I paid them to do a job for me. There was a minor pricing dispute. I could have handled it." Seeing him look back at her, slack-jawed, she bumped a gloved fist underneath his bruised chin. "You did pretty good, though. I'm impressed." He studied him. "So you just randomly go around sticking your neck out for people?" "No," Kanan said. Well, almost never." He blinked as she pulled her hand back. "Wait a minute," he said, gesturing back to the bodies in the alley. "You needed them to do your job for you?" "Mm-hmm. And now it's done." She flipped the cloak back into place around her shoulders, turned, and started walking. "I do jobs," Kanan said, tromping after her. His whole body hurt from the fight, but he didn't want the conversation to end so soon. "You need something done. I'm there." "No, thank you," she said, continuing on. "I has stops to make." "Wait." Kanan tried to follow, but his body rebelled. Wincing, he grabbed at his knee. When he looked up, she was gone again, likely down one of the side alleys. Disgusted with the universe, he yelled into Gorse's endless night, "What's your name?" For a long moment, nothing. And then that voice again, calling back to him. Hera. Chapter 16. Starships were settlements in the sky. Some were villages. Ultimatum was a great metropolis. And yet even star destroyers functioned like small towns. A big sink full of gossip. And as with small towns, the contents all tended to flow toward one person, like water to a drain. Sloane stood at the window as Nearbrook Chamis, Ultimatum's unofficial drain, sat casually in the chair in her office. The mining ships were continuing to shuttle back and forth between Gorse and Sidna, faster than before, of course. But her mind was on the list Chasmus was reading. Count Vidon has designated and issued new traffic patterns for the cargo ships traveling between the two worlds, Chasmus said. He has ordered several changes to the loader droids' subroutines on Sidna that should make them more productive. He has changed the color of the plates used in the communal mess hall. What? Camus chuckled. That last one was a joke. Sloane rolled her eyes. Continue. He has also ordered a review of the transept personnel. You know, the ones who found the madman on Sidna. There has already been at least one arrest for suspicious activity. Thorough, Sloane said. She was thorough, too, or intended to be. She'd been caught flat-footed by Vidon's action on her bridge, issuing commands to her staff. Ultimatum had the authority to destroy the freighter Sidna Dreaming. Vidon had clearly known that, but while she agreed with the decision, it behooved her to find out more about her visitor and how he had interacted with other crews. She wasn't going to be just one more mechanical arm. What else has he done? Laid groundwork for his tours on Gorse. He has a full schedule already. He doesn't head down there for hours yet, and he's already reorganized 3 guilds, ordered the consolidation of several equipment suppliers in a single firm, and even shut down a med center, moving the patients to an institution closer to the factories so they can get back to work more quickly. That's it? Isn't that enough? He has met several times with the aides he brought aboard and made several calls back to his main office on Caloran Depot. There's only one thing he hasn't done. Slept, Sloane said. He doesn't have the time. He doesn't have a bed, Chasmus corrected. The attendants changing his room found the place wrecked, the furniture smashed. What? What? When was this? After he came back from the moon. After we piped a second call to him from Baron Dath. I think our count has a temper. Sloane chuckled. She heard Vidon had a short fuse, and word back from Sidna was that the mining guild chief had found out the hard way. You got him another room, I hope? We don't have ample supplies. Don't worry, I'll be put right before our, regular captain arrives. Thanks for reminding me I'm just a temp, Sloane thought, walking around her desk. But Chasmus' comment brought her back to what she wanted to know. This next, she wanted to ask cautiously. Interesting man, Vidon, and striking that he would choose government service. You said he bought the title. Do you know where he's from? His biography says Corellia. In the Republic days, he was an engineer for a small design firm that worked for shipbuilders. A cog in a small wheel. His suggested improvements were constantly rejected. Then he was struck with Shimmer syndrome and spent the next 5 years, while it was eating him alive, conquering the stock exchange from a bed. And the firm? And as the legend goes, Chasmus said the term derisively. Vidon's first act on regaining mobility was buying the company and putting everyone on the street. But I don't even know what firm it is. There were confidential provisions to the suffrage packages. He doesn't want anyone he's burned sniping at him, ruining cells of his next management hollow. Sloane knew Vidon didn't need the money, but she didn't have any problem with his rationale. A little revenge did wonders for the healing process. It was also a human thing, and there weren't many human things about Vidon. If he's from Corellia, she said, he's probably connected in the shipbuilding sector and the Admiralty. It was halfway between the question she intended and the matter-of-fact observation she wanted it to sound like, but Chasmus was too sly, catching her drift immediately. In other words, he said with a smile, can he make your posting here permanent? Perhaps by giving Captain Carlson a cushy job at one of his subterraneans? Please ask him for one for me, while you're at it. Cod. Sloane simply stared. What's tomorrow like? Chasmus passed her his datapad, showing the stops on Vidon's planned tour of Gorse. It sounded like an exhausting day. She was struck curious by the first name on the list, Moonglow. Why start with this little one? They apparently captured and lost the fugitive from Sidna a few hours ago. That'll go well for them, Sloane said, passing back the datapad. She swiveled her chair to look again out the window of the ships heading down to Gorse. Her brow furrowed as she tried to take it all in. So while he's on his world tour, we play traffic officer, Chasmus said, standing, keeping the rabble back, while Vidon adds to his folktale. We should demand part of the royalties on his next holo. Sloane smiled inwardly. She only wanted a supporting role. It was her job to help the Empire. Helping to find Ultimatum's rightful captain a different ship would be a nice bonus. Stormtroopers had ransacked his apartment hours earlier. That, Scully thought without the least amusement, officially represented the first attention the Empire had ever paid to the homes in Cyprus Commons. Cyprus was a project for homeless Clone Wars veterans in the sector, an ideal hatched in the final days of the Republic. The Empire had kept it going, shipping in new residents from time to time without ever adding to or improving on the complex. Skelly thought it spoke volumes about what the Republic and the Empire really thought about those who fought against the Separatists. Let's stick 'em where the sun doesn't shine. Skelly had stayed in the diapadded apartment, partly because it was sandwiched between the Gorse City industrial districts. That way, no matter who fired him, his commute never got any longer. But the other reason he stayed was the russet grating behind the complex trash bin at the far end of the rectangular exercise yard, and what lay beneath. Certain no one outside had seen his approach, he slipped behind the bin and into the hole. He closed the grill above him. Passing through an improvised curtain, he fished for the power switch. A crackle or two later, the darkness around Skelly turned red, lit by computer monitors and a single weak overhead lamp. It had been intended as a bomb shelter, built by the Republic as part of the Cyprus project in the unlikely event Count Dooku or General Grievous took a sudden interest in destroying a retirement colony. Its permacrete walls had been a moldy mess when Skelly found the place, but he liked that it had its own generator, and the presence of a giant garbage bin in front of the grating meant he could enter and depart without anyone seeing. All Skelly's computers were built from kits, making them safe from slicing by the powers that be, corporate or government. Only one machine was attached to a HoloNet grid, and that through a connection hijacked from an Ithorian launch wagon that parked daily on the other side of the quad. By selecting an intermediary that was mobile and garaged somewhere else, Skelly cut down on prying eyes and ears. Everywhere but at work, Skelly had known some of the corporations working on Sidna had installed surveillance equipment, but he'd assumed that was just to keep an eye on productivity and to prevent the theft of explosive material, which had once been a problem. Evidently, they were now listening in on individual conversations there too. It was insane, deaf to his appeals about safety, but nosy in on anything else. Skelly quickly ate a meager meal of tinned food paste before collapsing, exhausted, on a mat on the floor. This room had been his world, his real world, for years. Boards mounted on one wall were covered with hand-scrawled notes about military-industrial complex. and the intricate network of who owned what. A second wall was home to his studies into history of the galactic conflicts. The sides kept changing, but the stories were always the same. Whenever Titans fought, the peons did the dying. The biggest collection of notes, however, was on the wall facing him now. Apart from the curtained opening that led to a little closet, every square centimeter was festooned with notes about Sidna and its geologic structure. Seeing it all made his gut hurt. Skelly had long feared a day like this would be necessary, a day when he'd have to risk everything to get someone's attention. But he'd been deciding things on the fly, and he worried he'd already blown it. He'd run here from Moonglow's grounds without thinking, after a spur-of-the-moment promise from someone he'd never met, and had in all likelihood ruined his chance to talk to Count Vidon. He still didn't know why he fled. Yes, it was natural to fear being taken anywhere by stormtroopers. The Empire's foot soldiers had a bad habit of damaging prisoners in transit, and everyone had misread his attempt to educate them as sabotage. But Vidon was still his best chance, the only one with the authority to effect change. Would Vidon leave Gorse without talking to him? Would Vidon see him at all, now that he'd run? Staring at his collected writings from his spot on the floor, Skelly let out a low moan. Nobody listens. What do you want to say? Skelly looked up, startled to see the cloaked figure that had rescued him. She removed her cowl. You're her! Hera, the Twi'lek corrected. Let's talk. Chapter 17. Skelly sat up, alarmed. How did you find me? Hera patted her own shoulder. If you'll look in the utility pocket on your left shoulder, you'll find a tracking device that I slipped in when I was cutting you loose. She smiled. I did tell you I would find you. Skelly reached for his pocket and discovered a small chip. He stared at her angrily. I don't like people spying on me. You're in the wrong system, then. Hera simply opened her gloved hand. I'll take that. Thanks. You said my name, he said suspicious. How do you know me? You've gotten a lot of people's attention today. I heard about what you did on Sidna. You know, the blast? While the Emperor's envoy was there. She paused, stopping to take in the many notes about the Empire on the wall to her left. I'm interested to hear your reasons for doing what you did. Frowning, Skelly stood up. And why do you care? I'm just interested, Hera said. Seeing her reading his notes, the red-headed human interposed himself between her and the wall. Look, don't read my stuff. I don't know you, lady. I don't know what telling you will help anything. Hera looked to her right and saw the other wall and its writings about Sidna. A glint appeared in her dark eyes. Would you tell me if I was a reporter for the Environmental Action Gazette? Skelly goggled. I thought that had shut down. Just retooling. Hera said, you can be part of the big relaunch. Skelly studied her. He'd never been in that HoloNet's publication audience, but it had come up several times in his research. It had put a stop to a number of bad business practices in the past. Come on, she said, pulling a data pad from her cloak. I did let you go. Skelly took a deep breath and made a decision. Okay. He rushed to his wall and pointed to one diagram after another, laying out his theories. Severing a few crystalline stalactites and stalagmites was fine. Those were the mere outgrowths of physical structures that held Sidna together. It was like giving the moon a haircut. But using explosives to break into new chambers was more like breaking into bone. Every chamber they discover has more thoride than one before, Skelly said, and that makes them use more juice to get into the next one. And that causes collapses that harm workers. Hera nodded, making notes on her datapad, while ruining a beautiful natural setting. Now you got it! Triumphant, Skelly jammed his fist to the low ceiling. Okay, Hera said mildly. Skelly's face froze. Okay? She smiled gently at him. It's not big and shocking news, Skelly, she said
kindly, returning the data pad to its place. The Empire hurts workers and ruins everything. It does that all the time, everywhere. So, you have a problem, like a billion other people in the galaxy. One day, we'll do something about it. This is good to know, and I feel for everyone involved. But I'm not sure the time is right to do much about it. Skelly was alarmed. You're not going to publish? After all this? What kind of deal is this? I thought you were a journalist. The woman took a step back, clearly not fearing him, but simply giving him space to rave. I'm really more gathering information right now, Skelly. Preparing for... She trailed off, then nodded toward the wall with his notes about Sidna. What you've described is bad, but it's not exactly world-shattering. Oh, yes, it is! Skelly whipped the holodisc out of his vest pocket and held it between his left thumb and forefinger. Because I believe that if the Empire keeps up, they could blow the whole moon to bits. Hera held up a hand. Look, forget the hyperbole. How much damage are you talking about? I'm not exaggerating, Skelly said. Pocketing the holodisc, he turned back to the wall and began rifling through attached notes with his good hand. The moon's already brittle. The elliptical orbit means Gorse and the sun are yanking at it all the time. Gorse releases the stress through groundquakes, but all the energy stays pent up in Sidna because the cryptolactice goes so deep. The bottom line, please? Use enough explosives in the right spot and Sidna would crumble like a senator's promise. Hera stared at him for a moment. Skelly stared back. That's just beyond belief, she said finally. The power to destroy a body that size? It's hard to believe something like that exists. It exists. It's possible. And I'm beginning to think they don't care. Hera walked to the wall and started reading. These notes are all over the place, she said. I can't make sense of some of it. Trust me, Skelly said. I'm an expert. You're a planetary geologist? No, I build bombs. Hera's lips pursed. Oh. She drew the syllables out. I know how it sounds, he said, pulling down notes and wedging them into his frozen right hand. But it's true. The mining companies know, because I've told them, but they cover it up because they're all part of the conspiracy. The conspiracy? The Thorite Triangle, Skelly said, astonished that she hadn't heard about it. He moved across the room to the other side, with his wall of corporate sham. The mining firms are corrupt. They're tied up, ownerships, board of directors, with the shipwrights that have sold the Empire on one construction project after another. Oh, and it's being done in secret, but you can't even keep everything secret. 1 billion Star Destroyers isn't enough. They're building Super Star Destroyers and Super Star Destroyers, and who knows what else. I see, Hera said, gingerly taking a step backward. And how do you know all this? The HoloNet. Oh, Hera said, the HoloNet. It's all one big web, and it goes on forever, Skelly said, eyes fixing on the far wall. He stepped over to it and began fumbling with notes. Did you know that it was moneyed interests that started the Clone Wars? That there was a battle droid manufacturer that had too much inventory? Skelly felt Hera's eyes upon him, and the air went out of his lungs. He stopped talking. The notes, the clippings, all swam before him, not making sense. He'd done it again. I'm sorry to have troubled you, he half heard her say. Good luck. Skelly kept facing the wall. Look, I know what I sound like. I've been through a lot of bad things, and I get worked up. I don't always say the right things right, but what I know is still real. He took a breath. I'm not crazy. When he turned, she was gone. He could hear light footsteps heading up the ladder. He followed, but saw nothing but the trash bin and the darkened quad all around. Deflated, Skelly climbed back inside and shut the grate after him. He sat in silence at the bottom of the pit. His head buzzed and hurt, as it had been hurting for a long time. Skelly's sleep cycles had been wrong ever since moving to Gorse, and time in Sidna's always bright caves confused them further. The confusion in the note still clutched in his malfunctioning hand
were one product, but he could still focus to do some things, the data on the holodesk. That, he knew, was right. It was his testament, his last chance. Skelly remembered Vidon's call to Lal Gralic. The Count was coming, and Vidon could still listen and do the right thing, but he would be bringing the rest of the Empire with them. And they could still do the wrong thing. Skelly sprang to his feet and re-entered his sanctum. Opening the curtain to the closet, he exposed his secret workbench there, and beneath, in sealed packages, the massive stores of explosive baradium he'd smuggled out over the years. Because of his fears about blasting on Sidna, every time they'd asked him to plan a charge to open up a wall, he'd used a little less. He just hadn't given them back what he didn't use. And if they didn't listen to him now, he'd give it all back, all at once. And so, they'd notice. Yes, he would. Hera shook her head as she stepped back onto the street. It had been a calculated risk for Skelly. Her assumption in the detour was that anyone rising up against the Empire in any way was worth a look. Some could be helpful. Maybe not yet, but in the moments to come. It was very important to know their capabilities. But Skelly would never be of any use, and so she mentally filed him away with dozens of others she'd met just like him. Political activism drew more than its share of crackpots. Some had been legitimately driven to madness by the forces they were fighting against. Some had been damaged by war, as she suspected was the case with Skelly. Some had no excuse. But while such people were always the first to revolt, they almost never led successful revolutions. Action against the Empire would have to be carefully measured, now especially. Thus far, Gorse had been a bust, sunless in more ways than one. Its people wandered robotically between the drudgery of work and the dangers of the streets, sensing neither. Even the human who'd helped her against the street gang, whom she now remembered as the man helping the old-timer in Sidna, might easily fit a ready template. The gagabout, looking for a brawl. That would be disappointing, if so, but not surprising. Like everyone else on Gorse, he was trapped in a role the Empire wanted for him. He'd never be a threat. It was too bad. He seemed to know what he was doing in the fight. But Hera put him out of her mind. Skelly was the side trip. The real goods lay ahead. And she would find them at the establishment whose unsubtle advertisement appeared on her datapad. The asteroid belts, the pits, Gorse City, Okadai Garrison. Open all night. Come in and get belted. Chapter 18. Hey lady, I'm talking to you. The big bruiser was talking to Zaluna, for no one else was on the street. But she'd chosen to keep going, until he kept after her. Just steps behind her, he yelled again, I said I'm talking to you. No, you aren't, she said, continuing to walk through the mud. If you were talking to me, you'd use my real name. Picking up his pace, the drunk laughed. How am I supposed to know who you are? Precisely. Zaluna spun and looked keenly at him from beneath her light hood. Then you have no reason to talk to me, Keta Sporal. Go home to your wife and children. Face lit by moonlight, the bell moth blanched. Wait, how do you know who I am? That's not important, she said, right hand disappearing in a long, loose sleeve of her poncho, the lightest garment she owned that would conceal her features. What's important is that you will leave me alone. Brawl guffawed. And if I don't, then you'll have a talk with this. Her right hand reappeared from within the sleeve, holding a slim blaster. Are we through? The drunk goggled at the weapon's sudden appearance. Then he turned away, staring off into the steamy night. Resuming her journey, Zaluna put the blaster back in its hiding place, glad no one else knew it hadn't been fired in 33 years since her mother had left it to her. It wasn't true that she knew everyone on Gorse and Sidna by sight, of course, but nearly a third of a century of surveillance had put a lot of troublemakers on her watch list, and many of them seemed to wind up down here in the pits. Some miners acted as if the neighborhood, settled to be close to the old quarries, was a decent place to live. now that the strip mining had long since ended. Perhaps for them it was, but in her experience, robust bouts were trouble waiting to happen. She'd monitored too many bar fights in the pits, watching dozens of people being shaken down on the streets for money or sport. Whatever the firm paid the miners, it wasn't enough to keep some of them from hassling good folk for cash. Then again, if they were paid more, they'd just drink more, and that seemed to make them all the worse. The encounter was just one more headache in a day filled with them. After Heto's arrest, the remaining surveillance staffers at Transit had worked their overtime in silence, everyone afraid to say anything. Even operator's background was potentially under review, if the Imperial lieutenant was to be believed. Zelina had hoped that finding the suspect Skelly again would make up for the Minox not having flagged him for capture earlier. But her hopes fell when she learned that Skelly had escaped from the Moonglow office before the stormtroopers could arrive. At least no one suspected the Minox of signaling him. The factory supervisor had spent an hour defending her security team from the stormtroopers' insult. Still, Zelina expected difficult days ahead for everyone at the Transept office. And even if nothing happened, a job she'd enjoyed working at would never be fun again. It was a strange thing. So many people on Gorse lived in fear, especially Solstans and others of smaller stature. Yet working with the Minox, she felt somewhat immune. There was safety in isolation, security in having information. Yes, her kind of work did have the potential to create problems for others, but she suppressed any consideration of that on the grounds that so many of the people she eavesdropped on were of bad character, likely to hassle a poor working woman on a darkened street. But, increasingly, there had been fewer and fewer roughnecks being targeted for snooping, and more people like Hedo, and now Hedo himself, who faced an unknown fate. It hadn't made sense to anyone on the work floor. Sure, Hedo had complained about working conditions and pay, but who didn't? Yes, he thought what the Empire had done to the once magnificent caverns of Sidna was an abomination. But that was both old news and a common feeling on Gorse. But the data cube was another thing, and Zelina now knew it was the reason he'd been targeted. When the shift ended, she'd fled home to see what it was Hedo had given her. He hadn't given her permission to read what was on the data cube, but it wouldn't hurt her first time to pry. And she had no intention of passing something along to this Hera person without checking it out first. She used a reader she'd first owned as a teenager, safely detached from the holonet, and studied the contents of the data cube in her closet for good measure. The contents were encrypted using a commercial program. Zelina had worked several years in electronic data collection and soon found her way past the protections. She was amazed at what she discovered. Somehow, Hedo had managed to download the files Transept kept on everyone it had ever watched on Gorse and its moon, from way back in the Republic era to the present. She thought for a moment this Hera might be a rival surveillance firm, corporate espionage, spying on spies for profit. Hedo, always broke, could have been hoping for a payoff. She didn't want any part of the transaction like that, but thinking on it, she realized Transept sold data to its competitors all the time, and sometimes on a massive scale. This act didn't seem necessary. Looking more closely at it, Zelina realized that the bounty of personal information on the data cube wasn't the important part. Its existence served as a guide to the state-of-the-art in surveillance means. Every image, every voice recording, every bioscan, every electronic communication tied to names in the file was tagged with information describing how it had been obtained. With it, a reader knew the location of every surveillance point in the transient local grid. Who would need something like that? Maybe it was another Skelly, some crank or mad bummer looking to know the Empire's capabilities in order to create more mischief. She wouldn't want to be part of that. But Hedda wasn't that kind of person. And that suggested someone else who might want it. Someone who cared about what the Empire was doing to the people of Gorse. Someone who cared as much as Zelina did. If there was a chance Hera was that sort, It was worth a conversation, no matter the danger to Zaluna. One conversation, no more. She had no desire to end up like him, but Hedo deserved that much. It had to be done in secret, though, and that was why her destination bewildered her. The asteroid belt. She hadn't stepped foot in a cantina in 30 years, but she'd seen enough video to wonder why anyone would ever consider one a place for superstitious meetings. So many eyes, so many ears, not to mention the sensory organ of nature she'd never imagined, belonging to all other species that frequented cantinas. Running on adrenaline, she unpacked all her devices from the training programs she'd been through the years earlier, when she'd learned best practices for placing hidden cams and mics, and for locating existing ones for repair based on the subspace emissions. Detecting them before they detected her, that would be her edge, she thought. She saw the sign up ahead. There was no sense waiting outside any longer. Hedo, you poor reckless soul, this is for you. She drew the cloak tighter around her and stepped toward the building. Chapter 19. The broken-toothed miner spotted Kanan as soon as the pilot stomped into the asteroid belt. I've been looking for you, the burly man snarled. We still got a fight from last night to finish. Bruised and dirtied from Shakedown episode, Kanan started to walk right by. Then his gloved hand shot out, grabbing the miner by the scruff of his hairy neck. Kanan yanked hard, bringing the man's face down with a smash onto the adjacent table, knocking cards and credits from the sabacc game there astray. The startled card players watched in amazement as Kanan pulled the dazed man off their table and climbed on top of him. Now hear this, he yelled to dozens of patrons crowding the big cantina. I've had enough for the day. Anyone who hassles me goes to the med center. The Empire closed the med center, someone yelled. Correction. Anyone who hassles me goes to the morgue. That is it. In a single swift motion, he reached down for the mug of ale by his feet, the one that had belonged to the guy on the floor. He drank the contents in one swig and stepped down from the table. From his regular station behind the bar, old Okadai eyed him. You astound, Kanan. You look as though you've been through a bar fight, and yet I could swear you just arrived a minute ago. That's because I was in a bar fight, Kanan said, rubbing his jaw. Billow's fueling station over in Shakedown. But that's not supposed to be reopened for 3 months. It'll be a bit longer, Kanan said, reaching over the counter to grab a bottle. Okadai shined the glass. One can only surmise this involvement of a woman. Add stupidity and mix well, Kanan said. But what a woman. She was wearing a hood when I first saw her, but her eyes are amazing. And she's got moves. I'm telling you, Oak. If she were to walk in right now... I think you have your wish, Okadai said, pointing. Huh? Kanan looked behind him, expectantly. Peering in through the partially open door was a Solston woman in rose-colored poncho. Clutching a little blue bag in her hands, she cautiously peeked this way and that. Hood, check. Eyes, check, Okadai said, smirking. But I'm not sure I'll ever understand your type. The woman slipped inside. The door slammed noisily behind her, startling her for just an instant. But she quickly made her way to a table in the corner. And then another, working her way across the room as if she were trying to avoid being seen by someone that only she saw. Kanan watched, puzzled. What do you make of that? Perhaps the tax agent's in town, Okadai said. Finally arriving near the bar, the Solston woman looked in 3 different directions. Then she bolted across the space, arriving to the seat at the far end of the counter, near Kanan. Okadai bowed. Welcome to my establishment, young lady. My friend here's a great admirer. Kanan glared at Okadai. It's not her, you imbecile. Okadai smiled. Can we help you with something? Her big eyes looked up at Kanan, and her intense expression softened a little, as if with recognition. There is something. The bar. Would you mind if I went to the other side of it? Kanan goggled. You want to sit in the barkeeper's side of the bar? Kanan does it all the time, Okadai said. He sleeps there, too. Lady, Kanan said, there's no stool on that side. That's okay, the woman replied, her eyes scanning the ceiling. I don't want a chair. I want to sit on the floor. Kanan and Okadai looked across the bar at each other, puzzled. They both shrugged, and the woman darted around the opening and behind the bar. Kanan saw her disappear. I hate to miss anything, Okadai said, but a host must entertain. Jarrus, lad, hold the fort. He pitched his towel to Kanan and bowed to the huddled lady. Let's talk again sometime, he said, exiting from behind the counter. Kanan grabbed Okadai's shirt as he passed. This is weird. What am I supposed to say to her? You'll be back there with all the booze. Offer her a drink. Have one yourself. Kanan weighed the facts and realized his friend had made an excellent suggestion. Hoisting his body onto the bar, he deposited himself on the other side of the counter. There, he saw the Sultan woman sitting on the floor, leaning back with her head and shoulders inside the cabinet beneath the sink. Hey, what are you doing in there? It'll just be a second, she called out. Kanan waited. Perhaps she had a lifetime ambition to be a plumber. She peeked out. Excuse me, can you hand me the cutter in my bag? Stupefied, Kanan did as he was asked. The little bag was packed to overflowing with electronic gadgets. Thank you, she said, taking the tool. A few seconds later, she emerged with a look of satisfaction. There, taken care of. Kanan offered his hand to help her up. What did you do? Neutralize the surveillance cams in here, she said, getting to her feet. Thanks for the help. There's cams in here? There are cams everywhere, the woman said, brushing herself off. Seeming much more at ease, she removed her poncho, revealing a dark-colored outfit. That's what I was doing when I came in, moving between the blind spots. I figured transept hit transmitter relays behind the bar. That's a favorite spot for Katinas. No one ever wants to clean under the sink. She put her tool back in her bag. I cut power to the whole system. Kanan looked around the room. He still couldn't see where the cams were. Don't worry, I made it look as if a rodent chewed into the works. Happens all the time. Someone pretending to be an ale distributor will be by next week to repair everything. If you say so. Kanan took a deep breath, wondering if he had ever done anything other than get soused in the place. Knowing he hadn't, he shook off the paranoia. How do you know this, Zaluna? She stared at him, suddenly serious again. Big eyes got even wider. How do you know my name? It's on your name badge right there, Kane said, pointing. The woman looked at him, then looked down at the official badge clipped to her work clothes. Oh, she said, disgusted, ripping the tag off and putting it in her bag. I guess I'm not very good at this. At what? Regaining her composure, Zaluna glanced at Kanan and smiled primly. I am just another customer visiting a cantina. You should pay me no mind. Okay, Kanan said, turning away to the bottles. But I could use a little more help. Kanan looked over his shoulder. Look, ma'am, I've had a long day. I'm not in the mood to help anyone. But you will. Zaluna leaned against the bar and smiled gently. I know you. I've seen you working on Sidna. How? I haven't seen you there. Zaluna didn't explain. You help people. I've seen you do it before, and I saw you saving your friend from Count Vidon today. You saw me? Zaluna didn't elaborate, but she smiled, a little ashamed of what she revealed. That's one more pleasure of my world. You spend all your time watching for bad people, and you want to forget what you see. But the good ones, those you remember. Kanan stared. None of what Zaluna was saying made sense. The woman, he now realized, reminded him of Jocasta Nu, the Jedi librarian. They didn't look anything alike, of course, but Jocasta always seemed to know everything, and acted like knowing everything was nothing. That was definitely this woman's manner. What do you want help with? Zaluna looked into the teeming crowd. I'm supposed to meet someone, but I don't know what they look like. You don't know what everyone looks like? Not this time, and I need to keep a low profile. Can you look for me? Kanan looked down and put his hands before him. Zaluna, I don't know who you are, or who you think I am, but you do not know me. I do not go around randomly helping people. That's not what I've heard about you, came a voice from far end of the bar. The voice. Kanan decided to play it cool. As he turned, they always seek you out, brother. Hey there, Hera, he said, smiling confidently. What can I get you? Chapter 20. The Jedi Order was more than an unpaid police force, more than just an exercise club that was into metaphysics. It was a way of life, based on the Jedi Code, and a lot of rules for living that weren't in the code that had been tacked on later. One was that the Jedi avoided becoming involved in romantic relationships. Once on the run, King Jarrus had found that rule pretty easy to forget about. Hera's visit here, now, wasn't any kind of date, but she was a lovely woman wanting a private conversation, and from his earlier experience, he knew just the spot. The asteroid belt had a nice, secluded table in the back, where the light was just right and where you out of the stumbling line of the drunks and the brawlers. But never in his past visits to the table had he brought along a short gray chaperone, and Zaluna was talking more with Hera than he was. After being sent to the bar for something for the third time by Hera, Kanan had started to suspect that the Twi'lek really had come here looking for Zaluna after all, and not him. The two were chatting closely when Kanan returned to the table, with the coasters Hera had requested. It was time to step things up. "You can stop talking about how much you miss me, ladies. I'm back." "Great," Hera said, in a tone that, for the first time, wasn't music to Kanan's ears. She seemed annoyed at having been interrupted, but he wasn't going to let that deter him. Looking down, he saw that the chair he'd been sitting in was pushed well away from the table and out into the aisle. Hera's foot had pushed it there, he realized. So much for gratitude over being saved. Standing room only tonight," he said, grabbing the chair and chuckling. "Good thing nobody else grabbed this." "Good thing," Hera repeated. Kanan spun the chair around backwards and straddled it as he sat down, putting his chest over the back of the chair and crossing his arms over the top of it, a move intended to bring him fully into the conversation. "So what I'd miss?" Hera looked at him with impatience, until Zaluna reached out and touched her hand. "I think you can trust him. I've watched him longer than you have. He helps people, though he makes a show of doing otherwise. He stood up to Vidon just today." "I saw," Hera said. "You did?" Kanan asked, slack-jawed. Hera seemed to fret. "It's still not smart. You protect secrets by keeping the circle small." "And you protect yourself by having a witness," Zaluna said. "I've been a professional witness my whole life, and if we're really going to discuss this, I'd like one now." He regarded Kanan. "He'll do." Kanan slumped in his chair and shrugged. "I'll do? What's going on here?" Hera seemed to reach a decision. She leaned across the table, her hands clasped together. "All right. I'm come here to meet this guy I met on the HoloNet." "Oh, well, there's your first mistake," Kanan proclaimed. "I could have told you." Before he could finish his sentence, Hera flashed Kanan a smile that was only slightly patronizing. "Can it wait?" Mildly chastised, Kanan shut his mouth. "I was looking for a man named Hedo. He and Zaluna both work for a company with surveillance contract for the Empire. Hedo has grown worried about what he saw as abuse of authority, and he has already been in contact with other concerned parties." Kanan could tell by the way Hera pronounced the words that she didn't want to elaborate too much on that, but she did say that it was Hedo she was supposed to have met until his arrest changed that. "He was arrested for trying to meet you," Zaluna said, shaking her head. "It wasn't just that," Hera said, sounding soothing. You know that. Hedo was aware, Zaluna, awake to all the things the Empire is doing. This meeting, it was him reaching out, trying to do something. You were brave to take it on yourself, to finish what he started." "I'm not brave," Zaluna said, her voice a little shaky. "I'm an old fool. I remember too much. I remember how it was, and how it got worse, even before the Empire. I remember when people didn't kill guildmasters on a whim and walk away without a thought." Her black eyes glistened. "And I remember when my people were safe. Those employees of mine are my children, and now one of them is in deep trouble." She focused on Hera. "Will they kill Hedo?" Hera didn't seem to know what to say. Zaluna closed her huge eyes, mournful. Kanan reached out and patted her hand. "Hey there, maybe your friend is just in a labor camp." "Kanan's right," Hera said, a phrase he thought sounded wonderful coming from her, whether she meant it or not. "Hedo is a talented person, and they'll want to keep him around, maybe even doing work like he is now, just someplace else." "Yeah, and maybe they have daylight there," Kanan said.
He smiled awkwardly at Hera and shrugged. Recovering her composure, Zaluna reached into her bag and pulled out a data cube. It was bigger than the storage device Kanan had seen Scaly waving around. This is what Hera wanted you to have. She peered up at Hera. You know what's on it? I think so, Hera said. She reached into a pocket and withdrew a small reading device. May I? Zaluna paused, suddenly reluctant. This is it, isn't it? This is the moment. Glancing all around the bar, she took a deep breath. It's exciting almost, being on this side of the cams. You wonder who else is here. There's no Imperial agents here, if that's what you're asking, Kanan said. He looked back across the room. These are all 100% pure shovel-carrying drunkards. I'd puzzled too many of them to think they're plans for the Empire. Hera looked at him. And what do you think about the Empire? As little as possible, he said. I could take it or leave it. She sounded disappointed, Kanan thought, but only a little. Clearly, Hera was politically aware. He knew the sort. Having wooed a university woman, or 10 more upscale worlds. But those women had all aggressively tried to get him to care about their cause of the weak. Hera was letting him be, at least for the moment. Good for her, he thought. You can look at it, Zaluna finally decided, offering the data cube. That's what Hera wanted, but maybe you'd better give it back right afterward, okay? Okay, Hera said. Taking it, she plugged it into her device and began reading. Kanan saw her eyes widen as she read, and he realized she was savoring something wonderful. Juicy stuff? She manipulated the device for several minutes. This is huge. It's not just the information. It's how it was retrieved. The Empire is everywhere. But not omniscient, Zaluna said. Eyes and ears can fail. She nodded to what Hera was holding. Study that long enough, and you'd see where they fall short. This section here, what are these names? Zaluna examined what Hera was looking at and cleared her throat. That's different. Those are all requests made on the Imperial channel to the transient database. There are people they're interested in. Background checks, video files being pulled. Kanan took a peek as Hera paged through a list of names. He still couldn't believe any of this business was real. I think Hera was downloading right up until a few minutes before he was arrested, Zaluna said. There are some really recent ones in there. Hera pointed to a name. What's this very last one? Lemuel Tharsa. That's one of the command level requests from the Star Destroyer. Somebody important wanted to know about him. Command level? Like the captain or Count Vidon? I suppose. And who is Lemuel Tharsa? The name doesn't sound familiar, Zaluna said. She took the cube reader from Hera and ran a search. Someone by that name did visit the planet 20 years ago. Someone started a file on him, at least. No details, though. Why would they be looking for someone like that? Hera asked. No idea. Sorry there isn't more. Back in the commercial surveillance days, there was more legal limits to tracking. Zaluna passed the cube and reader back to Hera. Of course, I probably saw the guy back then. If it was even the same person. Maybe something will jog my memory. Kanan chuckled. Well, you people spy on millions of people. I wouldn't expect you to. Kanan Jarrus, human male, early 20s, Luna said, looking up at him. Freighter pilot, dangerous cargo. Flight clearance 7. Emigrated to Gorse 5 months ago from... Kanan grabbed a wrist. Okay, you're spooky. I get it. His mouth went dry, and he reached for his drink. This is good, Hera said, detaching the reader and passing the data cube back to the woman. Very good. Very worth Hera's sacrifice. And yours. May I have long enough to copy it? I'm busy with the reason I'm here, but for this I'll make time. Kanan's eyebrows went up. I thought meeting her was the reason you're here. Hera looked at him kindly. Kanan, I appreciate what you did for me back in Shaketown, and also you hosting us here, but I've done all I'm going to do to satisfy your curiosity. So, oh no. Hera and Kanan looked at the Zaluna. He's here, the Solston woman said, looking into the crowd. Why would he be here now? Kanan looked around, but could only see bustling patrons. What? Who's here?
What is it, Zaluna? Hera asked, worried. The Empire? Having already made a decision, Zaluna stuffed the data cube into her bag and stood. This is too much. I have to go. She turned from the table and headed for the side door. Goodbye. Kanan and Hera looked at each other, puzzled, until they became aware of a figure in a tan overcoat standing nearby. Kanan! Just the guy I'm looking for, Skelly said, peering out beneath his hood. And I see you've met my friend. Chapter 21. You! I thought I got rid of you! Skelly stretched out his hand and smiled broadly at Kanan. Hello to you too, he said, speaking loud. Don't get up. Kanan did get up. He grabbed the startled fugitive by the back of the neck and forcibly shoved him down into the seat Zaluna had been occupying. This is a room full of minors who think you tried to crush them to death. That's all wrong. Skelly started to rise. Look, I could tell them. Sit down, Kanan barked, shoving him downward. He looked around the room to see who had noticed. Thankfully, it was chaos as usual, a term that was quickly coming to describe his entire evening. Why did... Hera started to say, our friend, the Sultan. She ran out of here when she saw you. Why? No idea, Skelly said. She probably met him in the elevator once, Kanan said. Skelly pointed at Hera with his good hand. You should be careful around this woman, Kin. I don't think she is who she says she is. Thanks for the advice, but she hasn't said anything yet. Hera stood and glanced at Kanan. I should see where she ran off to. I'll be back. No, wait. He rose and touched her shoulder. Sit with Skelly. Make sure he doesn't do, anything. Anything at all. Kanan walked quickly back along the bar. Reaching the side door, he saw nothing outside but Okadai's aged hover bus, parked in the moonlight. He saw Skelly and Hera talking furtively when he returned. Did they really know each other? Couldn't see her, he announced. Hera frowned. She'd know Skelly was wanted, she reasoned. Maybe she'll come back when he's gone. Sitting down, Kanan faced Skelly. What are you doing here in the first place? Who let you go? Skelly pointed. She did. Kanan looked at Hera and gawked. What? Hera simply nodded and shrugged. When? Where? At Moonglow, she said. He was being held prisoner. I set him free. Why? It seemed like the thing to do. What, like activating a thermal detonator? Kanan couldn't believe it. She seemed unconcerned. It seemed safe. There weren't any reports of casualties from Moon. I was nearly one. He's a biological weapon. He clapped his hand on Skelly's sleeve. Now will you please get out of here? I'll go, Skelly said, pulling his hand back, but I came to see you because I need a favor. This shouldn't be good. Vidon's coming to inspect Moonglow in a few hours, Skelly said. Hera's interest was piqued. That's odd. I thought Moonglow was a small operation. I overheard him telling Lal. The stormtroopers have already put up security cordon around the parts of Shacktown, so I need your ID to get me onto the grounds, old buddy. Kanan took a large swallow of his drink, then asked, My what? You said you were going to quit anyway, right? Just let me borrow your badge. I'll give it back after I made my case to Vidon. I won't get it back because they're going to shoot you in the head. And Vidon's will have a ball watching. Kanan shook his head. That guy's horrible. He's brilliant, and he doesn't take any guff corporate types. That's for sure. He kills them, Hera said. I know a few who deserve it. From what I hear, he does what needs doing. With his left hand, he gestured to his motionless right hand, and he's not ashamed of his cybernetics. I think he talks my language. We'll consult like two professionals. I'll save the moon, and then I'll go. This is the dumbest plan I've ever heard. Kanan looked over at Hera in disbelief. This is what you let loose. Hera sighed. I saw someone with a grievance. I wanted to know what it was before the Empire rubbed him out. I wanted to know if he was worth knowing. She fixed her eyes on Kanan and spoke calmly. You can't always guess what role someone will play. You can't pick your friends, you mean. Oh, I'm very selective. I bet. I have high standards, Hera said. Only very special people are going to be able to help me right now. Like Skilly or her. Kanan gestured with his thumb to the door Zaluna had left through. No, probably not.
She smiled cherubly. And not even you. I thank you for your help earlier. You're not going to be able to help me. Help you do what? She smiled gently. If you have to ask, you're not ready to know. She rose. And now I really do have to go. The Empire is still looking for Skelly, and if they break Keto, they could know about my rendezvous. But before Kanan could respond, he heard the front door being kicked open. 2 stormtroopers appeared there. Turning, he saw 2 more coming in through the side door. Hera saw them too. She sighed. Speak of the Empire, and it will appear. Crouching behind a garbage bin, Saluna struggled to calm down. She'd been right to move when she did. Every Imperial on Gorse was looking for Skelly, and bounty had probably been offered. She didn't know whether he was guilty of what he'd been accused of, but she wasn't going to sit around, possibly betraying the Empire while he was anywhere nearby. Treason. That's what she had just committed, she realized. Saluna's breath came quickly as she looked down at the ground and her open bag. The data cube was there, glinting in the moonlight. By showing the object and its contents to Hera, Saluna had just thrown away 30-plus years of faithful service. And for what? To help a woman who might be in league with a mad bomber. Skelly had seemed to recognize Hera. Had his whole tussle with Kanan on the moon been a fraud to trap her? Entrapment had been a concern going in. She'd taken a few steps to prepare for that. They hadn't included an escape route on this side of the building, however. Hearing the clatter of armor as stormtroopers ran past, Zaluna looked furtively for somewhere to hide the data cube or something to smash it with. There was nothing. Even the garbage bin was locked. As the sound of another transport came from the street beyond, Zaluna saw her only possible sanctuary looming large and dark up the alley. She picked up her bag and ran for it. Either those years in the transept exercise room would save her, or they wouldn't. The clamor in the asteroid belt lessened only a little as the stormtroopers, 1 male and 3 females, made their way inside, blasters handy but not raised. Kanan saw Okadai leave his sabacc game long enough to greet them. Welcome, officers. Welcome. Happy hour all night. Kanan shot a concerned look at Hera. Only 2 ways out of here, he said. I know. I checked before I came in. Of course you did, Kanan thought. Skelly stood up, reached for his hood. I've had enough of this, he said, beginning to remove his cowl. I'm trying to see Vidan anyway. I'll just go with them. No, Kanan and Hera said in unison, each grabbing an arm and jerking Skelly down. Kanan yanked the top of the hood forward, so almost covered Skelly's nose. Stormtroopers began working their way through the room, speaking to individual patrons. The drunks weren't cooperating, and the stormtroopers weren't being gentle in return. Side door? Hera asked. Kanan shook his head. Hear that sound? Hera concentrated for a moment. Just in the bar. Just the bar. There's a personnel carrier idling out there. Must have more stormtroopers. Hera glanced at the exit. Couldn't it be a hover bus? Different sound. Only he and Okadai had the activation code anyway. Kanan looked around the bar furtively until his eyes fixed on the short hallway directly behind their table. Kanan glanced back to make sure the stormtroopers weren't looking his way. Seeing his moment, he stood, grasping Skelly's arms tightly. Quick, he said, making for the corridor. You too. But that doesn't lead outside, Hera said. Just follow and do exactly what I say. Chapter 22. You there. Me there, Kanan said, emerging alone from the short hallway with a white towel in his hands. Less than a minute had passed, and the 2 of the stormtroopers had reached the table he vacated. We're searching this establishment, the one with the female voice said. For what? A spy, here to meet a traitor. The male trooper shoved past Kanan and entered the short hallway. You're kidding, Kanan laughed. Have a look around, he said, picking up his empty mug from the table and rubbing it with the cloth. If your spy's here tonight, he's blasted off his boosters. The female stormtrooper surveyed the cheering crowd. A blitz ungot, snout face, and only a meter tall, was riding drunkenly on the head of a similarly soused Ithorian. The brown hammerhead titan had a pitcher in each long-fingered hand and was lumbering around trying to serve both himself and a small passenger at the same time without spilling any ale. A normal night for the asteroid belt in all respects. Maybe that's your trader there, Kanan said, pointing to them with a smile. Never mind. We're also looking for a pilot from Moonglow. We don't have any pictures of him yet, but he's a witness. The bomber stowed away on his ship. We're told he lives here. On the floor, maybe, Kanan said, walking to set up an empty mug on the bar. These pilots are in one night, out another. He reached for an empty bottle and pitched it in the trash. I'm just a bartender. Can I get you anything? From down the short hallway, the other stormtrooper called out, There's someone behind this door. Oh no, Kanan said, stepping lively to get there first. There was a small door to the left at the end of the corridor, and the stormtrooper that Kanan had seen earlier was about to kick it in. Kanan stepped up and raised his hand. You really don't want to go in there. The stormtrooper looked at Kanan, helmeted head tilted slightly in puzzlement. Then they all heard it, the loudest, most sickening, retching sound, coming from behind the door. Something metallic inside banged loudly against the wall, and then again the door, before the horrible heaving noises began again. It's one of the Wookiees, Kanan said, shaking his head. Always thinks he can handle Trastordian ale. That stuff can take the finish off a lamb's beater. The female trooper didn't turn away, but that doesn't sound. She was interrupted with a horrific symphony of heaving, louder than before. Kanan looked behind the armored pair. Bring the heavy stuff, Leda. Excuse me. Hera, wearing a long apron, appeared in the open doorway on the other side of the hallway. She exited the storage room, holding a mop in one hand and carrying a case of industrial-strength cleaner in the other. While the stormtroopers watched, she set the case down outside the door and reached in to find several cloth face masks. She tied one over her face and then another. You'll want to get back, she said to the watchers as she placed the third shield over her mouth. I don't know if the suits will protect you. Roar! Roar! Came another miserable howl from behind the door. The pounding resumed. I think we'll move along, the female stormtrooper said. Her partner's body language showed immediate relief. If you see any suspicious characters, she said, call the authorities. Gotcha, Kanan said. Once the front doors closed behind the stormtroopers, Kanan whipped out a key and opened the door. There, inside a small storage closet, squatted a terrified Skelly, holding a metal pail in his hands. Was that loud enough? He said, yelling into the pail and producing a noisy echo. Get out of there, Kanan said, grabbing at him. Get out of here. Keeping the hood low over Skelly's face, Kanan shoved him back into the main room, along the bar, and out the side door. The stormtroopers and their transport were gone. Only Okadai's hover bus remained. Reaching the stoop, Skelly lifted his cowl and called back plaintively, So do I get the ID badge or not? Kanan answered by slamming the door and locking it. Hera was leaning against the bar, apron removed, when he turned. Nice tactic there, Kanan. He could tell from her expression that she was impressed. If you want them to leave, make them want to leave. Very smooth. I've got a lot of experience avoiding stormtroopers. Oh, she said. Why's that? I don't like their fashion sense. She smiled. Come here. Kanan did, and was pleasantly surprised when she reached out to touch him. You've been holding out on me, she said, running her fingers along the collar of his shirt. I'd never do such a thing. He sidled up closer to her, surprised by this new attitude. If excitement turned her friendly, he wasn't going to object. You can have anything you want. Great, she said. I want your Moonglow pass. Kanan said, before her response registered. You want what? Your pass, she said, and jabbed her hand inside his neckline to grab at something. She pulled out a gold-colored card secured around his neck with a lanyard. You work at Moonglow. I didn't know that until Skelly mentioned it. I want your pass to get into the grounds. I don't think you can just... I've seen the gate. It's automated. She made a swish-swish motion with her hand. Simple. Wait, why do you want to get into the factory? Gentris Vedon. Ew, Kanan said. He walked back over to the bar, where many of his friends beckoned in comforting glass containers. Believe me, sweetheart, I'm much better looking. I know what he looks like, she said, following him to the counter. He's the reason I'm here. That's even worse, Kanan said. He began pouring them drinks. Look, I know there's no accounting for taste, but you're way too good for someone like him. I'm not in a relationship with him. I'm trying to find out why he's here. I'd thought that was obvious. He came here to get more blood out of stones, or thorite out of crystals. Handing her a glass, he joined her on her side of the counter. She was really serious about this, whatever she was into. I never had figured out why the Empire needs so much thorite. Hera shook her head. That's not the mystery here. They're building Star Destroyers at a rate to put one in every home. The mystery is, why Gorse, she said, and why now? What do you mean? They were already kicking the stuffing out of you guys to speed you up before Vidon showed up. That's why your pal Skelly, not my pal, is why Skelly and a lot of people like him have been so vocal. Gorse and Sidna were not worlds the Empire was honoring with its negligence. Careful, Kanan said, taking the excuse to lean closer to her and show her his winning smile. Treasonous words there. I think I'll trust Aluna's surveillance sweep. So explain to me this, she said. Vidon's administrative domain is centered on Calorian, sectors away. But lately, his whole Imperial career seems to have led him toward one goal, getting authority over Gorse and Sidna. And the second he got it, he called up an Imperial escort to take him here. She ticked off the mysteries on her fingers. Now, does that seem strange? Strange that a smart person has nothing better to obsess over than a life of some Imperial weirdo, Kane said, shaking his head in disbelief. Why do you care? Because where Vidon goes, pain follows. Friends of mine have vanished. Their worlds have suffered. But everyone wants something. If I can find out what he's after, maybe I can do something about it. Kane shook his head. But was she 18, maybe? Taking on an Imperial power broker. Seriously, how'd you come up with all this stuff? I have eyes and ears. I read. I talk to people. I listen. You talk to people like Skelly and Zaluna. You really are desperate. Skelly's a mess. And it didn't sound like Zaluna was looking to be part of any of this. She was just fulfilling a last request, not picking up a cause. A distant look came into her eyes. A little sad, he thought. No, she said. They're not really the sort of people who could be... She stopped herself and started again. They're not the sort I'm looking for. I could have told you that. I did, in fact. He put his hand to his chest. I'm another story. Very reliable. And I'm about to be available. Available for what? For whatever. Kanan stood upright. I'm leaving this planet, and I recommend the same for you. You've been fun to be around, street fighting notwithstanding. Forget this Vidon business, we can go wandering. She regarded him with skeptical amusement. I don't think so, Hera said. We just met. I don't even know who you are. Ask anyone. Kanan waved over the heads of the drunken mob. Oh, good eye. Tell her about me. Unseen among the drunken crowd, Okadai called out, a fine pilot, an occasional humanitarian, and a somewhat tolerable house guest. Marry him, my darling. That's an endorsement, Hera asked, straining to see where the voice had come from. Can he even see me? Doesn't matter, Kane said. Anyone will tell you. I can do anything. I don't want you to do anything. I know the sector. I know the people. I know people who know people. He turned around. Here, watch this. What's the name from Zaluna's list? The guy the Empire is inquiring about? She didn't miss a beat. Lamul Tharsa. His eyes scanned the room. Hang on, he said. Oh, good eye. The old man stepped through the crowd toward them. You beckoned? Laying eyes on Hera, the old man bowed admiringly. Oh, you definitely beckoned. Hera lowered her eyes and smiled. Do you know Alimu Tharsa? Kanan asked. I may have known several Lemuel Tharsas. Is there any shortage? He was around 20 years or so ago, Hera said. I was wondering if you remembered who he was. Okadai shook his head. It grieves me to disappoint you, my dear, but no, never one of my crew. Hera nodded. All right, thank you.
Starting to turn away, Okudai looked back. Now, if he worked for the refineries or guild administration, I wouldn't have seen him unless he came into the bar. You might ask Boss Lal. She's lived there at Moonglow from back in the days when it was Interfere. She might have personal records. Thanks. But please don't look at mine, Okudai said. I don't want you to knowing I'm too old for you. Get out of here, Kanan said, shoving his friend away. He's got kidney stones your age, he told Hera. You remark wounds, the older man said, and drifted away. Hera looked up at Kanan. Well, now I really want to get over there. Will you give me your badge or not? Kanan rubbed his forehead. I knew you were going to say that. Look, it's been a long day. In a few hours, I've got to run these people back to Moonglow for another morning shift. Those that regain consciousness, anyway. I also need to pick up my final pay. You come with us if you insist. I'll take you to the grounds and get you in. He put up his hands. But that's it, all right? No crazy stuff. She studied him for a moment. Finally, she nodded. Okay, just this one thing. She raised her glass. And no crazy stuff. That's my motto. Hera returned to her ship, resisting Kanan's offer of lodging at the asteroid belt. It turned out that drunken sleeping on the floor was more than a jocular expression. Okudai Garrison owned the building across the alley, where exhausted revelers, for the pricely sum of a credit a head, retired to the luxury of mats on the hard floor. Kanan had offered to give her the more private room upstairs, from the cantina, with him either present or absent, but she decided to pass. She had a lot to absorb. Saluna had never resurfaced, and Hera doubted that there was any point in trying to make contact. If Hera had arrived earlier, or if the Solston woman hadn't been scared off, she might now have the data cubed from the transient. Obviously a treasure trove of information on people in Imperial surveillance methods. But Hera wasn't angry at her fate or herself. Every plan ran the risk of failure due to unexpected. Recriminations was a waste of valuable time. The Kanan Jarrus had surprised her, and people seldom did. In Shaketown, she'd seen a brawler, a typical roughneck, but in the bar, beyond his romantic interest, which she had decided to find amusing, she had seen him act with subtlety and cunning. It was timely, likely a one-time thing. She didn't expect to have a chance to find out in any event. No, her real quarry remained. Vidon wanted increased production from the world, obviously, but the urgency of his visit had her thinking something else was going on. If Vidon was here on secret mission, maybe a secret mission for the Emperor, then she wanted to know. And then there was Lemuel Tharsa. From her ship, she checked the public holonet and found Tharsa was alive and well, living off-world as a mining consultant, doing freelance work for the Imperial government. Why then would anyone above the ultimatum want to check out his distant past on Gorse? Might he be a potential traitor in Vidon's midst, an ally for her? Were she to warn him? She would look for answers tomorrow at Moonglow. She would find the truth, and the truth would tell her what to do, as it always did. She forced herself to sleep. Phase 2, Reaction. Emperor opens new Veterans Med Center on Coruscant. Hunt underway for missing after industrial accident on Sidna. Count Vidon arrives in Gorse for inspection tour, traffic delay possible. Headlines, Imperial Holo News, Gorse edition.
Chapter 23. For the first time since she entered the academy, Ray Sloan was late for an appointment. But the Galactic Empire had made the schedule. It could break the schedule. And it wasn't her fault anyway. During the descent through Gorse's atmosphere, Count Vidon had emerged from the passenger compartment to reroute the captain's shuttle, Trucian, to a location well south of the factory districts. He demanded a flyover of the miners' hospice he had ordered closed. She hadn't understood the point of making such a trip if they weren't going to land. There wasn't much to see in the dark, but then she'd see the reason in a flash, or rather with a flash, as a cube-shaped building abruptly imploded. Vidon had been busy while Sloane had slept, ordering the movement of personnel, usable equipment, and all patients, so far as she knew anyway, from the med center. With many of the just evacuated still on the ground, looking back from their transports, the Empire's demolition teams had made quick work of the building. Debris removal vehicles were already on scene. Vidon had plans to turn the site into a more convenient fuel depot. True to his reputation, the man worked incredibly fast. Sloane could only imagine what the bewildered patients watching must have thought, watching their home coming down. She didn't bother to imagine what Vidon had thought. The man had simply watched the collapse emotionlessly before returning to the rear of the vehicle. It was fine with her. Her job was making sure nothing else happened to interfere with his visit. What had happened on Sidna would not happen here. The Count had stops planned all over the muddy metropolis, so Sloane had decided against using ground vehicles to get to them all. There would be too many routes to secure. Instead, Shushin would fly from stop to stop, bringing its own complement of stormtroopers and protected by electronic countermeasures against ground-to-air attack while in flight. Such an attack wasn't likely in the extreme, but Sloane tried to think of everything. It meant clearing landing zones everywhere and securing them. That hadn't been a problem. The captain of a Star Destroyer was a naval officer, of course, but she was also the personification of imperial authority in the system. And while she did not have formal power over the Empire's local governments on Gorse, except under certain circumstances, captains of capital ships were nonetheless treated like miniature governors. Few petty bureaucrats wanted to argue with someone who could put a dozen AT-ATs on the ground with a comlink call. And so Gorse's local police force had joined with the stormtroopers from the planetary garrison to make ready for Vidon's arrival. She could get used to having this kind of authority. She certainly wanted to. Shaketown, she announced, as the ship approached an industrial neighborhood. Such as it is. The place was aptly named, she decided. Sloane felt a slight quake as the ship's landing gear settled in the mud. The advance team had decided against having Trushian land on Moonglow's tarmac, where it would have been parked amid explosive haulers. The fugitive had flown back on one and was still at large. Instead, the street in front of Moonglow's front gate had been cordoned off, reportedly over the heated objections of a Basalic diner owner to create a reception area. Such as it is, the rammed down, Sloane surveyed the scene. Vidon's official visit, even her visit, on another world, would have been merited pomp and preparation, short notice or not. Here, there were a few temporary light stands supplementing the waxing moon, and someone had laid some planks over the muddy streets. About 24 citizens stood to the side, flanked by stormtroopers, watching as the sad little procession approached Trushian. Not the greeting she had ordered, or would have liked, but she knew Vidon wouldn't care. He appeared in the doorway behind her. She'd only know Vidon who marched straight into places, not wasting any time. But here he stood, looking up, down, and all around, and mostly at the factory across the way, where his macabre eyes lingered for long moments. She decided he was just doing whatever it was he did when he prepared to inspect a place. The man could be standing there staring at tomorrow's menu in the ultimatum's mess hall, for all she knew. A tan-skinned human woman waved to them, flanked by two Basalics. Sloane knew her from their holographic conversation as Shaketown's mayor. "Welcome, Count Vidon. Welcome, Captain. May I present Lal Gralic, Chief Operating Office of Moonglow Polychemical." Vidon broke from his trance and walked down the ramp. No hand was offered. Sloane joined him on the planking. Lal, wearing a dark business suit, bowed and gestured to the other Basalic. "This is my husband Gord, head of ground security." "I hardly think we'll need him," Sloane said, following Vidon, and I'm surprised he would be employed here after letting the demolition man escape. She paused to glare at Lal. Family or not? The male Basalic growled. If you think you can do any better, his wife shushed him. I'm sure there won't be any problems now, Captain. Gord's team has triple-checked every square meter of the site. Uh-huh. Hearing a high whine coming from the south, Sloane turned to see a weathered hover bus setting down outside the security line. What's that there? Part of the next shift for Sidna, Lal said, smiling too broadly. We're always working here. The stormtroopers waved the battered hover bus through the checkpoint. Mark 6's smooth ride had already been past its lifespan when Okadai bought it. Where it had once flown through the skies, not even Kanan dared to take it more than a meter off the ground. Okadai had been so terrified it would skyrocket off uncontrollably that he kept a parachute under the seat. Kanan thought that was an unlikely scenario. It was much more likely to die in the street, as it had for him several times. It was good for one purpose, bringing hungover miners back to Moonglow so they can earn enough credits to drink again. The Imperial Lamba was parked up ahead, its mast completely blocking the entrance to Draka's diner. Kanan was certain the chef loved that. In front of the Sierra Fleet System shuttle, Kanan saw his boss's husband ambling along, following several steps behind a larger party. Spotting him drive past, Lal waved. Hello, Kanan. Good to see you didn't quit. Kanan replied with a half wave, and then, seeing Vidon out there, quickly pulled his head back inside the window. He gritted his teeth. Yesterday, he had been ready to leave Gorse entirely. Today, he was willing to come back to an armed camp. But it was just one more day, and there was an excellent reason why. Looking back down the aisle, he saw her chatting amiably with the miners. They were spellbound by Hera. He couldn't blame them. The stormtroopers waved the hover bus around to the service gate. The smooth ride groaned as it turned sharply, and for a moment, Kanan thought he heard a thump coming from one of the rear-end compartments. It could be anything, he thought. The hover bus was apt to die on any given trip. Even the door to the restroom was broken. I've been having the most lovely conversation with your young friend, Okadai said, arriving from the back. We've decided to vacation on Naboo. You may drive us. Be careful. She's a woman with a mission, Kanan said as the metal beast settled harshly in the mud. The doors opened, and his passengers filed past him. Kanan remained. You're not flying bombs today? Okadai said. No, Kanan said, nodding toward the back. I'd like to show someone the sights. Okadai patted his shoulder. The only job that matters. Good luck. Kanan smiled, slowly as the man stepped out. Okadai hadn't seen the duffel on the floor near the driver's seat. Kanan's belongings, packed while the old man wasn't looking. He'd miss Okadai, but that was probably goodbye. But the next chapter, he could feel, had already begun. Even if it was starting strangely. You really want to do this? He asked Hera. She was at the window behind the driver's seat, looking all around. Yes, Hera said. I really do. She slipped off her cloak to reveal an all-black outfit. Good for sneaking around in a sunless place, Kanan thought, and better to look at. She checked her holster to see that her blaster pistol was secure. I really think you ought to hang this and do something else with your time, he said. Hera replied with a firm look. I'm sure you have suggestions. She put out her hand. Fine, Kanan reluctantly handed her his Moonglow ID badge. Wave it in front of the sensor at the inner door. I'll be parked out in the street, pretending to have engine trouble. It wouldn't require much of a lie, he knew. When you get back, I'll get my pay from all and take you to the spaceport, and we'll go to any planet you want. We will we? Hera rolled her eyes. That's right. I have my own ship. She stepped out of the bus. Huh, that was interesting news, he thought, as she disappeared through the door. Kanan guided the hover bus back out of the gate and parked it within sight of the shuttle. Stepping out, he saw that stormtroopers and local security types were still stationed all around. It was time to start the pantomime.
And there was one small blessing. Skelly hadn't made an appearance after all. Nobody's that foolish. That's Kanan, all right. Skelly surveyed the new arrivals from his perch hidden among the chimneys atop Draca's diner. Only one eyepiece of his second-hand micro binoculars displayed anything, but that was enough to show him what he needed to see. He'd realized he couldn't simply reveal himself. The mining company people wouldn't want him to speak to Vidon, and he didn't trust stormtroopers to deliver him after the episode on the moon. He needed to reach the man when he was alone, and that meant getting into the factory. Fluoride refineries were complicated places, a lot of huge equipment often crammed into tight spaces, offering lots of hiding places. And Moonglow had something else, an ancient connection to Shaketown's long-abandoned sewer system. Gorse wasn't a particularly rainy place, but the underground water table rose and fell dramatically with the tides. Sidna's movements squeezed the planet like a sponge, causing puddles to spring randomly from the soil. But quake damage had rendered the sewers useless, and only people interested in such places, like Skelly, knew the sewer system existed, and how to get into it. Prying the micro binoculars from his hand, he stuffed them into his enormous backpack. Donning it, he found the ladder leading down into the diner's back alley. There, in the middle of a low pool of brackish water, sat the rounded cover he was looking for. Struggling under the burden of his pack, Skelly fished for a handhold around the circumference of the metal disc. He curled his fingers beneath and strained for a long minute. It wouldn't budge. He tried to stand up, only to realize his malfunctioning right hand was locked into position, and his fingers underneath the cover. Great, Skelly thought. What else could go wrong? Then he found out. Who's back here? Draca, the enormous Basilic chef, appeared behind him, armed, as if he needed to be, with a huge iron skillet. He grabbed at Skelly with his 3 free hands, trying to turn him around. Skelly felt pain in his arm as his hand, still attached to the sewer cover, didn't budge. Whoa there, Skelly said. He was trespassing, he knew, but the Basilic ought to recognize him. It's me, Draca. Skelly, you know me. You say it like it's a good thing. The Basilic continued pulling. You're breaking into my place. Whoa, no. Skelly winced in pain. I'm going over to Moonglow to see the Imperials. Draca stopped tugging. He frowned. I'm closed today because of those idiots. Skelly watched him nervously for a moment as the Betha decided what to do. Then he reached past Skelly and ripped the sewer cover off the hole, freeing the human's hand in the process. Basilics have a saying, he said. When your neighbor troubles you, send your rodents to their nest. Before Skelly could feel relief, Draca yanked him from the ground and threw him down the hole. Thanks, pal! Skelly called out from the drenched bottom. He was lucky to have good friends who wanted to lend a hand. Chapter 24. Having power to wield on the ground might not be so good after all, Sloane thought. Not if authority meant going on mindless tours of local factories. Hailing from the industrial world Gathel, she had seen quite enough of shipyards and loading docks. She had gone to the academy to escape a life working at such places. But Lal Grelic had insisted on extolling the virtues of every little thing at her company. She was leading them now into the new section, built under her watch. When Gorse ran out of its fluoride deposits and mining of the moon started, a new intake center had been required. Next, she'll be showing us the janitorial closets, Sloane thought. The one surprising thing was that Count Vidon had said little during the tour. Strange, since he was here to issue directives, and if anyone could stop the Basilic woman and her time-wasting palaver, he could. A beeping comlink from the rear of the entourage stopped her instead. Lal, her security chief husband called out. There's a report of someone sneaking around the planet personal department. That Skelly person? Vidon asked. They didn't see who it was, Lord Grelic said. He pocketed the comlink and turned around. I'll check it out.
Sloane gestured to her stormtrooper escort. Go see. No, the guard said, heading off. This is my turf. It's all our turf, Sloane said. She pointed after the basilisk. Follow him. Skelly watched from his hiding place behind a moving conveyor belt. He had been lucky. An old storm drain opened up right next to one of the newer buildings. He'd had to leave his pack at the bottom to climb up, but he'd been able to dash quickly into the building. Since then, he crept around the high-ceiling facility, waiting for his chance to get to Vidan. Something had happened to cause Gord to leave, and the Imperial captain had sent her stormtroopers along. Skelly continued to creep closer. He could finally hear their conversation, even over the din of active bells. And you may find this of particular interest, Captain Sloane. It was Lal, speaking from the foot of the 10-meter-tall mass of titanium at the far end of the room. This is our heavy-duty bulk loader vehicle, the newest in use on Gorse. You'll find the cab interior similar to what's in some of your own armored walkers. It's the same manufacturer. If you'll step inside, I can show you. Skelly saw the woman climbing up the metal staircase and into the passenger compartment of the big vehicle. Creeping ahead, he saw Vidan unaccompanied at the bottom, pacing down the long aisle between the conveyor belts out of the woman's sight. Skelly's heart pounded. Whether Vidan was alone, a moment or a minute, this was his chance. You can come out now. The loud voice was the one Skelly had heard on a dozen management recordings. I can hear you very well, even in a place like this. Count Vidan turned to face him. The saboteur, I presume? That's not what I am, Skelly said, rising from his knees. He dusted himself off. I'm a whistleblower, Count Vidan. I'm like you. I think the old ways of doing things have to change. I see what people are doing wrong. I see someone doing wrong. Skelly was glad Vidan was talking. He'd heard about this man's cybernetic capabilities. Talking to Skelly meant he wasn't calling for help on his internal comlink. If you know me, the Count continued, you know I take problems into my own hands to solve. Then you want this, Skelly said, pulling a holodisk from his vest. My research. You've got to stop blasting on Sidna. You could tear the whole moon apart by mistake. Madness. Vidan kept walking purposefully toward him, and if it were possible, and the Empire chose to do it, we would certainly not ask your permission. Skelly's eyes locked on Vidan's macabre visage as he stumbled backward. I'm trying to help you. Help by dying. With a mighty swat, Vidan smacked the disc away. It clattered to the floor beneath a conveyor belt. The second swing found Skelly's face. It had not been a good couple of days for snooping around, Hera thought. There was no getting near Vidan during his tour of the landing field, so she started in the personal department, looking to see if Lemuel Tharsa, the person of imperial interest, according to Zaluda's files, was anyone important. He'd never been an employee, but the man had been to Moonglow. Visitor badges had been supplied to him on several occasions more than 20 years earlier. Before she could learn more, someone had found her. That was the problem with infiltrating a working factory on a day when the Empire came to inspect. No one had called in sick. Normally, she liked a challenge, but with Moonglow's security team going one direction and the stormtroopers going another, she'd been forced early into the soldier's last resort, the ventilation shafts. Fortunately, the new building system was less vile than what she'd found in other factories. Peering down through another grate, she saw the basilisk security chief again. Gord, Kanan had called him, the administrator's husband. Gord was telling his aides they had to redeem themselves for losing Skelly the day before. Hera felt a momentary pang of guilt for getting the guy in trouble with his wife and the Empire. But it passed as Gord looked up and pointed, evidently noticing the indentation and the vent hosing. That's when the blaster fire started. Enough of this, she thought, scrambling through another tube. It was time to find Vidan. Sloane emerged from the cab of the bulk loader to see Vidan a few dozen meters away, down on the factory floor,
mercilessly pummeling Skelly. She activated the comlink attached to her wrist and pulled her blasters. "Troopers, to me!" Vidon lifted the intruder and hurled him through the air. Limbs flailed as Skelly hurled end over end. His flight ended violently against a control console for one of the conveyor belts. "This is under control," Vidon said, walking casually toward the spot. Sloane ran down the stairs anyway. She could see that Vidon's opponent was bleeding and clutching his chest. Skelly stood, facing the approaching cyborg in a daze, before desperately scrambling up the side of the control station. Leaping, he reached for the overhang above and tried to pull himself up. "Stop!" Sloane raised her weapon. With a burst of energy that startled her, Skelly pulled himself up and onto the moving conveyor belt. Sloane fired, but the belt carried him around a turn, and her blaster bolt only singed his shin. Sloane looked back to see Lal, horrified and keeping her distance, up on the metal staircase. "Stop all the belts!" the captain yelled. Lal bustled down the steps to the controls. "Too late," Vidon said, watching. The conveyor belt led back outside to the loading area. Seeing Sloane's troopers arriving through a side hallway, Vidon pointed. "After him." Sloane stepped up to Vidon. "That was him? Skelly?" Vidon nodded and started walking back up the aisle. "He won't get off the ground. I'll alert everyone," she said. "I've just done so," Vidon said, his gaze cast low. He was looking for something, she realized, at the foot of one of the conveyor belts. "But you should go supervise. Someone in authority should be out there." The whole episode puzzled Sloane. What was Skelly trying to accomplish? What did he want? Vidon knelt. He picked up a small object from the floor. "He wanted to give me this," he said. It was a holodisc, Sloane saw. "It's one of no consequence. When you find him, tell him I destroyed it. He should die knowing the futility of defying the Empire." Kanan removed a bolt from the Smooth Rider's engine for the 14th time. Then he proceeded to put it right back. He didn't stick his neck out for many. Hardly any, really. But there was something about Hera that had kept him from leaving. He was still working out what it was. She was beautiful, of course, but she knew how to play it cool, something he liked a lot. She also seemed reasonably competent. She caught onto his ruse back at the cantina right away. All good traits, suited for whatever it was she was playing at. Kanan still didn't quite know what that was. But that was all right. He could play along, as he had many times before when something or someone caught his interest for a while. He had nothing else to do. Outside, a siren blared. Looking out from beneath the engine bonnet of the hoverbus, Kanan saw several stormtroopers on speeder bikes racing into the security zone and rushing toward the factory gates. Some were headed toward Moonglow's airfields, where Expedin sat parked amid a few other vehicles. Others were headed for the main facility. So much for confidence, he thought. Looked like Hera was in trouble. He slammed the engine lid shut and started to turn toward the factory. He didn't have his badge, but he knew a place around the corner where he could scale the fence rigging the aerodrome. Reaching for the spot, Kanan leapt and swung himself over the railing. Hitting the ground softly, he rolled, and was met by stormtrooper blasters pointed in his direction. Harsh lights flooded the corner of the airfield, nearly blinding him. He could just make out a brown-skinned woman in an Imperial captain's uniform stepping toward him. "And where," she said sharply, "do you think you're going?" Skelly had closed the sewer grating over his head just in time. He heard the boots of stormtroopers running past, above, even as he struggled to make his way down the iron rungs of the ladder. Reaching the bottom, he collapsed in ankle-deep brackish water, battered and broken. His head was bleeding, and his cheekbones felt as if they were moving beneath his skin. He fumbled with his left hand to count his teeth, and felt anguish when he realized how many were gone. He struggled to roll over, certain his ribs had been cracked. Skelly coughed, bewildered. Vidon was supposed to be different. The rule breaker. The Parjman destroyer. He had reached the heights of both the public and private sectors by ignoring the bureaucracies and their conventions, by listening to everyone and everything, and deciding based on facts. Yet he had turned out just to be another sadist, as deaf and blind as he had been before the prosthetics. Seeing his pack nearby, Skelly fought through the pain and dragged his body close to it. There was a med pack in there, and more, much more. If words couldn't save the moon, it was time for something else.
Chapter 25. The Salix looked miserable in a way that few species could, Vidon thought, with enormous wide mouths and droopy skin sacs hanging beneath. When they frowned, you could read the expression from orbit. Count Vidon wasn't interested in Lal Garlic's embarrassment over Skelly breaking in, any more than he was interested in her apologies. The encounter with the saboteur had deterred him from his intended schedule. She had taken him without delay to the refinery building, the oldest part of Moonglow, she'd said, dating back to when the firm was part of Introsphere. She eagerly showed him her updates, and he ignored her obvious disappointment as he just as quickly undid them, stripping away one safety practice after another. Toxic exposure was a small price to pay to meet the Emperor's quota. Vidon hated being dependent on surface refineries for fluoride. His common chaser harvesters required few workers and were closer to the source, but cometary deposits were already microscopic, while the shards coming out of Sidna had to be reduced to refinable size without damaging the material within. Worse, fluoride-bearing comets were exceedingly rare, and the Empire's insatiable demand for the material had nearly swept the galaxy clean of them. It had idled many of the giant harvester vessels Vidon operated, and had given the slackers in this system job security. It would take forever to replicate Gorse's refinery infrastructure on Sidna. He would be reliant on fools like Lal Grolic forever. Fluoride was Vidon's franchise within the Empire. It, and several other strategic materials. Meeting the need for it bought him power and position. Now he was failing at meeting his Emperor's demand, and Vidon's rivals knew it. He'd been preoccupied since Baron Darth's second message, the night before an ultimatum. Darth wasn't calling to tell him Emperor was re-raising production quotas, at least, but what he said was almost as bad. Another Comet Chaser fleet would be returning to Calorua Depot, having exhausted what was once a rich supply of fluoride-bearing comets. And worse, Vidon had learned, next from his aides, that Darth was whispering to the Emperor, casting aspirations on Vidon's whole production scheme. The Count knew that Darth wanted to turn Gorse into another market for his family's manufacturing droids. Vidon had no quarrels with droids, which could, in many cases, be more efficient than organics. But he wasn't about to let Darth colonize an industry that belonged to him. Vidon had taken out his temper on his stateroom, but he longed to have Darth's windpipe in his robotic hands. Growlick led him to the far wall and a narrow door. Beyond it was another large room with colossal pipes in the ceiling, and the long pools cut into the floor. Long and narrow, like harvesting troughs in a farm for sea life. The droids were here too, some shoveling cartloads of crystals into rolling green liquid, others trolling the pools with long implements. "We're very proud of this, my lord. This is a prized project of mine, the only automated exploric acid bath on Gorse. The crystals from Sidna start here, and the droids do the rest." Vidon looked into a pool, deep and long, a rolling cauldron with an endless appetite for matter. "And how many days do you lose from droids falling in during ground quakes? Organics would keep their balance better." "Yes, sir, but the fumes and splashing would be dangerous. And of course, if someone went in, that would be much worse than a droid." "Worse how? The baths cannot be used for purification until the offending matter is consumed. Droids take much longer to digest." Law was struck speechless by that one. Vidon didn't care.
He had a call coming in. He switched his ears to comlink mode. Commander Chamis aboard ultimatum, my lord. Message from Coruscant. Patch it through. Laurel Dath appeared before his electronic eyes. My compliments to Count Vidon. What was left of Vidon's vocal cords stirred in a growl, a vocalization that for him had no electronic counterpart. The young man appeared life-sized, superimposed over Vidon's surroundings. There was no holoprojector here, but it worked basically the same way. What is it? He finally said. The blonde baron smiled. I'd just emerged from another series of meetings with top authorities, working at the highest level on projects of the greatest. Vidon stopped listening. He was too busy moving his head around, digitally dumping the chattering baron in one pool of acid after another. And to make it all possible, the Emperor will require immediate doubling of thorite deliveries, effective immediately. Vidon gawked. What? Doubling? Correct. A doubling of the original quotas. No, Dath said, explaining it as if he were talking to a child. Your quota was increased by half yesterday, remember? So it's really tripling. Vidon felt his ire bubbling over, angrier than any acid bath in the room. And you didn't argue against this? This target is impossible. The failures will be yours too. The Baron shrugged. I'm attached to your administration, my lord, but I serve the Emperor in all things. He paused before continuing, gingerly. I did suggest a number of things I could do to help, but of course those would require putting some of your territories in my hands. I'll just bet you did, Vidon snarled. This isn't finished, Darth. So what should I tell the Emperor? That I will succeed. Vidon out. Vidon seethed. This was deception on a grand scale. Vidon had never played games of court well. It was his biggest weakness. The other aristocrats knew it, and one had finally pounced. He was undermined, completely and totally, in a way that he hadn't experienced since years earlier, when he was a different person. Law stood near one of the acid baths and looked back in puzzlement. Are you all right, my lord? You're, haven't moved for a while. Vidon wore no emotion as always. The words came from his neck. I need triple the output from this factory immediately. Law laughed out loud. Immediately embarrassed, she covered her wide mouth with two of her hands. I'm sorry, you can't be serious. Vidon turned and began stalking toward her. I am always serious. She stepped back nervously. We can't do that. We were struggling to meet the original Imperial targets, which you never met either. Vidon stepped up to her. Lal shook, eyeing him fearfully. Can you meet these targets? No. Then what good are you? Vidon's arm lanced out, shoving Lal with his open palms. She tumbled backward into one of the boiling troughs. She screamed, the acid bubbling all around her. Please, help! Vidon turned and found one of the tending poles, constructed of material designed to withstand the chemical abuse. But instead of fishing her out, he jabbed at her, pushing Lal farther in. I am helping, Vidon said, electronic eye shining. I need this vat returned to operation. Now hurry up and dissolve. Hera heard the scream. She had been staying a step ahead of the Basilic security chief by entering the refinery and running along the rafters. There were plenty of pipes and catwalks providing routes for one as nimble as she. She had been hoping to double back to finish looking for what she'd entered for, when she heard the cry. Horrible, unlike anything she'd ever known. She couldn't help but run toward it. When she arrived, it was too late. The body was visible from her high vantage point, barely, in the depths of the turbulent pool, but there was no way to get down there without falling in herself. Count Vidon stood at the edge with a tending pole. It had to be him. No one else looked like that. He watched the pool for a moment before dropping the pole, turning, and heading off. Hera saw a place where she could safely leap down, up ahead. She started working her way toward it. But Gord Grelick arrived first, and broke her heart. Chapter 26. On the refinery floor, Gord Grelick wailed. The security chief had rushed into the room, still looking for Hera. She was heading down the stairs herself when he stopped between the frothic acid pools and looked down. Hera had already seen from above that the four-armed figure in the acid was unmistakably Basalit. Lol! Gord scrambled around, looking for one of the acid-proof prods. By the time Hera could reach the floor, he had given up. He turned to the pool, ready to dive into the acid bath and save his wife. Don't, Hera called out, skidding to a stop as to knock them both in. She grabbed the security chief's left arm. It's too late. Gord struggled. I've got to. Hera clung to him desperately. She didn't even know if he was aware of her as he struggled to step toward the pool. He greatly outweighed her, and yet she was using every bit of her strength to keep him from jumping. You can't do this. At last, Gord stopped. She didn't know if he finally registered her presence, realizing she would fall in too, or he'd simply seen again what was left below. So little. No, he said in a low voice. He fell to his knees. No. The Twi'lek hung onto his arms. I'm sorry, she said. She was trying to pull him back from the edge, without much success. Gord looked at her, and anger blazed in his eyes. Did you do this? No, I swear I didn't. It was Vidon. Hera fell away from him, but did not run. Check the security monitors. You'll see. Basalic's hands grabbed her. With Hera in tow and murder in his eyes, Gord moved quickly with her to the security control station at the far wall. I'll see, he said. Vidon stood outside the refinery and looked up at the moon. He had killed another tour guide, yes, but there really wasn't any sense in continuing with this tour, or any other. Moonglow was the best case operation on course. Even if the Empire seized direct control of the factories, a tool in his kit that he found to be of mixed effectiveness, there was no way to make the Emperor's new quotas. And the first deliveries were due in a week. Vidon turned and punched the wall. His hand smashed into the permacrete, leaving an indentation. Baron Death was at fault for this. A supposed underling, turning him into just another worker, scrambling to meet an ultimatum from above. He already knew there was no way to find enough ready thoride in his territory or anyone else's, not without tearing the moon completely apart. Vidon stopped. He played what his eyes and ears had recorded from earlier, the ranting of the madman Skelly. You gotta stop the blasting on Sidna. You could tear the whole moon apart by mistake. Remembering, he reached into his pocket. The holodisc was there, the one he had planned to destroy. Vidon strode purposely toward a nearby office building. Yes, looking at it would almost certainly be a waste of time for a man that did not waste time. The fact he considered it at all was a true measure of the desperate situation he faced. Sloane wasn't the first Imperial captain Kanan had met, but she was certainly the best looking, even if she did insist on pulling that wonderful black hair back beneath the little hat. One of her aides was shining a light into his face, entirely unnecessary under the light from the moon. They say you got into the security zone because you were ferrying miners to work, the woman said. If you're a bus driver, why are you trying to enter the factory? Heading to pick up my pay. Hands mantled behind his back, Kanan flashed a smile at her. If you want, once I get it, I can show you the town. Sloane's brown eyes narrowed. Wait a second. I know you. You're that pilot from the explosive hauler. The mouth. You got a name for me, Kanan said, grinning. That's great. I knew you couldn't just fly off. You came all the way down here to see me? Sloane stepped forward, reached around to grab his ponytail, and yanked. Let's not be giving me jobs to do, pilot, she said, forcing him to the ground. This little act of yours might work with some. Me? I might press you into service and send you to maintain trash compactors, or shove you into one. Okay, Kanan
said, Kanan shrugged against the stormtrooper's hold. But if you know I'm a pilot, you know I work here. With no pass for the grounds? Lal Gralic knows me. Ask her. Making friends? Kanan heard a now familiar voice from behind Sloane. The captain spun without releasing him, wrenching his neck in the process. Hera stepped forward from the factory, dangling his pass in her hand. You left your ID in the plant, buddy. The Imperials showed their light at Hera. Sloane studied her before looking back at him. Kanan nodded, to the extent he could with the captain holding on to his hair. Told you. Sloane released Kanan with a shove, knocking him backwards and down into the mud. She turned on Hera. And where's your badge? Hera grinned. Well, I've got to have it. How could I be in here otherwise? Sloane looked to the sky and growled with frustration. I've had enough of you people. I think we'll take you all in. Or... Sloane. The captain checked her calmly. Count Vidon, she said. We're still running down Skelly and any accomplices. Forget them, Vidon replied. My lord? The inspection. Everything. Forget it all. I've seen enough here. I have a new strategy that will serve the Emperor. We need to return to the ultimatum right away. Gather your team and meet me at the shuttle. Sloane acknowledged the order and deactivated her comlink. She gestured to the stormtrooper to remove Kanan's handcuffs. Another returned his blaster and holster. You're a lucky day, Sloane said. Sure is, Kanan said, nodding to Hera. I've got the two of you here. Hera rushed forward and grabbed his arm. Thank you, Captain. We'll be going. She began pushing Kanan toward the open gate, under Sloane's icy glare. Sorry to have disturbed you. Yeah, good luck with your inspections, Kanan said, before Hera forcibly shoved him out the employee gate. Hera hustled Kanan around the corner and back to the hover bus. She seemed perturbed. You really don't know when to quit, do you? Kanan shrugged. Hey, it worked, didn't it? He wiped the mud off his trousers. Being hostile or closed-mouthed just sets them off. The way to get rid of the Imperials is to be so happy to see them that they're thrilled when you're gone. Some Imperials, anyway. Hera put up her hands. We don't have time for this. Something horrible happened in there, and... She paused, looked down, choking up a little. He realized he hadn't seen her looking at anything but fully in control before. Now she looked spent. Hey, he said, touching her wrist. You're not kidding. Something bad? Vidon killed the administrator. What? Lol? Kanan was shocked. He killed her. Why? Because he could, she said, looking up and staring into his eyes. Her husband saw it and ran off searching for Vidon. And it sounds from that comlink call like Vidon's up to something else. Right about over there, Kanan said, pointing to the Imperial shuttle. Across the muddy boulevard from it, Moonglow's main gate opened. Vidon appeared there, talking with the vessel flight crew. Sloane and her stormtroopers joined him. We've got to follow them, Hera said. I can't follow a shuttle in a hover bus. It's a Mark 6 smooth ride, she said. It will fly. About a zillion years ago, Kanan said. He looked back to see Vidon marching purposefully along the planking toward the shuttle. Sloane lingered at the gate with the others, evidently giving orders related to her departure. And then, his eyes tracing the path back to the Lambda, he saw something wedged beneath the plank, nearest the ship. It looked like a small pouch, several meters away from what appeared to be a sewer grating. An open sewer grating. Kanan didn't need the Force to tell him to grab Hera. Get down! The night lit up in Shaketown. The Imperial shuttle exploded, sending blazing debris in all directions. In the street, the shock wave caught Vidon, hurling him bodily into the factory outer fence, even as a fireball blazed overhead. Kanan caught only a glimpse of the cyborg's fate as, Hera's shoulders in his gloved hands, he dived with her behind the smooth ride. Metallic debris rocketed in all directions, some of it slamming thunderously into the hover bus. Speeder bikes parked earlier by the reinforcements went spinning wildly. Kanan saw one impale itself in the fencing behind him. The din subsided. Once certain Hera was all right, Kanan drew out his blaster and looked cautiously around the vehicle. Up the way, Vidon was on his knees, but alive, his reinforced frame evidently giving him some protection. But the street before the facility was a blazing crater, and the block of buildings behind it, including poor Draka's diner, was now afire. Kanan's instinct was to run toward it to see if the Basilic cook was all right. But something else caught his eyes first. A dark figure, scrambling out of the sewer grating he'd seen. The spot was amid flames, but untouched at the moment, and the figure was limping quickly along with a large pack on his back. Skelly. Finding a functioning Imperial speeder bike, Skelly took one look back. Then he mounted it and was gone. Chapter 27. Hera caught her breath as she reached the third-story rooftop. The buildings across the boulevard from Moonglow's headquarters weren't tall, but they all had ladders or some other kind of fire escape. Everyone knew to expect ground quakes on Gorse. This was another story. From a concealed spot, she looked down into the street with amazement. The Imperial vessel was still burning below, destroyed by someone they'd heard. It was something Hera had expected to see one day, something she'd always believed was coming. Not just not this soon, and not this way. She wasn't sure what had driven Skelly to do it, but he certainly had been the one responsible, based on what Kanan had seen. Hera hadn't wanted to linger at ground level after the blast. The street looked like a war zone, and the assassination attempt was sure to send the Imperials over the edge. But she'd helped with the search and rescue for as long as she dared, and had to scout the best way out of a security-cornered neighborhood. Only Kanan had any kind of mission to be on the ground anyway, and he hung down there trying to free people. She thought well of him that he'd do that. It went very much against the freewheeler mold he seemed to want to fit into. In truth, she was still reeling from the moment in the factory when Gord Gralloch had viewed the recordings of Vidon killing his wife. A typical tough security guy, yet he had watched the murder as if his world were crumbling around him. It was still wrenched at her heart to remember it. But that wasn't the worst part. She now realized as she looked down to the street. Vidon, singed but apparently intact, was being hustled from the scene by his escort when Gord appeared at the gate. The Basilic rushed forward amid the flaming embers, only to be stopped by stormtroopers. She couldn't hear him from this distance, but he was appealing to them, begging them to arrest Vidon, she supposed. A Moonglow aide handed Gord a datapad. Hera assumed it was the image from the security cam. The frantic Basilic showed it to one trooper after another, but they wouldn't let him pass. Hera didn't want to watch. There was nothing at all she could do. Not here, not now. But she made herself. Gord tried to follow Vidon anywhere, only to be grabbed by the troopers. It took 4 of them to restrain the heavy-shouldered security chief, 1 for each arm. Then they beat him. This was justice in the Empire. When the stormtroopers parted, Hera saw Gord crawling back toward Moonglow's gate. She blinked away a tear of anger. Yes, she needed to see these things, to remind her what she was fighting for. Hera squinted to see through the smoky darkness where Vidon had gone. She spotted him and Sloane in intense discussion, heading between a line of flanking stormtroopers on the way toward. No, Kanan's not going to like that. Are you kidding me? Having finished his search and joined Hera on the roof, Kanan stared down at the empty spot on the street. I can't believe this. They stole the hover bus. I think they call it commandeering an unofficial business, Hera said, crouching at the roof edge and pointing east. Kanan saw the outline of the hover bus, bobbing far up the lane. I'm sure they're headed to the Imperial spaceport to get another shuttle. Kanan frowned. Yeah, we'll wait until they find the bathroom doors stuck. He flicked his wet ashes from his tunic. He had found Draka pinned behind his freezer unit. It had taken long minutes to extract him. The cook had stormed out, intent on giving the Imperials a piece of his mind about his destroyed business. Kanan could see from his position that the conversation wasn't going very well, but he had his own problems. The spaceport's in high ground. How am I supposed to get over there? It was 10 kilometers away. I'm more interested in getting out of here, Hera said, rising. An attempt's been made on an envoy of the Emperor. Everyone's a suspect. We've got to get out of this neighborhood before half the Empire shows up. She turned away from the street side of the roof. Maybe back down those alleys to the south. It's Okadai's bus, Kanan said. I can't just forget about it. This was the whole problem with making friends, he did not say. They made it impossible to be truly free. He looked back across Broken Boulevard, now more descriptive term than usual, and saw a lumbering gray hover truck departing Moonglow's loading dock. Hey, wait, he said, grabbing Hera's wrist before she could leave. I think we can solve both problems at once. He pointed to the vehicle. That's full of refined thoride. Even trespass, murder, and sabotage couldn't stop thoride production, it seemed. Every 6 minutes, another one of the transports departed the planet. It's headed straight into the Imperial transport, Hera said. I caught that on my reconnoiter yesterday. Their eyes met, and a heartbeat later, they were running along the rooftops. Hera was fast as she was lithe, hurdling obstacles and leaping one gap after another. Every so often, she looked back to see if Kanan was keeping up. I'm fine, he said, keeping a few steps back. Just try not to run into you. She smiled and leapt the next opening. He followed suit. Reaching the end of the rows of flats, they found a door and scrambled down a staircase. Catching their breaths in the doorway, they stopped in time to see a hover truck move up the street toward them. A stormtrooper waved the vehicle, and its golden chauffeur droid past. As soon as the stormtrooper turned his head, Kanan and Hera bolted toward the approaching truck. Kanan leapt to the running board of the passenger side. I am sorry, the droid said. Riders are not allowed on the... Hera now, hanging outside the other door, flicked a switch on the droid's neck, shutting him off. Kanan scrambled inside the cab, grabbed for the control yoke, and ducked. The vehicle executed a wide left turn past the last stormtrooper checkpoint. The sentry never saw the woman hanging outside. Adroitly, Hera opened the door and bumped the robot out of the way. I prefer driving, she said, reaching for the controls. Nothing against you. Kanan closed the passenger door and stretched his legs. Sweetheart, you can drive me anywhere. He glanced back at the mess Shakedown had become. As long as it's far away from here. Hera had been scarcely more talkative than the deactivated droid, Kanan thought. She'd said nothing about what had gone on in the plant before she found Law. She didn't know Law's husband well, other than that he had a short fuse and a big blaster collection. And something else. That guy lived for Law, he said. I could tell. It was rough. Watching her, Kanan thought that must be an understatement. Well, you found out one thing about Vidon. He's evil in a can. Being evil doesn't stop you with the Empire. It helps. She sighed. I didn't even get near him this time, but I guess I found out what I came to Gorse to learn. The secret to Dentrius Vidon's efficiency is murder. And where does that get you? Nowhere I wasn't before. She shook her head. All I was able to find out about Tharsa was that he visited there a few times a long time ago. I couldn't find out anything else. First, Gord showed up. Then they all started running around looking for Skelly. Guiding the hover truck around a corner, she sighed. I don't know what Skelly thinks he can accomplish this way. This loose cannon stuff, it doesn't get you anywhere. And where are you trying to get? He looked at her keenly. I thought you were just going to ditch me after you did your little break-in. And you said your big mission is done. But here you are. She rolled her eyes. I'm helping you get your hover bus back. Uh-huh, Kanan chuckled. No, it's the least I can do, Hera said. You're willing to come back inside, looking for me. Unnecessarily, and nearly causing trouble for you, but appreciated. Well, you're the only person on this planet I'd take that chance for. That should tell her something, he thought.
I'm not sure I believe that. You went back to help the Masalik cook, and Okadai told me in the bus about you saving him from Viran. She smiled. You even saved Skelly at the cantina. He put up his hands. Hey, everyone makes mistakes. Well, we'll see, she said, and left it at that. Kanan liked the look he saw from her. It said she'd come to think he was worth keeping an eye on. Looking out at the buildings whizzing by, Kanan laughed. Everything that just goes into Thoride, all the security. And here we've just driven off with a truckload. We're taking it right where it's supposed to go, she said, and it's not like we'll find anyone to sell it to. Kanan shook his head. You know, I don't even know what the junk's used for. Thoride? Hera asked. It's used in granular solid-state shock absorption. They use it on the Star Destroyers to keep the turbolaser turrets in place after firing. Loose cannons again. Kanan chortled. They're going to this much trouble for it? They've got a lot of cannons. Hera's eyes widened as she considered. A Star Destroyer requires the use of 16 million individual components, 27,000 of which are only produced in a single system, like Gore's. She looked up at him, her face animated with passion. That's why the Emperor needs an empire, Kanan. It's like a space slug, whose only function is to stay alive. It's got to consume, and consume, and consume. You're starting to sound like Skelly. He's not all wrong, she said, guiding the hover truck into high ground. But he's definitely not all right. Skelly had taken the speeder bike over rooftops to reach high ground, flying low over the surface to avoid any tracking of air traffic. With most of the Imperial attention on getting police vehicles to Shaketown, Skelly had guessed that relatively little attention was being paid to the landing fields. Even so, he knew he couldn't simply fly the bike over the retaining wall. And he was reluctant to dismount, because every step he took off the bike caused him pain. But now, in the dark at the far eastern end of the compound, his war experience subverting barricades served him again. He'd seen during flights to Sidna that the terrain at high ground had deep drainage ditches leading off to the low side of the compound. It was there, outside the wall in the darkness, that he found a culvert large enough to accommodate both him and the speeder bike. The bars guarding the pipe were no match for the variety of explosives he carried in his pack. It amused him that the same techniques he used in the mine at Sidna for the Empire were now getting him onto the base. A few muffled blasters later, he was hunched painfully low against the spine of the speeder bike, letting it carry him and his bag of revenge through the tunnel. Inside the compound, he continued to fly the vehicle low through the drainage canals, separating the landing areas. The lights here all pointed upward. If anyone had bothered to look down, the sight of his head poking out of the ground and gently sailing along might have given someone pause. But no one saw. Now, in the shade of the spaceport's control tower, he waited, patting at his swollen face with swabs from the med pack. He watched the ground transport arrival area, where every few minutes another droid-driven hovercraft appeared, bearing Thoride for the waiting Imperial freighters. This spaceport was it, he thought, the last step before the beauty of Sidna, crushed down and refined, left for Caleron Depot and the distribution to all the Empire's insane shipbuilding projects. It made Skelly sick to see it. Time passed. For a moment he worried he'd gambled wrong. He assumed that Vidon, having lost one ride-off world, would come here next. But surely the gate opened to allow in Okadai's hoverbus. Skelly blinked when he saw it. What was it doing here? Then he saw a group of stormtroopers exit it, followed by Vidon and the Imperial captain. No wonder he had beaten them here, he thought. It would take a genius of a pilot to get the smooth ride to beat a determined person on a speeder bike. He felt his ribs shifting painfully as he huddled back against the outer wall of the control tower. Skelly was running on adrenaline now.
his own, and stimulus shot from the med pack. But he was undaunted. He missed Vidon before. He wouldn't again.
Chapter 28. Count Vidon looked up past the control tower. Kajal was descending from space, dispatched from the Star Destroyer to return him to orbit. He didn't want to waste another moment on Gorse. Staying on the planet was unnecessary to his plans. And now his plans had changed. He didn't have time for the people of Gorse to shuttle back and forth, mining their moon. Even his most extreme notions, erecting dormitories on Sidna and forcing laborers to move there, would take too long. But he was now looking at another alternative, provided by the strangest source imaginable. Skelly was deranged, just another shell-shocked clone veteran, but a quick look at the material suggested that he might have stumbled onto something useful. Vidon would need to consult with the staff and ultimatums experts to be sure. The commandeered hoverbus was the least efficient means of reaching the spaceport he could imagine. Even Sloane's surviving shuttle flight crew hadn't been able to get it more than a meter off the ground. But he used the time well, explaining to Sloane his intentions. She reacted to his plans with caution, characteristic of the Navy. He hadn't been able to find an iota of imagination in the entire service. Still, Sloane was young and ambitious, and even now she was suggesting solutions. The stores and ultimatums should have what you need, my lord. There will be no need to involve anyone on Gorse. Excellent. The gates swung wide to admit the Thorid hover truck. The droid, reactivated but muted to prevent its nattering about its dislikes of hitchhikers, guided the vehicle inside as it was programmed to do. No sentry saw Hera or Kanan as ducked down as they were. Within moments, the big vehicle was in the parking area, prepared to have its cargo placed on the freighter beyond. Poking his head up, Kanan saw that the line would shortly bring them alongside the parked hoverbus. That was a relief. He figured he was due to catch a break. As he dropped back down next to Hera, he chuckled. It's always an adventure with you, huh? Hera smiled. Yeah, and we're just gonna pick up your ride. I'm carrying Okadai's Shafir license. I should be able to just drive back out, Kanan said. I don't think I could have just walked up and asked them for it without wasting my time again. And I've got places to... Seeing her expressionless face, he stopped. Wait, Kanan said. You didn't come here with me because you wanted to chat or save me from impound hassles. You're going to be sneaking around checking on Vidon some more. Hera responded with a gentle smile. This is ridiculous. He pointed back toward the windshield at the Imperial shuttle, settling in for a landing. Vidon's leaving. What more do you need to know? Something brought him here, she said, and something is making him leave early. Try Skelly and his bomb. Hera shook her head. That's not it, Kanan. I saw him through the electro binoculars as he was leaving. He's different. Something's changed. He's got a new mission. How do you read the expression of a human droid? Kanan looked to the floor in aggregation as the vehicle shuddered to a stop. Hera was the old Jedi ways of doing things, he remembered. Master Balaba or Obi-Wan or someone would get an idea in their heads and chase it all over creation, hiding in closets and creeping around ventilation shafts, spying. Even when there was plainly nothing to be seen, as here. Kanan sat up cautiously, took a peek outside, and opened the door on the left side of the hoverbus. He slipped onto the gravel surface, shielded from the Imperial sight by the smooth ride. A long moment later, Hera lightly touched the ground behind him. Look, he said, turning around to face her in the shadows. The space between the vehicles was narrow, and it brought them close together. I travel alone, but I think you're fun, when you're not running off doing something outlandish. He pointed with his thumb to the hoverbus. I'm going to take this back to Okadai's, and then I'm heading for the public spaceport. You can come along, or let me hitch a ride on whatever the ship is you say you've got. But I'm done sneaking around here, and I think you should be too. There wasn't anything else to say. Obi-Wan's warning and the Emperor's wrath made him hide part of who he was. But he wouldn't live his daily life sulking about just to have a woman's company, or to support her cause. Any cause. That wasn't who he was. Kanan began working his way along the left side of the hover bus, feeling glad it had open doorways on both sides. He'd wait for Vidon to leave, and then get back to his regularly scheduled life. Either Hera would see sense, or she wouldn't. He paused to look back. Hera was at the tail end of the hover bus, trying to peek around at the Imperials. He shook his head. Guess not, he thought. It's a shame. She was something. Kanan put his foot on the doorstep and heard shouts from the other side of the vehicle. Alarmed, he looked back at Hera, but she had already turned and was running in his direction. What is it? Move! Without a further word, she shoved him into the hover bus. He fell onto the floor, and she on top of him. Pinned, he instantly began to formulate a response about how she couldn't live without him. When he caught a sideways glance at what was outside the door on the right-hand side of the vehicle opposite him, in the direction of the Imperials. Vidon, Sloane, and several stormtroopers were 50 meters away, running away from the Lambo-class shuttle that had just landed. In the moonlight, he could just make out the sight of something being hurled toward it from the shadows of the nearby control tower. Kraboom! For the second time in little over an hour, the populated side of Gorse saw what seemed to be the light of day as Imperial shuttle blew apart. Kanan shielded his eyes from the flash, and then held on as the shock wave rocketed the smooth ride. When he looked again, he saw debris raining all across the landing field, and then he heard it, as parts of the Lambda slammed against the right fuselage and roof of the hover bus. As the din subsided, Hera relaxed her hold on Kanan. I think that's it, she said. She rose and he followed. Carefully, they crept out of the right-hand side of the vehicle for a better look. Fiery smoke blotted out the moon, but they could see Vidon and his companions, including Sloane, had been flattened by the blast, some hurled several meters. Vidon was still moving, Kanan saw, but he was definitely reeling. Come on, Kanan said, grabbing Hera's arm. Yeah, I think so. They had already been bystander to one attack. They wouldn't be able to walk out of another. But before they could reach the doorway, Kanan heard a high wheezing whine coming at him from behind, the direction of the explosion. More debris now? It didn't matter. This time, he threw her down, right as a mass of metal screamed just over their heads. Something slammed headlong into the hover bus, shattering more of its windows. Kanan shielded his and Hera's head with his hands. When Kanan finally looked up, he saw something that rendered him speechless. It was a speeder bike, the kind Imperial stormtroopers rode, or part of it. Its long nose had shot through one of the hover bus windows, halting its flight and efficiently impaling the larger vehicle. Outside the hover bus, hanging upside down from the deeply launched bike, was Skelly, his right hand holding one of the handlebars in a desk grip. He looked as if he'd been through one of Okadai's blunders. His battered body dangled limply from the frame, and a big backpack hung precariously around his midsection, about to fall. A subsidiary explosion went off in the field behind them, but Kanan could only look at Skelly, dazed. The bomber opened his eyes and looked back, warily recognizing him. Kanan, Skelly said, his face swollen, his mouth bloodied. Kanan! What? The pack. Grab it. Not thinking, Kanan took it and then looked inside. It's full of bombs. Not good, Hera said, grabbing his arm. Across the field, emergency crews were racing from the control tower to put out the blaze, even as Vidon stood. Vidon hadn't spotted Kanan or the others yet, but there was too much flaming debris between them. But Kanan could see the cyborg creepily glowing eyes as they scanned the area. Fresh stormtroopers ran to the blast scene from the control tower, and several of Vidon's companions rose, looking for their weapons. Out overhead, a siren blared, and the ground was suddenly awash with searchlights cutting through the smoke. "There, at the hover bus," Vidan yelled, his voice artificially amplified to its loudest level. Kanan turned toward the door of the long hover bus, 3 meters away, only to see a blaster's shot strike just outside the doorframe. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see at least a dozen stormtroopers taking position behind pieces of wreckage. No one had a beat on him yet, but the vehicle was another story. Hera knew it too. Like him, she was facing the hover bus. But while she had her hand on her blaster, she hadn't drawn it. She shook her head at him. Wrong place, wrong time. Story of my life, Kanan thought. It was a nearly automatic reaction. He let the bag with Skelly's explosives slip from his hands to the ground. Nothing exploded, but he almost thought was a shame. "Put your hands behind your head," came Vietnam's amplified call from above. From behind. Above and to Kanan's left, Skelly slipped off the bike, his hand finally having given out. He landed with a thud on the gravel. "Skelly, I'm gonna die," Kanan said, glaring down at the man on the ground. "But I'm gonna kill you first." Chapter 29. When the other guy brought an army, it was best not to argue. Kanan kept his face toward the hover bus. He could hear blasters being prepared, with more stormtroopers starting to move from cover to cover, working their way across the airfield. Hera hadn't budged either, but he could see her thinking. With the smoke blotting out the moon, the Imperials hadn't seen either of their faces clearly yet, but that would change when he turned to run, or fight, and the latter option seemed impossible. They hadn't taken a shot at the Imperials in all the day's chaos, and he didn't want to start now. The odds were just too long. Skelly sat a meter or so away from the bag, eyeing it. Vidan, with his sharp eyes, noticed. "Don't touch it."
Kanan glanced at Hera. It was a good run, he said to himself. He started to put his hands behind his head. "Put your weapons down," called another voice from behind and to the right of Kanan. "We're not holding any," Kanan yelled. "I didn't mean you." For a moment, the voice seemed strangely familiar to Kanan, until he realized it was familiar. Kanan and Hera looked to the right to see Gord walking purposefully from the direction of the cargo intake facility. "I'm here for Vidan." The bulky security chief was bruised, Kanan saw. Hera had told him about Gord's earlier beating. The Paselic was also armed to the teeth, prepared to deal death with all 4 hands. He had come to the same way they had, Kanan realized, on one of the Thorite transports. He'd never seen the security chief look so serious or so threatening. "Count Vidan, my name is Gord Grelick, security chief for Moonglow. You are under arrest for the murder of our supervisor and my wife." "On whose authority?" That was Sloane. She sounded stunned. "Mine," Gord said. "Gore City has a jail. You'll be treated fairly, more fairly than you deserve." "Enough of this," Vidan yelled. "Blast him." Gord shot first, and second, and third. Moving with startling speed, the Paselic peppered the stormtroopers with blaster fire. The Imperials' defensive positions protected them against the hover bus, but not against anyone coming from his angle off to their right. Before anyone fired a shot in return, Gord hurled something with his 4th hand, a sonic grenade. It detonated amid the group of stormtroopers nearest him, emitting a shriek that sent them reeling. Hera, pulling her hands from behind her back, looked at Kanan. "Are we thinking the same thing?" Kanan nodded. "Run." They began to move toward the hover bus, only to both hit the ground as attentive stormtroopers fired at the doorway. As crimson shots struck the gravel ahead of them, Kanan scrambled for the only cover they could find, a chunk of the Imperial Shudder sublight ion engine, which earlier had hit the hover bus roof and rolled off. "Time to join the party," Hera said, whipping out her blaster. She leaned over the metallic barrier, took quick aim, and fired. One of the snipers stopped shooting at the hover bus. Kanan looked at her and drew his weapon. He'd done his best to avoid such situations, but this jam wouldn't let go of him, no matter what.
Fine then. Let's dance. Kanan fired. Off to the north, Gord was still letting it rip, somehow shrugging off a glancing shot to his left leg. Hera and Kanan supplied him with crossfire, driving the Imperials to move Vidan and Sloane back to a more protected position. Continuing to shoot, Kanan grew concerned about being outflanked on his right or attacked from behind. Things looked all clear to the south, he saw, and behind them the hover bus was moving. Kanan's eyes darted to the ground where Skelly had lain. The bag with the bombs was gone. He nudged Hera. The bus, it's being stolen again. Imperial blaster shots glancing off it ineffectually. The hover bus rose a meter into the air and then slammed into the ground again, nearly tipping over. A mechanical groan sounded above the gunfire, and the vessel lifted once more. But only part of it. One back corner steadfastly refused to lift, and the long vehicle dragged across the ground as it tried to accelerate. Hera squinted back through the dust. Is that Skelly driving? Kanan yelled back. I wouldn't call it that. Skelly was trying, probably with one hand and certainly in a mad panic, to make the smooth ride fly, something Kanan knew it wouldn't do anymore. But at least the vehicle was taking fire that had been meant for them. All at once, the rear corner of the hovercraft yanked free from the ground. In response, the rest of it lurched, startling a wild sideways swing in their direction. Kanan yelled, "Look out!" He and Hera went flat as 10,000 kilograms of metal careened just over their heads, grinding and snapping away the debris that had been their cover. Kanan raised his head to see Gord making a running charge across the open ground toward the Imperials. Wide-eyed and completely heedless of the hover bus, now dipping low as it swung widely in an arc toward him. Gord, look out! There was no way for the ballast to hear him in the chaos. The spinning bus swept through Gord's position, knocking him off balance and causing him to lose 2 of his blasters. Gord scrambled for them, only to take a glancing blaster shot to the chest. That provided the opportunity Vidan needed. He leapt from cover toward Gord. The dazed Basilic raised his meaty arms, ready to put up a struggle, but Vidan charged forward, knocking his attacker to the ground. Kanan had no shot. He winced as he saw Vidan raise his fists and lower them again and again. But before he could think again about the security chief's fate, the wayward hoverbus completed another revolution and was heading back for him and Hera. She saw it too and was already on her feet, holstering her blaster. Come on! He'd listened the blaster bolts coming his way. Kanan bolted from the ground and followed. The smooth ride yawned wildly toward them with more altitude than it had before. Hera made a running leap for its underside. Kanan followed a second later. Hera was rewarded for acting first. She had hold of one of the support struts that made up the hoverbus chassis. Kanan, meanwhile, only managed to hook his right hand around one of the rings attached to the rear turbofan, putting him right in the path of the straining engine's exhaust. The hovercraft pitched and fell again, nearly scraping the hangars on the way against a horizontal obstacle. Kanan realized only afterward that it was the outer wall of the Imperial spaceport. They were on their way, somewhere. From behind the chunk of shuttle wing she'd been using for cover, Sloane watched in stupefaction as the lumbering metal machine improbably crested the permacrete barrier. Her comlink was already in her hand. Everyone, after that thing, now! Climbing out from behind the twisted wedge of metal, she dashed toward her charge. Count Vidan! Count Vidan! Yelling is unnecessary. His voice filled her with relief, for a change, but just for a moment. Vidan rose from the corpse of the Basilic, his regal outfit bloodied and torn. I live, no thanks to your force. Another bomb, and now these attackers. You call this security? Sloane fought the impulse to argue. It was the Imperial Army garrison's responsibility to secure the landing area, not hers. But now wasn't the time to quibble. The chase was on. Squat gray Imperial troop transports loaded with stormtroopers were already heading out the west gate, and she had more than that in mind. Ordered the local authorities to put up roadblocks at every intersection. Keep them penned in high ground, she called on the comlink. Contact ground and satellite surveillance. Make sure we know where the vehicle is at all times. Across the tarmac, far from the blast site, she saw something she did have direct control over. 2 TIE fighters, parked and waiting. Get those in the sky, she called to the spaceport chief. Right away, Captain. There were others with the saboteur, Vidon said, looking back at the officers heading for the ties. That makes this a conspiracy. I want Skelly shot on sight, but bring the others to me. Sloane hadn't gotten a good look at the 2 who'd been facing the hover bus, but she doubted anyone else had. One of the traitors had shot out one surveillance cam covering the area. That someone had known what she or he was doing. That Skelly should stand out, and they wouldn't get far in that monstrosity they were driving. I want those renegades, she called out to the troopers. Now! Chapter 30. The way to control your fear of being on a ledge, Master Balaba had said, is not to think about it until you are off the ledge. Even at the time, Kanan had thought that advice could go 2 different ways. Off the ledge could mean you were safely inside, or it could mean you were plummeting. A lot of Jedi Ages seemed to have that problem. They always assumed everything would work out. Kanan wasn't assuming that at the moment. The underside of a land speeder normally wouldn't have offered any clearance for a hanger on, and the smooth ride, while designed for flight, had been little more than a land speeder for years. Taking it more than a meter off the ground sent the thing wobbling crazily off axis to the left and the right. Okadai's drivers all knew that. But Skelly wasn't one of Okadai's drivers. Look out! Kanan called forward to Hera as the machine lost altitude. Hera kicked her leg up before they brushed the mud-covered street below. Kanan, taller, felt the front of his boots smack the surface. Kanan strained, pulling himself upward so he could get a second handhold. Ahead, he saw Hera nimbly swinging her leg upward to catch a hanging support strut. That wasn't an option for him, not with the whirling blades of the turbofan directly ahead. He had to shift his weight and reverse his handholds, turning himself around. Doing so, he saw the pursuers. 3 Imperial troop transports hurled up the dark lane in the hover bus's wake, occasionally slowed by oncoming traffic. Skelly wasn't bothered by traffic at all, Kanan realized. Every few seconds, the vehicle slammed off something to the left or the right, or pitched upward, having simply climbed over its obstacle. Kanan had to heave his body upward each time the machine came back down to keep from being scraped off. But there wasn't any choice except to hang on, not with the Imperials behind and Hera in danger up ahead. When the first blaster shot from the twin cannon turret on the lead transport struck a few meters shy of the hover bus, Kanan had enough. Seeing a slight recess just inside the rear of the underchase, he pitched his leg upward and caught his boot in the low flank. That allowed him to reach up to a more secure handhold on the left, leaving the turbofan housing behind. With as much care as was possible in the whipping wind, Kanan felt around in the darkness, then began to work his way backward, across the smooth rider's bottom, feeling a bit like a mine knock who lost suction. Groaning against the strain, he heaved his body across the opening of the recess to a place he could cling just inside of the rear of the undercarriage. He waited there, breathing hard, as the hover bus pitched and rolled. Waiting was excruciating, but he had to, for the right moment. Finally, it came. The hover bus struck something hard on the left, causing it to tip almost onto its right side. Seeing air open up between him and the ground racing beneath, Kanan rolled his body around onto the rear bumper. This time, the smooth rider did slam against the ground when it righted itself, and Kanan began to fall backward off the bumper. I've got you, Kanan. Kanan looked up, astonished. Someone did have him. Skelly was hanging out the shuttered back window, his bionic right hand clasped around Kanan's belt. Skelly screamed in agony as Kanan scrambled over his shoulders and through the open pane. Kanan hit the back floor of the hover bus, wheezing, but he couldn't say. The hover bus had struck the seat. Anyone beneath would be dislodged. "We've got to go back for Hera," he called out. Then he blinked at Skelly. "Who's driving?" Before he got an answer, the smooth ride again bounced over something, sending Kanan slipping onto his back up the aisle as the vehicle tipped downward. Upside down, next to the driver's seat, he looked up. "Sorry," Hera said, grinning. "Still getting the hang of it. But welcome aboard." Kanan rolled over and scrambled to his feet. He saw Skelly had somehow made it forward, clearly in great pain but unable to rest. The shorter man was sitting in the stairway at the open left door. His right arm wrapped around the support rail while his other hand fished around in his bag. A moment later, Skelly slung a small pipe bomb out the door. The land speeders parked along the left side of the street went up an inferno that lit the area, upending them. The shock wave caught the rear section of the smooth ride, tipping the hover bus halfway onto its right side as it hurled toward an intersection. Kanan grabbed for the support post as Hera ably got control, using the momentum to take the vehicle down a side street. Skelly just grinned, showing teeth broken and blackened. He reached into his bag again. "Can you make them stop that?" Hera called back. "Happily," Kanan said. He stepped over and yanked Skelly's satchel from him. "Hey," Skelly said, reaching for it, and nearly tumbled out the open door. Kanan grabbed him and immediately regretted it. "I should." But before he could finish, blaster fire shattered the windows on the left side. Kanan ducked, trying to protect his head from the flying shards. Through the open door, he could see where the blasts were coming from. One of the recon transports, ambushing from a side street. A second later, the window on the right exploded with fire coming from the opposite direction. "We're in a shooting gallery," Kanan yelled. They had to get out of here, but that meant finding out where they were. Slinging the bag over his shoulder, he pulled his blaster and scrambled to top one of the seats. It was almost impossible, watching the world whizzing by in darkness. Okudai had never gotten the vehicle navigation system working. Who needed it? Her runs back and forth to the bar. But Kanan searched in desperation for any landmarks. There! The odd shape of Transept World Windows Plaza, lit from within and without, as always, whisked past. "Go right," Kanan yelled. "The old miners' highway. Let's make for the pits." The smooth ride lurched. Hera barely slowed the vehicle, and yet somehow it easily made the turn onto the entrance ramp. The old, elevated thoroughfare had the benefit of limited access. Now, rather than passing side streets with Imperial gunners, they were passing buildings and rooftops on either side. They were hemmed in, true, that there was very little traffic to run into on the highway anymore, and Hera opened up the throttle. Kanan scrambled off the seat and ran toward the back. The recon transports were racing along behind, he saw. He removed Skelly's bag from his shoulder. There were still close to a dozen improvised explosive devices inside. Now that they were out of traffic, the odds of doing more than random property damage with them was better. He called back to Skelly, still in the middle of the hover bus. "How do I activate these?" "Plug in the leads and let it rip." Pulling out a cylinder, not much larger than a shot glass, Kanan quickly snapped together the two loose wires attached to it. Looking back, he took aim. He hurled it out the rear window and watched as the jet wash took it, whisking it toward the oncoming Imperials. Fire blossomed before the lead recon transport. Beneath it, the highway structure, already stressed from years of quakes, shook violently. The first transport flipped, trying to avoid the blast, sending the stormtroopers riding outside it hurtling away. But that was better for them, as one after another the rear vehicles slammed into it. "3 for 1, Kanan yelled, pumping his fist. "We've got bigger problems," Kelly yelled. Kanan looked forward, startled. He hadn't expected clear driving all the way ahead, but it was kilometers from another on-ramp. There shouldn't be anyone out in front of us yet. But before he could run forward to look, light blazed outside the left and right windows, blinding him. Suddenly, a feeling of sudden rush of heat. He realized it wasn't searchlights flooding the hover bus, or small arms fire from Imperials. A high whine passed overhead. "Is that—" "Ty!" Hera yelled. The starfighter rocketed over them, a white bulb sandwiched between the black hexagonal wings. Kanan looked back to see the twin lights of its ion engines receding in the distance, only to feel the world move again as a second fighter, its level flight path perpendicular to the highway, began strafing them from above. Hera banked the smooth ride violently, sending her riders tumbling. There was no protection from Ty's attacks, except for the highway itself. The smooth ride's engines objecting, Hera tilted the hoverbus 90 degrees, riding not on the road surface, but rather the left, retaining wall of the elevated highway. The Ty, which had been aiming low for its pass, found its cannon fire pummeling Durcrete instead, rather than its intended target. Hera twisted the smooth ride back to level again. The Ty shrieked overhead and began to loop. And now the first attacker was back, rocketing up the highway toward them. This time, Hera slammed on the brakes, sending the hoverbus into a spin, and began racing back in the other direction. The maneuver closed the distance with the Ty that had been tailing them, such that its shots went harmlessly overhead. Kanan scrambled to his feet. Hera was the best driver he had ever seen, coaxing things he'd never imagined possible out of the smooth ride. But it couldn't go on, especially not as they were now racing toward the recon transports, piled up and blazing. Something had to be done. Kanan ran forward to the front of the vehicle. Skinned to a stop, he dived to the floor right at Hera's legs. "What do you think you're doing?" Hera asked, bewildered. Kanan reached past her feet for something beneath the driver's seat. "This thing used to fly, remember?" He yanked a loose brown pack with straps on it. Okudai's ancient parachute. "You're jumping out on us?" "Hardly." Getting to his feet, Kanan looked to the ceiling amid chips. "Cut the throttle. When I give the signal, let loose." He looked back. "Skelly, I'm going to need your help." "Great." Skelly looked back at him tiredly. "I'm going to need medication." But he got to his feet. In the ceiling, at the exact center of the vehicle, was the emergency exit to the roof. Not a bad thing on a planet prone to quakes and mudslides. When Skelly reached him, Kanan was balanced on one of the seat backrests, trying to force open the rusty hatch. "I need you to get up here and hold me." The second TIE fighter was making a run along the highway's length when Kanan emerged on the roof. There was no good chance of simply throwing a bomb at it, he realized. The wind took him fully as he stood. Skelly had wedged himself in the opening behind Kanan and was holding on to the back of his belt. Kanan was facing down a TIE, which was racing toward him, with its lasers ready to fire, while he had no weapon at all. But he had a plan. "Hera, now!" Behind, Skelly yelled the call down to Hera. She hit the accelerator, just as Kanan activated the parachute. Attached to nothing, the drogue caught the wind fully and ballooned backward into the air, opening wide in the TIE fighter's path. The fighter veered right, only to find ropes and canvas snagging across its starboard solar panel. Tangled and tumbling and blinded, the distracted starfighter pilot missed, seeing the microwave tower in his path. "Whoa," Kanan said, nearly losing his footing as the ship exploded spectacularly. One down, but there was another one to go, he saw as he turned back to look forward. And between the hoverbus and the TIE fighter, Kanan saw the smoking pileup that had been the recon transport. His earlier dirty work lay before them, now a barrier. As if Hera tried to do another 180-degree turn, he feared he'd go flying. Worse still, there were stormtroopers on the deck of the highway, having emerged from the wreckage. Small arms fire was flashing, and they were racing straight toward it. "Pull me back." Skelly wasn't in any shape to move Kanan anywhere, but he did lose his hold on the roof opening, falling down in the hoverbus, causing Kanan to tumble backward toward the hole. Catching himself, he struggled to turn himself around and lower his legs inside the hatch. He heard something from below. "Hera says, hang on." Kanan, halfway in the hatch, with both hands on the roof, blinked. "Hera, what are you—" Before he could finish the sentence, The hover bus barreled through the stormtroopers on the elevated pavement before them, sending several tumbling over the side. Sure that the hover bus would collide with the smoking wreckage, Kanan put his arm before his face and felt a tremendous surge beneath him as the hover bus struck the impediment, struck it, and overtopped it, its repulsor jets using the debris as a makeshift ramp. The smooth ride launched into the air and came fully to life, its ancient engines remembering what they had once been able to do. Hera made the vehicle fly. To the stunned surprise of Kanan, and certainly to the shock of the surviving TIE pilot, who veered to avoid a collision, only to crash catastrophically into the smokestack. The smooth ride stayed aloft, leaving the elevated highway and buffeting over rooftops. Kanan couldn't believe his eyes. Slipping inside, the roof opening, he landed roughly and rushed toward Hera. "This thing hasn't flown in years." "You've got to talk to it right," she said, smiling. "I thought I was a good pilot, but you're amazing." "Thank you, but we should probably go somewhere." Kanan blinked. Yeah. He pointed back south, the pits, out near the cantina. She glanced at him with concern. "We can't just drive up anywhere. They've got satellites. They'll find this thing. We'll have to find a place to ditch it." "That," Kanan assured her, "won't be a problem." Chapter 31. Words could change things. Kanan had been taught that by the Jedi, and it was certainly true when it came to a short document generated by Minarex Consulting, which had changed the face of Gorse 4 years before the fall of the Republic. Fluoride mining in the system, before then, had taken place entirely on the surface of Gorse, in the wide, drenched plains south of the metropolis. Then came Minarek's survey, projecting that no more fluoride deposits of any scale remained on either side of the planet. By the time the mine started seeing proof of it, the smart credits had already moved, with producers establishing operations on Sidna. In the space of a year, the strip mines that came right up to the edge of town went from work zones under the bright lights to dumping grounds in the dark. The last mine in Gorse closed the day the Clone Wars ended. So many of the places existed, Okadai called them, Gorse's clogged pores, that Kanan couldn't imagine a better place to hide the hover bus. The endless junkyard was home to many abandoned craft, large and small, including several smooth rides. It was where Okadai had found things to begin with. Kanan had realized it was only the place they could go, after this long and difficult day, to have any chance of following one of Obi-Wan's directives. "Avoid detection," Kanan mumbled. Sliding out from under the left side of the dashboard, Hera looked at him. "What?" He leaned against the driver's seat. "Nothing," he shrugged. "I was just thinking. So much for keeping a low profile." "Well, I may have killed your bus," Hera said, dousing her light. "Forget flying. I don't think it will run again." Kanan watched her close the equipment panel. The hover bus had so many dents and blaster scores, he was amazed the thing hadn't spontaneously combusted. Hera walked past the driver's seat, her arms sagging a little. She looked tired. "I don't think I've ever had a day like this." "Stick around Gorse," Kanan said, following her down the aisle. Every day's a trip to the zoo." Hera confronted Skelly, who was 2 rows back, nursing his wounds. Her tone was chilly. "What could you possibly have been thinking?" Skelly stared off in a medicine haze. "My escape route was all planned. Your hover bus was in the way." "In the way of what?" Kanan asked. "Careening into the wall instead?" "That's not it," Hera said. "I mean, taking us down a main avenue and then throwing bombs willy-nilly. You are almost a bigger menace than the Empire." Skelly looked hurt. "I'm trying to save people here. I try to minimize casualties." "You sound like you're in war," Kanan said. "I am," Skelly said. "It never ends." He waved his prosthetic hand around. Hera shook her head, and then she turned away. "Vidon killed Gord. I saw it." Kanan nodded. I guess he couldn't live without law. He wanted justice, Hera said in a soft voice, staring at the wall. But expecting the Empire to prosecute one of its own is dumb, Skelly said, looking abruptly at her. Hera shook her head. I was going to say something we have a right to expect, which is why people are having second thoughts about the Empire. It's not here to help you. It only exists to help itself. Boy, that's right, Skelly said, rubbing his forehead. I sure got Vidon wrong. Kanan thought that was a whole different subject, and that the time for talking was past. The thing now was to get moving, before the Empire put search vessels into the air. Come on, he said to her. We're not far from the asteroid belt. We can decide what to do from there. She didn't respond. Reaching for her arm, he waved to Skelly. You wanted the hover bus, Skelly. Keep it. We're gone. Wait, Hera said. You're just gonna leave him? Wrong. We're just gonna leave him, if you're smart. I don't think anyone saw you and me clearly at the spaceport, but everybody saw him. And that woman and her surveillance firm, their cams are all over the city. How long do you really want to hang around here? Hera frowned. But he's injured. Which he did to himself. Kanan looked her in the eyes. I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish, but whatever it is, this guy isn't going to help you. She looked at him for several seconds. For a moment, Kanan thought she was going to make a decision. And then she heard the thumping. It was amidships coming from the closest sized restroom compartment. The doorframe had bent slightly as a result of the day's damage to the hover bus, but a sliver of an opening had appeared. As he approached, the pounding grew louder. I know we're in a dump, Skelly said, but that's the biggest rodent I've ever heard. Puzzled, Kanan walked to the rear and located a pry bar. Hera and Skelly gathered near the door as he returned. This door is always jammed, Kanan said, and locks itself. And worse, Okudai spent his summer vacation in there once. He shoved the bar edge into the aperture and pushed. Something snapped. The door popped open, and a very tired Solston fell out. Zaluna? Zaluna Miter rolled on the floor, gasping and clutching her bag. Air! Air! She looked frazzled. She was wearing the same dark clothing from the night before, Kanan saw. Skelly looked at her in wonder. Were you in there this whole time? Through the bashing and the blasting, she said, her throat dry. That silly door is too thick. You couldn't hear me. Zaluna looked up at Hera and Kanan with relieved recognition. Then her eyes fixed on Skelly. You! Skelly looked confused as the woman recoiled, sliding backward on the aisle floor. What's the deal? I don't know you. How do you know me? You're the bomber, Zaluna said, big eyes growing improbably wider. I ran the surveillance cam that got you arrested. Skelly blinked. You what? Realizing what she said, he rocked forward on his seat toward her. You what? Zaluna fished in her bag and pulled out her blaster. Keep him away from me. Kanan slapped his hands on Skelly's shoulder and pushed him back. He's not going to hurt you. He has beatings 1 through 7 coming from me first. 3 through 7, Skelly said. Beatin got me first, and you gave me beating number 1 back on the moon yesterday. He glared at Zaluna. Did you see that too? Yes, Zaluna said, looking down. I don't think Kanan should have hit you. Thanks, Kanan said. He shrugged to Hera. See what I get for helping? Zaluna put her blaster away. Hera stepped over to help her up into a seat. She looked back into the cramped compartment. You been in there how long? Since last night, when we saw Skelly come into the cantina, Zaluna said, struggling to get to her feet. The stormtroopers were outside. I was looking for somewhere to hide, and the bus was there. But I got stuck. I couldn't get a signal out. And the door's so thick, you couldn't hear me. Kanan chuckled and shook his head. All the bombs going off, all the people shooting at us, and you were right there? I wouldn't recommend it. She looked to Hera. We'll have to discuss Heto's data cube later. I've got to get home. I've missed work. Hera looked at Kanan with concern. Zaluna, I don't know that you should go home or back to work. Hera shook her head gently. The Empire's not just looking for Skelly anymore. They're after this vehicle, and probably us, too. We don't know. And until we know what they think about you, it's not safe for you to go back. Zaluna looked barefoot. I really stepped into something, didn't I? It's not mud, Kanan said. The Solstin closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. After a moment, she opened them again, seeming almost at peace. All right, I've been 30-something years on one side of the cams. It won't hurt me to know what it's like to be on the other side. A second later, she was climbing atop her seat, stretching for the domed light fixture in the ceiling. It was just within her reach. When people run, they never run smart, Zaluna said, running her fingers inside the dome. The secret is to make sure the watchers don't know who's running. Hera was alarmed. What is it? There isn't a surveillance cam on board here, is there? This was once a city transport. Those were set up for commercial surveillance 30 years ago. Finding nothing, Zaluna stepped down and moved to the next seat. Climbing, she repeated the process with the next light fixture. Kanan gawked. Why would they bug a hover bus? In those days, to see what beverages you preferred to drink on a commute, Zaluna said, fishing around with her fingers. These days, it's for the same reason the Empire would watch a cantina or elevator, to catch threats before they become threats. Chapter 32. It was strange, being in the asteroid belt alone. No customers had arrived yet, and he didn't expect any for some time. Moonglow was undoubtedly still crawling with Imperials, and with the hover bus out of action, Okurai would have to find another way to get his regulars to and from the cantina. Kanan had thought a million times about ditching the others, but he didn't want to abandon Hera, and she was still convinced Skelly's capture would have led the Empire directly to them. Who knows? Maybe she was right. And she wouldn't leave without Zaluna, not when the woman still had the data cube Hera wanted. At least Zaluna had been useful, leading them on routes she knew weren't under surveillance. Once she had confirmed that the cams in the building were still dead, Kanan had sent everyone upstairs into the attic apartment. He lingered downstairs in the dark bar, gathering up whatever food he could find. Kanan had left that morning, assuming he'd never see the place again. Now he had no idea where he'd be in 12 hours. He didn't think anyone had gotten a good look at his face back at the Imperial spaceport, but he didn't want to count on that. And something had to be done about his other guests. Someone worked the lock on the side door. Kanan quickly pulled his traveling bag off the bar and put it at his feet. Okurai walked in, looking grayer than usual. You're here sooner than I expected, Kanan said. Something's going on in Moonglow, Okurai replied somberly, placing his jacket on a peg. You heard about Boss Lal? Kanan nodded and then shook his head. I didn't hear the whole story. What happened? They said a groundquake knocked her into an acid pool at the plant. She got too close, the old man said. Kanan shook his head. Terrible. Terrible lie, you mean. Okurai wandered through the darkness, straightening chairs. I've known Lal Gralic for longer than you've been alive, my boy. She knew where to walk. She stepped in front of a vicious cyborg is all, just like that guild chief did. Pausing to wipe something from his eye, he turned. They rerouted all our personnel transport to Calden Field. I took a cab over. That explains the crowd, Kanan said, trying to sound normal as he could, as he looked around the empty bar. I guess it'll be a quiet night. That's one reason, Okurai said. He walked up to the counter and placed his hands together on it. Some gentleman meant me when I landed. Kanan found a rag and began to wipe off the surface. Were they dressed in white? Pretty foolish, given all the mud on this planet. The old man walked to the far end of the bar and turned. Looking back, he saw the sack stuffed with food at Kanan's feet. Evidently, choosing to ignore it, he joined Kanan behind the counter. They said the Imperials had to commandeer the smooth ride to spaceport, and that someone stole it from there and took it for a joyride. Surprising, Kanan said. You'd think a big empire would be more careful with other people's property. It's a good habit to get into. Okadai opened a bottle and set out 2 glasses. Apparently, whoever went on this joyride shot up a bunch of stormtroopers and did 100,000 credits worth of property damage. Not looking at Kanan, Okadai poured. Is there something you want to tell me? Kanan stood, stone-faced. No, not really. Okadai picked up both drinks and looked at him. That girl isn't getting you into something. Kanan didn't answer. Okadai watched the young man for a moment before walking up to him with the drinks. He always struck me as a fellow with nowhere to go, Kanan. Never as a man on the run. He kept his eyes fixed on him. Nowhere to go is better. Fewer people come around asking where you are. Kanan nodded. I understand, he said, taking the offered glass. He gestured to a spot beneath the counter. By the way, if you'll check the safe, you'll find some credits. I think someone dropped them behind a table. Is that so? Enough to put a down payment on another hover bus, Kanan said, shuffling a little on his feet. It was half the money he'd saved, probably not as new as the one you had. And at least fortune smiled on someone today, Okadai said. He raised his glass and toast. May the spirit of the death make a clerical error and forget you exist. Right, Kanan said. Then he added, to boss Law. To Law. Kanan drowned his beverage and placed his glass on the sink. He picked up the sack of food and made for the staircase. The raised voices behind the door silenced immediately when Kanan knocked. The latch opened. Seeing him, Hera lowered her blaster and let him inside. The room was a living space, only the Gorsian sense of the term. A chimney ran up through a low, slanted ceiling from the street. There was no indication there was an upper level at all. Pipes ran along the floor, bisecting the moldy chamber. Portable lamps provided the only light. A mattress had been thrown onto some crates to create a makeshift bed. Saluna sat on the foot of the bed, rubbing her ankles. The compartment had been a cramped place, and she slept wrong, when she'd been able to sleep at all. Skelly was seated in front of the little wash bin, doing his best to clean his wounds, and Hera was holding the door, looking as frustrated as he'd seen her. Problem? We've just been discussing the day's events, Hera said, speaking evenly. She shot a look at Skelly, particularly some things that could have been done differently. That's what this crowd needs, a life coach. Kanan walked past and began doling out food. Saluna and Skelly reached for it eagerly. Kanan walked to the bed and sat down, offering Hera a seat and what remained in the bag. Your table, ma'am. After a moment, she sat with him. All ate in silence. I'm serious, Hera finally said as she finished her meal. You've been doing this all wrong, Skelly. You need to forget the old ways. That sounds familiar, Skelly grumbled. Kanan chuckled. What's Skelly doing wrong now? It's what I was trying to tell him earlier, Hera said, crumpling the sack. Gord confronting Vidon. Skelly blowing up everything in sight. It's suicide. It's not the way to do this. To do what? To run a... Hera stopped. She took a deep breath and lowered her voice. This is no way to make a difference against the Empire. They're not trying to make a difference, Kanan said, doling out the food. They're just trying to strike back. And I understand that. But if the people who have beef with the Empire act solely in their own interests, it won't do anybody else good. In fact, it might make it harder for any kind of real rebellion to flower. Rebellion? Skelly snapped. Who's talking about rebellion? Nearby, Saluna let out a tisk-tisk. She spoke to the air in a lilting voice. This is how you get in trouble. Nobody's talking about rebellion, that's for sure, Kanan announced. Saluna had swept the room for listening devices, but she clearly wasn't comfortable with the words she heard. Hera rolled her eyes. Not us, we would never, but in theory. She said the word loudly and looked reassuringly at Saluna. They really don't like you talking theory, the Sultan said with a chuckle. Hera went on. In theory, say you did have 1,000 people. No, thousands of systems, enraged at the hypothetical galactic empire in a faraway galaxy. But they're all upset about local matters, over particular grievances, and they never get together on anything. So they get no strength in numbers, no strategic advantages from the cooperation. They are easy to divide and conquer, and worst of all, no common spirit ever develops. Skelly looked back into belief. "You are saying we don't fight back?" His voice reverberated in the small room. "What they're doing to the moon, what they did to Lal, what they did to me, was horrible, Skelly." Rising, Hera walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. "But you weren't hurt by one person. You're right. It felt like an army. You were hurt by a regiment. You might get vengeance against the hand that hurt you, or that killed Lal, but you won't get justice, not until everyone gets it." Skelly's eyes narrowed, and he looked back down in silence. On the floor, Zaluna drew yet another small device from her bag and started fiddling with it. "Checking my messages," she said to those around her. "It's safe." Hera nodded. Skelly stared idly at the leafy stalks of the only vegetable Kanan had been able to find in the Katina larder. "You know, there was a whole lot of us that lost limbs in the war. All we wanted from the docks was to be able to do what we used to again. We didn't volunteer to be turned into murder machines." He leaned forward in a daze. "What's wrong with that guy?" Kanan assumed it was a rhetorical question. He also realized Skelly had taken a worse beating than he imagined. Zaluna gasped and dropped her gadget she was holding. The Twi'lek looked at her with concern. "What is it?" Hands on her knees, Zaluna stared in disbelief at the small device. "I just checked in. My entire team was suspended, and when I didn't show up for my shift, so was I." Her words caught in her throat. 30 years with a perfect work record. Gone. Hera covered her mouth with her hand. "Oh, Zaluna, I'm sorry." "It's more than that. The Empire knows I was friends with Hedo. They're going to find out where I was today. I'm going to lose my job, or worse." "Some job spying on everyone," Skelly said, snapping out his funk. "It's important," Zaluna retorted. "At least, it was, once. We did things, important things." "I don't see it," Kanan said, standing and walking over to the door. He leaned against it with his arms crossed. The Empire snooping didn't surprise him, of course. It just seemed like a waste of time. What's the good in watching a bunch of miserable people going about their boring lives? "In the old days, under the Republic, we did more than that," Zaluna said, perking up. "We found missing persons. We stopped crimes. We prevented people from questioning anything." Skelly threw the green stalks that he was holding on the floor. "You helped the Empire monitor production, helped them bust anyone who got out of line." "That's now," Zaluna said, her voice pitched high. Her words coming fast, she faced Skelly. "Has anything bad ever happened to you in your life? Anything bad that could have been stopped if only someone had been paying better attention?" Skelly took a breath and nodded. "More than once." "And you, Kanan, is there something bad that could have prevented if someone had been watching over you?" Kanan shifted. Hera had been listening silently from the corner, but now he could feel her attention focused on him. "I don't know," he finally said, hands in his pockets. "Everybody's got things like that," Zaluna said. What we did, was good." She dipped her head fretfully. "And now, I'm done for." Kanan struggled to find something to say. He couldn't think of anything, but removing his hands from his pocket, he found the recording device Zaluna had located in the hover bus. "Unless someone wants to relive today's disaster," he said, "I'll be crushing this thing." "No, wait," Hera said, approaching him. She reached for it. "The Imperials were driving the bus for a while earlier. Vidon and the Imperial captain." "I didn't hear anyone," Zaluna said, offering Hera her holoplayer. "But then no one heard me." Hera connected the device and cued the recording back several hours. They sat in silence, watching the material from the hoverbus surveillance cam. By the time it was over, Kanan looked up, bewildered. Skelly was right. They're going to blow up the moon. Chapter 33. "So we don't have to mine Sidna at all. If what the bomber says is true, The moon could be pulverized, and its fluoride directly harvested and processed in space. No need for slow miners or the costly processors on Gorse. Hera shut off the recorder. She looked mystified. Skelly was apologetic. He stole my idea. Stole your... Kanan smirked. You gave him your idea. You nearly got killed giving him your idea. Hey, when I told you the Empire was going to destroy the world by accident, you thought I was crazy, Skelly said. Now we know they're going to destroy it on purpose. Looks to me like I wasn't crazy enough. So this is why Vidon left Moonglow so abruptly. Hera shook her head. Delusional, Kanan said. Sloane, he noticed, had barely said a word during the recording. He wondered if she thought Vidon was insane. You can't just dissolve a whole moon. You want me to show you? Skelly snapped. I've got loads of studies I can show you. On the wall of the bomb shelter across town, Hera said. She frowned. I didn't believe it either. Skelly, are you sure? I'm sure. Of course I'm sure, Skelly said. He gestured to his battered face. Do you think I would have risked all this if I weren't? It sounded too incredible to Kanan. Was Vidon really taking any of this seriously? And yet, hadn't Skelly brought down several levels of Sidna substrate just by one well-placed bomb? It could happen, Zaluda said. None of the rest of you were born here. I remember when I was young. My mother used to tell me the moon was all brittle because God loves to keep it and keeps trying to hug it too hard, and the moon keeps trying to get away. A good metaphor for some of my relationships, Kanan thought. She said Sidna would one day break up and come tumbling down. We all heard that story as schoolchildren. She chuckled darkly. Maybe that's part of why people on Gorse live as they do, because doomsday is coming. But we were told it wouldn't happen for thousands of years, so not to worry. Hera nodded. But what if it happens tomorrow? The grinning young lieutenant appeared in the doorway of the captain's office on ultimatum. The projections are run, Count Vidon. And? Ultimatum's planetary science specialist saluted Sloane belatedly and read from her report. The bomber was right, Lieutenant Dellick said. Partially. The moon on Sidna might be shattered by blast at the stress points he names, but would require far more explosive and of a higher grade than Gorse has in its stores. I have barodium-357 in quantity at Colorone Depot, Vidon said, looking meaningfully at Sloane, as well as the fluoride collection vessel, of the sort that harvests the material from broken-up comets. Will the debris field remain in orbit after shifting? The highly elliptical orbit makes it unlikely that the material would form a ring around the planet, Lieutenant said. At least some debris would be ejected from the system. Some would be captured, falling on the planet. Presuming the fluoride survives, your collector would have more than enough to keep it busy. She chuckled darkly. The planet's another story, though. I don't need to hear about Gorse, Vidon said. I do, Sloane interjected. The lieutenant worked for her, after all. Well, first, there's direct impact. That depends on how energetic the initial dispersal was and where it took place. You'd have more meteor action if the blast occurred at the upcoming perigee, less if it happened weeks from now, when the moon is farther out. The chunks won't be that large, but their composition will make them harder for the atmosphere to burn up. And seismic reactions on Gorse? Sloane asked. Oh boy, the lieutenant said, her expression suggesting they were well off into the realm of speculation. Little would change at first, but the system would evolve. As the tidal balance shifted, Gorse would respond. Things could get pretty rocky. Groundquakes and meteor storms. Sloane looked at Vidon. Sounds catalytic. That's not even all, the lieutenant put in. The planet could start spinning again. What? The moon is a junior partner in the dance between Gorse and its sun, but an unusually important one. The dynamics of Gorse's atmosphere are extremely sensitive to change. It's already a miracle the dark side is livable at all. The bottom line? Vidon asked dryly. The lieutenant checked her notes. Nothing could happen, or you could see the destruction of the whole biome in 10 years. Sloane was amazed. 10 years? Or not, the lieutenant said hastily. It's almost worth doing, just to see what would happen. Enough, Sloane said, rolling her eyes. Glancing out at the moon, hanging large and bright outside her office viewport, she remembered something else the lieutenant had said, something earlier. You said if the Thoride survives the moon's destruction. Why wouldn't it? I'm not a chemist, the young woman replied, but I know the Thoride molecule is fragile, easily prone to dissolving into its component elements. It's why Sidna is such a great source for it. The crystals that the Thoride suspended in protects it. But there's a difference between carefully controlled ballasts and what we're talking about. You wouldn't know whether the crystals would survive unless you did a test first. But be a waste of a good moon otherwise. Sloane glanced at Vidon and then back at the lieutenant. Dismissed. The lieutenant saluted and departed. The captain looked back at Vidon. The Emperor will expect such a test, she said. Vidon idly studied the back of his hand. I've already considered it. One of the specialists I brought in my entourage has assured me he can make the observation using ultimatum sensors. Convenient, Sloane thought. So we can run an experiment post-haste. We will, of course, report everything we find to the Emperor, Vidon said. Of course. Things were moving very fast, especially considering the seriousness of what they were contemplating. It's still so hard to imagine wiping out Gorse within 10 years. That's acceptable, Vidon said, walking toward the doorway. We would be destroying a habitable world, Sloane said, at once repulsed and amazed. We wouldn't be refining the Thoride on Gorse anymore, but in space, using the harvester vessels I have at my disposal, Vidon said, pausing in the doorway to look back out on Sidna. Those with appropriate skills could apply to join their crews. And the rest? The rest are of little use and do not concern me. They can find their own way off-world and live to be of service somewhere else. But as of this discovery, there can be no doubt. To the Empire, their world is better off dead. Pending the test, Sloane said. Of course. He turned and left. Hera watched as the others slept. Only Kanan had not remained. The discussion had wandered aimlessly after Sidna revelation, with Skelly concocting new wild theories by the minute. Saluna, who had been remarkably resilient until now, had let her weariness feed her worry. Hera had tried to give the shape to the discussion, urging practicality, and that effort somehow seemed to aggravate Kanan all the more. Don't you care about anything? She'd asked before he left to go downstairs. It's never good to care too much, he'd said, flippant as always. You're bound for disappointment. Now she had to decide what she was going to do. Enough hours had passed quietly, and she doubted Kanan had been identified at the Imperial spaceport. That meant there weren't any stormtroopers waiting outside the asteroid belt. She might be able to slip back to her own ship. Saluna had at last given her the data cube Hedo had prepared for her. That, she knew, would help other dissidents elsewhere. And she'd learned all she expected to about Vidon. That the famous odd-beating business pulpit was a murderous thug, evidently willing to entertain outrageous schemes. Like Kanan, she doubted the destruction of the moon was possible. It was too big an idea, too fantastic to imagine. Engineering on that scale just wasn't done, or at least she'd never heard of it. Vidon would surely figure that out. At least, while he was doing that, he wouldn't be carrying out any more sadistic inspections, so there wasn't much reason for her to linger on Gorse. First, however, she owed it to Saluna to get the woman to safety somewhere else, before the Empire arrested her. It certainly would. Hera had no illusions about that, and for some reason she couldn't put her finger on. She wanted to have one more talk with Kanan. He was self-centered and hedonistic, to be sure, but there had been flashes of something different, moments that made her wonder who he was and where he had come from. He was good at staying a step ahead of the Empire, and she'd seen him perform remarkable physical feats. But none of that mattered if the man lacked a conscience. It took more than talents to bring about a revolution. It required spirit. Not everyone had it. Chapter 34. One of the perks of living in a place without daylight. Kanan felt, was a large number of options offered for those who didn't want to be seen. A group of tourists had lost their shirts, or rather, their fine and expensive cloaks, to Kanan weeks earlier in the Sabbat game. The wraps had sat useless in the Katina's storeroom ever since, unable to be pawned. It turned out that in the dark, the cloaks just looked like the robes a group of weird blood cultists wore as they wandered the streets every full moon, chanting their mantras and looking for escaped house pets to practice their religion on. Not only did the Empire tolerate the cultists, it had shut down Gore City Animal Control Department to reap the savings. Kanan had cursed his fellow players, who certainly must have known that creepy manic was a fashion statement nobody wanted to make. But now he and the others put the cloaks to work. "Keep walking," he said from under his hood as he led the others up the long avenue in the industrial district. "If you see anyone, keep your head down and growl like you're hungry." No one had bothered them. The full moon was approaching soon, enough that other blood cultists were about and making for the cemeteries, where they liked to hold their rites. It was a good time to be out and gruesome. Kanan had lashed his traveling bag to his back beneath the cloak. Mad monks carried no luggage, and he thought the hunchbacked look it gave him was a nice touch. "Seems to be working," he said. "We won't get away with much more than that once, but it will get us across town." "You keep surprising me," Hera said. She was walking directly behind Kanan, keeping a careful watch all around. "Yup, it's the whole lunatic family out for a crawl," Kanan said. "Mom, Dad, Grandma, and the weird uncle we keep in the basement." "You're the grandma," Zaluna said. Kanan grinned. The Sultan woman had run out of steam the night before, but sleep had seemed to return her spirits. He still thought she was a little strange, but she amazed him nonetheless. He had had the routine of a lifetime disrupted, years earlier, but he hadn't lived remotely as long as she had, and yet Zaluna seemed to have bounced back. He wondered what her secret was. Skelly was in worse shape. He was moving slower, now, he saw. The last round of meds hadn't lasted the whole walk. He was looking up at the moon as he trudged along. "You know," he said, "I think I really always wanted to be a rock guy." Kanan looked at him. "A what?" "A mineralogist. They used to study Sidna before they started ripping it up. I'd have gone to school for it. Everything I know was learned on my own. But coming here was nice. It showed me that the underground's more than just a place to plant mines." "Or people," Kanan said, gesturing ahead. "Beggar's Hill, ladies and gentlemen." Beggar's Hill was no hill at all. A square clearing defined by little-traveled streets, and the cemetery was populated by the above-ground speculars that Gorse's moist soil necessitated. Night fern and crawling yetis had overtaken most of the ancient crypts, wearing all the names away. Catching a little light now, as it did at this time of Sidna's orbit, it had the look of a peaceful grotto. Kanan watched Hera as she stepped down the little path between the graves, moonlight in her eyes. She really is something. Skelly staggered up and looked around. "I guess there won't be any place like this for Lal, or Gord. I didn't get along with him, but still." "Yeah," Kanan said, but he didn't think on it too long. Wakes weren't for him. The Jedi were big on funerals, but no one had memorialized any of them. A death meant it was time for the living to get moving. And it was. "All right, I've done what I can," Kanan said. "This is the western edge of Shaketown. Moonglow's just a few blocks away. We're in the middle of everything, Hera. You said your ship was parked 2 kilometers to the west. Zaluna's apartment is 2 blocks to the southeast. And the nearest commercial spaceport," he said, turning and pointing north, "is 10 blocks that way. So wherever you want to go, you're almost there." He took his hood down. "We're done." Hera looked over at Zaluna, who wandered around looking at the monuments. "Have you decided?" "I want to go with you," she said, "in your ship." The woman gestured to the graves. "Almost everyone I've known on this planet is just a name on a screen, or a name on a stone. I don't want to work at the Transient anymore, even if they let me back. And it would be nice to see an actual sunrise someplace. Should we go back to your place and pick up your things?" Zaluna shook her head. "They're watching it by now, and my life wasn't at the apartment anyway." She looked up at the moon. "Let's get started." Hera turned to Skelly. And what are you going to do? Skelly opened his cloak and patted his satchel with his left hand. I'm going to cut this problem out at the source by blowing up the explosive plant that's near the spaceport. They can't bring borodium from Gorse. They can't destroy the moon. Hera looked reproachfully at him. You do know there are other sources of explosives beside Gorse, right? If I cost them a day, it's worth it. Skelly jutted out his chin. Besides, he said, what else is there for me to do? Kanan nodded in agreement, despite himself. Skelly had just summed it up. Futile efforts. That was all anyone on Gorse had left. Kanan, of course, knew all about being cut adrift and with no guidance as to what to do next. He figured out the secret, never again identifying with anyone or anyone so much that losing it left him with no other option. But not everyone was as smart as he was. He walked up to Hera. So where do you want to go after we drop her off? Ward Talon's nice. Or there are some casino worlds I think you'd love. Hera shook her head. I hate to sound like that droid from yesterday, Kanan, but I don't take riders. Her serious tone startled him. What's that again? I'm not traveling stars looking for companions or places to see, Hera said. I have goals. I don't need anyone who isn't interested in them slowing me down. But Zaluna has performed a service to the galaxy in providing data about the Empire's methods and needs to start a new life where she can be safe. You, as near as I can tell, roll with whatever happens and with whoever's in charge. That's harsh. It's what I see, she said. She offered her hand. I do thank you for what you've done. Good luck to you. Tongue-tied, Kanan simply accepted the handshake. Okay, he finally said. You're sure? Hera nodded pleasantly, took her hand back, and turned away. Oh, she said, reaching into her cloak. Facing him again, she withdrew a small pouch and began counting out Imperial credits. For your help. Kanan was startled. What am I, a mercenary? No, but I saw you putting your money back into Okadai's safe to pay for the hover bus. She offered the cash. Take it, you'll go farther. So I'm a hired hand now, Kanan thought. Oh well. He took the money. He looked at Skelly and Zaluna. So long, he said. I walked back toward the street. It'd be a long trek to the spaceport. And sweaty in the robes. He doffed the cloak and threw it into the night ferns. He'd take his chance, as he always did. Where the path met the street, he turned to get one last glimpse of Hera. They were all still there, getting ready to go their separate ways. He shook his head, wondering what was keeping him. Kanan Jarrus never looked back. He always looked outward, following the pole of the beyond. Sidna, hanging big and bulbous, was the glowing light, pointing to his future, up to the sky where the moon exploded. The Gorse skyline lit up, awash in the light of a dawn for the first time in geologic age. No explosion of Skellies had lit the city space so, and Kanan staggered, expecting some kind of thunderous sound. But there was none. As the flash waned and his eyes adjusted, Kanan saw that no, the moon hadn't exploded. It wasn't intact either. Near the darkened lower limb of the near-full disk, a colossal plum of white ejecta was spreading downward and outwards. It almost looked as if Sidna was shedding a teardrop 100 kilometers across and widening as it moved. Kanan had seen comets and meteors striking the moon before, and those didn't look like this. This was an eruption on a world volcanically dead. And he knew the spot on Sidna. He landed there every day. He looked back at the street. All traffic had stopped. People were outside their vehicles, next to the speeder bikes, looking up in fascination and horror. Kanan looked past them to the big glowing clock on the waterworks building behind. It said what the sickness in his stomach already told him. Okadai was on shift on the moon. Everywhere, people began talking all at once, like the buzz at a sporting event. Kanan could hear Hera's voice too, the voice he loved hearing, calling out to him from behind. But he didn't listen. He was running to his speeder bike, paused in the middle of the street, grabbing it from the hand of its stunned rider. She and the speeder bike's owner were yelling as Kanan tore down through Fair, racing into Shaketown. The world shook beneath Skelly, To one side, Zaluna's voice was filled with horror. "It's happening!" "No," Skelly said, looking up in wonder as the ground rumbled. "The ground shakes just a coincidence. Call it a sympathy pang." He had removed his hood. No one was going to be looking at him. Not now. And a graveyard seemed to be the perfectly appropriate place to witness the beginning of the end of the world. He looked back at Hera as the tremor subsided. That was nothing compared with the quakes we'll feel if they keep it up. "The Empire's doing it," Hera said, looking up in amazement. "They're really doing it." "You didn't think they would?" Skelly asked. "If they can do something, they will do something." She shook her head. "I just didn't think it was possible, or that it happened this fast." Zaluna tugged at the Twi'lek's sleeve. "Do people need to leave, Hera? Is it something going to happen to the planet?" "Skelly says we're okay, but we should get back to my ship, just in case." She looked back at the street. "That's what I was trying to tell Kanan." Hera had something in her hands, Skelly saw. Some device she'd been struggling with since not long after Kanan fled the scene. "I've been trying to get any information I can, but there's too much interference on the airwaves." "Everyone's talking," Skelly said. A recon transport drove past as if nothing were happening, aiming a searchlight in the opposite direction from them. Skelly could hear another approaching down the intersection. "They're still after us," he said glumly, "even with what's going on up there." "Then we can't wait around," Hera said, pocketing the gadget. "Looks like your plan's been overtaken by events, Skelly. Let's head for my ship." "To go where?" Zaluna asked. "I can drop you both somewhere safe," Hera said, removing her cloak. "But first, I may need to stop Kanan before he does something rash." He glanced up at the sky with worry. "I think I know where he's going. There's only one pilot in a million that could navigate the debris up there. I'm afraid of..." She stopped herself. "Let's go." She headed back down the path out of the cemetery. Skelly tried to follow, but before he could limp to the street, the roar of engines came from above. And light. Not as bright as before, but closer and more directed. Skelly yelled out, "The Empire's found us!" "I don't think so," Hera said, as the dark mass of a starship descended toward them. "Your ship?" Zanluna asked, quivering. "It's Kanan," Skelly explained, recognizing the shape. "It's Expedient." The rear ramp descended as the mining ship settled half a meter over the street. Kanan appeared in it. "Hurry," he called to Hera. "I need you to get me to that blast site. Next to you, I'm an amateur." Hera gestured toward her companions. "They come with us." "I don't care. I've got Okadai's team on comm," Kanan said. "They're dying." Chapter 35. Expedient rocketed through the exosphere into space. Kanan had guessed right. He missed 2 work shifts, but with Lal dead and Vidon's appointed caretaker not yet in place, his ship hadn't been reassigned to anyone. His identification had got him onto the Charmac, but nobody was looking at the ground anyway. He found that the passenger seat had been replaced, but the ship hadn't yet been reloaded with explosives. The latter fact was helping Expedient's handling enormously. Only he wasn't the one handling it. "Busy," Harris said, guiding the control yoke. From the passenger seat, Kanan could see that all the traffic normally headed toward Sidna at this hour had joined the ships fleeing it. A colossal cone of silvery debris rose into space from Sidna's southern hemisphere, blooming outward like an upside-down snowfall. Contact with the fast-moving ejecta could be catastrophic, and the other freighter pilots knew it. Kanan knew it too, which was why he surrendered the controls to Hera. After their experience on the hoverbus, he'd been left with little doubt that Hera wasn't just a good pilot. She was great. At the moment, he was upset, not the master of his emotions, and he knew how that could compromise the focus and reflexes necessary to do the kind of piloting that was about to be required. They had to go exactly to the one place everyone else was fleeing. "No more info on the comm," he said. There had been nothing but static for long minutes, ever since he heard Okadai's team send their distress call. The other company's channels had similarly gone dead. Looking at the long-range scope, he could see why. The fragments emanated from a point less than a kilometer away from the main entrance to the mining complex. He couldn't make out a single landmark. What hadn't been blown outward had caved in. Hera weaved expedient through the rush of oncoming freighters. Half of them didn't seem to know where they were going. All were seeking refuge either on Gorse or around it. They're afraid it's going to happen again. Good bet, Hera said, but not today. Maybe it's just a natural disaster, he thought. That or an industrial accident. He wanted more than anything for his worst fears to be wrong. Would the Empire, would anyone, really test a far-fetched theory while everyone was still at work? It made no sense. But then he looked onto Ultimatum, the only ship not in motion, and simply sat, the indifferent observer, at a safe distance. No rescue vehicle had been released, only probe droids, headed toward the debris field. Hera swung the ship out of traffic and onto a wide approach vector to the moon. Kanan looked back into the windowless rear of the cockpit. Light reflecting from Sidna's intensified, casting his and Hera's shadows darkly upon their passengers. Skelly sat, unusually mute and reserved, on the acceleration couch to the left, his head bowed. Saluna was on the little chair behind Kanan's, facing in the opposite direction. Initially excited by takeoff, she'd refrained from looking out the forward viewport as they closed into a disaster site. All those people, she said in a low voice. I watched them every day. In an odd way, Kanan thought, this woman had been going with them to work on the moon for years. Kanan looked forward as Hera expertly brought Expedient into a roll. He saw the length and shape of the debris field now. No, that doesn't look suspicious at all, she said. It's like a funnel. Yeah, channeling outward. He blinked. None of it's falling back down. It won't, Skelly said morsely. A normal blast would innate outward spherically. You'd have a lot of fragments raining down again. This was a result of a shaped charge. A bunch of simultaneous blasts placed to direct most of the debris up and out at escape velocity. Kanan stared at the unnatural-looking formation. How do you know? It was my idea, Skelly groaned. It was on the holodisk. Kanan grew sick as he studied the sensors. Outgassing at the main landing bay. The complex has been ruptured. He unsnapped his restraint and headed for the rear compartment. I've got to get down there. Hera punched several buttons. I can needle us in beneath the cloud. Where do you want to go? Skelly unhooked himself and came forward. Studying the scene, he pointed. The auxiliary bay. Half in spacesuit he'd retrieved, Kanan came forward to look. Yeah, I think you're right. Skelly directed Hera toward a small dark indention, clear of the blast zone. The auxiliary bay had been the shipping and receiving area for the smaller networks of caverns, long since abandoned for the richer veins of the main expanse. An airlock separated the sections, installed due to fears that the odd complex might vent to space. Now, that opposite had happened, Kanan thought. It would provide the only way in. Hera directed the ship into a deep crater. The surface beneath was coated with ashen residue from the blast, but the rectangular opening cut into the southern wall was intact. Magnetics field still holding, she said, but it's dark. Lights are on a different power grid, Kanan said, putting on his boots. Can you handle it? Of course. Effortlessly, Hera guided Expedient toward the maw. As the ship entered the blackness, Hera activated the exterior flood lamps. At once, the occupants of Expedient were bathed again in light, their own, mirroring off and coruscanting throughout stalagmites on the cavern's ceiling. We saved a lot of lighting this way, Skelly said. Selena leaned around Kanan's chair to look as Expedient touched down. She gasped at the beauty and retreated into her seat as Sidna rumbled. The moon hadn't quaked before, to Kanan's memory, but he didn't care. He was already donning the helmet of the environmental suit. The air and the bay was fine, but what lay ahead might not be. I'm patching my suit comm into Moonglow's audio channel. Hold station here. I'm going, Hare said, rising. You've got 2 suits. Stuffing a bag full of oxygen masks, Kanan shook his head. I need you here. Someone's got to fly these guys out of this place. She was already suiting up. Is this a rescue or a suicide mission? Now get the ramp open because I'm going." Kanan felt like an insect, making its way into a pile of brambles in the dark. That was what had become of this region beyond the reinforced airlock. Passageways had been horizontal, and shafts that had been vertical had both gone diagonal, as gravity sought to fill the gap left by the explosion. The thorite-rich crystals that were the Empire's goal were, in fact, the only reason there was room to move at all. Even damaged by the blast, their tensile strength was amazing, giving the place a continued semblance of structure. Kanan didn't have time to think on the irony. He kept going downward, inward, even farther into the darkness, lit only by his and Hera's helmet lights. Hera had somehow kept up with him, even as he scrambled over and under and around barriers. She was unspooling a microfilament cable they'd found in the landing bay. There was no expectation of getting back to the ship otherwise. Kanan couldn't rely on positioning technology to guide him down here in the underworld. All he had was a distress signal in his helmet, still being weakly broadcast from somewhere in the chaos. Every so often, they had seen a sign of a past occupant, a cart smashed and sideways, or the armored leg of a droid, but there had been no indication of life. He found a dark triangular opening up ahead. Shining his light into it, he saw what amounted to a floor level several meters down. He pulled the loop of the cable he'd been carrying from around his arm and lashed it into the seemingly solid crystal support. "Wait here," he said into his helmet mic. "No." There was no time to stop and argue. He slipped over the side and dangled, trying to find the surface somewhere beneath him. Letting go, he hit the ground and slid downward into the darkness. "Kanan!" Hera called. "I'm all right," he said, shining his light around where he'd come to rest. "We're getting close." She rappelled down the cable and slid down behind him. "Close? How can you tell?" "It's hard to see anything." "I can tell," Kanan said. He pointed his light to illuminate a battered head sticking out from the ceiling. "Oh," she said. "Yeah." It was Yelkin, his body crushed, embedded in the new strata of the moon. Kanan could tell the sight chilled Hera. It didn't do to him so much good either. But as the opening started to go more horizontal, they saw more corpses, drooped like sticks this way and that, amid the broken crystal columns. It was like tunneling into a graveyard. Kanan recognized a uniform next, and then a hover cart, like the one he used daily. He was in the right place. "Kanan!" Hera called. Crawling over a mound of debris, he found her kneeling beside a half-buried equipment console. "That's your distress beacon," she said, looking around. "But I don't see." "Oh, could I?" Kanan leapt over jutting obstacles in the dark, hurrying to a spot up ahead. It was an elevator car, diagonal but still held in shape by the frame of its one-time shaft. Okadai was under it. Kanan shone his light to the old man's face. Okadai's skin was blue. His eyes and lips were covered with frost. The volume of air in the underground network was a vast relative to the new vents to space, and further collapse had closed those portals off. But pressure had dropped considerably, and the air that remained was frigid. Kanan whipped his pouch open and removed an oxygen mask. Carefully wrapping it around the miner's head, he was relieved to hear the old man cough. "Kanan, don't move," Kanan said. "That a joke, not funny." Kanan pulled the thermal wrap from his back and covered Okadai's chest and shoulders. Then he looked to the old man's legs. They had been crushed beneath the elevator car, but not fully pinned. "Hang on." He turned and looked for something to use for leverage. Hera was right there, gripping a tough-looking stalactite. Kanan took it from her and inserted it beneath the side of the car. "You pull him out," he said to Hera, and heaved. The mass, already lopsided, gave way in the opposite direction, tilting backward enough for Hera to slide the old man free. Kanan collapsed, panting, on the ground next to Okadai. Okadai struggled to say something. "Stormtroopers." "What?" "Stormtroopers came in, ordered us out of Zone 66. Had their own charges." Kanan exhaled. "I knew it. Feeling strength returning to his muscles, he got to his knees. We're gonna get you out of here. Too late, Okudai said. Kanan looked back at Hera. She was looking away, off into the darkness, respectfully. Come here, Okudai mumbled, where I can see you. Kanan cradled the old man's battered frame in his arms. What is Okudai? Not you, Okudai said before coughing, the pretty one. Hera stepped to the other side of Kanan and knelt. I'm here. Ah, he said, smiling, as if laying eyes on her were medicine enough. You listen. This boy is good to have around. Okudai coughed again, this time much more violently. You ought to stick by him. Think he needs. Okudai stopped talking and closed his eyes. The inside of the transparent oxygen mass, once fogged, went clear. No! Kanan reached for the man's chest, certain he needed to do something, but unsure of what. He knew conventional first aid, but Okudai's injuries seemed to pass that. He felt useless as he had been when Master Balaba had died, and the turmoil of that moment mixed with this one, clouding his concentration. He struggled to focus, only to feel the gentle touch of Hera's hand on his arm. She shook her head. He's gone, Kanan. I tried. You did, she said, her touch turning into a firm grip. We need to leave now. Kanan looked back at her and shook his head. No, not without him. Chapter 36. It's a triumph, Count Vidon declared. A triumph, pure and simple. He strode onto the bridge, holding his data pad high. He didn't need it, but everyone had his eyes. It's the report from my lead researcher, he said, approaching Captain Sloan. 97% of the thoride molecules and effluent remained intact. Only a small portion broke down. I don't recognize that name, Sloan said, pointing to the lead researcher. Lemuel Tharsa. He's aboard? Part of my team. He boarded with me. Vidon glared impatiently, bothered to have his good news interrupted. You'll find him checked in on your ship's manifest. What difference does it make? The important thing is what he says. Sloan read from the report. The moon Sidna may be effectively pulverized by using deep-bore charges, yielding an amount of ready thoride, equating to what could be mined in 2,000 years, using conventional methods. She looked up in disbelief. 2,000 years? Imagine the Emperor's response. We'll have an increased efficiency, all right. Vidon looked past her to the sky outside ultimatum. What's the status of the mining cargo fleets? We've ordered every empty vessel to hold position, awaiting your next command, she said, handing off the datapad to an aide. 270 ships, counting thoride carriers and explosive haulers. We need them all, Vidon said, and all the ones on Gorse. We'll be bringing back thousands of metric tons of baradium-357 from Kalarian Depot. We can retrofit the thoride carriers for use there. Sloan stepped over to examine a monitor. There also appears to be at least one intact explosive freighter remaining on Sidna. Hardly. Or foolhardily. Our sensors showed it to be going to the moon, even after the explosion. Someone was determined to deliver his payload. Sloan studied the screen in more detail before looking up with concern. We count 36 vessels destroyed in Sidna's main hangar, both personnel, carriers, and cargo ships. All attendant personnel presumably lost. Acceptable, Vidon said. If we alerted the miners to our plans, we would have seen true unrest. There would be dozens like that bomber. One was plenty, Sloan said, straightening. But won't people in Gorse wonder what happened? Vidon began walking back to the elevator, accompanied by Sloan. I prepared an alert for the broadcast, he said, calling the event a common strike. That explanation alone accounts for both why workers were caught unaware and for Sidna's ultimate fate. Efficient. We won't need miners anymore when our plan works. The captain's dark eyes shut up. Our plan? This could be big for you, Sloan, Vidon said, standing in a lift doorway. I'll send up final instructions shortly. We're ready, my lord. Vidon nodded, stepped back, and watched as the door closed in front of him. He could no longer smile, but he felt it. It was a triumph. But not pure and simple. He hadn't told Sloan everything. Certainly, destroying the moon would help him meet the Emperor's goals. Now. But later was another story. That little inconvenient distinction had been revealed to him in the past hour, and he had shared it with no one. He expected such an eventuality, however, and he had means of dealing with it. It would get him past this crisis, and then he would lay a trap that Baron Death would never escape. Vidon knew something Death did not, a secret that would solve all his problems. In one stroke, he would keep the Emperor's favor and eliminate his main rival once and for all. Efficient, as always.
Together with Hera, Kanan had managed to move Okadai's body back up the long and twisted route to the still pressurized auxiliary bay. There, after removing their environment suits, they found Skelly and Zaluna outside the ship. Skelly was lying on his back, looking up at the lights, as Zaluna wandered as if in a daze, marveling at the kaleidoscopic effect. "I watched the place on cams for years," she had said, "but I have never imagined anything could be so beautiful." Kanan had considered taking Okadai's body back to Gorus for burial, but on reflection, Sidna seemed a much more fitting resting place for his friend. He and Hera found a side grotto where they laid the body down and covered it with rocks. With the damage to the complex, Kanan couldn't imagine anyone mining the moon again, not in the normal way. That meant the Empire had gone all in on the moon-shattering scheme. "You're blinking," Skelly said, looking up at Kanan. Kanan noticed the flashing light on the device on his belt. Call coming in. It was strange to see, now of all times. "It's my Moonglow pager." He activated it, and Vidon's voice echoed through the massive chamber. "Attention! All traffic associated with the mining guild. All empty mining cargo ships on Gorus or in orbit are instructed to follow ultimatum to Calorian's system. All off-shift pilots on Gorus are ordered to report and fly whatever vessels are available." Skelly sat up. He gawked, trying to calculate. "That's got to be 1,000 ships." The transmission continued. Only now, it was Sloane speaking. "This alert is for Gorus Space Traffic Control. No other traffic of any kind is allowed to depart Gorus until further notice. The space lanes must be kept clear until our return. We're leaving a TIE patrol to enforce the restriction." The message ended. "No one can leave Gorus?" Zaluna said fretfully. "And if we go back, we're stuck," Skelly said. "So much for warning people." "What is this about?" Kanan asked. "Well, it's Calorian." Kneeling near the exit to the landing bay, Hera looked through the magnetic shield and out into space. "It's Vidon's base of operations, a nerve center, a supply hub for the Empire in the sector." Skelly snapped his finger. 357. Kanan blinked. "What? Baradium 357? "It's in my research," the bomber said. "I ran the numbers on the worst case, what it would take to blow the moon apart. Plain old baradium bisulfate can't do it, not even 1,000 ships full. But the isotope could. That's evil stuff, weapon grade." "You're the expert," Kanan thought. "And they've got it here?" "They invented it here," Hera said, walking over to join them. Zaluna spoke in a worried voice. "So what do we do?" No one said anything. Kanan finally shrugged and gestured to Expedient. "We could do what they want us to." Hera turned to face him. "Yeah? That's an explosive holler. I'm a pilot for one of the mining firms. You just heard my orders. We can't go anywhere else. More than likely, not without a fight." He put his hands before him, palms upward. "So, we go." "We follow Vidon?" Skelly's eyes narrowed. "What would we do?" Kanan glowered at him. "We're not blowing the place up, I'll tell you that." "But maybe," Hera said, "maybe we won't have to." Kanan looked at the ship, considering the possibilities. "We can't decide to go without everyone's consent," Hera said. "That's the Empire's way." Kanan looked back at her in disbelief. "What, you want to vote? We can't exactly sit around in a circle debating all year." Hera walked into the middle of the group, addressing each of the three as she turned. "Listen, I think we all understand the stakes. At least, I hope we do. You know the Empire needs to be stopped here. And you've also got individual reasons to care. But for us to have any chance of working together, we've got to be united. We've all got to see the same big picture." Zanula watched her. "Tell us." "I've been around to see, all across the galaxy.
This is an empire motivated by greed that delivers injustice, that rules through fear, and that prospers through deceit. Hera started counting on her fingers. Greed, injustice, fear, deceit. You can see them all here, can't you? They've certainly got the greed part down, Skelly said, looking up at the ceiling. I can't believe what they've done, what they're going to do to this place. And for what? He waved his good hand. Whatever, I'm in. And I think if Gord Gralick had lived, he'd go with you on the injustice part. Hera nodded. She turned to Zaluna next. Do you want to go home, Zaluna? Because if you do, we all will. No one will judge you. Zaluna didn't speak for a long moment. Finally, summoning the words, she spoke. You know, I've always liked to tell myself I was a brave person. But the fact is, I've been a coward, she said, looking down. The place I felt safest wasn't a place where I could watch over others. But it changed. Hedo, Skelly, they're far from the only ones. I've seen hundreds of people arrested, based on things I heard them say and do. She shook her head. And I never saw any of those people on screen again. Nobody comes back. The Empire doesn't watch in order to protect Zaluna. It keeps watch to scare. I know. I've been the terror. Eyes full of defiance, she looked over at Hera. I don't want to make innocent people afraid anymore, and I won't let them do it either. Hera smiled gently. Kanan knew Hera didn't want to show it, but he could tell she was impressively proud of Zaluna. We won't have to hurt anyone, will we? The woman asked. Not if we can avoid it, Hera said. Now she turned her eyes on Kanan. And what about you? I lost track, Kanan said. What did you leave me with? Injustice? Deceit, Skelly offered. Well, I think I've got that covered, Kanan said, gesturing. All those bodies down there. Nobody had to be here. He was scratching his beard, deciding whether to offer anything else, when the next words came out anyway. And they're not the only friends of mine that the Empire's deceived. Hera studied him, perhaps deciding whether to ask him to elaborate. Instead, she smiled a little. So what do you suggest doing about it? Something, Kanan paused. I don't know what, but somebody sucker punched a friend. I won't let that pass. Good enough. She stood up straight and gestured to the ramp. So you're a ship captain. You're the pilot. And you're the tactician. She grinned. Let's see what you can do. It was more than a risk, Hera thought. Going to an Imperial depot at this stage of her project bordered on madness. The Empire, as yet, hadn't identified her. Getting tagged now would be just as bad as getting caught. But what was happening on Gorse and Sidna was beyond serious. It was the sort of thing she vowed to stop someday. The day had just come early, too early, before she'd assembled a capable team. Not exactly the new dawn she had in mind. Skelly would have been arrested if she left them behind on Gorse. She still believed that could put the Empire on her trail. But he wasn't revolutionary material, and Zaluna had resolved now, but she would be out of her depth soon. Now it was Kanan she wanted to see in action. She watched him from the pilot's seat as he punched hyperspace coordinates into the nav computer. He seemed different to her now, not obsessed, as Skelly seemed, but focused, directed. She'd seen him act that way in short bursts when heroism was required. Now it was a sustained effort. It was clear what had happened on Sidna had affected him deeply. She hadn't lied earlier. She did want to see what he could do, but she was more interested in seeing what he would do. Phase 3. Detonation. Count Vidon leading Mining Guild in heroic effort to stabilize Moon. Blast investigators turn eyes to mining firms. Tourism industry watchers suggest busy season for travel ahead. Headlines: Imperial HoloNet, Gorse Edition. Chapter 37. A child's snow globe filled with blood. That was how one of the visitors to behold Calorian had described the world. It was a wonder anyone had ever returned, given that description, and Ray Sloan agreed. Looking out from Ultimatum's bridge, she saw a planet that heaved and churned crimson, the result of a planet-wide ocean thick with
chromalin chloride. There wasn't anything living down there, not on a sea where a drop of water could unleash not one, but two potent acids. But both the liquid and the ocean floor beneath held uses for starship manufacturing. And so, Calcorian Depot had been constructed in orbit to serve the many robotic factories already in space. It was just another bizarre stop on what had, for Sloane, become a tour of the galaxy's strangest planets. The Empire tended to like these punishing environments, she thought, like an extraphil bacterium in a volcanic rift. It made sense to her, philosophically. True power could only be claimed by those brave enough to go and get it. And Gorse could soon become another hellish place, losing what livability it had. Calcorian Depot was Vidon's design and domain, and the thing seemed an architectural expression of his philosophies. The vast polyhedral hub of the depot sat like the biggest atom in an extensive molecule, connecting to all the orbital factories by a triangular lattice grid of pathways. New supplies kept moving through those tubes to the hub and its main warehouse, or directly to departing vessels for snap delivery. The hub's central position also gave its occupants a view of everything around, including the approaching flotilla of cargo ships from Gorse. Keep moving, destroy barriers, see everything, was fully at work in Vidon Station. Sloane could see Vidon's minions fully at work too, on a curious giant of a spacecraft at the far end of the sprawling complex. Vidon was over there now, overseeing final preparations and calling every 30 seconds to inquire as to when the rest of the cargo fleet would arrive from Gorse. It was a ship like none Sloane had ever seen. 7 bulging black spheres connected on a long axis. It looked like a segmented insect. But where a bug might have had legs, the vessel instead had long antenna-like structures running from the frontmost pod backward the entire length of the vessel. "Forager," the science officer said excitedly. "That's a real beauty." The captain nodded. Lieutenant Delic got on her nerves, but Sloane had ordered her here anyway. She felt she needed to understand the process she was being asked to protect. What are those long things along the spine? Allostratic towers, 16 of them. The lieutenant fidgeted, with the pins on a hat gone lopsided. They'll fan outward when it's in operation to become the spokes for the collection wheel. I saw a ship like that in action once. It just plows through the debris field, snapping up all the goodies. The goodies? Sloane shook her head. I don't think I can handle all this technical jargon. The thoride molecule. They're drawn to the spokes and shuttered inside the vessel. There are automated processing centers in each of those big pods, taking the place of much of what the refineries on Gorse would have done. Just above the thrusters, that tail-end pod has a landing base for shipping out the stuff. They'll turn out more pure thoride in an hour than the miners did in a month. Sloane nodded. The vessel was heavily shielded, as anything that barged into asteroid fields and comet tails needed to be. The turbo laser cannons on the outside of each pod and on the forward command hub probably also cut down on damage from errant debris. Once Forager was in place, Gorse would have its own Calcorian Depot for as long as the thoride lasted, which seemed to be forever. The lieutenant was dizzy with her math again. Even if 90% of the debris were to strike the planet, that machine could supply 100 empires the size of ours for a century. There is only one empire, Sloane said sternly. Then she looked at the lieutenant. 90% of the debris falling? Is that possible? The younger woman shrugged. I told you, might be a drop, might be a deluge. She grinned. We have a better pool going on down in the planetary science. If someone takes out the World Watch Plaza building in the Gorse City in this calendar year, I'm taking my shore leave on Alderaan. Dismissed, Sloane said. Out the airlock, she wanted to add. Still, she found out what she wanted to know. It was amazing seeing up close the work involved with source and service, just one component of the Imperial arsenal. And this was just one of the countless facilities.
How many other projects were out there, similar to what Vidon had in mind? How many had he run, and how many was he running personally? Playing bodyguard to an efficiency expert hadn't interested Sloane in the beginning. But now she saw clearly that her mission was, in large part, about the basic business of the Empire. To keep going. To keep growing. It was all suggested to her that Vidon, in his eccentric way, was as vital to the Emperor as Lord Vader, and that escorting Vidon was easily more important than chasing down pirates on the Outer Rim. Things had to be built. All interstellar empires rose and fell, ultimately, on their ability to deliver on this one simple, unexciting thing: logistics. Her military history studies had told her of the wars forged of the ancient past. She didn't doubt that Vidon had studied them too. He could well be the great armor of the future legend, as she, his preferred deputy. It was just a little surprising to her that an entire planetary population might wind up being hammer and anvil, even as motley a group of specimens as lived on Goris. The workers on her home world, so much closer to the galactic center, were much better behaved. Commander Chasmus approached from the door to her ready room. "I see Lieutenant Strangechild has left you in peace." Sloane rolled her eyes. "You want something?" "You have a call," her first officer said. "I think you want to take it. A very important person." "Vidon again?" Chasmus smirked. "A different important person." She had seen him once at the commencement ceremonies at the academy. He'd stood on stage and shaken some hands. Not hers, but he could hardly forget him. Baron Leo Dath spent more on a suit than her family spent on its home on Gathel. "My lord," she said, "to what do I owe the honor?" "You and your crew do the honor by your service," the young man said, bowing. "I heard about the attempts on Count Vidon's life. I was calling to thank you for protecting him." "Most generous. Extremely so, considering the bad blood she'd heard to exist between Vidon and his subordinate and the administration. They haven't made the saboteur who can foil the Empire." The golden-haired man smiled. "Very glad you're on our team." She liked hearing it. They were separated by title and fortune, but she and Dath represented the new Imperials, the media's catchphrase for the first generation of people to ascend to adulthood under the Empire. With few exceptions, her naval superiors were part of a class that had struggled to reach the top, only to see all the rules change. Now they were spending every waking moment trying to keep pace. Perhaps not Vidon, she thought, but it was tiring dealing with them all. The Empire would be a better place once her people and Dath's age were in charge. But in the military, as in the government, the time of apprenticeship had to be respected. She knew Dath was already fabulously wealthy, having inherited control of a firm manufacturing heavy-duty droids for use on fire worlds like Mustafar. But Vidon's holdings were wider, his name already established, and given the cyborg's health, she couldn't imagine him handing off power for decades to come. Not that the young man wasn't eager. "The Count hasn't had time to fill me in on the special project of his involving Sidna. Would you say it's faring?" "I couldn't judge, my lord. I'm simply the escort." Dath frowned ever so slightly before brightening. "Well, I am sure you will do well in that. I want you to know, Captain, if you ever have the smallest need, please contact me immediately. My people will put you through directly." Thank you, my lord." The transmission ended. Vidon, now Dath, were all Interman captains this popular with the elite? Chapter 38. Through his own reflection on the passenger seat window, Kanan beheld the whole of Calcorn Depot. He'd seen other such sights in his travels, enormous examples of imperial ingenuity and excess. They seemed to get bigger every year. But his focus was on his reflection,
And the question he now asked himself, Caleb, what are you doing? He hadn't gone by that name in years, and he didn't consider it relevant to the person he was now. Yet whenever Kanan stuck his neck out further than was comfortable, Caleb Doom was usually the culprit. Caleb, the little Jedi, cut off before his date with Destiny. His career as a galaxy-saving superhero stunted. He couldn't believe now that he'd ever been that person. That kid didn't know what real life or real fun was like. That boy was a nobody, and never was, an unwelcome squatter in the back of his gray matter. Whenever Kanan had the idea that Caleb Doom would have agreed with, it was usually better to stay inside or order a double. As much as the Emperor, Caleb was responsible for making Kanan's early adolescent miserable with his constant regrets. Caleb was all counterfactuals and what-ifs, all mental replays of the death of Depa Billaba and the other Jedi, always looking for some way disaster could have been averted. It was just as well that he was avoiding other people then, because it made the young fugitive unbearably morose. While the other teenagers in the hangouts he tried to blend into were thinking about pod racing, he was off in the corner trying to figure out how Jedi Master Coyote Mundi could have better protected himself and Maijito, or Master Plo Koon on Catoniobia. Every name he'd found out about in those days had just set the whole thing off again, making it impossible for him to forget. A waste of time. Except for one thing. All that thinking and hiding in those early days had trained him to analyze situations quickly and thoroughly. The tactical smarts Hera seemed to like had sprung from there. In that case, he thought, there was one good thing that had come of it, because looking at her in the pilot's chair now, he determined that he'd follow her anywhere, if he didn't get her killed first, or she didn't do the same to him. Hera was chipper as she braked expedient. Told you we'd catch up, she said as the ship neared the tail of the freighter convoy. It had been open to question whether they would arrive at all. Expedient had left Sidna just as the Strangler freighters were following. Ultimatum into hyperspace. Kanan, who had never used the ship's hyperdrive before, had worried it might not work at all. Ships on the lunar run were there for the very reason that their long-haul days were past. But the fact that none other ship was better off made them catchable for the right pilot, and Hera had talked nicely to Expedient, getting her way. She did that a lot. It had worked that way with him, too. He liked that Hera had direction and drive. All women were magical creatures to Kanan, but there were happy forest nymphs, and there were the wizards. There was so much more to Hera, and it might take days, weeks, or years to find out what was motivating her. Time he had, but he wouldn't stick around long if it meant constantly letting Caleb Doom call the shots. Hera had seemed to sense that old dutiful instinct in him, and had gotten him to come this far by appealing to it. The problem was, that person was someone he'd never really been, and could never be again. Okadai's death deserved an answer, yes, and Gorse needed to be protected if possible, but both were responsibilities of a kind he avoided for years. He intended to keep avoiding them. Hera was clever and pretty, and he loved her voice. If the only way to keep hearing it, though, was to play at her cloak and dagger games, he might be on his way, with thanks for the memories. Okay, you're up, Hera said. I'm not the pilot of record, she said, sliding out of her seat. They were approaching the outer security perimeter, an invisible energy shield surrounding Calicoran Depot. TIE fighters circled the station, demarcating the location. Right. Kanan squeezed past her. A not unpleasant experience, to take his usual seat. Grabbing the control yoke, he slowed Expedient to a stop just short of the barrier, indicated on his view screen. A gruff, female voice came across the comm system. What's your identifier? Moonglow 72, Kanan replied. Not anymore. The response startled Kanan for a moment. What do you mean? He pushed a button. Here, I switched on the ID transponder. You can see who I am. I'm from Moonglow. I said not anymore, the woman answered. You're now Imperial Provision 72. Name, license, and personnel.
Kanan Jarrus, Guild License 54981. He paused to look back. Passengers, 3 laborers. That's 2 more than you're supposed to carry. We'll get loaded up faster, Kanan said. What do you care? Not at all. Continue on your heading to landing station 77. Follow the light and go slow. Kanan did so. Expedient cruised into one of the largest assortments of starships he'd ever come across. Every baby carrier he'd ever seen in the skies between Gorse and Sidna was here, and more from elsewhere. And yet, unlike on the lunar run, all the ships were moving in orderly and precise fashion. He soon realized why, as Expedient shuddered and he felt the control yoke go dead in his hand. Tractor beams, parking attendants, Kanan said. Nice. I hope we don't owe a tip to anyone. He sat back, a passenger again like all the others. Hera watched as Expedient circled the facility. Are we going to have a problem getting back out? He shook his head. Doubt it. Those beams are for traffic manipulation. This place is so well protected. They wouldn't need tractor beams rated to yank fleeing ships from the sky. That's a relief. Kanan stood up to stretch his legs and thought back. There was one thing the controller had said that disturbed him. Weird. They changed our call sign. I know why, Zaluna called. Kanan turned to see her on the chair across from Skelly. As soon as they had left hyperspace, she'd gotten her data pad out and started looking for news on the public channels. They changed your name because there is no more Moonglow. What? Moonglow has been blamed for the big blast on Sidna. Across the aisle, Skelly gawked. That's not true. Zaluna shook her head. It was Moonglow team that found your first bomb, remember? Kanan rolled his eyes. I was there. Don't remind me. I was in the transept monitoring room when the word went out on that, Zaluna said. They called it a natural occurrence, so nobody would get spooked about the mining company's practices. Or would see that a descent existed, Hera put in. Right. Now they totally changed that story, saying that the collapse earlier this week and the giant explosion were both Moonglow's doing. The company has been dissolved, with its assets placed under Imperial control. Nothing like stomping all over someone's good name after you killed them, Kanan said. Lal Gralek had been nice to him. Count Vidon was starting to roll up some big numbers in the debt column. Expedient traced a long arc toward a massive disc-shaped landing station, connected by huge spars to the rest of the facility. Several open ports revealed sprawling loading area. The comm system came to life again as the vessel cruised into the landing bay. On landing, debark and begin loading product as it arrives on the conveyors. Take standard precautions. You're on your turf now. Great, Kanan said when the transmission ended. Now I guess I work for the Empire. He looked to Hera. What's the plan? The plan is, you do what they tell you, she said, standing up and checking her comlink. Load the ship and wait for my call. Kanan's eyes widened. Wait, you're leaving? That's right, she said, adjusting the blaster in her holster. I'm going to destroy the station. Chapter 39. Kanan nearly fell over Hera's feet, trying to get between her and the door. Destroy the station? He couldn't believe his ears. I thought you were all about being careful and undercover. Now who's the loose cannon? I know what I'm doing. Hera looked directly at him and explained, a little less patient than she had been until now. Sidna isn't just some little rock in the sky above Gorse, Kanan. I read up in the skip's gazetteer while you were sleeping. Zaluna was right. It's a rogue planet that entered the system and got captured. Masses enough they might start revolving around each other in 1,000,000 years, if Sidna doesn't break up first. She pointed her thumb toward the aft of the ship. But you saw how many starships are there. They're going to break up the moon for sure, and not in 1,000,000 years. They're doing it now. The people down below Gorse are in danger now. So something has to be done now. Kanan refused to budge. Here, I thought I was a suicide flyer. I call it logic. She crossed her arms and tapped her foot on the deck. Now, are you going to get out of my way or not? Shaking his head, Kanan stepped away from the airlock door. She looked back at the others. I'm sorry things worked out this way. If I don't make it back, you should try to warn people somehow. Then Kanan can take you someplace safe. She paused, somewhere besides Gorse. Kanan looked at Zaluna, who was clutching her bag tightly to her and shaking her head over the thought of losing her homeworld. The Jedi used to take care of these things. The remarks startled Kanan. Jedi were a topic people weren't supposed to speak of. What do you know about the Jedi, Zaluna? More than that silly story the Empire put out about them. She looked up wistfully. I saw Jedi in action. Long before you were born. If innocent lives were threatened, they would figure out what to do, even in a no-win situation. Hera nodded. We could use one now. Or maybe it's time for people to be their own Jedi. Emboldened by the subjects she was speaking on, Zaluna looked confidently from Hera to Kanan. They weren't gods, just people like us, who saw need. If they could find a way, I'm sure we can. Maybe, Kanan thought, and then it came to him. Wait, he said as she started to work the door handle. Let's say you somehow blow this monstrosity up. Are there any other depots like this? Hera looked back at him, nodded. Not exactly like this, but there are stockpiles in every sector. So if the Emperor thinks having a bunch of easy thorite is worth ruining Gor's system already, wouldn't he just try it again? I imagine so. Then I don't get what you're trying to accomplish, Kanan said. You're the one who thinks futile gestures are stupid. I'm buying time. For what? Is it worth sacrificing yourself to delay the inevitable? Hera shrugged. I don't want to sacrifice myself, no. But you're describing a situation where we just sit back and let the Empire do whatever it wants. No. There's another answer. It's not enough to prevent it now. We've got to make them never want to try it again. Kanan's mind raced. Hera watched him curious. Go on? He began talking, not yet sure where he was going. Okay, look. The Empire didn't even have this fool idea until they got it from Skelly. Fool that I am, Skelly interjected bitterly. And they tested it, back there with that big blast. But how did they know the test worked? That it didn't destroy the thorite it freed? I saw probes searching the debris, Hera offered. So did I, Kanan said. He began pacing. Vidon wouldn't just demolish a moon without the Emperor's say-so. He'd have to send a report. He paused and stumped his fingers. So we send another report, or fix the one he's about to send. Yeah, just let me at it, Skelly said, interested. I can throw cold water on the whole thing. I say crushing the moon will ruin what they're going after. So we say the test didn't work? Hera nodded. It would cause confusion, maybe slow them down until we can warn people. But how can we make it look legitimate? No problem, Zaluna volunteered. Where would something like that be kept? With Vidon, Kanan said. He scratched the side of his head, and looked at Zaluna. Would you be able to find him using the station's surveillance? Maybe, she said. Then, yes, just let me get to a terminal I can slice. Hera seemed pleased. I like it better than blowing the place up. But this will be harder than me just sneaking around. Skelly's known, and we may be too, for all we know. Kanan nodded. Then something told him to turn around. Outside, a flash of color caught his eye. Wait, he said, recognizing what it was. Look. Hera and Skelly joined Kanan far forward and looked out onto the landing deck of shipping knots. A dozen other freighters, baby carriers, and former thorite haulers alike were parked with their rams down. Under the watchful eyes of ranks of stormtroopers, individual short and tall descents from vehicles, all wearing head-to-toe coverings in fluorescent orange. Hazmat suits, Hera observed. We're here to load Barium 357, all right, Kanan said. That's naughty, baby. Supporting himself against the back of the passenger seat, Skelly nodded. It's like we guessed. They need the big stuff to destroy the moon. I ran the numbers on it in my report, wishing I hadn't. Hera stared. What are the suits for? Does it blow up if you breathe on it? That's not the reason for them, Skelly said, hobbling back to his seat.
The canisters have an outer shell full of toxic coolant. Nasty stuff if it leaks. Will it kill you? Maybe, but you'll kill a bunch of people first. It's psychoactive. Produces irrational, violent impulses. Kanan laughed. Check around your house for some, Skelly. It explained a lot. Then something dawned on him. Kanan snapped his fingers and turned. Expedient supply cabinet was between the forward compartment and the cargo area. Opening the door, he beheld his own supply of bright orange outfits, hanging neatly from a rack. Masks sat on the upper shelf. I've seen these in here, but never used them. Hera stood before the door and stared. You got your own wardrobe? Kanan removed the suit. That's Law's thinking. We never knew what we'd be carrying from day to day, and she didn't want anyone getting hurt. These suits are meant to be thrown away, so they're cheap enough. One size fits all, or most anyway. Efficient, Kanan thought, though he decided against mentioning that Vidan would probably approve. He looked back to Skelly and Zaluna. We need you both with us. It could be dangerous. Tosh, Zaluna said, rising. We know what's at stake. Skelly rolled his eyes. Let's go before my meds wear off, and I start thinking clearly. Okay, Hera said, pulling down the masks. We try this your way, but if it doesn't work, we go back to my plan. Dying is never a plan, but you got a deal. Chapter 40. It was a rare space station that a star destroyer could dock with. Among Caloran's depot's many arms was a long astro bridge that mated to an airlock on Ultimatum's hull. Sloan figured Vidan had calculated some minuscule time savings in it. He had met her at the connecting port. Greeted was too strong a word, since, as usual, he seemed to be engaged in silent communication with someone else. Given how many sites they passed, their ride in the tramcar from node to node felt like a tour, only a tour on which the guide had almost nothing to say. They passed an arrival area in which heavily plated robots were being assembled. She had never seen anything like them. What are those? Droids. Of what sort? Heat tolerant. The depot supplies projects across the sector, not just scores. She was anxious to show what she knew. Heat proof. Baron Dath's firm made them. Then he holds the monopoly? Vidan's visibly bristled at the Baron's name. Yes, many firms supply the Empire, including his. But those are employees of one of your firms taking them apart. She recognized the logos on the uniform. Standard maintenance. Vidan accelerated the tram car, indicating the subject was closed. They rode on past several more junctions, offering opportunities for more glimpses at the depot's shipments and more terrace exchanges with Vidan. Sloan wondered if Vidan even remembered that he had asked her here. It's an amazing place, she finally said. I appreciate the opportunity to see it. You don't find the logistical word too tedious? He asked as their car began to slow. It what makes the Empire go. Agreed, Vidan said. He pointed to a small cabinet in the car. You'll want what's in there. Sloan opened the compartment and withdrew a transparent face mask. Donning it, she saw a sign for landing station 77 up ahead. They were hazmat suit workers all around the floor, taking meter-high cylindrical drums from pneumatic tubes and delivering them to freighters. The explosives, he said, gesturing, being loaded here and at several other nodes for returning to Sidna. Testing has shown that organics will move explosives more quickly than droids will. Fear is a useful motivator. Of course, she looked at Vidan maskless. Don't you need? My lungs have been augmented to reject poisons. The car stopped, and Vidan stepped out onto the shipping floor. Sloan followed. The explosives must be deposited deep within Sidna using shafts drilled at precise locations. He paused and looked at her. My prep teams are already en route to the moon, but your military engineers could help speed things along. Now we're to it, Sloan thought. Of course, they are at your disposal. Fine. A red-clad human stepped forward to Vidan, offering him a datapad. The Count passed it to Sloan. Convey these instructions to your crew. As a pair of workers passed carrying drums, another tramcar arrived from a different direction. Vidan gestured toward the loading floor.
I must finalize my report for the Emperor. Stay and educate yourself. He walked toward the vehicle. Then he paused and looked back at her. It's good to have an ally in the military who understands what I'm doing. It was the closest thing to warmth she'd seen from him. She bowed her head. Your lordship commands. That's our boy, Kanan mumbled as he set a canister on the deck on the loading floor. Hera nodded, anonymous in her orange getup, but for the big bumps on the loose-fitting head covering where it protected her head tails. He hasn't sent the report yet, she said, her lovely voice muffled by the mask. More luck that he dropped by here, if you can call it that. Skelly, Hera called out. Kanan pivoted to see the hooded Skelly limping through the crowd of busy workers toward Vidon. Worse, he was carrying his pouch of explosives. His blood running cold, Kanan picked up the barium canister and started walking quickly in that direction. Skelly was a dozen meters away from Vidon's back and reaching for his bag when Kanan interposed him. He shoved the canister into Skelly's hand. Here you go, buddy. Back to the ship. Skelly, his expression visible through the opaque faceplate, seemed poised to keep going. Don't you see? Vidon, you bet, Kanan wanted to say. Instead, he twirled Skelly around. He nodded to one of the big stormtroopers standing guard. Sorry, big place. Easy to get turned around. Skelly resisted as Kanan pulled him away from the tram line. Vidon was in the car already, seeming none the wiser. Skelly, have you lost your mind? He's right there, Kanan. Not now. Kanan pulled him back across to where the expedient was parked. You want to blow us up? It's him or us. That'll be him and us, Hera said. Stepping over, she took the canister from Skelly's hand while Kanan pulled the bag off his shoulder. Watch him, Kanan said, turning to the expedient's ramp. I'm putting this where he can't get it. Kanan shook his head as he locked the sack of bombs away. Time had only seemed to magnify the injuries Skelly had suffered at Vidon's hands. It was getting harder to get the guy to see reason through his pain. As he disembarked, Kanan saw that Hera had stationed Skelly by the ramp with a datapad, pretending to take inventory. That was the best place for him right now. Zaluna approached, carrying a canister as gingerly as she might carry an infant. Will they blow up if you drop it? Just a little, Skelly said. He's kidding, Kanan said, but if you do, make sure the hood is secure. He didn't want to imagine Zaluna on a chemically induced killing spree. Minutes later, Hera returned from a nonchalant walkabout of the loading floor. Okay, Vidon's gone to the hub, she said in a low voice. The layout was on Skelly's datapad now, having been downloaded from a nearby terminal by Zaluna. But it had taken too long to get it, and the expedient was nearly fully loaded. They had to be expected to leave the station after that. We need to slow this down, Hera added, and I don't know how we can get over there. Kanan suppressed a chuckle. And you were thinking you were going to have the run of the place. I'm not taking this bunch through the ductwork, she said, looking about, and the stormtroopers are everywhere, making sure we're supposed to be. Kanan looked back the way Vidon had departed. There were 3 parallel portals there, a service hallway with a canister delivering pneumatic conduit on the left, and the tramcar tube opening on the right. Kanan put his finger in the air. There's the answer, he said. We are changed where we're supposed to be. Before she could ask him anything, Kanan stepped away. Whistling to himself, he casually strode over to the conduct, where the canisters, gingerly moved along on a gentle cushion of air, appeared in the loading area. Glimpsing left and right and seeing no one looking, Kanan disappeared up the service tunnel. He saw there what he'd seen when walking past earlier. A spindly-looking silver droid, minding the controls on the outside of the tube. Kanan walked past to a maintenance door on the tube's exterior. With a twist, he snapped the hatch open. Wait, the droid chirped. You can't do that. It clanged forward toward Kanan, who then grabbed it, shoving it bodily into the meter-wide tube. With a shove, he jammed its torso backward, fully lodging it inside. Then he slammed the maintenance panel shut. The blockage light was already flashing outside the opening when he stepped back onto the loading floor. Kanan looked at the light and swore loudly. This stupid thing stuck! Workers gathered at the opening. Sloan marched over. What's going on here?
"I'll tell you what's going on here," Kanan said, peering out the dark opening. "Your dumb droids messed up the whole works." Sloane waved her hand dismissively. "Someone send for a repair crew." "Yeah, you do that," he replied, pleased as he stepped back out that she could not see through the faceplate of his hazmat suit. He turned away from the group and marched back to Expedient. "Wait," the captain called. "Where do you think you're going?" But Kanan was already heading up the ramp. When he returned, he saw Sloane waiting with an armed trooper. "Coming through," he said, pushing Expedient's spare hovercart down the ramp. Smaller than the one he'd ridden to survive on Sidna, it bounced on the air as he pushed it towards Sloane's feet. "I've got a deadline, lady. Move it." Sloane stepped back, seemingly surprised by his presumption. "What are you doing now?" "You're paying us to move this stuff," Kanan said. "If your depot can't bring the junk to me, I'm gonna go get it." He looked back at Hera. "Come on, Leda. Bring your cousins." Hera saluted and gathered the others. They followed Kanan and his hovercart toward the service hallway, even as other loaders on the floor got the same idea and went for carts of their own. Sloane shrugged in irritation and stepped back. She looked at the stormtroopers beside her. "This is not what I went to the academy for." Chapter 41. Skelly leaned back against a pillar, wheezing. "Next time, we take the tram." "Yeah, that wouldn't be suspicious," Kanan said, pushing the cart up another seemingly endless hallway. They hadn't encountered anyone but service droids, like the one he accosted, but the distance was the real test. They'd gone from one node to another, working their way toward the hub. He looked down at the hovercart in annoyance. "Thought I gave this up when I quit Moonglow." Walking alongside Kanan, Hera paused and looked back. She pulled on his arm, and Kanan turned to see Skelly sitting in the middle of the floor. "I'm fine," the bomber said. "Just come back from my body." He looked at Hera. He couldn't see her face, but he could imagine the expression of concern. This wasn't going to work. They'd both realized on the trip from Sidna that Vidon had injured Skelly more than he was letting on. He had gotten this far by doping himself from the med packs, but he was starting to fade. Kanan stopped and turned the empty cart. "Here," he said, helping Skelly climb onto the flatbed. "You make one crack about me being your nursemaid and I'm dumping you on the floor." Check. Skelly collapsed flat on his back. Hera looked up at the fat disc on the ceiling up ahead. "What have you got, Zal?" "These are VistaTract 830 factory surveillance cams," Zaluna said. Walking in front of the group, she waved one of her devices like a drowser with a divining rod. "Quality stuff. Only a few on Gorse. They're not used for facial recognition. More to make sure product keeps moving." "Can you kill them?" "I'm freezing them before we come into view. As long as nobody's walking into the scene around us, it won't look odd." "You can do that?" Kanan asked. "I thought you said they were quality cams." "They are," Zaluna said, unsnapping and removing her hood. "But nothing leaves a cam factory without a defect code. Too many embolizing executives have been caught by their own technology. When I was younger, we used to use the codes to mess with the other operators. You learn about them on Hera's data cube." Hera pulled off her head covering and smiled at Kanan. "And that is why I came to Gorse." Kanan yanked his own cowl off. He was dripping with sweat. "These masks sure aren't for marathons. How far to the hub?" Hera looked at her datapad. 500 meters to another junction, then 800 more. There is a reason they use chutes and conveyor belts. "I never want to see another conveyor belt again," Skelly muttered. "Wait," Kane said. "Zaluna, will your cam trick work if we go faster?" "It's an infrared signal. It works as soon as we can get into range." "Fine, both of you on the cart with Skelly," he said, cracking his knuckles. He set the hover cart's repulsors to max and grasped the push bar. "I did this once with the ceiling falling on me. Get ready to hang on." Standing behind a wall of containers on the enormous warehouse floor of Calorian Depot's hub, Kanan decided he was done with ridiculous riding hover carts for one lifetime. The ride across Sidna's sublunar floor amid an avalanche had been harrowing enough, but by putting his formidable muscles into a running start before leaping aboard the cart's back bumper, Kanan had turned the floating pallet into an unguided missile, caroming off the walls of the hallway.
Hera, sitting up in front, had nearly ground the heels off her boots, bringing the thing to a stop at the end of the second longer run. Replacing their masks on entry, they found that Calcorian Depot's hub was every bit as busy and noisy as Kanan had expected. Robotic arms, vacuum hoses, and magnets were employed here, plucking materials from a forest of towering storage units and routing them to outer parts of the station. Zaluna had wryly pointed out a wire bin the size of Expedient that looked as if it held replacement latches for restroom doors. "We take this place out," Skelly said, "and we can make half the Imperial fleet prop the door shut." At least Skelly seemed to be feeling better. Kanan wasn't. They found a quiet spot, quiet being a relative term, to pack the hover cart near a far wall while Hera did some reconnaissance, looking for a route to Vidon's executive chamber. Saluna's map showed that it was somewhere through the wall, but at least one floor up, but there were no details about how to get there. Gantries and catwalks leading over the main floor hadn't worked. Elevators were secured and guarded. The maintenance hatch in the wall behind him was their last chance. Kanan stared down at Hera's hazmat suit, rolled up in a bundle on the hover cart. She'd taken off the bulky suit so she'd have more freedom of movement for sneaking around. He wondered where she was and thought about opening the door to follow her. Before he could act on impulse, Hera cracked the door open. She looked frustrated. "This is no good," she said, opening the hatch wide. The corridor behind was lost in shadow. She raised her portable light to reveal narrow apertures lining both sides of the passage that seemed to go on forever. "The entrance is at the far end, upstairs, but it's a long hallway, guarded by stormtroopers, and we have to get past a bunch of Vidon's red suits at their desks before you can get to that." "I guess we could say we were delivering lunch," Kanan said. He was about to give up when he saw something moving behind her, passing through one of the narrow openings on the right. "Look there!" It was tall and mechanical, entering the corridor in the faraway darkness. Kanan stepped through the hatchway to get a better look. The droid had a gray tubular body and a flat head that rotated all the way around, casting a single red light about as it did. "That's not a guard droid," Hera said, watching it disappear through a small opening to the left of the passageway. "That's a medtech's FX something." "You get a lot of medical droids at the office complex?" Kanan asked. He waved to the others outside the hatch to follow him inside. "Be careful, it's pretty dark in here." "No light, no problem," Zaluna said, big Sulstan eyes widening as she entered. "I'll go anywhere that's not here," Skelly said, rubbing his ear. "This place is giving me a headache on top of everything else." The door sealed. Hera led the way, creeping toward the darkened exit the droid had taken. "I didn't go this way before," she whispered. "Allow me." Kanan drew his blaster and rounded the corner. Nothing leapt out at him. Hera's light, on uniformly placed graders, cast long, deep shadows across a wide circular expanse. The place was empty, but for what appeared to be furnishings and storage, including a bed, several operating tables of different types, a wardrobe, and a large chair big enough to be a throne. The medical droid ignored them as he entered the area. He simply guided to what appeared to be a console and stopped. Skelly squinted. "What are we?" "Wait," Kanan said. Light sliced into the area from a quadrilateral opening in the ceiling above the medical droid. With a mechanical whirl, the robot and console both started to rise into the rafters, lifted by a hydraulic press. The rays from above illuminated the rest of the room in front of them, before the door in the ceiling closed back. "We're under Vidon's health clinic." "Great," Skelly said, staggering in a daze toward the cabinet. "I could use the med center." Opening a drawer, he slumped against the side of the fixture. The others watched as he began pawing blindly at it with his gnarled right hand, completely missing the inside of the drawer. Zaluna looked fretfully at Hera. "Is he going to be all right?" "The faster we get in and out, the better for him." Could see the Twi'lek studying the other furnishings. All were on similar platforms. "But now we know our way in." "You keep saying we. This was your idea. The last meter's always the hardest. Besides, we've been lucky so far," she said, grinning. "Maybe he's asleep. Or getting a personality transplant." Kanan sighed as he pulled out the zipper of his suit. "But I doubt it. People never get what they need."
Chapter 42. Vidan sat at the center of his web and watched it all. His home, like everything else in Calicor Depot, had been built to his specifications. A hemispherical room at the center of the station's hub, it was a place for him to contemplate his plans while he recuperated from the regular maintenance surgeries conducted by his medical droids. He had no need for grand windows looking outside or giant stellar cartographic displays in the dome above him. He could make his cybernetic eyes display all the images he wanted. Others were rarely allowed to enter, but when they did, they saw only a neutral gray ceiling, dimly lit by a ring of lights. But when Vidan, chest now covered in post-operative white robe, looked up, he saw the space station in action, as if he could see through its walls. He inhabited every corner of its durasteel frame, watching the supplies being brought in and sorted for redistribution. He saw the movements of the ships outside the station and their destinations far beyond. The whole galaxy spread out before him, ready to be transformed by his force of will. It hadn't always been this way. He had been powerless once, in ways no one knew about. Vidan's official biography painted him as a heroic whistleblower for a military contractor, but in truth, he had been the most useless of creations, a safety inspector for an interstellar mining guild. He had lived under another name then. That was when he'd learned all he needed to know about the Thorai trade, and that was when he came to understand the hypocrisy practiced by those with money and power. Lives meant nothing to manufacturers he'd visited, and so many of his superiors were bribed that the reports he filed were beyond pointless. It was on an inspection trip to Gorse, of all places, that he'd finally been fed up. He decided to get in on the game, asking for and receiving bribes from several of the firms he visited. But before he could spend a credit, he fell ill in a mining company lobby. It was the miners' med center he'd learned in his travels and had caught up with him. The toxins he inhaled, the biological agents he touched in countless filthy factories, had unleashed a degenerative disease, destroying his flesh. It wasn't a theatrical end, like falling into a vat of acid, but it took the same toll. Soon, all that remained of that once energetic young man was a parched sack of organs, somehow coaxed into continued function by the efforts of the surgeons. He'd never been much of a person, by his own admissions, but now even that was gone. All that remained was a mind, trapped with no way to reach out. He lay there lost, at the edge of madness, contemplating his existence, or lack of it, seething with anger over the powerlessness of life he'd led, and hatred for those who'd won, while he had played by the rules. After 2 years seeping in the acid of his mind, he found a rudimentary way to communicate with one of the caretaker droids, and the guild inspector's deathbed became Dentros Vidan's birthplace. From there, his life had progressed more closely according to well-known legend, the only part of his biography that was remotely true. Avenging himself against the industry bigwigs required a new identity, a figure on the same level or higher. Vidan began a cipher, a name on an electronic bank account, but soon he became the greatest corporate stalker the Republic had ever seen, all while still in the med center. The Republic had protected the Thoride mining industry against corporate raiders during the Clone Wars, so instead he'd taken stakes in firm manufacturing, comet chaser, harvesting vessels. He'd bought a secret stake in the Minrax Consulting, pushing out reports that wiped out surface mining on Gorse and other worlds. Many of those companies that he once inspected failed, including Moonglow's predecessor's firm. Revenge, perhaps, but he didn't really care. With his cybernetic prosthesis, he had been more mobile by then, having left Gorse and his bad memories for riches and financial fame. He had left it all behind. He'd become someone powerful, someone he had never been in his old identity. And if he did not have Palpatine's ear, he at least had his respect. The Republic was full of ill-functioning industries. Vidan was seen as a man who could fix them all. He wasn't about to let a snotty upstart like Baron Dath undermine him. The Emperor encouraged vigorous competition in his administration,
It was a sensible strategy, forcing everyone to give his or her best. But death could only tear down those more talented. The Baron had desperately been searching for some weapon to use against Vidon. It was the one reason the Count had sought imperial authority over Gorse. He'd managed to demolish the med center of his long-ago confinement, and any trace of his true past, with no one the wiser. Still, the fool kept trying. The Baron had contacted him again, earlier, fishing for information about his plans. Calcorian Depot operators had even intercepted Dath calling Captain Sloane, trying to get the same thing. To her credit, Sloane had told the man nothing. There was no reason to wait any longer. Vidon stepped from the chair and sent it back to the basement. He crossed to the secure terminal on the side of the chamber and entered his passkey. With a tap of a control, he sent the document he prepared to Coruscant. It had been crafted with utmost care. The Emperor would support his actions. Vidon was taking a risk with his present course. But he'd also laid a trap, one that would take Dath out of his non-existent Hera for good. Sloane was part of his master plan, as were droids he'd shown her earlier. When all was done, Vidon would remain in the Emperor's favor, and the Empire would grow, uninterrupted because of it. And who knew? There might even be a bonus. Vidon knew the Emperor was interested in projects to create giant weapons of intimidation. He didn't know all that existed, but it was hard to hide much from someone involved in so many strategic supply networks. The destruction of Sidna, if it could be done, might be of military interest. Moons, with its particular structure, orbit, and proximity to its parent planet were rare, but it paid to have a variety of tools in a galaxy so large. Vidon closed his connection with the Imperial throne world and paused. The place was still, apart from the whirling and crackling of the FX4, monitoring between the operating table and the tall diagnostic console beside it. "I know you're here," the Count said, his back to the rest of the room. He heard nothing, and then light footfalls headed to his left, behind the bank of computer equipment to the right of the sealed entryway. Vidon strolled casually away from the communication terminal and gave another silent order. A fresh operating table, this one with restraints, rose into view. "I've heard you since you entered. Both of you. You rode up behind my chair." He stepped past the medical droid. "There's no surveillance in this room. It's just me. And I've heard your motions, your heart's beating. I've seen your breaths coloring the infrared. Don't make me hunt you. It's tiresome." Vidon whirled and leapt back toward the terminal on the wall to the right of the entrance. Looking over it, he beheld a crouching young green-skinned Twi'lek woman pointing a blaster in his face. "You're new," he said. He heard someone move behind him. Vidon stood, granite still as the blow came. A medical surgical stand smashed over the back of his head. The Twi'lek flinched as the stand's attachment broke free, clattering off the top of the console. Vidon whipped around and lunged for his attacker in one blinding motion. "You're not new," he said, clutching the dark-haired man by the neck. The broken shaft of the surgical stand was still in the man's gloved hands. Vidon lifted him from the floor and looked keenly into his blue eyes. "The gunslinger from Sidna. I may have deleted your image, but I never forget a fool. I'm fascinated to learn what brings you here." Chapter 43. Choking, Kanan struggled in vain to strike Vidon with what was left of his makeshift weapon. "Shoot him," he said in between gasps. "Shoot him." Hera did exactly that, leaning over the computer console and firing a point-blank shot at Vidon's back. Plasma coruscanted over Vidon and fed into Kanan, shocking him. Through the pain, Kanan could see the robe that covered Vidon's chest was tattered, revealing a silver sheen beneath. "I wouldn't do that again," Vidon said, ripping off the shreds of the garment with his free hand without loosening his hold on Kanan. "My skin graft is Coruscanti mesh, a holdover from the days when I advised manufacturers in the field late in the Clone Wars. I can assure you, young lady, every bolt you fire against me will carry directly into your friend." Kanan saw Hera stand erect, keeping her eyes on Vidon. "You want to know why we're here? Put him down." "Certainly." Vidon lowered Kanan, but just as the tips of the younger man's toes touched the ground, the Count delivered a mighty open-hand slap with his left hand. Kanan felt his jaw nearly go sideways. And still, Vidon continued to hold him by the throat. Kanan struggled to speak, but only unintelligible sounds came out. Vidon loosened his hold a little. "What's that? You want mercy?" Kanan coughed once and glared at him. "I said that was a cheap shot." "Glad you approve." Vidon looked back to Hera, whose eyes darted between him and the door. "You needn't worry. These walls are soundproofed, and I haven't called for help. I rarely get to entertain. I don't want anyone to interfere." Hera looked at Vidon and then moved, vaulting athletically over the console. She fired her blaster just past Vidon's head, purposely missing him as she hit the floor. She was there just a moment before, bounding forward, charging them toward the cyborg. Vidon, startled by the frontal attack, reached out with both arms to grasp for her, releasing Kanan in the process. Hera instantly charged her target, diving low and tackling Kanan around the midsection while Vidon's arms crossed, catching nothing. The force of her jumps propelled her and Kanan to the floor, 2 meters behind the Count. Vidon spun, amused rather than alarmed, as the two stood. "Well done." Kanan, breathing again, pushed Hera away from him just as Vidon charged toward them. The Count was a shirtless brawler in a cage now, the sort of opponent he dealt with in many a cantina. Kanan met the advancing cyborg with a roundhouse kick to his lower back. It felt like kicking a sack of titanium hammers, and Kanan felt dumber than one for the attempt, while Vidon snatched his leg and shoved. Kanan tumbled backward, smashing through a lab table. Hera opened up on Vidon again, clearly convinced no one outside would respond to the blaster fire. Vidon shrugged it off and charged her. She leapt high, vaulting over his back as he dived. But this time, his legs kept their balance, and he pivoted in time to catch her by the head tail. Vidon yanked, hurling her violently across the room. "Hera!" Kanan yelled, rising from the debris. Vidon had thrown Hera hard enough to smash her against the far wall. And yet, she hadn't landed at all. Blue light from the ceiling mounted stasis beam captured her midair. The Count looked up at her in high spirits. "Marvelous. Perfect aim. Don't move now." Of course she couldn't, but before Kanan could wonder what Vidon was doing with a paralyzing suspension beam in his living quarters, the cyborg was moving toward him again. "Now were we? I used to spar in physical therapy." "Oh yeah? I used to put people there." Kanan stepped gamely toward him. Vidon lunged with his right. Kanan stepped aside just as quickly, feeling the stroke go past. Balling his gloved fist, he pounded Vidon's left ear. The rest of the man might be sheathed with something tough, but Kanan bet Vidon needed his ears for balance like anyone else. He was right, at least for an instant. The cyborg recoiled. It gave Kanan enough time to grab Vidon violently by what passed for his ear. Wiping the Count's head around, Kanan growled forward, smashing Vidon's face first into the cabinet with a colossal bang. With a spring-loaded weapon, Vidon snapped back around. His face was expressionless, but his mechanical voice betrayed excitement. "Now we're to it." Kanan and Vidon punched at each other for long seconds. Kanan used all his speed to prevent Vidon from landing a solid blow, and all his own techniques to keep from breaking his hand on the Count's metallic hide. He battled enough tough-skinned opponents to know to avoid headbutts or anything else more threatening to him than to Vidon. But that didn't leave him with a lot of options, except for trying to knock Vidon off balance. He tried, and the room paid for it, as the two overturned cabinets and more stands in their melee. But the cyborg was just too fast. "We're done," Vidon said, his right arm lancing out. Catching Kanan's wrist in his vice-like grip, Vidon delivered a left jab to his temple. Kanan didn't see anything for a few moments after that, but he felt motion, as Vidon grabbed his tunic and shoved him. When the lights in his mind stopped blinking, Kanan realized Vidon had him against the main operating table. The Count snapped Vidon's right hand into one metal restraint. When Kanan struggled, the cyborg smacked him again. A moment later, both Kanan's hands and feet were bound to the surface. Vidon straightened and stretched as one refreshed. That was invigorating. He looked around. "Any other guests? Are we done? No grave imbecilics to the rescue?" Seeing no other new arrivals, Vidon turned round. "Fine then," he said, facing Hera and Kanan. It's time we got to know one another. Kanan swallowed and looked at Hera, who, still suspended, managed to shake her head. Skelly, down on the basement level, was in no shape to do anything, and Zaluna would never come up into the middle of a fight, nor would they want her to. Vidon rummaged in a wardrobe. You flew from Munglo, gunslinger. I killed your boss. Is that what this is? Vidon took out a gold-colored shirt and put it on. Friendships are costly. They make you do things outside your best interest. Kanan said nothing. I'm sure you'll tell my interrogator droid he'd more, Vidon said as he walked through the mess of his room had become. And I may have another use for you. Struggling against the stasis beam, Hera glared. What do you mean? I might let my droids practice on you. He turned to face Kanan and scratched his chin, a move that seemed more an affectation than anything motivated by an actual itch. Can you imagine what it is to live without senses, without any means of interacting with your environment? After a few drinks, the mind is a dynamo in the dark, an engine endlessly running, powering nothing. It thrashes in the night, seeking daylight, and venting its own. He walked around the table, looking for the surgical stand. Finding a bent tray, Vidon knelt beside it and began meticulously replacing the scattered surgical instruments on it. He held up a scalpel before his eyes, controlling nothing. Consider that. The youngling and the aged experience it, the struggle with ineffectuality. Controlling nothing is true death. He rose, holding the tray. But I have come back from the dead, and through me the Empire will control everything. He set the tray back on the stand. You've heard my slogan, perhaps. Keep moving, destroy barriers, see everything? You were talking on the hollow in a spaceport once, Kanan said. Nobody was watching. I'm not offended. A trite bit of management advice. But for one amputated from everything. It is more. It is a prescription for being. Vidon walked back to Kanan, scalpel in hand. I was without contact for 2 years. Let us see what happens if you go without for 10. Who knows? You might even become interesting. Wait, Hera said, still dangling. Vidon looked over with impatience. Yes? I thought you were going to interrogate us first. Kanan rolled his eyes. Oh yeah, torture me before you torture me. Wouldn't want to forget that. What's she thinking? Vidon set the scalpel aside. She's quite right. He went silent for a moment. I've just sent for my assistant. Be patient. Another slot in the floor. A black, bug-eyed globe levitated upward through it. Kanan, struggling to get loose, recognized it as a large syringe, as an Imperial interrogation droid. Their reputation was well known, and the large syringe it wielded identified it unmistakably. Hold still, Vidon said. It will be over in a second. Kanan's mind raced as the thing approached. Master Balaba would have advised him to use the Force. Cast the thing against a wall. Unlock your bonds. Hypnotize Vidon into taking a long walk off a short airlock. He tried never to use the Force openly in the past, yet this was serious. Kanan started to focus. But before he could do anything, the interrogator droid rotated just a few degrees and extended its needle right toward the injection port on Vidon's exposed neck. What? Vidon swatted at the hovering droid, sending it tumbling into a far wall. He fell to his hands and knees. A large door opened within the floor. Vidon's throne rose into the room. Skelly sat on it, with Zaluna standing beside it, holding the remote control for the droid. I don't think that's truth serum, Hera said. It sure isn't. Skelly patted the small mountain of vials in his lap. I know my pharmaceuticals. He grinned through the broken teeth at Vidon. Nighty-night, sweetheart. Lying diagonally on a separate table from Vidon, Skelly enjoyed a back-to-rub from one of the Count's medical droids. I don't know about you guys, he said, but I think we delete him. Enough's enough. Kanan rubbed his throat. Show of hands on that one? Skelly forced his right hand up with his left. Hera shook her head. I want to do things right here, she said. I'm not against killing if necessary, but something strange is going on. I want to know that killing him won't cause something worse. Worse than him blowing up a moon and leaving Gorse a graveyard? Skelly asked. Hera shook her head. No, I mean bad, but different. If we assassinate Vidon here now, and we're caught, the Empire is going to think it's a rebellion on Gorse.
A rebellion there? Ken chuckled. It's not exactly a hotbed of political thought. It will all get hot when the purges start, Hera said. She pointed to Zaluna, working at a console at her side. Zal knows better than anyone. They've been taking names. It won't be random, like rocks dropping out of the sky. It'll be targeted. Hera blinked. Or maybe it will be random. Whole neighborhoods firebombed from orbit, just to make an example. Zaluna goggled. Has that happened before? Hera looked away. You don't see everything, she said softly. Silence fell across the room. Bidon had been as good as his word on a couple of things at least. As far as they knew, no one outside had heard anything from within his chamber, and no one had seen the fight. Zaluna already swept for cams. Kanan had wondered why. Bidon wanted protection from the eyes of his own people, but at least his room didn't suffer from the lack of restraining devices. They'd move him into the grassless field if he started to stir. But according to the medical droid, Skelly's cocktail would keep him out for a couple of hours, which it looked like they would need. There's no getting into the system, Zaluna said in frustration. Hera shook her head. Still the last passkey? It's a code entered by hand, the woman said. He couldn't do it by voice. If there was a cam or something around here, maybe it would have seen. There'd be something I could look at, but there isn't. The room fell silent. Kanan stared. Wait a second, maybe there is. He stepped over to Vidon and turned the man's head. There, in his left ear, he saw a small data port. A moment's revulsion struck and passed. All right, he said. Who wants to download Vidon's brain? Chapter 44. Zaluna sat at the portable terminal next to Vidon's bed and looked back along the clear, thin wire. It stretched to a data port hidden in the Count's ear. This is the strangest thing I've ever done. And after the last couple of days, that's saying something. Kanan laughed and moved a piece of fallen equipment that was obstructing the hollow projector. We're clear, he said. Showed what he's got. I've deactivated his eyes and ears so they're not recording, and I've also deleted his entire encounter with us, Zaluna said. That's pretty easy, but I can only show you what he's seen in the last day. That must be the subsystem's limit. She pushed a button. There. The lights in the room dimmed. Across the floor from Vidon's throne, life-sized holographic image appeared, cast by an overhead emitter. The holograms were simply stereoscopic, comprising images from Vidon's left and right eyes, but they had unusual crispness and depth. Hera shook her head in amazement. We're seeing through Vidon's eyes. Yeah, Kanan says. Makes you want to throw up. Zaluna forwarded and reversed the visions through the elapsed time, stopping only for a fraction of a second before setting them moving again. The image came and went so quickly that Kanan was often unsure what he was looking at, but the Solstan seemed to know. You can watch that fast? He asked. Every day for 30 years, Zaluna said, manipulating the controls. She seemed more comfortable than he'd ever seen her. Most people's lives aren't very interesting. You learn to skip around pretty quickly. She reached a step that stretch seemingly recorded recently, here in the sanctum. A data terminal came into view, the one across the room. There, Hera said. Zaluna was way ahead of her. He's entering his data key, she said, framing the sequence backwards. Right here. Hera quickly read the code and dashed to the terminal on the far side of the room. A few seconds later, she called back happily. We're in. Skelly, nicely medicated, hobbled over. What have you got? The list of subspace data messages to Coruscant, Hera said, reading. She frowned. He's already sent the Sidna test results to the Emperor. Skelly found a chair and pulled it up beside her. Find the original. We'll create a revised version, saying that the test failed. We'll say there was a measurement error. I don't know if we can send anything. It looks like accessing the Emperor's direct channel requires a different passkey. He must have entered it early and logged out. It must have been a while earlier, Zaluna said, still searching through the images from his eyes. There's no code being entered. We can't get lucky twice, Hera said, but maybe there's another way. Her finger moved quickly on the controls. Here's the file with the lunar test results. Let's have a look. Skelly looked on as Hera began reading. After a few moments, she paused, staring at the screen in bewilderment. This is confusing.
I'm sure it's technical, Kanan said. That's why we brought Skelly. To lie in their language. That's not why it's confusing, Hera said, exiting the document to look at another. I can't do it. You can't make the change? No, there's no need, she replied, both surprised and confused. The original results already say that the test blast caused more of the thoride to disintegrate. The version Vidon sent to the Emperor was a lie. What? Kanan had begun to think a year wouldn't be enough for them to make sense of the Count's world. Hera read aloud from it. The original report said that there was a thoride and space debris kicked up by the blast that killed Okade, but that much of it had been destroyed outright. An exponentially progressive decay progress had been triggered in the rest. Within a year of the moon's destruction, all unharvested thoride would cease to be. And yet Vidon had told the Emperor there was about 2,000 years of play. Hera was flabbergasted. Why would he want to destroy Sidna when it will ruin the thing he's there to get? Kanan had the same question. Who gets to destroy something the Emperor wants? Sidna looked at Hera. You don't think that he's a revolutionary like me? Hera stifled a laugh. I doubt it. This seems like a good way to wind up dead. Or with a desk job on Kessel, Kanan said. Skelly rubbed one of his bruises. Well, we knows he's a sadistic crazoid. Maybe that's enough in his world. Hera shook her head. He's not suicidal. There's got to be a reason he wants to do it. A reason he's worried. The room fell silent, except for the quiet clicking of Zaluna's hologram controller as she continued to follow Vidon throughout his day. Kanan found Vidon's chair and collapsed on it. He cast his tired gaze on the flood of images. It wasn't the ultimate spy tool, but all it had gotten them so far was the passcode. He looked down at the floor, and then back up, where an image caught his eye. Frame that back, he said. Zaluna complied. Now there's a well-dressed man, she said. It was a young blonde human wearing regal business attire, a richly decorated suit of clothes with gold buttons and half-cap slung over his right shoulder. But the image seemed different from the other pictures they'd seen. The revolution of this image is different from everything else. Strange. Hera saw the figure. That's Baron Dath, the droid magnate. Hera seemed to know everything as usual, but now she seemed confused. He's in the Imperial government too. He's Vidon's attaché back in Coruscant. I found him in my research. He was here. He wasn't here, Kanan said, snapping his finger. He looks different because he's a hologram. A hologram in a hologram? Shouldn't he be blue and fuzzy? Zaluna shook her head as she adjusted the controls. Not if Vidon had messages piped straight to his eyes. And it's a message all right. It looks like Vidon saved the audio from the conversation. The image began to move, and they heard Vidon's disembodied voice. Baron Dath, how can I do my work if you won't leave me alone? I'm only a messenger. The Emperor wants immediate reassurance you can make this year's thoride quota, the young man said. My plans will yield all the Emperor requires, providing you don't talk to him about raising the totals again. I'm hurt. I would never. Spare me. I'm about to send His Imperial Majesty the report. Wonderful, if you would copy me on that. I will not. This is my domain, not yours. A pause. If you want the responsibility so much, Dath, fine. After I successfully meet the Emperor's target this year, I'll ask that he transfer management of Gorse to your office. That's generous, my lord. I don't know what to... Say nothing, and just stay out of my affairs. The image of the Baron disappeared. Boy, they don't like each other at all, Kanan said. Did you catch that smirk on the Baron guy's face? I wouldn't trust him to hold the door open for me. It makes sense, Hera said. The Empire's leaning on Vidon to make a quota, so Vidon's gotta crack Sidna like an egg. He gets a year's worth of thoride, so he makes a quota. By the time it runs out prematurely, Dath will be left holding the bag. Evil, Kanan said, regarding the motionless Vidon. I knew he had it in him. Wait a minute, Skelly said. The Emperor wouldn't take Vidon's word on this report. Vidon's a management guy, not a scientist. What's the name on that report? Hera looked at the screen again. I can't believe I missed this. Limo Tharsa. Kanan blinked. That name again? Who was he? Hera whipped out the datapad from her pocket. I found that earlier. According to the HoloNet, for 15 years, Lemuel Tharsa served as chief analyst with Minarex Consulting, producing studies on raw material for private and, more recently, imperial government use. Zelena perked up. That's the man someone on the Star Destroyer asked us about. There wasn't much on the data cube about him, just the standard bioscan at customs. Hera looked at her. Check Moonglow's refinery 20 or so years ago. I found he's been issued entry credentials. Ah, Zelena said. She opened her bag and produced Hedda's data cube. Switching out the link to Vidon's visual memory, she connected the cube to the terminal she was working at. Moonglow was interfered then. We were definitely monitoring the building. Skelly rolled his eyes. Why am I not surprised? A lot of this old material hasn't been mined. We probably didn't know where to start when the inquiry came in. Zaluna's nimble fingers flew across the console. I'm running a visual search on the name, limited to security badges. What can't you do? Kanan rubbed his forehead. Hiding his force talents, even from himself, made a lot more sense now. Got him, Zelena said. Here he is. The holoprojector activated again, and a human male appeared. Kanan stood and approached life-size image. The biometric data Zelena had found in the customs file said the man was just shy of 30 at the time of the visit, but he looked far older, like a harried middle manager, prematurely balding, with a few tufts of russet-colored hair hanging on. His suit was dingy, and his shoes scuffed. He could have been anyone. And yet, Kanan thought there was something oddly familiar about Lemuel Tharsa. His posture, his gestures as he ranted to an executive who clearly couldn't have cared less what he was saying. What is he saying? Kanan asked. Looks like we only caught a snippet. Zelena pressed a button. Don't have to tell you people again what the guild's safety rules are. It's the same everywhere in the trade. You've been doing it wrong. Forget the old ways. Skelly laughed. There is old Vidon's motto before Vidon said it. Kanan and Hera looked at each other, at the prone count, and then back at the image. The voice was different for sure, but the intonation was similar. Hera rose and approached Zelena. You said there was biometrics on Tharsa? Right here. Zelena punched them up on the console. We do a little work with them at Transient. The main spaceport requires them of all arriving visitors. Kanan bristled, glad he arrived on tram freighter that avoided that routine. I can't believe I'm going to ask this. Hera glanced over at Vidon. Is Vidon's biodata in the medical console? It should be. Catching Hera's drift, Zelena ran a comparison. The results appeared on the screen. Genetic markers identical. Tharsa's sample on entry. No way to compare eyes, voice, or prints. But somewhere in there, that's the same guy. Whoa, Skelly said, looking between Vidon and the image of Tharsa. He scratched his head. No, that's wrong. I saw a biography piece on the HoloNet. Vidon was a defense contractor, nearly died of Schilmer syndrome. He wasn't some safety inspector. He chuckled. How ironic would that be? Very, Hera said, studying the results. But that's him. Skelly was stunned. Then Vidon's war bio was a hoax? He was supposed to have been a whistleblower, helping the troops. Hera gave Skelly a sympathetic look. Come on, are you really surprised? Skelly threw up his hands. It's more fun when I think of the conspiracies. So Tharsa got sick and became Vidon. Kanan crossed his arms. Was that on Gorse too? Are there med center records? The Republic had privacy laws then, Zelena said. It was the one place we didn't have access. The only records would be on site. Or not. Hera's brow furrowed. Vidon had the med center demolished on his visit. But I don't know why he'd care about covering his track now, or why someone on the ultimatum would be asking about Tharsa. Kanan looked at her puzzled. That's not the only thing I don't get. Why would he keep his original name? Hera thought for a moment and brightened. Because he wanted to keep Tharsa alive. He's still on Imperial rolls as an advisor, remember? He rushed back to the terminal, at the far side of the room. She pointed to the screen. And look what he's been responsible for. Kanan sat behind her and read. It was a long list of things, some dated recently. I don't get it. What are these? Hera ran her finger down the entries on the screen. Technical reports from Minarex Consulting. Tharsa's name is on many of them as the preparer.
Her eyes scanned the titles. There are dozens of worlds, dozens of projects. Some are things Vidon worked on for the Empire, and some are before, from back in the Republic days. He's his own independent auditor? Skelly hooted. There's an efficient way to bilk your customers. Do your own fraudulent research. He leered at Vidon's motionless body. I'm impressed. You're the master, really. Kanan nodded. Things were falling into place. If some Imperial was asking about Tharsa, maybe Vidon covered his tracks in gores to keep anyone from making the connection. Tharsa's name would still be good with the Emperor, providing he didn't suspect anything. Vidon's plan was to destroy the moon, would sail through. Hera squinted. There's another file here tagged with Tharsa's name. Older, but accessed today, but I can't get it open. No problem, Kanan said, turning. Zal? Reporting, Zaluna said, skipping over the cable attached to Vidon's head. Hera stood up and stepped over to Kanan. He smiled at her. This is something, right? It's something, she said, looking around to the outer doors. I'm just not sure what. We'll send the correct version to the Emperor, that's what. Not on that system, Hera said. And I don't exactly think the Emperor checks his own messages, particularly not from random Decians. She turned her eyes to the ceiling. She had that look again, the one that said she was 5 moves ahead of him in whatever game it was she was playing. He liked the look, even if it made him a little uncomfortable. He looked back. Any luck, Zal? I can't decrypt it, Zaluna said. I'm not a slicer. Kidnap one of those next time. Kanan looked over at Vidon. Time was running out. They could dose the count again, but someone would be around for his eventually. Kanan looked at Hera. You really think there's something important in that file? She nodded. It's the only one protected like that. And, she added cautiously, I've got a feeling. Good enough for me, Kanan said. He walked back to Vidon's table. Get that medical droid back over here. I've got a plan. Chapter 45. Step lively there. If you were loading torpedoes on my ship, I'd be launching you next. The orange-clad workers began moving marginally faster, but now they were walking so as to avoid Sloane, negating any increase in speed. It wasn't going well. 3 of the miners from Gores had dropped canisters, causing coolant leaks that cleared the floor for 10 minutes each time. And while the repair workers had removed the full droid that had somehow gotten itself crammed into the pneumatic tube, they had put a long gash in the inner cushioned wall in the process. Now that had to be repaired. Civilians. At least this experience gave the lie to a little of Vidon's legend. If Calcorian Depot was supposed to be the domain of the man who saw everything and kept everything moving, he was sleeping on the job. There had been no sign of trouble otherwise. Aware that the bomber from Gores might be among the workers drafted to load explosives, she accepted a pistol and a holster from the stormtroopers. It hadn't been necessary. Neither had any of the workers tripped to what they were really assisting in, the possible destruction of their own homes. That, she thought, could get ugly. Her comlink beeped. She reached for it. Sloane. Captain, droned a familiar voice. Count Vidon, she said briskly. The loading is almost complete. We'll be ready to return to Gores shortly. I need you. Report to my executive chambers alone. Sloane's brow wrinkled. Is there something about the report to the Emperor? You could say that, came the reply. Come at once. Yes, my lord. She snapped off the comlink. She was growing tired of being at Vidon's beck and call. But Ultimatum's regular captain could show up to reclaim his command at any moment, sending her back to the waiting list with everyone else. She had to do as told. She passed the lieutenant as she marched toward the waiting tramcar. Tell the Commander Chamis to monitor the loading, she said. I'll be back shortly. Vidon's antechamber was lavishly appointed, but the workplace occupants seemed oblivious to their surroundings. 24 men and women of various species, all enhanced with cybernetic computer implants, wandered the opulent room like mosaics, nodding as if listening to music. No one noticed Sloane's arrival. Each was tuned in to events, many systems away, all managing the flow of goods and services vital to the functioning of the Empire in Vidon's
managerial domain. Sloane wondered if anybody had ever walked into an open elevator shaft while his or her mind was moving on widgets from War Tandle. Identifying herself to the stormtroopers standing guard, she entered a long hallway. The double doors at the end opened as she reached them. The room beyond lay in darkness. Sloane rolled her eyes. More weirdness. Taking a deep breath, she took a step inside. Count Vidon? Another step, and the door behind her clanged loudly shut. Sloane heard movement in the dark. She reached for her sidearm, only to feel pain in her wrist as someone kicked the blaster from her hands. The weapon clattered in the dark. A little shadowy figure whisked by her right, her assailant. The captain reached again, this time for a comlink, when someone grabbed her arm tightly from behind, spun her round, and shoved. Sloane didn't hit the floor, or anything else. She heard the hum in the air above, felt the strong pull of an invisible force holding her body in place. It was a stasis field, like the one in her brig. The person who had pushed her walked ahead in the dark before turning and shining a bright portable light in her face. Captain Sloane? It was Vidon's voice, coming from the direction of the light. Count Vidon, what's going on? The light shifted, and Sloane saw that while Vidon's voice had indeed spoken to her, the man himself was strapped to a table, motionless. The light traced slowly across the Count's form. There was a dark recess in his neck ring where his electronic speaker belonged. Glad you got my message. This time, Sloane realized the voice was coming from the person with a portable light, and squinting, she could just make out the figure pressing something against his own neck. Nifty little doodad, triggered by the throat muscles. You impersonated him. And well, the speaker said, still using the device. His light shifted back toward Vidon, and the speaker turned his back to her. Get this hooked back up, she heard him say to someone in a different voice, softer voice. Someone else in the room shuffled toward the table. Sloane strained to see, to move, to do anything. Release us now, she said in her most commanding tone. You won't get away with this. No answer. The Count had better be alive and unharmed, or you'll have a death mark in every system in this galaxy. Still no answer. Sloane grew concerned. Fanatics like the bomber on Gorse might not care about getting away. After a short silence, she decided on another tactic. Look, she said more calmly, I can get your grievances a hearing. But that will only happen if you let me and the Count walk out of here right now. The figure with the light directed it at her again. Oh, don't go so soon. This is our first date. She recognized that voice. Gawking, she said, You're the mouthy pilot. He moved the light underneath his chin and flashed a devilish smile. Nice to be remembered. Sloane was flabbergasted. We checked your badge back on Gorse. Kanan something will do. He shone the light on her again. She put the pieces together. A pilot at Moonglow. That's how you got here. She glared into the light. You've wandered off tour, mister. I had to see you, he said, voice sugary. You missed me, right? Kanan, came a loud whisper from the shadows. Sloane's eyes started to the speaker. Ah, the co-workers. She was the person who'd kicked at her, she realized, and there were other shadowy figures in the darkness, including a slender person at the table, fiddling with Vidon's vocator. Did you all come with him? Your accomplices. What did he ask you to do? Forget about them, Kane said. Haven't you figured it out? I am an infiltrator, but on a mission you'll approve of. I serve the Emperor. He paused before adding, directly. Sloane stared down at Kanan for several seconds. Then she burst into laughter. You, an agent of the Emperor? What? Kanan scowled. It's possible. Sloane struggled to stop laughing. I think he can do better than you. What do you suicide fighters do? Drink your way from port to port? Did you wander off your keeper? Kanan thumped his chest. I'm a man on a mission. You're an oaf with a delusion. Do you know what the penalty for impersonating a personal agent of the Emperor is? Nope. A personal agent of the Emperor would. You're wrong. There is no penalty, because no one would ever do such a thing. Kanan
the lamp on the floor, angling to point up at Sloane. He walked to a control panel near where she was suspended and touched a dial. Now, listen to what's going to happen. I'm going to give you my message and be on my way. The status field's timer will release you with enough time to do what you need to do before Vidon wakes up. Is that understood? Let me tell you what will happen instead, Sloane said. You'll let me down, turn on these lights, release Vidon, and then we'll march you down to the detention block. You can do your talking to the interrogator droid. That would be a mistake, Kanan said, pacing around the darkened room. I have information that's vital to you and to the Emperor. You're the Emperor's agent. You've already reported to him directly. What do you want from me? Vidon's controls all communications from this depot. I can't afford to have this intercepted. I need an Imperial captain with their own resources. He looked at her cannily. You are resourceful, aren't you? I can tell when I'm being played. She strained against the stasis beam. Enough of this. Someone is going to come looking for me. Then I better talk fast, Kanan said. And you better listen. Like your life depends on it. Chapter 46. Back in his hazmat suit, Kanan heaved another Baridium-357 canister off the hovercart and onto the shelving unit in the Expedient. The seeds planted. Through her mask, Zelena looked at him. That was both the most exciting thing I've ever done in my life and the most exhausting. What do we do now? He looked at the cylinder He locked the cylinder into a magnetic support. Ditch these forever, Kanan said, peeling off his hazmat mask and throwing it to the deck. Once the canisters were secured, the bulky protective wear could be dispensed with. As Luna pulled off her mask, Kanan saw that the Solstan woman looked winded. I mean, what if what you did doesn't work? She said, with the captain back there. Don't worry, it will work, Kanan said, climbing out of his suit. Sloane was sold, I could tell. You could you? Once the airlock door sealed behind her, Hera moved her mask and frowned. Sloane thought you were cracked. Kanan waved dismissively. Skelly is cracked. I sound like a responsible adult. Who wanted to buy her a drink? That charm thing of yours is not for every situation, Kanan. Hera hustled past him and slid into the pilot seat. See to Skelly. Skelly, face down where he collapsed on the acceleration couch, feebly tried to peel off his hood with his one working hand. He finally succeeded when Kanan gave the mask a yank. The man looked rough. They'd had to load the explosives and make their way back to the ship quickly, and there hadn't been enough room left on the hovercart for Skelly to ride. The walk had been hard on him, and Hera and Zelena had supported him part of the way. They'd been the last crew to make it back, just barely avoiding notice. Skelly looked up, his face twisted in pain. I still think we should have killed him. Kanan shook his head. He wasn't going to explain it again. He pushed Skelly upright in his seat and strapped on an oxygen mask. Trust me, everybody, this will work. If it doesn't, Skelly said between breaths, we need to warn Gorse. What's the point? Kanan asked, shuttling forward. The Empire's declared full ground stop on Gorse. Nobody can take off. There are tunnels and the bomb shelters. Hera tells me they make a fine home, Kanan said, settling into the passenger seat beside her. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Zelena looked forward as the engines revved. You need to talk to everyone on the planet at once. Kanan looked back at her. You got something? She shook her head. It's nothing. She slumped back in her seat, weary. We've done too much already. Hera turned to face Zelena. Come on, Zel. You have to help. You have a way to help us, don't you? Zelena let out a deep breath. I think there is a way, she finally said. But I can't do it with the ship's transmitter. I need something built in the last 1,000 years. Hey, I'm sure this was refit a century ago, Kanan said, looking up at the bulkhead. He wasn't about to get defensive about Expedient, no matter how much he and the ship had been through. He looked at Hera. What about your lovely ride? It's got everything, she said, pulling back on the control yoke. Expedient heaved off the deck. My ship should be up to date for whatever you need, if we can land on Gorse and get to it. We'll be shot on the way down and up again. Up, I'm not worried about, she smiled. I have got to see this ship, Kanan thought again, as Expedient turned in midair. What have you got in mind, Zelena?
I still have Vidon's passcodes from earlier. If we can send a signal mimicking the Imperial override request, we can push out an emergency message onto every electronic system on Gorse that Transcept is spying on. She looked at Kanan with triception. We'd only be able to do it once, ever. They'd close the door immediately. One message, then. It will have to be enough, Hera said, guiding the ship through the magnetic field into space. We'd have to get there and do it before he changes the passcode. If he doesn't realize we did anything, Kanan said, and he won't. He gestured forward. Traffic was moving along outside the station, and he could see the TIE fighters routinely flying past. See, nobody's shooting us out of the sky. That's because your new friend hasn't called out the heavy artillery yet, Hera said. And she did. Expedient shuddered violently. Zaluna yelped. Kanan and Hera glanced warily at each other. Just the parking tractor beam guiding us out, Kanan finally said, nodding forward. The ship was turning, making progress toward the perimeter. Hera took a deep breath and let out a whistle. We'd better hope this thing lets go of us before the status beam lets go of Sloane. I'm telling you not to worry, Kanan said, leaning back and stretching his legs. None of this is necessary. Vidon is done for. Sloane is sold. My lord! Count Vidon roused. Awareness always returned quickly to him after sleep, medically induced or otherwise. His eyes activated a second after his ears did, and he saw the fraught face of the Star Destroyer captain leaning over him. Sloane, what's going on? She yanked at the straps binding him to the operating table. You are unconscious, she said, straining to remove one of the durasteel cuffs binding his wrists. Are you all right? I believe so. Whispering a command, he cycled back through everything his eyes had recorded in the last several hours. There was nothing there from the time he was under, not even any of the feedback from his nightmares that had been producing lately, and neither had his senses recorded anything from the hour before, during the battle with the pilot and his companions, a glitch caused by the damage in the fight. The servos in his hips activated, and he sat up on the table. He looked around at the mess of his living space. Someone drugged me. There were intruders here, Sloane said, moving to work on the cuffs holding his ankles. They attacked me too, when I entered. They trapped me in your status beam. Then they left. Vidon looked around. Through the floor? Sloane nodded. It was dark. I couldn't see much. What did they want? Me. Vidon leaned down and ripped at the ankle cuffs with his metal hands. The manacles were designed to withstand his thrashings, and yet they couldn't survive against his rising anger. I want a full search. Lock the station down. He opened a channel on his internal comlink and prepared to give the command. Sloane spoke before he could. My lord, one of them talked to me. Her dark eyes were full of concern. He claimed to be an agent of the Emperor. What? Vidon closed the audio channel and stared at her. Who? One of the people who waylaid me, she said. An agent of the Emperor? Vidon rose from the table and stood, turning his back to the captain. What did he say? A lot of nonsense. He claimed you were acting against the Emperor's interest in the Gorse project, that your plan was to destroy the moon and its thoride, regardless of the yield. Vidon froze. Cautiously, he turned to face her. Most amusing. Pray tell, what reasons did this mystic give for my doing such a thing? It was a senseless ranting, Count Vidon. I didn't listen. Perhaps he thinks I'm some kind of traitor, some kind of plant in the hierarchy. Sloane laughed. I think he was insane. She looked at him. Have you called for security ahead already, or should I? I'm doing so now, Vidon said, but directing his eyes to check the station's surveillance reports, he found precious little for his staff to go on. Nothing unusual had been seen aboard Caloran Depot in the last few hours. He recognized the gunslinger from Sidna, and he remembered Skelly, but all the workers aboard were in hazmat masks, and the ships were already departing. Even a check of the data feed from his medical droid in the room confirmed that their memories had been wiped. The infiltrators were good, whoever they were. Reports from the TIE sentries on the system perimeter confirmed that all ships had gone to hyperspace on the same heading, towards Cygna, as ordered. If his assailants weren't still aboard the depot, there was only one other place for them. Vidon thought quickly about his next move. He wasn't sure who his attackers were, but neither was he sure that what they would say if found. All that mattered was making sure nothing interfered with the destruction of Cygna. And he had a way to do that. Ultimatum will arrive in Gore's system before the last of the baradium haulers. A little startled by the change of topic, Sloan nodded. They haven't built a freighter that can outrun a Star Destroyer. Good. I want your whole complement of fighters deployed, managing the final delivery. Bring in additional ties from here, using the Gorzonti freighter carriers. If any hauler moves a centimeter out of line, I want that ship destroyed, cargo and all, regardless of any danger to the pilot doing the shooting. Is that understood? They'll do their duty for me. Sloan looked at him searchingly. You think the intruders are headed for Gorse? It pays to be ready. Vidon walked across the room to a fallen cabinet. Riding it, he thought about his other problem. He highly doubted the gunslinger was an agent of the Empire. While Palpatine was fond of testing his underlings' devotions, he was never as clumsy as this. But neither could he see a bunch of amateurs successfully boarding his station, simply looking for revenge for Lal Gralik's death. What Vidon could easily see, however, was the pilot and his friends being part of some plot by one of his many rivals, and that meant he had to be cautious. He had no idea what the pilot had said to Sloan, but he had been certain of her loyalty, and his eventual success. I appreciate you freeing me, Sloan. This could have been embarrassing. She shrugged. My duty is to you, sir. Then I will do mine to you. He paused for several seconds before speaking aloud again. I have just sent a verbal instruction to the staff at my office on Corellia. In a few days, Captain Carlson will be receiving a very ludicrous offer to join the private sector. Surprised, Sloan put her hands up in protest. Sir, I wasn't expecting. At that time, ultimatum is yours to keep. The news appeared to take her breath away. Good, Vidon thought. Return with ultimatum as planned while I finish the preparations aboard the collection ships. Once the moon is destroyed and Forager begins to do its job, the Emperor will see the return and our work together will be vindicated. Together, my lord? You'll have the credit you deserve for helping make this happen so quickly. I might even request you and ultimatum be permanently detached to me. He eyed her. Who is the youngest admiral, I wonder? Chapter 47. There wasn't always much to do when a ship was in hyperspace, the interdimensional realm between stars. There was even less when flying Expedient, a ship with no galley or living quarters. Worse, the cockpit area offered no privacy at all. Skelly was snoring away on his seat, and Zaluna, unshakable for so long, had taken to nervously fidgeting around with the contents of her magic bag. Well, even the strongest had their limits, especially when death was coming for their homeworld. The only getaway existed in the far rear of the ship, down one of the branching aisles of the cargo hold. And there, at the far end, standing amid the shelves of secure Baradium-357 canisters, waited the person he wanted to see. Cozy back here, Kanan said. We could send out for flat cakes. Very funny. Hera held the smile for only a moment. She looked tired. We need to talk. My pleasure. Kanan found a spot at the end of the aisle with no canister on either side, creating 2 makeshift seats on the opposite lower shelves. I fixed the ID transponder like you asked. It will say we're a different ship than landed on Calicor Depot, in case they finally figure it out. We are the ones that messed with Vidon. Hera still wore the same worried expression he saw. I'm guessing you have a different problem? Kanan asked. It's Skelly, she said in a low voice, nodding in the direction of the cockpit. I think he's in trouble. He's always in trouble. I think he's dying, she said, the joking around his cover. He's in bad shape. Kanan inhaled deeply and nodded. He'd seen the same thing. Vidon did a number on him. Broken bones, internal bleeding. He shook his head. I caught a look at the readings the medical droid took of him. It wanted to open him up, right there and then. We need to get him to a med center, Hera said. He's navigating on force of will alone. He's got plenty of that. But where can we take him? We're about to tell everyone on Gorse to run for their lives. Hera sighed. You're right. They come first. He's just going to have to hang on. She looked toward the small viewport to her left, at the end of the aisle. Stars shrieked by. Kanan thought she looked striking, even now, facing likely defeat. This isn't what you came to Gorse for, was it? She chuckled darkly. Not even close. I've been talking to people who have grievances against the Empire, but only to find out the scope of what's out there, what's possible. I wasn't expecting to do anything against it. Not yet, anyway. Not for a long time. That's the problem with people, Kane said. They never need help on your schedule, only theirs. She nodded. Then she looked back at him. After studying him for a moment, she spoke. Where are you from, Kanan? Around, he said. You? Same. Fair enough. She smiled gently. That's not what I really want to ask anyway. Kanan smirked. Fire away then. Why are you doing this? Sitting with you? Would miss it. No, I mean this. Flying around fugitives and trying to take down Vidon. I know why Skelly and I are doing this, she said, even Zaluna. But not you. He shrugged. I love a party. Seriously. He scratched his beard. You were there. You saw what happened to Okadai and all the others. And that was awful. But by your own admission, you move around. You were about to leave Gorse forever when I found you. So while I appreciate you being here, I wonder if there's something else going on. She eyed him. I mean, you're not one for the politics. He laughed. Definitely not. She smiled. Yeah, you don't strike me as a victim of oppression. Kanan's grin melted a little on hearing her words. Then he looked away. You never know, he muttered. Appearances can be deceiving. What? Feeling her eyes on him, he faced her again and smiled. Nothing. Hey, it's like I said at the start. I'm just going where you're going. Hera's nose wrinkled. She said after a moment. What? I think I like your first answer better. Zaluna stood before the onrushing stars. It was an amazing spectacle, something she had never expected to see. Her salary wasn't enough to take her far, and besides, she had nowhere to go. Her office was her universe. And now that Skelly was snoozing, and Kanan and Hera were gone, somewhere in the back, this was her last chance to get it back. Her last chance to change her mind. She'd completely ruined her life in the last few days. She'd only wanted to fulfill Hedo's parting wish, not to go running around the galaxy like some kind of secret agent. Infiltrating an Imperial depot, tampering not just with the computers of an important official, but with his very body. Who was that person? It certainly wasn't the woman she'd imagined she was. But here, she had an opportunity to undo everything. She'd seen the big red light on the forward control panel earlier. It had signaled when the vessel was about to exit hyperspace. Dark now is sat adjacent to the comm system, and that was something Zaluna knew how to use. And she could use it, right as they re-entered real space, to contact the Empire and get off this ride. They might still believe her. She could say she was kidnapped, forced to help the would-be radicals. Skelly and Kanan were violent characters who attacked Imperial agents. Hera was the mastermind, trying to lure her into betraying the Empire. Zaluna was innocent, a pawn, a foolish woman with nothing but good intentions. She could say she was trying to entrap the agitators when she got trapped herself. They'd taken her into danger. She didn't owe them anything. And the moon might still be saved. If Vidon was doing something he shouldn't, the Empire would stop him, wouldn't it? And how was any of it her business anyway? Who was she to second-guess decisions made from so far on high? It would be an irrational empire indeed that would ignore its people's best interest. Only the Empire had done exactly that many times that she had seen, and its minions had never listened to anyone's defense before. They only listened to what people said about the Empire. Zaluna knew firsthand, having been the state's ears and eyes on Gorse and Sidna for years. She had heard, but never comprehended. She watched, but never saw. And now that was changing. The others had started her thinking. Hera had patiently listened to Zaluna's concerns several times during their journey, and each time had spoken frankly and firmly. Fear was understandable and forgivable, and no one expected Zaluna to do more than she was capable of. But seeing and doing isn't the worst thing, Hera had said. The worst thing is to see and not to care. Zaluna had seen Imperial minions do many things, bad things, that the transient watchers were ordered to look the other way on. She had done as commanded, but had never made sense. Wasn't being a watch person her job? What good was being a witness if the laws could be changed at whim by the lawgivers? Then there was Skelly. He was troubled for sure, but she'd come to understand that he truly was interested in protecting Sidna and Gorse. The Empire cared little for those damaged by the Clone Wars, and even less for people who had qualms about its industrial activities. She could tell that for Skelly, the impending destruction of the moon was like watching death approaching for someone close to him. And finally, there was Kanan, who seemed to go from disaster to disaster, as if he were wandering from one cantina to another. Nothing seemed to touch him, yet she knew that wasn't true. Yes, he played the roustabout, working a dangerous job and pushing back against those who pushed him. But that day with Okadai was not the first time she'd seen him come to someone's defense. They were always small acts. Often, the person helped hadn't known he'd done anything. He seemed to want it that way, for some reason. She could also tell he was tired of living the way he had, tired of going from one pointless job to another, looking for a place where he could live his life his own way. She'd seen that look hundreds of times on the faces of other migrant workers, and the Empire made it into a perpetual state for many. Kanan was young, but his secret soul was much older, and Zaluna knew the Empire was somehow responsible. But Zaluna had the right to a life of her choosing too, and time was running out. The red light on the nav computer flashed. A buzzer, half broken and barely audible, sounded. Her eyes went to the comm system controls. It would be so easy. Your only value to the Empire is what you can do for it, said a voice from behind. Unsurprised at hearing Hera, Zaluna turned over her words in her mind. You know, she said calmly, Hera used to say that exact thing. He was right. Zaluna saw Hera's reflection in the viewport, against the streaming stars. She was motionless behind her, not approaching. Aren't you afraid? Zaluna asked. Anyone would be, but the Jedi had a saying about fear. It leads ultimately to suffering. Hera paused. Someone has to break the chain. People can't talk about the Jedi anymore. Maybe they should. Zaluna nodded and looked back at the control panel. It was better then. She felt her strength reviving. She was more than an extra set of eyes and ears to sadistic cyborg, and to a faraway emperor. She was no revolutionary, but she could at least try to stop them now. Zaluna moved her hand to the nav computer and shut it off the buzzer. I was just coming to get you, she said. Turning to Hera, she smiled. We're here. Chapter 48. Kanan thought it sounded foolish to say aloud, but leaving hyperspace was just like entering it, except in reverse. The stars through the forward viewpoint went from blurred lines back to twinkling dots. Only this time, few could be seen from the Expedition's cockpit. Cygna hung above, a brilliant crescent from their angle, while massive Gorse sat up ahead, its cities in their eternal night. And there was something else. More TIE fighters than he had ever seen. Swarms lay ahead, peeling off in quartets as Expedient entered the area. Vector right, 75 degrees. Down axis 20, snapped a voice over the comm system. Follow the formation if you want to live. Kanan flinched. This was normally when he'd give the Imperial some lip, but he wasn't flying, and it wasn't smart. Not now. Hera complied, banking the vessel and bringing it into the line with a queue of ships far ahead. Each freighter had a pair of ties, either above or below or on each side, defining a corridor. Kanan could tell from the sensors that two flanked Expedient, one on port and starboard sides. Ahead, the sky went black for a moment, as a hexagonal wing of another tie zipped past their field of view. They're crisscrossing, Kanan said, keeping us all separated. Hera frowned. They're limiting the damage a Saboteur can do. They're afraid there's another Skelly out here. They'd be right, called Skelly from behind. Holding his midsection, Skelly hobbled toward the front of the cockpit. He reached for the side of Kanan's seat and missed. Selena hopped from her seat and grabbed onto him. Skelly seemed almost unaware of the woman steadying him. His eyes were locked on the outside. Somebody means business. Expedient followed the convoy across the Terminator dividing Sidna night from day. There they saw it, sitting off in space. The gang bossed to their work crew. Selena gasped at the sight. Another Star Destroyer! No, the same one, Harry said. Kanan nodded. It was one of the more unnerving consequences when ships of differing speeds use hyperspace. Ultimatum had been in their rearview cam, parked at Calicore Depot. But when they'd gone to light speed, now it was sitting in front of them over Gorse, disgorging even more TIE fighters. Hera looked in unsettled wonder. These TIEs can't all be from the Star Destroyer. Imperial class has 60, maybe 70. Kanan pointed out the other vessels orbiting off Sidna's horizon. Long and bulky, like the Thoride cargo craft, the ships had docking ports for 4 TIEs each. Looks like the Empire's refitting Gazanti freighters these days. And they beat us here too. Hera was as aggravated as he'd seen her. She was clearly used to flying a faster ship. We're lucky they didn't have time for shore leave. She looked back at the scanner and raised her hand in frustration. I don't know that we can get to Gorse at all, through this blockade. I thought you were good, Kanan said. Not that good. Not in this thing. The TIEs led the convoy on a long descent path, several 100 kilometers off the surface of Sidna. Hera rolled Expedient 180 degrees so the ground could be seen from the cockpit. Construction work ahead, Kanan said. He flipped a switch, triggering the viewport's magnifying overlay. Skelly staggered forward and half collapsed against the forward panel between Hera and Kanan. Arms splayed forward across it for support, he gawked at what he saw. We're too late, Skelly said, staring at the large metal tower on the surface over their heads. Wait, what are those? Kanan asked. He could see at least 6 others, spaced seemingly randomly across the moon's surface. Injection sites. They're pumping in isonoboric acid, punching holes deep into the mantle. They'll run the baradium charges down on the soul filament next. Skelly looked from tower to tower. Down below, Sidna's got flaws, just like a diamond. They'll set off the charges in a precise order, seconds apart. The primaries will cleave it. The secondaries will crush it. The territories will disperse it. Kanan stared at him. How do you know all this? It was my idea. I did it as a thought experiment, just to prove my point. It was on the holodisk. He sighed and sagged to the floor. Why do I always have to be right? Hera studied the workers on the surface. They're in a real hurry. Vidon's in the hurry, Kanan said. He's got to destroy the moon before the Emperor gets wise to what he's doing here. He smirked. And that's who's missing. Him and his big collector ship. I told you, you just have to trust. Attention, newly arriving freighters, said a familiar voice over the comm system. This is Captain Sloan of Ultimatum. I have important information about a change in plan. Kanan smiled at the others and gave a thumbs-up signal. This is it. The accident earlier this week left the moon's mines dangerously unstable, Sloan said over the comm system. Imperial scientists have determined the only way to prevent future disasters is to release all stress that have built up, now with no one in the mines. By doing so, we assure safe mining can continue in the name of the Empire. Yeah, that Empire's really looking out for them, Skelly said. They're talking our own people into community suicide. You will be guided to sites on Sidna surface where you will offload and leave immediately, the captain continued. Kanan frowned. Wait a minute. That wasn't what she was supposed to say. She was supposed to say Vidon's a goner and send us all home. That doesn't sound like a woman who just squealed to the Emperor, Hera said. Kanan stared at the comm system. No, it doesn't. He shook his head. The hyperspace anomaly alarm flashed blue and squawked loudly. Ahead, Vedon's gigantic Thorite harvester vessel appeared in the only free patch of space available. "Welcome, Forager," Sloan said over the comm system. "The final freighters are here, and the last charges will be injected in 40 minutes. You should receive a data hookup with detonation control down there in 1 hour." "Excellent work, Captain Sloan," they heard Vedon say. "You'll make a fine admiral one day." Kanan looked at Hera. "This is making me sick. They're on a date." "Jealous?" "Blast it, I thought she'd listen." He pounded his fist on the dashboard. "That's the uphill way, all right. They're always stabbing their friends in the back." Sloan spoke again over the device, sounding more concerned. "Count Vedon, time will be of the essence. Lieutenant Deltic's staff says you will have 1 hour from the detonation control link-up to trigger the process." "I won't need that much time," Vedon responded dryly. "I've been ready, and Forager will be ready to collect the thorite after he's blown most of it up." "Along with the moon," Skelly muttered as the transmission ended. Senseless. He turned around on the floor and slumped with his back against the cockpit control panel. He dabbed his nose with his hand. There was blood there. "Just drop me off somewhere. Maybe I can die in Sidna before they blow it up." Hera looked at Skelly for a moment, and then back outside, her eyes focused on something ahead. "Skelly, why did you say there was a time limit to detonating the explosives they're planting in the moon?" Skelly rubbed the side of his head, his eyes closed. "It's the exobric acid they're injecting. Wait too long, and any of the junk that's left down there will eat its way through the baradium drop cables and containers. No boom then." Hera looked at Kanan. He caught the drift. "You said there was a chain reaction here. That some of those towers were preliminaries?" Skelly sniffed, eyes opening. "Yeah, 4 of them." "Which 4? Kanan asked. "I'm trying to remember. I'd have to look." Skelly tried to get to his feet, only to fall back down on his rump. Saluna sprang again from her seat and helped him stand, bracing herself between 2 forward chairs. Skelly looked ahead and squinted at Sidna's bright surface. "Will killing the tower stop the reaction?" Kanan asked him. "Yeah, but those are all people down there working those sites and flying cargo to them." "I know." Kanan reached down for his headset and put it on. "That's only patched into the local comm traffic," Hera said. "We can't send Zaluna's warning on it." Kanan ignored her and worked the latch on the panel in front of his knees. A door swung open, and he pulled at what was inside. Reluctant hinges cracked and groaned. With effort, Kanan cranked a targeting system with the handles up toward his chest. "Do I want to know what he's doing?" Zaluna asked. Harris stared at him in puzzlement. "I'm not sure myself." "The meteor chaser," Kanan said, waving to the ceiling. The single cannon perched above the crew compartment had a field of fire that covered a wide arc on either side and ahead of Expedient. "Every baby carrier has one. Babies don't like being bumped." "Neither do I," Skelly said, looking nervously at him. "You can't expect to fight off Imperials with that." "Not more than a few," Kanan said, testing his microphone. "But if I do it right, a few is enough." Chapter 49. The command center of the collection ship looked like a cathedral for some ancient religion. Vedon's comm station, in the middle of the room, resembled an altar. Idle comparisons both, but the reality was not lost on Vedon. From here, he would sacrifice the moon to his emperor, winning his favor for another year. And the ashes of the world would smother his rival once and for all. Intentionally or not, the collection ship's designer had built a supernatural feel into Forager's bridge. Situated frontward on the foremost sphere of the ship's linked series of pods, the huge round room looked ahead through tall windows that rose and curved to a ceiling 20 meters above. More consoles like Vedon circled him, like miniature megaliths in a place for idol worshiper rites. A catwalk 2 stories up ran around the front arc of the room, providing additional workstations between the windows for Vedon's droids and cybernetically enhanced assistants. He could see the metallic figures moving back and forth on the deckings, digital priests backlit by the shining moon. "Spokes deployed, my lord," one of them said. "We are ready for the collection process to begin." Vidon nodded. It was up to Sloan and her people now. Switching his visual feed from the cam to remote cam, he looked approvingly on the Sidna work sites. Sloan had done a remarkable job, throwing ultimatums thousands of staffers at a project that, days before, had been a fantasy on a holodisk from a deranged assassin. Now they were 30 minutes away from doing something that still existed only at the outer edges of the Imperial capability, the destruction of a moon, and perhaps the world below. It had been critical to get Sloane's cooperation early on. Any extra time, any deliberation, would have brought the Emperor's corps of engineers into the picture, and they would have questioned the yield from the test blast. Vidon could use Tharsa's name to falsify a report and defraud an ambitious captain, but more would be difficult, and this couldn't wait. As Vidon cycled his messages before his eyes, he saw not just more from the nuisance staff, but several from the Emperor's inner circle. All were almost comically urgent, suggesting that if Vidon didn't deliver thoride in record amounts instantly, the entire Imperial fleet would be mothballed. The Baron had really gone to work on the Emperor's people. Well, he would finish it soon enough. He would deliver thoride beyond anyone's fantasies, and then stake the grinning death with a ticking bomb. One of Vidon's cybernetic aides stepped forward. "Something's coming in, Master, on the Mining Guild channel." "Eh?" Vidon whispered commands until the sound reached him. "Don't know what's going on. Feeling so weird. These blasted baby canisters. Some of them start leaking these fumes." "What's this nonsense?" Vidon said aloud. "Don't know how it happened. Faulty loading, faulty material, faulty something. Just like everything in this wretched job. I hated it all, you know." The voice went from oozy to bitter. "And I hated all of you." "It's one of those freighters," Vidon's aide volunteered. "The coolant lining the Baradium 357 canisters have been known to cause psychiatric episodes if it gets." "Yeah, you know me," the broadcaster interrupted, sounding angrier by the word. "You know my voice. I put up with all of you, for Okadai's sake. In the mines, on the hover bus, in the bar. Lots of you bums. All of you. You think you're such tough guys. You make me sick." Vidon seethed as he recognized the voice. The gunslinger. "Zero in on that transmission," he ordered. "Find him." The speaker was raging now. "Filthy stinking miners. I can see your ID transponders. I know who you are. Think you're hot stuff? Hauling bombs? Let's see how hot I can make it." Vidon toggled his comlink mode. "Now hear this. This is Count Vidon. Disregard these transmissions and finish your deliveries. You've heard the ravings of a crazy man, a dear." The pilot boomed in response. "I'm crazy? I'm crazy? Fine. I don't care about your stinking starfighters, Empire man. I'm telling everyone, if you see me coming, run, because I'm going to blow every ship I see out of the sky, starting with the miners." Horrific squawk erupted from Expedit's comm system, Imperial jamming on the Guild channel. Hera looked at Kanan, stupefied. "I thought you were going to warn them about the moon." They wouldn't have believed it. I barely believed it. Right now, they're only afraid of the TIE fighters, but they're about to become more afraid of me. Kanan flashed her a wild look. "I need you to fly like a Wookiee whose hair is on fire, and who thinks everybody lit the match. Can you do that?" She seemed to get the idea, if reluctantly. "Got it." He pointed at the TIE fighters, beginning its intersecting run across their convoy corridor. "Dive when I signal." The Imperial starfighter whisked into their field of vision, its wings revolving into a flat hexagonal target. Kanan used it as exactly that, pulling the trigger on his gunnery controls. "Here and now!" Orange fire ripped from the weapon turrets positioned above and behind their heads, tearing dead center into the wing of the TIE fighter passing before them. Hera slammed the control yoke forward and hit the throttle, causing Expedit to dive. The TIE exploded into a blaze of bright flames above. But now Sidna was all they could see, its icy surface filling the viewport. Zaluna lost her hold on the side of Kane's seat and fell forward, mashing Skelly against the forward control panel. He called out in pain. "Hang on!" Hera brought Expedit into a roll, bringing one of the two Imperial fighters that had been flanking him into Kanan's sights. He fired again. Hera didn't wait to see the result, moving once more to bring the ship lower. Sidna's gravity began to take hold. Saluna tried to help Skelly up. "I'm so sorry," she said. "I'm not used to this." "Who is?" Weakly trying to fend off her attempts to stand him up, he appealed to the air. "Please, just let me go sit down." "We need you here," Kanan said, struggling to find their other flanker on his scope. The TIE was shooting at him. He could see the flash of energized particles to his right. "Where is this guy?" "Right here," Hera said, slamming on the braking jets. The glowing ionic thrusters of the third TIE appeared in space before them. Kanan swung his targeting mechanism and hit the trigger. Hera pumped her fist as the starfighter blew itself apart. Kanan glanced at Skelly, looking rockily as Zeluna held him up. Skelly outweighed the woman, but she was doing her best to keep him in place. Kanan implored him. "Come on, Skelly. We're there. Focus." Skelly squinted at the surface as Hera descended. There was a tower on the far horizon, nothing more than a needle on an ocean of white. A cluster of ships could be seen heading for the area. "That way." The alert clarion sounded on the bridge of ultimatum. "Scramble wings, 14, 15, 17, Sloan said. "Pursue freighter. Hereafter tagged Renegade 1. Take them down." The captain stood by the holographic tracking display and watched the action with bewilderment. She ordered the Star Destroyer to remain on its station, overseeing the convoy route and protecting Forager. But what was going on the surface of Sidna defied belief. It had all started with that bizarre message from Kanan. "Renegade 1 is pursuing the other Baradium haulers," said a fresh-faced ensign. Young Kali had been trying his best to track the zigzagging renegade, but nothing it did made any sense. "They're trying to destroy the freighters?" "No, Captain, just the TIE fighters accompanying them. The freighters should be easier targets now, but it's just, well..." The headset-wearing ensign squawked at his monitor. Sloan stepped behind to watch the chase. The runaway was peeling away the escorts of the fully laden cargo ships, and then seemingly shooting to miss, aiming just in front of the vessel. "Harassing fire," she said. "Kanan, pilot, insurrectionist, would-be Imperial agent? Whatever he was definitely aboard that ship, and trying to prevent others from landing their cargo." His threatening message had set the stage for chaos. Method to madness. He's scaring them away. "And doing a good job of it," Ensign Colley said. He pointed to the screen. "He gets anywhere near freighter, and they try to peel off." Sloan looked back at the holographic tracking display. One by one, Baradium freighters were switching off their ID transponders, fearful of having Kanan come after them. It was only adding to the confusion. Has everybody on Gorse tangled with this character? Colley tapped his earpiece. "I've got a TIE pilot chasing after the hauler he's escorting now. It's fleeing, afraid of being targeted by Renegade 1. Our pilot's asking if he can shoot his hauler down." "What? No!" Sloan froze. She told Vidan she'd allow nothing to interfere with the explosive's delivery, and they'd sent more than his project needed. But how much more? "Tell our pilot to stick with the ship he's convoying as best he can until reinforcements arrive. Tell him if he can run interference." "Oh, never mind," Cully said, removing his headset. "Renegade 1 just shot our pilot down." Sloan clenched her fist. "Pull all escort wings in the area off their duty. Send them all against Kanan." "Against who, Captain?" "Renegade 1. Quaking in anger, she pointed outside. "The guy shooting at everyone." Chapter 50. Kanan checked his sights again as Hera banked Expedite into another S-turn. She had been weaving between the injection tower on Sidnan's surface and the landing area nearby, where tracked Imperial ground vehicles were moving baradium canisters across the ice from the freighters. He wasn't about to target anything directly. Shooting the tower, Skelly had said, might set off the world-destroying reaction by accident, and killing mining workers in the freighters, or on the ice crawlers that would make him no better than Vidan. Instead, he continued star-firing the areas the workers had to cross, while preventing any more ships from landing. He wouldn't kill civilians, but he had nothing against scaring the daylights out of them for a good cause. "Not exactly the way to raise a collective consciousness," Hera said as he fired another volley just beneath the freighter, attempting a landing. Recruit allies in your own time. This is getting attention the Gorse way. Trouble was, he was running out of targets. Skelly, where's the next primary tower? Forget it, Hera snapped. Yanking on the control yoke, she sent a reluctant expedite into a groaning upward spiral. Kanan saw why as the ship twisted, a sky full of TIE fighters rocketing toward them. A loud beeping noise came from his gunnery control. The indicator said the weapon turret was overheating. He looked at Hera and shook his head. The thing's rated to move some pebbles around. That's about it. I think our engines could go at any minute. She sighed in expiration as Expedite hurled back toward orbit. Safest thing on board is the beryllium. It was a perversely lucky thing, Kanan thought. The many bumps, slams, and near misses Expedite had suffered would set his regular cargo off in a heartbeat. The ridiculous, more powerful baby on board at least had the benefit of containers that secured it to the shelving. Gorse appeared in front of them again, with Forager hanging before it. Its spokes were open, a gigantic metal bloom at the front of the vessel. Kanan blanched at its size of it. Can we take that thing out? Hera checked her instruments and shook her head. Big energy shield around it. She pointed Expedite outward, away from the ever-approaching wave of ties. It gave them a better look at Forager from the side, but that was about it. It was useless. Kanan released the gunnery controls. He left imprints on them with his hand, he saw. He rubbed his forehead. Anybody else got a plan? No one said anything for a moment. Then a voice came from behind. I think we can do plan 2. Kanan looked back to see Zaluna trying to squeeze past Skelly. She was looking outward at Forager. Which one was plan 2? Kanan asked. I thought plan 2 was slowing down the injection process, Skelly said, hanging onto Hera's chair. Zaluna shook her head. No, that's plan 3. Plan was informing on Count Vidon. Plan 2 was warning people. Plan 3 was slowing down the injection. Can we stop this? Hera pleaded. She nodded to the left and smiled politely at Zaluna. The TIE fighter fleet in 2 minutes, remember? The one pointed ahead at Forager. Okay, look up there. Behind the rimless wagon wheels that was a collection array stretched 7 globes connecting in a line. The one at the ship's front, nearest the spokes, had lighted crew area at top. A big round dish atop that. That's the Imperial subspace transmitter. I didn't see that, Kanan said. Good eye. That's what they paid me for. Zaluna grinned. I can tap into the transception systems on that thing and send our warning to Gorse. They won't know to jam that. Kanan stared. That ship where Vidon is now. We have to get you there to do your thing. Zaluna shrank a little at that, but didn't shrink. Shirk. I know. And maybe we can even keep Vidon from sending trigger command to Sidna. 2 for 1, Kanan said. Happy hour. You're gonna want a stiff drink after this, Hera said, bringing Expedite around in a wide arc. She looked at him. This is not what you consider a safe bet. Are you sure you want to do this? Kanan took a deep breath. It wasn't even a dare he'd take on his drunkest day. It was insane, but it had all been. And he had to admit he felt better these past few days, doing something, even stupid something, than he'd felt in years of running. I've got nothing else to do. Let's go for it. All right. Hera looked at the Sultan. Strap yourself in, Zal. Everybody else, hang on. Vidon had quite enough of people telling him what he couldn't do. As a guild safety inspector, he had given edicts to police, but had no power to enforce them, as his corrupt supervisor constantly undermined him. He transformed his image and position, such that no one could say no to him. And yet people tried anyway, trying to protect their old ways of doing things. The gunslinger and his friends, it was obvious, were trying to prevent him from destroying the moon. Were they saboteurs working for Baron Dath? The Baron had set up the near impossible production threshold for Vidon to meet. He might well fear the acclaimed success that would give the count. And Vidon knew the Baron had spies about, inquiring after Vidon's independent consultant, Lemul Tharsa. If so, then Vidon was all the more ready to destroy the moon. No one would say no to him in this. He retained the upper hand now, through his logic and careful preparations. The berserk antics of the fool pilot had changed nothing. He added his own precautions to Skelly's scheme, and those included dispatching more baradium haulers than were necessary. Already, the redundant vessels were moving into the area recently harried by the renegade. It would only mean a little lost time, not enough for the exoboric acid to destroy the bombs he was implanting on the moon. It was the same kind of acid Lal had fallen into on Gorse, a refining necessity. Forager was full of the stuff, but it wouldn't devour his plan. And the one random burial that was about to be cancelled out, the run-amok freighter was out of space to roam, hemmed in between the collector ship's weapons and the swarm of TIE fighters now arriving on the scene. He thought of everything. It was his strength, his power. One day, the difference between success and failure for the Emperor might be a simple thing someone else would overlook. It would not be his fault, and would never happen on his watch. He would see everything and act. "We are at a safe distance from the target moon," he said. "Reorientate to face it." The engine thrummed, and Sidna came fully into glistening view. Vidon didn't bother to look at it for more than a second. "Give me an update on the enemy," he commanded to the nearest cybernetic assistant. Vidon never used the bald woman's name. It didn't seem necessary after her surgery. "The freighter has not attacked," she droned. "It is circling, probably for Jor's energy shield. Is there a weakness?" "No, my lord. The only gap in the energy shield is rearward, along the horizontal axis of the vessel. The thrusters produce a flux when ignited." Vidon froze. The engines had just been activated a few moments earlier, and it was at the tail of the ship above the thrusters where the shipping base sat, open to space. "Proximity alarm," the female cyborg said. "Unauthorized vessel on approach." Vidon was already looking at the scene, his optical feed having been switched to the rear external cams. Pursued madly by half a dozen TIE fighters, and those were just once in firing range, the errant freighter raced toward Forager's aft. "What are you waiting for?" Vidon said. "All defenses turrets, fire!" Outside, Expedient rocketed through the crossfire toward the rear of the Forager. Rows of landing bays perched atop and tucked beneath the glowing thrusters. Open space. "An open door's as good as any invitation," Hera said. But the freighter was going too fast, Kanan thought. This will be close. At the last instant, Hera fired Expedient's altitude control jets, spinning the vessel around 180 degrees. The ship entered the bay tail first, piercing the magnetic screen. Hera fired the main thrusters, burning off speed, not to mention the chrome off any loader droids in their path. Expedient struck the landing surface, scraping noisily across the deck as it slid inward. It was a long hangar, and the freighter needed all of it to slow down. Kanan clutched the armrest, knowing the back wall had to be there somewhere. A violent jolt shook the vessel, rocketing Count Vidon's underlings. Above, a droid slipped between the catwalk and the railing and fell to the main deck with a crash. Vidon, prepared for the impact, was unshaken. "All troops board Forager," he transmitted. "Stand by to repel boarders. Enough is enough." Chapter 51. "We're still alive!" Skelly had said it, but Kanan was as amazed as anyone. And Harris was simply straightening her gloves as if nothing had happened. "You're incredible," Kanan said. "I'm permanently moving into the passenger seat." "Time to get out of it." Harris stood, checked her weapons, and made for the airlock. "Come on, Zal." Zaluna took a deep breath and retrieved her pouch of electronic magic from behind the acceleration couch. She met Hera at the door. Vidon was almost certainly at the head of the Forager, where the transmitter was. "Do you have anything else aboard we can use?" Hera asked Kanan. "We don't know the layout." "I think so." Adjusting his holster, Kanan walked down the aisle to a storage compartment. He knelt before the bin and opened. There, beside Skelly's bag of improvised explosives, which he'd hidden for safekeeping, was part of Sidna's emergency kit, a repelling gun with an automatic winder. He passed it to Hera. He was about to close the bin when he glanced at his traveling bag, the one he carried with him when leaving Gorse. A thought occurred to him as he unzipped it and felt around for something. His lightsaber. It was there, hidden innocuously beside the canvas-carrying case for a blaster rifle scope. Kanan hesitated for a moment before removing the case and strapping it to his left leg, opposite of his holster. He wasn't going to use it, of course, but unlike on Calcorian Depot, the chance of the ship being searched was pretty good. He didn't want anyone to find it. He turned back to see Skelly watching him. For a moment, Kanan worried he would ask about the scope case. He had no rifle, after all, but he quickly realized Skelly was eyeing his bag of death. "I'm not having you blow us all up," Kanan said. He shifted Skelly's bag. "This is coming with me for safekeeping." "You'll blow yourself up just carrying that." Skelly forced himself to stand. "It's all right. Leave it. I'll go with you." Kanan frowned. "You can barely walk." "So I can keep up the rear. Put that down and let's go." Forager's interior was one huge automated factory floor, Kanan discovered. The 7 spheres that formed the body of the ships intersected in a row, producing a singular atrium several stories high that stretched forward out of sight. Vats, centrifuges, conveyor belts, pneumatic tubes. It was a Dentrius Vedon production, if there ever was one. Standing at the railing overlooking the area, Hera momentarily marveled at the sight. It's like someone crammed all of Moonglow's refineries into a starship. "Hurry, so we can save the real one," Kane said. He could see the stormtroopers down on the main floor now, running toward them from the far end. Metal stairs led the way down to what would be more than a kilometer of hard fighting, nearly the length of a Star Destroyer. "Can I go back and get my bombs?" Skelly asked, panting at the railing. He'd fallen behind twice, and simply fallen once, on the way here from the landing bay. Kanan shook his head and looked at Hera. She was staring up at the rafters. "What have you got?" "Things are looking up," she said, pointing. "There." Kanan squinted. Up top, a tramcar track suspended from the ceiling ran the length of the room between the 2 banks of industrial lighting. Kanan's eye traced back toward his location and the rungs of a ladder attached to the wall behind them, 15 meters high or more. The ladder was the only route to the tramcar. There was no way the repelling gun would carry more than one at a time. Hera had the idea. Kanan made the plan. It was how things were working out between them. Kanan sent Hera up the ladder first, having her stop at intervals to turn and provide cover fire, if necessary, against any arriving Imperials. Then he sent up Zaluna, who went without complaint. Heights were apparently one more thing Zaluna wasn't afraid of. Skelly was his problem. He figured the guy had to go up ahead of him, or he'd never go at all. But it would make their progress impossibly slow. Skelly was in pain, and reluctant to use his right hand for a grip. "Go on, Skelly," Kanan yelled after the 3rd time he tuckered out. Skelly dangled precautiously, his right arm looped around the rung. "Give me a—" Skelly never finished his statement. Blaster fire peppered the wall around him, causing him to lose hold. Kanan grasped vainly at the man as he fell past, flailing. "Skelly!" The man fell outward, his body slamming against the railing of the balcony they'd just been standing on earlier. Limply, Skelly fell over the side and out of sight, presumably toward the factory floor. High above, Hera opened fire on Skelly's attackers. Hanging partway off the ladder, Kanan craned his neck to see any sight of Skelly. He couldn't see anything. And now, more shooters were moving into the area. Hera called back down from above. "Kanan, come on!" Kanan scrambled up the ladder, narrowly escaping being shot several times in the process. Reaching the apex, he stepped out onto the short metal landing next to the parked tramcar. Hera was in it already, hanging over the front and looking down. "No sign of Skelly," she said. She looked back, her face fraught. "I don't think he could have survived that." "Nothing to do," Kane said, piling into the tramcar with the others. "We'll look when we come back. If we come back. Let's move." Once activated by Hera, the tramcar rattled along hundreds of meters. It rode on a single rail, probably electrified, Kanan thought, attached to the ceiling by metal framing. Things went quietly for a minute, until the stormtroopers below tripped to where the intruders were. Then it was open season on the rafters, with blaster shots deflecting off the gritters, the ceiling, even a few off the tramcar itself. Passing the controls of the vehicle to Zaluna, Hera and Kanan fired back, but the targets were too small and numerous, and they hadn't even traveled halfway across the factory floor. We've got to do something before they bring out the heavy artillery, Hera said. Kanan nudged her. Check that out. He pointed down and ahead to an enormous cylinder on the factory floor, made of some kind of special clear composite. Inside was a liquid, a shocking green in color. It looked sulfuric acid, like in Law's factory. It made sense. This was a thoride refinery after all. Kanan and Hera looked at each other, shrugged simultaneously, and then turned their weapons on the nearest vat. Multiple blaster shots struck the container at the same place. A sick groan later, the protected material gave way, releasing a fountain of acid. A stricken stormtrooper dropped his weapon and howled so loudly they could hear it near the ceiling. The vast structure failed completely then, unloosing a gusher onto the floor. Now all the stormtroopers were on the move, rushing to alcoves to escape the effluent and throw off their boots and affected armor. Kanan and Hera targeted another vat, and then another, as a tramcar advanced. The trick was clearing their way better than any army. He grinned at Hera, hoping to see her smile in return. Instead, he saw her grimace as the tramcar ground to a halt. Hera moved to Zaluna's side and punched futilely at the control buttons. That's it for the free ride, she said. Someone knows we're here.
I would think those guys, Kanan said, pointing down. Laser shots were striking the ceiling again, but with less accuracy than before. The shooters were all huddled on top of control consoles and other equipment, avoiding the acid flow. He looked at the tramcar's control panel. I guess I can rewire this thing. I know I can, Hera said, scrambling over the side. You keep shooting. We're running out of time. Kanan turned to do exactly that. When Zaluna poked him, she pointed above to where the frame of the tramcar track connected with the ceiling. A row of girders ran the length of the line, offering a small protected crawl space above. But Kanan realized it would be a long hand and knee scramble, and it would take someone small and athletic to get up there. I don't think I can make it up there, Zaluna said, but one of you could. We don't know how to access the global communication system you talked about, Hera said. Wait a minute, Kanan said, getting an idea. Hera, get back in. As she did so, he put down his blaster and reached for the repelling gun. Anchoring his legs behind the dashboard, he leaned out and fired at one of the horizontal supports far ahead. The hook snapped taut, and the motorized winder groaned into action. The current might have been cut from the track, but the tramcar still moved along, if slowly. We're too heavy, Hera said. She looked up to the debarkation area far ahead. All three of us will take forever. I'll take the upstairs route. Zaluna looked at her, face fraught. Hera, I don't think you should go alone. And you shouldn't either, Hera said. Kanan, make sure she gets there. Get that warning message out. She climbed onto the side of the car and leapt. Nimbly grabbing the side of one of the supports, she twisted her body around and disappeared into the small horizontal space, safe from the stormtrooper's shots. The cable rewound. Kanan released the hook and prepared to fire again. Zaluna looked up in vain to catch any sight of scrambling Hera. Shook her head. We're going to have to send the message while Vidon's in the room, aren't we? You come this far, Zal. That's the hard part's over. Kanan grinned and fired the grapple. His Jedi teachers had warned him about lying to his elders, but he figured this time it was for a good cause. Forger reports being boarded. An ensign called from a terminal. Insurgent force small, 3, maybe 4. Stand by. Captain Sloan walked to the junior officer's station and looked over her shoulder. Ultimatum was receiving some security feed from the collection ship, but it was difficult to see much. For a moment, she thought she caught a glimpse of a running Twi'lek, and then she definitely spotted the arrogant space jockey. She shook her head. Is Forger asking for help? No, Captain. Count Vidon is continuing the countdown, waiting for the final injection site to finish its work. Sloan nodded. Vidon had his own stormtroopers and personal guards over there. It would be unlikely he would need assistance. Still, it was difficult just sitting there, not knowing what to do. It was times like this when she missed being a junior officer herself,
having someone around with the answers. Captain. Sloane turned to see Commander Chasmus running onto the bridge toward her. What is it? Chasmus looked pale. We have a priority 1 message for you. Sloane stopped. From the Admiralty? No, the commander said breathless. From the Emperor. The captain's eyes bulged. I'll take it in my ready room. She was already to the door by the time she finished the sentence. Chapter 52. Commander Chasmus appeared in hologram, speaking to the Forager command crew. Your link up to detonation control is live, Count Vidon. We read 10 minutes until the last charges are implanted. I see it. Vidon was already watching the progress at the last injection site. The delays that fool freighter caused weren't fatal. He was still aggravated by the failure of Ultimatum's fighters to stop the renegade, but the ship crash landing on Forager hadn't cost him much. The infiltrators had found a way around the stormtroopers, but he'd shut down the tramcar line. They damaged the refinery area, true, but he had many other harvester vessels on the way. He looked up at the hologram. Where's Sloane? The captain is indisposed. Chasmus seemed agitated. She'll miss the show. Do you require assistance against... No, Forager out. Vidon cut the transmission, and Chasmus disappeared. The cyborg had never had any use for the man, and didn't want to talk to him any more than necessary. Not now, in his moment of success. The sounds of blaster fire came from the southern hallway, one of 3 portals on the ground floor leading into the command center. Vidon switched to the security cam feed from the hallway and saw nothing unusual at all. Just his stormtroopers standing guard. But something was wrong with the image. It was frozen. The soldiers halted mid-movement like statues. Even as the sentries in the room with Vidon were firing through the southern door, they saw something he couldn't. Lower the security doors on the command floor level. Heavy barriers slowly descended from the door frames in 3 large entryways. Still, shooting at whoever was in the hallway, one of the stormtroopers charged the exit, moving to get through it before the door sealed. But a blaster shot caught him mid-stride and he fell on his side. The massive door came down on the soldier's collarbone. It stopped there, leaving a half-meter-high space between the bottom of the door and the floor beneath. Vidon heard the blaster fire cease. The opening was too small for the attacker to easily exploit, whoever he was. He checked the cam feed again. It was still on the guard, standing around motionless, and the door was still open in the image. Someone's been interfering with what I can see. A pinging noise came from his command console. A critical moment had passed. The very last set of baradium charges had been loaded onto the derrick for descent into Sidna's deep interior. He couldn't afford any more distractions. There weren't blast doors at the entrance on the upper level of his chamber, but he could place his remaining sentries up there. On his command, the stormtroopers dashed up the steps to the catwalks. That left one route into the room, by which he might root out his real enemy once and for all. He turned to the command console, his back to the main door. This would be a simple matter. Kanan stood on the guard amid the fallen stormtrooper bodies. They'd beaten Hera here, as he expected, but there was no good way to sneak up on stormtroopers on alert. Now there was at least a way into Vidon's chambers, for one of them. Ready? Looking at the fallen troopers, Zaluna shuddered. I don't know. You knew you'd have to do this alone, didn't you? We can't both sneak in. I didn't think we'd get this far. Zaluna put the widget back in her pouch. They needed to defeat the surveillance cams on their approach, as on Calicor Depot. But the trick didn't work as well when anyone was in the frame. There was no way around that now. Are you sure you don't want a tutorial on slicing Imperial communication systems? I would if I could, King said. He could hear more troopers running in the halls, searching for them. We're out of time. It happens. The stormtroopers were closing in. Kanan knelt, protecting the doorway in front of her. I'm sorry you have to do this, Zaluna. You never asked for any of this. Neither did you, she said, securing her pouch. You're a decent person, Kanan, no matter what show you put on for the world. You keep being that way. With a dutiful salute, Zaluna got down on all fours and peeked beneath the blast door, propped up by the body of the unfortunate stormtrooper. She looked back and whispered, All cyborgs, all the time. I'll just be like evading cams. Then she shimmied under the door. The room was frighteningly large, with lots of computer consoles about. More places to hide. Zaluna crawled behind one. Vidon's cybernetic assistants were here and there, but their minds appeared to be on their work. Zaluna quietly moved one workstation to another, hoping the artificial ears in the room couldn't hear her joints cracking or her heart pounding. It's like working my way across the floor of that cantina the other day, she told herself. It wasn't easy, but thinking it helped. Finally, she found a console near the eastern wall that looked to have a connection to the comm system, and a nice little nook behind, where she could tap in and send her warning. Text would have to do. She'd pre-written it on the tramcar ride. People, of course, beware. She would send it and hope for the best. She was about to connect to the port when a voice came from overhead. Here's our rodent. Grabbed by the back of her shirt, Zaluna was yanked upward and outward. Spun around, she saw the moon outside the windows. She saw stormtroopers running down the metal steps to the main floor. And now she looked directly into the terrifying eyes of Count Vidon. He shook the woman violently. Her bag fell open, spilling forth her blaster and all her devices. Vidon surveyed the instruments. So they brought a slicer. I knew there was someone else. His other hand on Zaluna's collar, he brought her face to face with him. If you know about surveillance cams, you should have remembered something else. You don't always know where they are. He turned and hurled her across the room. In the middle of firing at oncoming stormtroopers outside the door, Kanan heard Zaluna cry. The gambit had failed. Kanan shot and shot again, putting his last attacker on the deck. Holstering his blaster, he turned to the door. It had descended farther since Zaluna had gone underneath. The service was grinding away, trying to vainly push through the armored obstacle. Kanan placed his hands along the underside of the blast door and heaved upward. His muscles screamed, fighting against both the heavy door and the mechanisms holding it in place. Metal groaned, and then something snapped. He forced the door up half a meter from where it had been, where it would go no farther. It was enough. He slid his legs underneath and rolled, even as the door began to move again. Riding himself, he saw the Count stalking towards Zaluna's motionless body. Kanan stood. Vidon. A stormtrooper charged at Kanan from the left side of the door, his blaster raised. Kanan moved like lightning, grabbing the rifle by its barrel and shoving. The stormtrooper stumbled backward, allowing him to wrest the weapon free. Another trooper came toward him, from behind. Kanan spun, smacking his attackers in the side of the helmet with the weapon. Vidon charged. Kanan took the stormtrooper's rifle around. 3 blaster shots aimed point blank into Vidon's body, searing his tunic. Kanan knew that wouldn't stop him, but he had to get the man away from Zaluna. Vidon charged, grabbing for the barrel of the blaster rifle. He ripped it away and shattered it with his bare metal hands. Hurry up, the Count said, unruffled. I have a schedule to keep. Kanan moved his hand to his holster before changing his mind. He had learned something from their first fight. Instead, he dived to the side as Vidon lunged, hitting the ground long enough to leap again, onto Vidon's back. Enraged, Vidon clawed at him, ranking at Kanan's clothes. His heels digging into the cyborg's middle hips, Kanan wrapped his arms around the back of Vidon's neck and hung on for dear life. Hera darted from hall to hall, careful to avoid stormtrooper details. They were numerous in this end of the Forger, and apparently much exercised by her friend's earlier infiltration. Kanan's been here all right, she thought, peering around the corner at the bodies of stunned troopers. Other troopers were attending to their companies and helping to defend their stations. She wouldn't be able to follow the path Kanan had taken. Opening a portal leading off the main hall, she stepped into a storage area full of equipment and loading vehicles, all unattended. There were even several hover carts like the one Kanan used on Sidna. A power forklift caught her eye. A heavy-duty repulsor craft, narrow enough to navigate halls, with a cab that offered some degree of protection from attackers ahead. Hera grinned. Driving loading equipment was Kanan's trade, but she'd show him what she could do. Zaluna awoke to a nightmare. The sound had reached her. Vidon stumbling around, driving his back into consoles and walls as he tried to dislodge Kanan. Horrified squawks came from Vidon's speakers as electronic circuits tried to express his animal rage. And yet Kanan kept moving, shifting his hold every time Vidon came close to dislodging him. From headlock to arm around the cyborg's shoulders to a headlock again, the younger man squirmed in response to the Count's every move. Zaluna forced herself to sit up. Her leg hurt horribly where she'd landed, but the only stormtroopers here were on the floor. Vidon's cybernetic assistants milled around near the wall, looking on as the pair wreaked havoc on their workspace. Vidon staggered past again with Kanan, nearly stepping on her. She rolled, and saw her pistol on the ground where she dropped it. Vidon had a handhold on Kanan's left ankle now, she saw. She had to help. Zaluna dived her blaster and rose to face the Count. Zal, no! Kanan yelled. Vidon steps forward, releasing his hold on Kanan and reaching for her blaster. She tried to fire, but he had hold of the barrel now. He squeezed. Zaluna saw a flash brighter than lightning as the blaster's energy packed this charge in their faces. She fell backward and saw no more. The flash subsided. Kanan, who had remembered what happened when the blaster shot struck Vidon, had leapt clear an instant before the flash occurred. His eyes adjusting to the light, Kanan saw Zaluna collapse. No! Vidon staggered, holding his face in his hands. Kanan quickly surmised the man had overestimated his ability to shake off energy attacks. Blaster bolts were one thing. Power packs exploding point blank was something else. Kanan scrambled past him to Zaluna's side. The woman was still breathing, he saw, but her face was burned. He saw now. So now he saw was Vidon's. Recovered, the cyborg had pulled his hands away from his face. His thin skin, facial coating was charred and melted, revealing the metal man beneath. He straightened and stared down the pair. This ends now, gunslinger. Draw your weapon. Kanan was about to, when he heard something else. Blaster fire echoing through the huge chamber. He couldn't tell where it was coming from. Looking around, Vidon acted as if he couldn't figure that out either, nor could he identify the gruesome grinding sound that accompanied it. Then everyone saw it. A massive hover forklift powering its way through one of the upper doorways onto the catwalk above. Two hapless stormtroopers had already been collected by its massive arms, and a third, caught by surprise, tumbled backward over the railing to the command center floor. The vehicle kept on going, smashing through the catwalk barrier. Vidon, astonished at the new arrival from above, dived to the side, even as Kanan moved to protect Zaluna. With a deafening crash, the forklift and its pin troopers slammed onto the floor beneath the infiltrators and Vidon. The lifting arm snapped violently off, one nearly taking out the Count's shins. Hera clambered out of the cab. Vidon looked at her in amazement. You! That's the trick with surveillance cams, Count. You can't watch all of them at once. She drew her blasters. Vidon started to claw his way up the pile of wreckage toward her. You should have tried to run me down. You know your blasters won't hurt. No, but this might. She turned and aimed each at the different viewpoint. These viewports aren't magnetically shielded, and these blasters are set to full power. I can decompress this whole compartment. If you make a move on my friends, or try to give the detonation command, you'll have a whole new address. Vidon's response was a digital snort. And which of us do you think would fare better in such an event? He stepped over to the console and clamped his left hand on it. I won't be going anywhere, and my respiration is augmented already. He shook his head and let out an electric cluck. But I find what you said most interesting. They've come to it at last. You want to save the moon, Sidna. He looked around at his workers, and at the few mobile stormtroopers, recovering and raising their weapons. Tell me who you're working for. I'm working for everyone. The people of Garth, the people of the galaxy. Vidon seemed surprised. Then he laughed. I think we have an agitator here. If you destroy the moon, you destroy the Thoride, Hera shouted. The Empire won't stand for that. Don't be so sure, Vidon said. I'm smarter than you think. He turned to face the console. And I am going to do this. And then I'm going to find out who each of you really is. And the Empire will destroy everyone important to you. Kanan glared. You're a little late on that one. And your time is running out. 4 minutes until optimal detonation window. He smiled back at Kanan. Shall we all wait together? Chapter 53. Sloane knew, back on Calcorn Depot, that she had walked into a trap. She just didn't know whose trap it was. The mouthy pilot had told her about Vidon's double identity, his fraudulent test results, and his desire to make the Emperor's deadline by destroying Sidna and Gorse along with it. She thought it all nonsense, and very likely some bizarre test of loyalty from Vidon. After the speaker and his shadowy companions sank into the floor on the hydraulic lift, Sloane had been ready to dismiss the entire thing. But Vidon had laid it on too thick. He tried too hard to ensure her cooperation, insisted too much on speeding the project to a conclusion. Her elevation to permanent Star Destroyer captain, ahead of all the others with more seniority, was more than a bribe. It was a bludgeon, something no one could refuse. And the suggestion that he might have some way of elevating her to admiral, her, a green captain without a permanent posting yet, was simply insulting to her intelligence and to the service to which she devoted her life. Vidon, the mystery man, had said, lived by terrorizing people into meeting quotas. Yet fear of loss of standing was driving him to destroy a resource the Emperor could have expected would produce for years to come. And Sloane believed him. But there was no reporting the pilot's information up the chain, not the usual way. It was too explosive. Instead, she returned to Calcorn Depot to Ultimatum, where Chasmus had arranged a secure connection with Baron Dath, using the contact information the latter had provided. It was highly irregular to involve a civilian, but Dath was the only person she knew who had a hope of directly reaching the Emperor or one of his minions. Silence had followed, during which she'd done her job as ordered. Then, finally, she'd heard back from them in her ready room. The Emperor's people had confirmed that everything the young man said was true, and there was more. Vidon had already launched one scheme to defraud the people of Gorse, starting before the days of the Empire. By secretly purchasing and controlling Minarex Consulting, he had issued critical reports accelerating the end of fluoride mining in Gorse. That single act damaged the guild he had once worked for, while lifting the interest of the comet chaser industry, which he mostly controlled. On Gorse, mining work had literally gone to the moon, defacing what had been a famous natural preserve. That had been enough for Vidon until the past week, when he returned to the system for the first time in years, and Sloane's part in it began. On his return to the system, Vidon had cut the last connection between him and Lamar Tharsa by using her and Ultimatum's power to eliminate the Miners' Med Center, where he had convulsated. But that matter was minor compared with the problem he faced meeting the Emperor's new production targets. The newly discovered prospect of destroying the moon for Thoride had been a sudden blessing, and his metal fingers grasped at the reed with full force. There again, he had used Minarex to lie, asserting that the project would be a successful producer long term. Minarex and its chief researcher, Lemuel Tharsa. As Vidon had expected, Tharsa's name and reputation had been enough to gain Imperial approval for destruction of the moon. The man and his resume were real. Hadn't Tharsa been a veteran of the Interstellar Thoride Guild before dropping out to change his line to consulting? And hadn't he given the okay to dozens of projects over the past several years, some of which redounded to Vidon's personal profit? Yes and no. Because the renegade pilot had spoken truly, Vidon was Tharsa. But Vidon had also kept Tharsa's name alive, using it in order to advance his goals and enrich himself. Moreover, Tharsa's supposed existence helped hide the Count's past from others, who might have found his true origin, as a functionary for a guild where everyone was on the take, less compelling than a self-scripted myth of military ship designer who had taken on his superiors in the name of the troops. There had been one other consequence. The Emperor hadn't known the truth either. Emperor Palpatine's reach and resources was immense. Little went on in the Galactic Empire that he didn't know about, usually, before it even happened. It was a good thing, and it worked to the advantage of all his subjects. But Vidon had spent well to cover his tracks, And perhaps Vidon's past image as a fame-seeking business guru had caused the Emperor to accept his identity as it was described. As long as Vidon was effective as his reputation advertised, what difference did it make that he lined his pockets playing the show-off? A whole lot. Sloane now understood, because Kanan, the Emperor's agent she now accepted, had through her supplied his master with the truth. Vidon had lied about the lunar test results. Before passing the result along, Sloane had Ultimatum's technical staff confirm the man's claim. Within a year, the vast majority of unharvested thoride from the moon's remains would decompose in space, destroying the Empire's precious prize. Vidon's aides aboard her ship, the one that existed anyway, had helped to rig the test, ensuring that false data would be reported. While still docked at Calcor Depot, her crack technicians had examined every probe droid in Ultimatum stores. Vidon's people had done a good job of hiding their tampering, but not good enough. In order to fast-track the destruction of Sidna, Vidon had been forced to prepare his deception too quickly. Of course, the truth would have come out a year after the moon's destruction. Vidon had to know the result would enrage His Highness. And yet, here the Count was, going ahead with the project. Sloane wondered whether the quest for revenge had driven the man mad. But Vidon wasn't insane. He had a plan, outlined in supplemental documents given to her by the stranger, an encrypted file from Vidon's computers. The Emperor's experts had cracked it in just minutes before, prompting his call. Her anger rose as she now read the file. Sidna would be destroyed, and within a year would be worthless rubble. But by that time, it would be responsibility of someone else, likely his underling and greatest nemesis, Baron Leo Darth. The Baron would naturally point at Vidon, who would in turn blame Sloane and her demolition crew's incompetence. He would call her appointment to interim her captain premature, and then he would rush to the rescue with another revelation, something so startling that she could barely believe Vidon had concealed it all the time. It was a fact Minerex Consulting had discovered 15 years earlier, and that Vidon had bought the firm in order to bury. The moon Sidna did have more thoride than the night side of Gorse, but Gorse's day side had incalculably more, all buried underneath the blazing heat of the sun that never left the sky. And it would otherwise have been a useless piece of knowledge. Organics couldn't toil in that heat. And at the same time, the suppliers of heat-resistant droids belonged on the side of the Separatists in Clone Wars. The stuff was unreachable. And when the war ended, it left Dath as a monopoly supplier. Such a prize would make Dath incalculably rich and powerful, she realized. No wonder Vidon had hidden the fact. And it further explained what she had seen on Calcorn Depot. Workers of Vidon's trying to reverse engineer Dath's droids. Vidon's file described a 1-year timetable for having his own droids, ready to rush to Gorse's dayside, able to fill the needs when Sidna's remains ran out of thoride. In a sequence of events typical of his preference for neat solutions, Vidon would eliminate a competitor and save the day for the Empire, all while turning a huge profit. But he would destroy Gorse's population in the process. And worse, he would ruin Sloane's career. She wouldn't allow that, and neither would the Emperor. The Emperor had no quarrels with destroying places for short-term gains, or with dealing harm to rivals. But the galaxy and all its assets belonged to him, and he alone would decide where and when such actions were taken. That made her next command easy. Walking from her ready room onto the bridge, she knew the next moments would startle her crew as much as her would-be patron. "Channel to Count Vidon," she said. Chasmus, looking at her with a mixture of curiosity and concern, snapped his fingers. Count Vidon's holographic image appeared. "Ah, Sloane," he said, "you're back just in time. I'm just about to detonate the charges and pulverize the moon." "Then I am just in time," she said, taking a deep breath before continuing. "Ultimatum's technical crews. Reassign the detonation control link to Forager." "What?" The simmering Count Vidon looked at her in surprise, as did the very real form of Commander Chasmus, standing nearby. Sloane clenched her fist. "And all stormtroopers above Forager, in the name of the Emperor, arrest Count Vidon." Chapter 54. It had happened this way to the Jedi, Kanan remembered. Responding to some command from the Emperor, clone troopers had eliminated the Republic's cherished fighting force. It had been a dark day, by far the darkest in Caleb Dune's young life. Kanan Jarrus usually avoided thinking about it. But seeing the stormtroopers turning on their master, that was both amazing and delicious. Even if the Imperials were also pointing their weapons at Kanan and his friends, more troopers hoisted open the main door, bringing the total number of white-armored guards up to a dozen. Up atop the bulk loader, Kanan saw that Hera didn't know what to think, but there was no mistaking Vidon's reaction to the holographic captain. "This is a rash act, Sloane. Have you lost your mind? You're under arrest for multiple violations of the Imperial Legal Code, falsification of testimony to the Emperor, profiteering without permission of the Empire, breach of faith with the Emperor, and attempting to damage or destroy strategic assets deemed vital to the Emperor." Vidon finished, anger rising. "You dare invoke his name?" He pointed at Kanan. "These archonists have poisoned your mind against me. They're Gorse's patrons, seeking to hinder our project." He looked back outside the viewport at the moon. "A project that must go on." "Forget it, Vidon," Sloane said. "You won't be destroying anything today." Kanan could hardly restrain his response. His gambit had worked, after all. Vidon stared at the pair of stormtroopers approaching him, as if deciding what to do. "I don't think so," he said. He looked over at the pair of his cybernetic assistants. "Restore the destination control uplink." Sloane snapped at him. "We've already disconnected." "You could disconnected nothing. The injection towers, the logistical systems, you only installed them. My workers manufactured them, and my workers can take back control for me at any time." "If that's the way you want it," Sloane said. "Death warrant extended to all workers on Forger's Bridge. Stormtroopers fire." The stormtroopers executed their order, and several of Vidon's aides, immediately at point-blank range. Vidon yelled something, but Kanan didn't hear it. Blaster fire blazing all around, he hit the deck. Scrambling behind the smashed remains of the forklift cab, he saw Zaluna. She looked rough, her face a scorched mess. "We've got to get out of here." He looked back to see Hera scrambling down the bulk loader to the floor, dodging shots as she did. All around, Vidon's droids and aides fell. Blaster in hand, Kanan considered joining in before having second thoughts. For an older man, if any man was still in that body, Vidon worked into superhuman rage. Whatever source powered the man's limbs had yet to run out of juice. Shaking off a blaster shot from a stormtrooper, Vidon launched himself at his attacker, crushing the man's helmet in his hands. A horrific scream later, and Vidon was on top of another stormtrooper. Kanan spotted a newly opened portal to the side. Hera provided cover fire as Kanan lifted Zeluna's body. He rushed to the exit and set her down outside the door. "Wait here," he said. "That a joke?" she muttered. "Sorry." Kanan turned back to face the room. Hera, even amid the chaos, remembered what they needed to do. "The comm console," she called out, pointing past the latest melee. She leapt out from behind the forklift, even as Kanan bounded from the other side. Vidon was already there. The last stormtrooper had already fallen. Kanan realized too late. To a person, Vidon's workers were all down. Just more workplace casualties in the Count's machine. Only he, Hera, and Vidon remained here alive. And Vidon had just completed punching in a series of keys. "Destination control link-up restored," Vidon said. "Just over a minute to spare." It was the same smug, self-satisfied voice they had heard from Vidon, but the man himself was much changed. His tunic was in tatters. His artificial skin and nose had been scorched off his face, leaving just a charred silver mask. Sparks flew from his mechanical joints, yet he seemed unbowed. He turned back to Kanan and Hera. "I don't know what you told Sloane, but once the Emperor sees my results, it won't matter." "Your results?" Hera yelled. "Destruction and genocide." Vidon snorted. "You're going about this wrong, you know. You'll never get anywhere against the Empire. You're too undisciplined, too disorganized." "We'll learn," Hera said, brandishing her weapon. "The people will stop you. We'll stop you. We've had this fight before, the three of us. You don't have anything that can hurt me." "Maybe I do." Kanan fell for the holder on his left leg where his lightsaber was hidden. Nonsense, Vedan said, waving his hand dismissively. If you had anything, you'd have used it already, right? Harris looked searchingly at Kanan as Vedan turned back to the console. Kanan began to reach for his secret weapon, but then he paused. Something somewhere told him, no, not that. Not now. Not yet. Forget him, Twi'lek, the cyborg said, reaching for the console. He doesn't have what it takes to stop me. But I do, said Captain Sloane, hologram flickering back into view. Her expression was icy, her eyes narrow. Ultimatum gunnery control. Target the transmission tower and fire. Now Kanan moved the way his instinct told him to go. He dived not at Vedan, but at Hera, barreling her over even as one of the viewports behind the Count lit up like 100 suns. If there was a sound, Kanan didn't hear it. The only light and motion and heat as the Forger wrenched violently under the impact of the Star Destroyer's turbolaser barrage. Rolling away from Hera, it took what seemed like an eternity for his eyes to adjust. The lights were out in the command center, and Vedan was staggering around like one caught in a hurricane. Kanan realized why, looking out the windows. It wasn't just ultimatum now, but the TIE fighters pummeling Forger's energy shield. The vessel was in one piece for the moment, but every strike on the shield shook everything inside madly. Somehow, Vedan reached the console again. Kanan was ready to go after him, even shake him, but this time it was Hera who grabbed him, keeping him down close to the floor. He saw the reason. Forger's superstructure was holding, but the transmission tower, visible through the room's viewport, shook itself to pieces under a direct hit on the shield from Ultimatum. Someone had called their shot, Kin realized, and their gunners had done their job. His chance to destroy Sidna gone, Vedan howled and turned. He ran back through the main entrance, paying Kanan and Hera no mind. Finding his blaster on the floor nearby, Kanan rose to follow Vedan. Behind him, Hera called out, Kanan, no! He looked back. She was still getting to her knees near the door where he had dragged Saluna. Beneath the catwalk that had been damaged earlier. We have to get up. Time stopped for Kanan, and then it started again slowly. He saw everything. He saw the TIE bomber outside, unloosing its torpedoes at Forger's energy shield. He saw the bridge shake violently in response. He saw the heavy steel catwalk, already weakened from Hera's forklift entrance, snap from its moorings. He saw it fall toward Hera. Hera, not oblivious, but in no position to get out of the way. He recognized the obstacles between them, the debris, the bodies, lying across the fastest route. Without thinking, he swept them away with his mind, clearing a path. No barrier blocked him from Hera. And then he moved. He moved faster than he had when he saved Yelkin, faster than he remembered moving in years, all in the hope of grabbing her and diving beneath the doorway. Except time moved faster too, faster than his hopes. He reached her too late, just as he had been too late to save Master Balaba. The Force had been too late for many that day, but it was with him now as he slid to the floor by Hera's side. Hera, knowing the danger she was in, put her hands up as to shoo him away to safety. Kanan looked upstairs, waving his hand, and suspended the giant catwalk in midair, centimeters from his and Hera's heads. She stared at it, dumbfounded, and then at him. Self-conscious, Kanan shoved at the air, pushing the levitated mass off to the side. It landed with a colossal crash. Forger shuddered again under the Imperial attack. The view outside was a thing of perversely wondrous beauty, he thought. Flashes of light before the moon as the starfighters made their runs, but all paled before the look he saw in the darkness in Hera's eyes. But, he started to say, With a wry smile, Kanan put his finger to her mouth. Shh, don't tell anyone. She looked at him for a long moment in wonderment, before understanding came to her, and a gentle smile came to her face. She nodded. Let's go. Chapter 55. The life pod soared from Forager. Kanan hunched over the small circular viewport and looked back at the collector's ship. Several other small pods were jettisoning too, and the Empire was watching every one. TIE fighters on our tail, he said. We don't have a tail. We barely have an engine. Hera guided the small stick, directing the vehicle. It was about the only control she had. I think the tie's just following. I know. There wasn't anything to do. Kanan turned from the viewport and returned to dabbing gingerly at Zeluna's burnt face with a back-to-infused pad from the med pack. Ultimatum was still pounding away at Forger. As soon as it finished, Kanan knew it would likely be sweeping up all the life pods. Sloane would be looking for Vidon, but she'd find Kanan and company instead. You still can't see? Kanan asked Zeluna. There is nothing good to see anymore, she replied. Vidon waded through a river of acid. It was everywhere on the factory portion of Forager, ankle deep in some places, waist high in others. It was destroying the floor, and had already eaten away into the bulkheads below. He anticipated explosive decompression at any minute. The crossing had started as a panicked mechanical run, and then slowed to a hideous slog as his legs wasted away to the skeletal struts. His arms had been further damaged too, in the trip. There had been no other choice, no other way to his destination. He remembered something. The intruders had come in a baradium hauler. It was intact. He saw through the few still functioning surveillance cams, ready to go. He would use it, eschewing the one-trip life pods. The freighter might be lost in the confusion, he hoped. He might still be able to make it to one of the drill sites on Sidna, where there was still time to detonate the explosives and meet the Emperor's quota. He would find a way. This was Baron Dath's doing, somehow. It had to be. It was impossible to imagine a few would-be rebels and a substitute captain could have reduced his reputation and career to shambles. Detonating the moon, he was sure, would restore him. Between the moon and the sunward side of Gorse, the Empire would have the thoride for 1,000 fleets. And if it didn't, the freighter would still have hyperdrive and a cargo full of Baradium-357. That was an important resource, and something to build upon someplace else if necessary. He had come back from nothingness before. Perhaps it wouldn't take him 20 years this time. But he wouldn't have to do that. He would finish this project. Vidon staggered on failing limbs into the landing bay. The place was a mess of fallen beams and bulkheads, but the troublesome freighter was right where it was supposed to be, ramp open. He thought it ironic that, of all things, would be his deliverance. Reaching the ramp, Vidon looked out through the landing bay's magnetic field. Forager, tumbling out of control now, was turning to face Sidna. Convenient for a quick trip, Vidon thought. Efficient. Vidon staggered up the freighter ramp, and then could go no farther. He looked down. There on the landing deck, slumped against the side of the ramp, was Skelly. The man was a battered, bloody mess, and yet had summoned the energy to reach Vidon's leg strut as he walked up the ramp. Skelly clutched Vidon's one-time ankle, now in his right hand. The Count tried to shake him off, but couldn't. Release me. That one doesn't let go, Skelly said. He coughed. Don't mind me. I just been out here looking at the moon. Don't get used to it, Vidon said, striding to keep climbing, but his acid-damaged legs couldn't give him any leverage. Sorry, Vidon. Blowing things up is my job. Guild rules, you know. Skelly shifted around, and now Vidon saw the device in his other hand, connected to a long microfilament line. Vidon's eyes followed the line up and into the doorway of the ship. I told Kanan we wouldn't need my bag of tricks, Skelly said, but I didn't say I wouldn't come back for it. Realization came quick. No, don't. I don't take orders from you. Then Skelly looked at the landing bay at the entrance at Sidna. He winked. I saved you, sweetheart. He pushed the button. The flash blinded Kanan at first. The explosion began at the rear of the Forager, quickly consuming the landing deck and rippling forward. His eyes adjusting, Kanan recognized the familiar characteristic color of baradium explosion. This was bigger and more energetic than he'd ever seen. Hera, go! There was little she could do, except put the life pod's re-entry heat shield between them and the blast. The TIE fighter pursuing them was slower to react. Superheated particles from the explosion ripped through the vessel's hexagonal wings, causing the starfighter to tear violently apart. A shock wave comprising not air but plasma and matter, expanding outward from the blast zone, slammed into their life pod. Shaken by the impact, Hera fought with the controls, angling the life pod to catch the wave. All around, Kanan saw more effects of the blast. Less fortunate life pods were disintegrating, as were their TIE pursuers, and the electrostatic towers that had been Forger's spokes flung out in all directions, including toward Ultimatum. A long, ragged beam slammed off the surface of the Star Destroyer's hull, opening a fiery gash. It was enough distraction for Hera, who took the chance to make for Gorse's atmosphere. She powered down the interior cabin lights, and the life pod went dark as it soared, just another piece of debris. In the darkness, Hera reoriented the vessel so the passenger could look back at Forger's remains. There wasn't much to see. Kanan had no doubt the expedient with its shipload of Baradium-357 was the reason. Very naughty baby, Kanan said. Saluna shuddered. She hadn't seen the explosion, but she'd felt it. I was hoping Skelly might have survived earlier, that he might have made it. Hera held her. It's okay. We got out. Maybe he did too. No, Kanan said, thinking aloud. He didn't. Somberly, Hera looked out at the firestorm in space. The landing bay must have taken a hit from the Star Destroyer. Kanan shook his head. No, Skelly did that. If you didn't see it, Saluna asked, how do you know? Hera studied Kanan for a moment. He'd gone silent. He just knows, she finally said. He just knows. She turned back to the controls. The life pods sank into the clouds of Gorsa's endless night. Final phase. Damage assessment. Emperor's robotic mining plans for Dayside brings new era to Gorse. Baron Dath granted oversight of industrial region. Vidon's HoloNet site goes dark as disease relapse claims him. Headlines, Imperial HoloNews, Gorse Edition.
Chapter 56. Apart from her promotion ceremonies, Sloane seldom had use for a dress uniform. But this night was different, and it was always night on Gorse. The regional governor was here in the mayor's regal residence, easily the nicest place on the planet. She recognized several other imperial captains and an admiral he had brought with him, a moth, one of the highest authorities in the government. They were all here to drink and gab and celebrate the most important event in history of industrial production of fluoride, the opening of the sunward side of Gorse to Baron Dath's heat-resistant mining droid. It was a huge moment for the world, liable to transform its economy in amazing ways. Gorse's refineries would be necessary. Not even the Emperor would destroy the moon and devastate the planet for a one-time benefit when the long-term reward was much richer. And it was all being directly attributed to the discovery by Sloane and Ultimatum science team. It wasn't, of course. She had simply passed along Vidon's secret report to that effect. But she was being given the credit, and would take it alongside her crew. Her crew. Unrelated to Vidon's mechanisms, Captain Carshall's posting had just been permanently awarded to her. She was glad Commander Chasmus had sent Delic and her co-workers home to the ship immediately after the commendation presentation, before they embarrassed her in front of anyone else. But they were her embarrassment now. Ultimatum was hers. And the proceedings were only beginning. Later, they would all ride the luxurious shuttle to Sidna, restored once again to its status as a tourist destination. The zone damaged by the test blast was only one of the many former natural preserves on the moon. The Empire had wasted no time in reopening another. It would be made available for visits from the rich and powerful, those who would serve the Emperor well, and those whose influence he sought to court. That includes pretty much everyone in this room, she thought. Taking a drink from the tray of GG glass serving droid, Sloane thought back on the events of the day since Vidon's death. An intermediary from the Emperor had met with her to follow up on the whole situation. Sloane had spoken completely and truthfully
of course, and he had seen no problem with her testimony. But he had expressed puzzlement over her tale of the young pilot, speaking to her in the dark. This Kanan was no agent of the Emperor, she was told. It didn't make sense. Neither of them had pressed the issue. Did Vidon have another rival, loose, somewhere in the Imperial system? Or was it someone else entirely? Sloane hadn't shaken the feeling that there was another player out there. Someone allied with the young pilot, pulling the strings. She wondered if she would ever find out. There was something she had found out. She learned that someone on the Ultimatum's senior staff had questioned Transept about Limo Tharsa on their arrival. She hadn't authorized it, and made no sense that Vidon would have done it. She realized what had happened, and outside on the balcony she spotted the men responsible. Neighbor Chasmus drank there with Baron Dath. Dath saw her and smiled. He was even more radiant and robust in person, she saw. "My good captain," the Baron said, raising his glass, "please join us." "I am yours to command," she said. And so was Chasmus. He'd sent the inquiry about Tharsa, she realized, using his authority as Ultimatum's officer to help Dath investigate Vidon's phantom consultant. She wondered how long Chasmus had been on the Baron's payroll as informant. Smiling darkly, Chasmus raised his glass of wine to hers. It didn't look like his first. No wonder, for she had supplanted his position with his patron. Dath had been grateful, and she saw his hand in the Ultimatum's staffing move. Perhaps Chasmus had sought her chair. If so, then no matter. This was the way things worked in the Empire. She stepped to the railing with the Baron. Chasmus, realizing his glass was empty, excused himself. It was humid as always on Gorse, and none of the visitors were out, but she had gotten used to it. She looked up at Sidna, well past full now. It would continue to shine, and to set Gorse to rocking every so often. And one day it would probably tear itself apart and rain down, as Vidon intended, but it wouldn't be in her lifetime, and tonight she planned to enjoy it. Baron Dath watched her as she stared up at it. "I do thank you for alerting me." "I was alerting the Emperor." "Of course," Dath chuckled. "Such a life we lead. Did you ever think that stabbing people in the back would be a way to get ahead?" "It's the way the game is played," Sloane said, a little surprised at his openness. "I prefer flying my starship and defending the Empire against whatever." He grinned. "Have you learned anything more about the others that were involved?" "Nothing." He gave a decisive sniff. "I don't think we need to worry too much. A single rebellious act isn't the start of anything. It was a blip, a glitch in the system, nothing more. Maybe. Or maybe they awakened a sleeping Gundark." Sloane decided there would be opportunities for advancement in a galaxy like that, too. 2 interesting missions ahead, she clinked her glass against his. The sun rose, and nobody died. Zaluna had lived her entire life where that was impossible. This was a different world with a different sun, and while she couldn't see it, she could feel its rays warming her body. She could feel the cool air of night gently giving way. Hear the dew on the grass, crunching as she walked. And all around, she could smell the flowers of the gardens waking up. Kanan had left them after their return to Gorse, thinking it best to meet again here on the sparsely populated agricultural planet sectors away. Zaluna didn't know the name of the planet. Hera had brought her to, but she'd never asked. She was taking her first steps into a new world, a world disconnected from the grid. It still wasn't clear that the Empire was looking for her part in the Forager affair. Before bringing her from Gorse to the Agrian world on her fancy ship, Hera had stopped by Zaluna's apartment for her things. It showed signs of having been entered by a landlord, but it hadn't been ransacked. And certainly no video surveillance imagery from aboard Forager identifying Zaluna had survived. The news had made Zaluna wonder. Maybe she hadn't been the focus of any planetary dragnet along with the others, but it had been all in her mind. Maybe she could have come back from her suspension and gone back to work at the Transient, as if nothing had happened. But she couldn't, because something had happened, a lot of somethings, and it meant she could never return to that life, even if she wanted to, and she didn't. Still, she was glad that life on Gorse wouldn't be quite so bad anymore for those she'd left. The miraculous news of Thoride and Quantity on Gorse's dayside meant that work was already going ahead, using legends of heat-resistant droids Baron Dath had ready and waiting. No further damage would be done to Sidna or the places where people lived on Gorse. The miners, by far the roughest customers on the world, would migrate elsewhere. And while the refinery work would stay, the Empire now controlled its own firm in Moonglow, a place where a far-sighted Lal Gralak had, in life, made safety improvements that would now become the model for all other factories there. The Empire had gotten the efficiency it had wanted out of Count Vidon's trip after all, and yet people would be safer all around. Hera had particularly liked that thought. Victory through unintended consequences, she'd said. The house they had found for Zaluna was abandoned and half in ruins, but it was cheap and quiet. The person Hera bought it from had said the garden out back was planted by another older woman. Long since dead, it was directly in need of care no one would give. Most of the planet's settlers had moved to places like Gorse to find work. Brushing her fingers against the blooms, Zaluna couldn't imagine a sillier prospect. She felt for the steps beneath her feet. There was a tree at the end of the path. Walking up to it reminded her of the cemetery at Beggar's Hill, with its large monuments. "Keep walking, Zal, and you'll bump into it." Zaluna smiled. "You're still here, Kanan." "Enjoying the weather." Gorse was a steam bath. Zaluna felt his hand on her shoulder. "You doing all right?" "Better than ever." She smiled. She began to walk past the tree, with Kanan's hand still on her shoulder. "What do you think of my garden?" "It's good," Kanan replied. "You know, you can get those eyes treated, right? To get your sight back?" "Like Vidon?" Zaluna chuckled and shook her head. "No, I think I've seen enough. I have a place to live, and there's a little girl who visits daily to help me with things. And I'll be home myself soon." She gestured backward. "And look, I have a tree." Kanan laughed. "I'm thinking it's Skelly's tree," she said. "A nice monument, don't you think?" "Well, there are some twisted and clinging vines over there that I would have thought of instead." Zaluna lifted her head to face the sky and sighed. "No, Skelly's ashes are probably still back there, raining down on Sidna. I think he'd like that." Kanan didn't respond for a moment, and then, that worked too. She heard someone coming up the walk from the house. "I'm ready to go," Hera said. "Always on the move," Zaluna replied. She felt Hera's hand on hers. "Are you sure this is what you want, Zal? You've skills. There are others you could help." Zaluna shook her head. "I can't save Hedo. Not now. I know what you're up against, and it's beyond me. Wherever he is, Hedo would never want me to risk my life trying to save him. And if he's in bad place, he'd probably rather imagine me living somewhere nice, like this. It's certainly better than where we go." Kanan laughed. "She's got you there." Hera hugged her. "Take care. Thank you." Zaluna walked to the edge of the gravel road with them. "And now," Kanan said, "I get the pleasure of walking this gentle lady back to this mysterious starship of hers." Kanan had been dropped off by a tramp freighter, and had yet to get a look at what she and Hera had arrived in. "I see," Hera asked. "Are you traveling together?" "We haven't discussed it," Hera was quick to say. Zaluna smiled. "You better take him with you," the woman said, "or I'll put him to work." She turned and walked back to the garden. Chapter 57. Kanan and Hera walked along Civilin Road from Zaluna's house. "I think she'll be fine," Hera said for the third time. "The medic I took her to said she's healing nicely." "Oh, sure," he replied again. They'd done an excellent job about talking about nothing on the walk. Indeed, since the life pod landed on Gorse. They parted quickly then, allowing Kanan time to leave a trail, placing him on Gorse during all the previous actions. Sloane might know his name, but as far as Imperial surveillance was concerned, he was just one more suicide flyer who left Gorse when work dried up. They approached the small hangar she had rented outside the little town. Not turning toward him, she asked, "So what's next for you?" "Well, you know me. A force always in motion. I do know you. She kept walking. So what do you think about what Zaluna said? What, going with you? Kanan shrugged. Well, you know what I've said. You're great company. He eyed her. But I don't think you're looking for a traveling companion, are you? Not like that. She stopped outside the door to the closed hangar, and he did the same. She looked up at him. What's happening to the galaxy is serious, and I mean to do something about it. If you mean only to mind your own business, she said, offering her hand, then I wish you luck in your travels. He looked down at her hand and then at her. I still haven't seen this ship. And you won't. The fewer people see it, the better. He scratched his beard. It sounds pretty large. Must be a lot on it to keep it up. She stared at him for a moment and nodded. Yeah, there is. You might need a crew for something like that. He looked at her pointedly. Not a traveling companion, not a revolutionary. A crew. He thrust his hand into hers. She flashed a shrewd smile and shook his hand. I can live with that. Kanan turned and clasped his hands together. Great. I just hope it's not a big mess as the ship I just left. Well, you're going to love this, she said, opening the door to the hangar. So Kanan Jarrus was a Jedi. Or rather, he had been in training to become a Jedi when the Emperor betrayed them all. It was just a guess. He hadn't said anything more to Hera about the moment aboard Voyager. It was possible that he was just some random person who happened to have the ability to use the Force. Someone who, in a rush of adrenaline, had reached out to the universe for a great feat, and who had seen his prayer answered. But Hera didn't think so. When she was a girl, the Jedi had helped her people in the Clone Wars. Although she had been too young then to remember specific events from those days, her father had told her, time and time again, of the Jedi in action. Later, she watched many historical holos, all of them now banned, of the Jedi in action. She understood that Jedi abilities weren't some suit of super-powered armor someone could leave at home or abandon in the garbage can. The Force influenced and enhanced every action of the person touched with it, whether they were conscious of it or not. But no one but a Jedi could do all the things she had seen Kanan do. The brawl in Shakedown, the escape on the hover bus, the battle with Vidon. In each, she had seen a man acting at the outer edge of human performance. And in all cases, she'd somehow thought him capable of doing even more. It seemed as if he identified a line that he would not cross, and had stuck to it. Kanan had gravitated toward a dangerous calling on Gorse, because to him it wasn't dangerous, and it was a solitary trade, so he secretly could call in his prestigious talents if danger struck. She suspected that described all the odd jobs he'd taken on in his life. It was a strategy of someone trained in a certain discipline, and yet forbidden from practicing it. That, his nomadic nature, and his lack of family ties all added up. Kanan probably wasn't a Jedi when the massacre came. She doubted he even had a lightsaber. All he had in the galaxy was one bag of clothing, and if he hid it in there, she would never go looking for it. Hera wondered how young Jedi became apprenticed. She didn't know, and such information was harder to come by now than just about anything else. Where had he been when the great betrayal had happened? Who had he been with? Had someone warned him? Did that someone yet exist? Kanan might tell her someday, or he might not. She was all right with that. The Emperor had disenfranchised souls across the galaxy, people from all walks of life. A reluctant near Jedi was just one more of their countless number. Many people would be required for a rebellion to work, all contributing their unique talents. All would be equally important in their own ways. He obviously liked her starship. She could see as he walked around it. That was good. He was also smitten with her. She could tell. And she was all right with that too. She didn't want to tell him that her war had already begun, and that in war there was no time for anything else. He would probably understand that eventually. No, she thought. Things would be fine the way they were. Kanan would be a great asset to her in the days to come, even if he never returned to the Jedi ways. But she couldn't help but wonder, what would happen if he ever did? Kanan Jarrus was in love. The Ghost, Hera had called it. It was a ship he'd admired as it passed him on the way to Sidna days earlier, and it was a marvel. Roughly hexagonal in shape, it was a little freighter with lots of modifications, all of them, as near as he could tell, improvements. The two main engines jutting out of the back were top-notch pieces of equipment, better than anything he'd seen on Gorse or anywhere else. The cockpit sat front and center above another bubble housing a turret for a forward gunner. It had symmetry many Corellian cargo ships lacked, and even a small excursion module mounted aft. After piloting dingy freighters and explosive haulers, after riding in nasty commercial liners and the holds of mining ships, Kanan found the Ghost a breath of pure oxygen. He would kill to fly it. And, as Hera had joked, he might have to. It was hers. All hers. That was fine. He'd welcomed the ride. A nightmare had begun for everyone years earlier, and it continued in almost every way that mattered. The galaxy hadn't awoken from it yet, and maybe it never would. But Kanan had always been about going into Pruchian in style, and the Ghost was a great way to get there, particularly with a company. She was watching as he admired the starship. Hera had hidden it well, constantly looking away or fiddling with some part, but Kanan was well trained in knowing when female eyes were on him. Things had changed there too. Hera had been mildly curious about him before, but the events on Forger had definitely influenced her attitude toward him. That, or he'd somehow gotten a lot more attractive. Either reason was fine. Any excuse to be in her company was a good one, as long as she didn't push the matter. Hera knew one little thing about his past now, which was more than he knew about hers. He hoped she'd figure out it was no bearing on who he was. If delivering pinpricks to the Empire was what gave her a thrill, he would certainly help her without getting into all that. Perhaps the answer will come to you in another form. Master Balaba had said years earlier when he'd asked what a masterless Jedi should do with his time. He'd sought answers in dangerous jobs and travels, in cantinas and crusaling. Hera was a new and very different answer, and a good way to spend his time as any. The people who had taught Kanan as a child had left him with a handful of skills and some parting advice. Nothing more. That had been their total legacy. Heeding their instructions was all he owed to them. He would continue to avoid Coruscant, to avoid detection. He didn't understand what he needed to stay strong for, but he continued to defend himself against anyone who challenged him. And the Force, well, it might be with him, or it might not. Kanan would get by either way. He always had. He slapped the underside of the Ghost and winked as he made for the ramp. Let's go somewhere. This has been Star Wars: A New Dawn, written by John Jackson Miller, read by Michaela Birmingham.